by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. The Oilers avoided the biggest choke job in the history of championship sports. Or excuse me, it was the Florida Panthers that did. The Florida Panthers beat the Oilers yesterday 2-1 to win Game 7 of the Stanley Cup, and they avoid the ultimate embarrassment. Pirates did not quite avoid embarrassment, or maybe they did in a certain way, though. They were not even close in yesterday's game, 11-5. The final score, Reds beat the Pirates. Game 2 of that 3-game series is going to be today, same time in Cincinnati, 7:10. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry, who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
There is so much this summer that Schultz Ford has to offer. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about them. Well, first of all, there's the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, and down in Wheeling. And by the way, a lot of people buying cars down in Wheeling. That's awesome. Always online too, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory. I was just at 2 of the locations. Stopped out at Wexford, went over to Harmer, said hello to some of my friends that are working there, and so much inventory of all the Fords that you're looking for. Mobile service, that's great. Let's say something goes wrong or you need a tune-up of some sort. They'll come out and they'll do it right there in your driveway if that can happen. How about pickup and delivery? You need that? They'll come grab your car, take it, service it, bring it right back. That's spectacular. So, check out SchultzFord.com for everything you need. Richard Bazzi and his staff have you covered. Again, all those locations and always online at SchultzFord.com.
If you owe $25, $50, even $100,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, you may be feeling overwhelmed, filled with anxiety, even embarrassed. Well, stop. That's right, stop. It's not your fault. Life happens. People lose their jobs, get sick, get divorced, and many other things that can lead to financial stress. So, don't feel bad about it. Do something about it. And join the over 300,000 people who worked with accredited debt relief to pay off their debt. A company with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They're here to help people just like you. Get out of debt faster and feel the relief that comes with financial freedom. So stop delaying. Make the call to learn how much they can save you. Time and money. There's no pressure, no obligation, just a call. Call 877-272-8115. 877-272-8115. That's 877-272-8115. Program and services not available in all states.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join John Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day, ain't it?
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And a happy Tuesday morning to you. My name's Nicholas Harry Callis. The Fan Early Morning Show. For the average Joe, and on the average Joe wants to shop like a pro, the average Joe can go to CJR Wholesale. What a sports night it was yesterday. The Florida Panthers avoiding embarrassment. They win 2-1 in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. They went after falling short last year. Good story there. It's also good. I always feel bad for a team that may get embarrassed, although it is funny. You have memes and you get to taunt them, and, you know, it's not you. It's nothing to worry about either because we're neutral fans, right? Sometimes you cheer for that. But, no, they came back to win. I guess they didn't come back. They had the lead for most of the series. So they forged through, I guess you could call it, the Panthers. Again, win Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals 2-1. And they win the Stanley Cup. Congrats to them on all their success. Pirates did not have such fortune, although they weren't in a championship series, but this one was rough. 11-5. Final score yesterday in the first game of 3 in the series. Can never stress enough how important these division games are, especially when teams in your division are directly in line with where you are in the wild card standings. Now, some of those other games where you're playing other teams in other National League divisions or maybe teams from the American League, there's not as much pressure, I would say, because those games aren't directly affecting you in relation to teams in your division. Now, I guess you could make an argument that the wild card teams, if you're playing a team that's in the National League, that all those National League teams are also in correlation with you because you're all fighting for the same spots down below. So, I mean, that's fair, but you get what I mean. Division games are important as well, just because you're in a division race. You've got 4 other teams that, you know, could get guaranteed a spot if they finish in first place. The Brewers are looking like the favorite right now, and they've had a lead for a while. But you get my point still. Those division games, they're important. Division games are important. I don't think you need me to tell you that. But Pirates and the Reds now have the same record. They're both 37-41, both 8.5 back of the first place Brewers. Cardinals have cut into the deficit now. They're getting away from 500 in the correct direction now. They're 40-37. And they're, again, 5 games out. The Brewers are 46-33. And they're getting closer to the Dodgers now, too. I remember talking about a couple weeks ago that the National League Central looked like the weaker of the 3 divisions from the top, but the bottoms were stronger. Still kind of holds true. But the Dodgers, 49-31. The Brewers are catching up on the Dodgers now. About 3 wins back from being as good as them in terms of records. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know how much that'll affect the Pirates right now because they can't get out of their way. Bailey Falter, who was reliable. Now, again, it's Great American Ballpark. It's one of the best hitters' parks, one of the most notorious hitters' parks in the league. Falter only goes 4 innings, gives up 4 runs on 5 hits. They were putting the ball in play against him, which is what you expect. You know, he walked 1 guy. That's not terrible, but still, you know, you're playing at Great American Ballpark. Ball's in play. We're not favoring Bailey Falter in this one. But now as the wild card standings have it, both the Pirates and the Reds are 2.5 games out of the 3rd wild card spot right now, occupied by the San Diego Padres. The Cardinals getting more and more comfortable by the day with a 40-37 record. They have a 1-game up on the second wild card spot of 3 in the National League. Now, 3 teams are ahead of the Pirates, 1 team's tied, and the Cubs are right on their tail. So the National League Central teams have fallen a bit. They're still in the race, though, but there's the Reds, the Pirates, and the Cubs back to back to back. The Reds and Pirates are tied. The Cubs are 37 and 42. They're a half game back of the Reds and the Pirates. That's 3 games back of that third wild card spot. That makes these games so important. I'm kind of questioning, too, and this is a topic that I want to have or discuss with you out there. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. You can reach me at 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X, too, at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. Talk to me in written form on X or call me. Let me hear your voice. Let me hear what you have to say. I'm debating between, at least in this season in particular, or maybe in the entire history of baseball, are winning streaks overrated, or is... How do I want to put this? Because that's not exactly how I mean it. I want to see how I want to frame this discussion, because this year anybody can make it at any point in time. I mean, even the Giants, I said yesterday, the Giants are starting to fall off. They had a 5-game losing streak, but then they won 1 game, and all of a sudden they're tied with the Cubs 3 games back of the division. Or excuse me, of the wild card, the third wild card spot in the National League. Is an abundance of wins... Here's how I want to frame this then. In a season like this, is having a big winning streak necessary to do well come playoff time? And I just mean that because I've seen teams before in baseball, in other sports too, where they have a great start to the season. They win a lot of games. They put a lot of winning together. They have 7-8 game winning streaks. They have a lead. And then toward the end of the year, they start to fall off, or they start to reach the median, and come playoff time, they can't win. Or they struggle to win, or they get beat by a team that got hot late. Part of me wants to believe, with my eternal optimism, that the Pirates are actually best set up for success because they're hanging around the median now. And if they could acquire talent, as we've heard from Bob Nutting and Ben Cherington, that seems like the goal, is to win now. If they do acquire help and they get better and they go on a run down the stretch, they sneak into a playoff spot and then they're hot come playoff time. Is that the better approach? Is that the better goal? Or, would you rather see sheer dominance? Now, I was almost going to ask the question, well, do you wish they just, fell from the get-go and it was just a foregone conclusion at this point instead of worrying? And then I thought about it and I'm like, no, I like worrying. I like the fact that the Pirates are in the race. That's a good thing. That makes me excited. I want to see them in the race. So that seemed like a silly question once I asked it. Just thinking about it, no. Because it's kind of like with the Steelers, we asked that too, would we rather the Steelers miss the playoffs if they're just going to go in and win in the first round, or lose in the first round, get beat in the first round? And the ultimate refrain has been, I think, year to year, that no, we enjoy the Steelers being in the playoffs because hindsight's 20/20. We don't know in the moment where we're excited and we're building up to that playoff game. We don't know if they're going to lose. So it's exciting to cheer for them, and it's exciting for them to be in the big game and at least have a chance, because you always have a chance if you're in. If you miss the playoffs, it's really depressing. So from that regard, no, I'm glad that the Pirates are in it, and it's exciting that the Pirates are in it. It's going to feel like a real missed opportunity if they can't make the playoffs, especially if they don't do anything to bolster their roster right now. But, is it important? Is it important for the Pirates to go on a winning streak? Are we good with them just winning 1 of 3 here? Winning 2 of 3 there? They haven't been swept in a little while, which, is good. So, you tell me, do you like seeing this right now? Eventually, if they're going to make the playoffs, they have to go on a slight run. They might have to win 3 in a row. They might have to win 4 in a row to be able to qualify for the playoffs. That's what it's looking like here. They might have to go on a winning stretch. They have to forge through at some point this season. But for a season like this, for example, or, in general, can you get by as a team? Do you think you can get by as a team without having an extensive winning streak? Do you think you can get by? And specifically in this season, I'll ask, do you think you can get by? Do you think the Pirates can get by without going on a massive winning streak? I mean, it's been a pattern for a little while now. They win 2 in a series, they lose 2 in a series. They win 2 in a series, and they're just kind of going back and forth. They're bobbing. And it's keeping them in the race. Now, again, it's a little extra frustrating this series to lose a game. You want them to take an advantage at some point, especially against teams. I mean, these National League Central games are so important, not only, again, because of the division weight that it carries, that all the wins that they accumulate carry, but also because the National League Central teams are all in the wild cards race. They're all right next to each other right now, too. Again, the Reds and the Pirates, they both have 37 and 41 records. They're both right there. The Cubs are right behind with a 37 and 42 record. The Cardinals already have a wild card spot at this moment with a 40 and 37 record. So they're all there. They're all in the hunt. You're going to be around the Cardinals if you make it to the top there, but the 2 other teams that are in your division are also right next to you. Are you good with them at this point? I mean, have you become comfortable with them just winning enough to stay in it? Or do you think that they need a winning streak? Do you think that they need a long winning streak? Like, do you think they need, 1 or 2 7-game winning streaks down the stretch to be able to qualify? I mean, if they make it, do you think it's going to be worthwhile? Do you think that them making it do they have a legitimate chance as their roster is constructed right now to make it? Do you think that if they add a certain piece or two that they'll be more likely to make it through the playoffs, more likely to win the games they need to down the stretch to qualify? Give me a call. Answer that for me. 412-928-9370. Talk to me this morning. Kind of reacting a little bit to the Pirates' 11-5 loss. We'll get there. The big story, it looked like, is that Bailey Falter just had a rough time at Great American Ballpark. They were putting the ball in play against him. And then toward the middle of the game fell off the rails. Cruz homered, if that's anything. He homered when it was already quite out of reach, but that was exciting. The Pirates, they scored 5. They just gave up 11, but they scored 5. So whatever that's worth. But kind of reacting here to that 11-5 loss yesterday. Pirates lose to the Cincinnati Reds. Just to highlight this, too, because we were talking about who should bat leadoff. We were talking about that a little bit yesterday during the morning show main. Who should lead off, and McCutchen once again producing out of the leadoff spot for the Pirates. Got 1 hit, walked 1, so he's on base twice. Brian Reynolds continues to be June. Brian Reynolds 2 for 4. Edward Olivares got 3 hits, and he walked, so he was on base all 4 times he was at the plate. O'Neal Cruz 2 for 5 with a home run, so Rowdy Tellez 0 for 4. Yeah, no, that's a tough one. Okay, yeah, but the offense looked like it was doing some good stuff in the game, and it was close for a little while. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. I forgot about that. It was 1-0. The Pirates had a lead for a short time, and then the Reds went up 5-1. The teams traded 2s in the 5th. Yeah, no, never mind. It was not quite close at all. I forgot about that big 4th inning that the Reds had. But yeah, what do the Pirates need to do? Is a winning streak necessary? Or do you think that they can get away with what they're doing, go on some tiny winning streaks down the stretch, maybe sweep 1 series? They're going to have to go on some surge at some point. They're going to have to distinguish themselves and break away. But, do they need extensive winning streaks, or can they get by with the bare minimum and still do well in the playoffs? Give me a call, 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. I got a quick break coming up here, but I'll be back with your phone calls and your reactions and with your conversation right here on the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can shop like a pro.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Packers preparing for the future as they announced Ed Policy will take over as the franchise's new president and CEO in July of 2025. Taking over for current CEO Mark Murphy. Policy is entering his 13th season with the organization and his 7th as Green Bay's COO. The Chiefs released defensive lineman Isaiah Buggs following multiple incidents this offseason. Buggs is currently in jail after being arrested on domestic violence and burglary charges last week. He joined Kansas City's practice squad in January and was re-signed to a futures contract in February. And Jets running back Breece Hall says Christian McCaffrey has set the standard for all other ball carriers and that he wants to see where he stands compared to CMC. Hall ranked 4th in all-purpose yards in 2023. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-761-0000, 800-761-0000, 800-761-0000. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Not a bad start to the Tuesday morning rush. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that the HOV lanes are now open alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown. You can use those with 2 or more in your vehicle until 10 o'clock this morning. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed. So is the mainline Parkway North and I-79 heavy in spots through the construction zone between the Craft and Moon Run interchange up through the S-Bends to the Neville Island Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the City of Pittsburgh Independence Day celebration. Enjoy free family activities, musical entertainment, fantastic food, and much more at Point State Park July 4th, beginning at 4 p.m. Hop across the river to the North Shore for more fun, including music on the PNC Great Lawn, food vendors, and the Remax Hot Air Balloon. The day's main attraction, fireworks, begins at 9:35 and is heard exclusively on 100.1 FM KDKA radio. For details, go to 937thefan.com.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give My Lowe's Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not a My Lowe's Rewards member? Join for free today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? On America's birthday weekend? Why not stop by America's #1 brakes destination? Right now, you can save 15% when you buy a set of OE quality Duralast pads and rotors, and up to 50% when you bundle Shop Pro brake cleaner and brake fluid with Sil Glide brake lubricant. It's just part of our 4th of July sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
Hey, Donnie Football here. Did you take Awaken 180 up on dropping 40 by the 4th? If you did, next week you'll reach that goal. Congratulations. If you didn't call Awaken 180, why not do it now? Fast weight loss, easy weight loss, and then free support for life.
Stop at the Crane Room Grill in Newcastle and enjoy $4 Blue Moon pints every Thursday all day. Every Tuesday is burger night, and don't miss custom salad night every Wednesday. The Crane Room Grill in Newcastle, Wilmington Road. CraneRoom.com.
Man, do I love picking up my winnings from MacBid. Oh, yeah, I see you, TV guy. You too, Drill Man. I'll get you yet.
Making friends?
They just happen to be here for pickup when I am. You'll see, honey, I'm going to outbid those guys so bad.
Oh, I know you will.
And my biggest rival, turntable lady.
Yeah, thanks for picking that up. You put it in the trunk, right?
It's a McBid auction-packed summer. I'm sleeping with the enemy.
Not with that attitude, you're not.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid and on the free app.
Summer's finally here. Time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. I mean, every surface in your home and or your business could be Zero Resified, so why not call the cleaning pros at Zero Res? Get 3 rooms in your home cleaned starting at just $129. Perfect time of year, too, to get your air ducts taken care of with $100 off. That, it'll help alleviate allergies and asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. And do not, I repeat, do not leave deep cleaning to yourself with those dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. There's no possible way to extract all that dirty water out of your carpet. Actually leaves your floors worse off than they were before. This deal, not going to last long with Zero Res. You owe it to yourself, your health, your home, and or your business to schedule your appointment now at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Download the Parmar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Parmar stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car riding your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis, and we're reacting. Pirates lost 11-5 to the Cincinnati Reds in the first of 3 games in the series, and I've got a curiosity. I've got a question. I want to know what you think out there. Just what your opinion is. Are the Pirates going to need to go on a big winning streak to have a shot at the playoffs or a shot to win in the playoffs, or can they do the bare minimum, get by, snatch a third wild card spot, and still have success in the postseason? 412-928-9370. And I got some callers on the line already. You can get an open phone line as well, but we'll start with this caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Brandon.
What's up?
I was calling. These Pirates, they just need to get on this winning streak, and they need to make some moves and get some offense into this team, because you look at the schedule after the All-Star break, they got one tough schedule coming up. You got Philly, San Diego, Atlanta. They need to get these wins while they can to remain in this playoff race.
Jordan, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. See, now they've been kind of backwards. They've been competing well with teams that are good, and they've been giving away the games that you think that they should win. Aaron Savali was one of those games. I think even yesterday, you can kind of explain it away with Bailey Falter's pitching tendencies, but, I mean, that's a game that they weren't in position to win, but I feel like that's one of those tone setters that they definitely could have won had they not given up 11 runs. So they compete with the teams that are good. I mean, they did well against the Dodgers. They split a series with the Phillies, I believe, earlier in the year. So it's not like the really good teams are out to get them. I mean, I think they even beat the Braves in 2 of 3 at PNC Park. Now, playing in Atlanta is different. Playing on the road is different. But I'm not necessarily going to just dismiss those games after the All-Star break because the teams that they're playing have good records. I think that the Pirates can match up with the biggest teams in the National League, and they already have. And now they have Paul Skeens. They didn't have Paul Skeens starting in some of those games either. The Phillies, I'm thinking in particular, but I'm not scared personally of those big teams, of those big name teams that the Pirates are going to face. They've already proven that they can beat some of those big name teams already. So that one's not too much of a concern for me. Now, are they going to go on a streak? Are they going to sweep any of these teams? No, I don't think so. Because all of this year they've been playing down to some of the competition this year as well, and they've been unable to complete sweeps or unable to go on extended streaks. And the only thing stopping them right now, too, which is extra frustrating when you think about it, too, is that remember when they lost 7 in a row earlier in the year to start? I mean, that's the difference between them being in a playoff spot right now and not. That 7-game losing streak. They've got to counter that in some way, but also I'm just curious, like maybe they don't. Maybe they can just keep doing the bare minimum, go on a tiny winning streak down the stretch, sneak into a playoff spot, and mow through the playoffs with their talented pitching staff. So that is what it is. I think I think they need to go on a run. I want to see them, confidently get into the playoffs. I want to see them go on a winning streak, and I think they're going to need to make it to the playoffs at all. I don't think that they can do the bare minimum, and they cannot survive continuing to go back and forth, 2 wins in a series, 1 win in a series. Again, they're not getting swept. They've gotten swept in a little bit, but just this alternating win a series, lose a series, win a series, lose a series. It's not going to be enough for them to make the playoffs if they keep doing that. They've got to distinguish themselves in some way. And we can't go back to the past, but if they hadn't lost 7 in a row earlier in the year, they'd be in better shape now. They've got to make up for that losing to be able to qualify for the playoffs. And the general manager and the owner are both saying that the goal is to win now. It's time to win now. They've got a roster structured with the capability of qualifying for the postseason. But they've got to do a little more. They've got to bolster it a little more. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Let me give you a fan weather real quick. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado LT Crew Cab up to $7,500 in rebates. Full terms and qualifications at sunchevy.com today. High of 88, low of 60. It's going to be partly cloudy throughout the day, and being outside this morning, it was quite pleasant. So if you haven't been out there yet, it's a pleasant experience. It is much more comfortable than the hot streak we had. The weather was on a hot streak, last week. So that's kind of died down a little bit. It's been a comfortable temperature, and of course, if you were outside at all yesterday, you know that the weather was spectacular. It's going to be a similar day to yesterday. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband, and he lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend lost 20 pounds her first 2 months.
What are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. That's right. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Green Tree, and Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center on Rhode Island Road in Churchill. Weight loss seminar 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, intradisc is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
This is Pat Bostic. Are you tired of settling for beers filled with artificial preservatives and unnecessary sugars? Then it's time for a change. Upgrade to the refreshing taste of Stoney's beer. At Stoney's Brewing Company, they believe in quality without compromise. Their beer is crafted with the finest natural ingredients, from pristine water to carefully selected hops and barley. No shortcuts, just pure and delicious taste since 1907. Try one today.
Food insecurity in children has increased more than 30% in the past year. Today, 1 in 6 children in southwestern PA may not know where their next meal is coming from. Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank is leveraging the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to child hunger and its root causes. Just $1 can provide enough food for up to 3 meals and help nearly 80,000 children thrive this summer. To learn how you can donate, volunteer, or find food, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
There is so much this summer that Schultz Ford has to offer. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about them. Well, first of all, there's the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and down in Wheeling. And by the way, a lot of people buying cars down in Wheeling. That's awesome. Always online too, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory. I was just at 2 of the locations. Stopped out at Wexford, went over to Harmer, said hello to some of my friends that are working there, and so much inventory of all the Fords that you're looking for. Mobile service, that's great. Let's say something goes wrong or you need a tune-up of some sort. They'll come out and they'll do it right there in your driveway if that can happen. How about pickup and delivery? You need that? They'll come grab your car, take it, service it, bring it right back. That's spectacular. So check out schultzford.com for everything you need. Richard Bazzi and his staff have you covered. Again, all those locations and always online at schultzford.com.
Did somebody say free diamond bracelet? That's right. Diamonds Direct is expanding upon their best offer yet. Make any purchase this month and receive a free diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right. Any engagement ring, any diamond necklace, any timepiece. Purchase any item valued at $10,000 or more and receive a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Every purchase of $10,000 or more qualifies. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet ends June 30th. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Get ready to unleash your potential this season. Your Monroeville Pure Hockey store has inventory of the top gear arriving from now through year-end. Pure Hockey, your ultimate hockey headquarters.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofonhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center,
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam shows the Parkway East picking up volume now between Edgewood Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound looking a little heavy as well past that Edgewood Swissvale off-ramp. Parkway West also getting a little heavy past the Banksville merge point. Route 28 mainly steady from Harmer to the north side. Same story for the main line Parkway North where the HOV lanes are open. Route 65 with traffic light delays past the McKees Rocks Bridge heading toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fire it all. It's the music extravaganza of the summer. Celebrity Care Fest. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment July 26th and 27th. Featuring Pitbull, Smokey Robinson, Pat Benatar with Neil Giraldo. Plus the Ghost Towns and Queen Bee. Benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. Enjoy a one-of-a-kind backyard amphitheater setting. Tickets on sale now at hm3independencefund.org. That's hm3independencefund.org.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Doran, Callis behind the glass. It is a Tuesday. Good morning to you both.
Good morning, gentlemen. Callis, how you doing?
I'm great.
Couldn't separate paper and you gave up. Unbelievable.
I had to hit the traffic.
Callis prints our reads every morning. And he was trying to separate the reads into 2 piles, Doran's pile, my pile, and he couldn't do it. And then he swore very loudly and ran into the other room because the traffic needed to play. And I've never seen somebody give up such a remedial task before.
Yes.
He got through like 3 sheets of paper. I can't, F, and run in the other room.
I mean, you forgot to turn on a monitor once, so you've kind of done some.
Well, I'm an idiot. And I admit that I'm an idiot. You call me a goober or a goof or whatever. What is the word you use? Goon. You call me a goon. Well, you're not so smart now, are you? Not so tough without your car, are you?
Wait.
Kindergarten Cop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to guess it. Good movie.
Great movie.
Great movie.
Scared the hell out of me as a kid when he's climbing up that whatever it is. Light.
Oh, the light tower.
Yeah.
Or the tower thing.
Yeah.
Kid. With his little rocket thingies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the bad guy's coming.
He is not a tumor.
Not a tumor. Boys have it? Never mind.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
That's a great movie.
So good.
That's a great movie.
Think about making that movie right, like, I mean, it was a couple years later, but like I think that probably was right around his second movie after Terminator.
Mm.
It's kind of trying to separate the two for people, I think. And then the next year he made Terminator 2.
I mean, what range, Doran? What range?
He has range.
To be the Terminator and then also be the kindergarten cop? Come on. That was in 1990. Oh,
1990. Well, he has some Commando was right after Terminator. That was 85. Terminator's 84.
You are great with film dates.
It's weird.
Because I'm Googling this all right now, and you have nailed it.
Yeah, I could tell you most of Arnold years or Sylvester Stallone's years of movies. Like, I could do a lot of movies, 80s movies. It's just like a Rain Man thing that I was born with. For sure. Like, throw out a movie and I can tell you the year. No doubt.
Breakfast Club.
85.
Stop it.
Yes. No, yes.
Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Donnie Darko.
Ooh, Donnie Darko.
Oh, you know, what am I doing? That's not an 80s movie.
80s, yeah. I could do that, though. I think Donnie Darko was like 99.
2001.
Yeah.
Right there, though. That's not 80s. That's cheating for me.
Mm-hmm.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
86.
What the hell is going on here?
It's so weird. I mean, just if you want to keep going, I can.
I kind of do. I would like to do this.
Okay. It's weird. I don't know why. I always looked at years Movies when I was little.
I'm looking at, this is a Forbes article, and it has the top 40 movies of the 80s. Spinal Tap?
Never seen it.
1984. You ever seen Poltergeist?
Yes.
You know what year it came out?
82.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Bull Durham. Great movie.
86?
88.
Year I was born. Never seen it.
You ever seen Raising? You never saw Bull Durham?
No.
Some would consider it the best baseball movie of all time.
I've never seen it.
Have you ever seen Raising Arizona?
Yeah, that was in 87.
You nailed that, you freak.
Yeah.
That movie is very weird.
I like that movie with the baby and the guy on the motorcycle.
Nicolas Cage doing Nicolas Cage things.
It's so weird. It is weird. They kidnapped the baby.
Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Ooh.
Phoebe Cates.
That was 82.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Ghostbusters.
84.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
How about Big?
Big was in 88.
89.
89. God dang it.
You know what, though? You're right. I mean, come on. Coming to America.
88.
Yep. Dude, Callis, are you paying attention to this?
I am, but
I'm not calling you out. I'm just, it's unbelievable, this guy.
There's no way I could cheat either.
No, you're not cheating.
Right.
You're not. Your hands are.
Yep.
It's like whenever I used to go over to my first girlfriend's house, and her stepdad would always say, I don't know if she even called him her stepdad. Nice man, Steven. He would say,
where I can see him?
Hands where I can see him, and 1 foot on the floor.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, Steve.
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm talented over here.
1 foot on the floor ain't doing jack.
Nothing.
And you ain't home? We got cameras? Color purple?
85.
Yep. He does the like he's thinking.
Yeah, it's because sometimes I have to get the year right, and it's usually within 1 year.
What do you think they had listed as the number one film of the 1980s?
The number one film of 1980s. Was it
It's already mentioned in our conversation.
Bull Durham?
Breakfast Club.
Oh, Breakfast Club.
I love that movie.
Good movie.
Top Gun?
86.
That was their number 2 movie. Oh, number 3's really good. The Goonies.
That was 85.
Sure was. I only recently I saw that probably 5-6 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, such a great movie.
That's a good movie.
Yes.
Back to the Future.
85.
Yeah. Another really good one. I like all of them. I don't care. I don't care what people say.
I don't like the third one.
It's not the best.
No.
But I like the universe.
It's like the Western.
Yeah. Yeah. The first one. Second one's
I
pretty
like the
good.
second one too, yeah.
The second,
really good sequel.
Oh man. Ooh.
Top sequels, top 10 sequel of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Empire Strikes Back. Oh my God.
Oh man. 83.
80. Right on the cusp there. Do the Right Thing?
Yeah, Spike Lee. That was 88.
89. See, you're right there though. I don't know that I've ever heard of that movie.
Spike Lee, yeah.
Blade Runner. Oh.
Ooh, I never seen that. But
82.
Yeah.
Die Hard.
87.
88.
Dang it! I'm messing up now.
You're fine.
I'm messing up.
The Shining. That's
80.
right up your
80.
alley. Yeah, 1980. Yeah. E.T. The Extraterrestrial.
82.
Yeah. Didn't AB have a recent tweet about
Angel
E.T.?
Reese?
It was Angel Reese?
Yeah, you compare it. Yeah.
Oh, because she was wearing some...
Yeah.
Something. Oh, all these Indiana Jones movies. Glory?
86.
89.
Oh.
I have not seen Glory in a minute.
Man.
That's a really good one. That's a really good one. I don't think...
Isn't Denzel in that?
He is. I don't know. Text me, 412-928-9370. Text us, 412-928-9370. What are the best Civil War movies? Because World War II's on lock. What are the best Civil War movies? Because I could be jonesing for that. Glory's messed up. It's a good one.
Yeah.
When Harry Met Sally.
Never seen it.
89. Beverly Hills Cop.
84.
Yeah. All right, there we go.
That's
Batman.
89.
Yeah. I don't want to trip you up for the last one. I mean,
What's the last one?
Well, that was it. Batman in 1989. Okay. I think you were probably clipping at you were probably going 90% clip there.
Yeah, I messed up a couple of them.
Mm-hmm. Man. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's really crazy. You just know when all those movies came out. Because you were born in 88.
Yes. I don't know what it was. It was some type of tick that I had that I wanted to know how much older movies were than me or youngers were than younger were.
Yeah.
Younger than I was. Yes.
How did we even stumble on this?
I don't know. Kindergarten Cop.
That's right.
Yep.
It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I didn't write anything down for the pre-show because we just freeform it like jazz, baby. Rat-a-tat-tat, snippity-snap-snap. But the thing I wrote right before the show started, because it came up in the hallway, I was talking to Amanda from Y108, and she's wearing a sundress kind of deal, And I told her, I don't know how people would look at me, but last week, when it was in the high 90s, and the heat index was 108, I could have worn a dress.
What?
Don't you think that'd feel nice? A good breeze?
No.
Rare as they were?
No.
Maybe a kilt? You could wear a kilt.
No.
You got that Irish blood. Wear a kilt.
It was fashionably acceptable back in the early 1900s for boys to wear dresses.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that.
I don't know if that's correct.
I don't think
Why would I lie about that?
You lie about a lot of things.
A lot of things.
And actually, no, that's not true. You are a very honest guy. You are just mistaken.
Yeah, you're
quite a lot.
I don't know about that.
You look it up. You're the producer. Google it. I mean, did boys wear dresses in the early 1900s? And if so, everything's cyclical. I might bring it back.
Yes, boys have worn dresses throughout history, and gender was not always a determining factor in what children wore.
Interesting. I could get behind that. You ever wear a nightgown?
No.
Me neither.
No.
Well, think about it. You ever read Night Before Christmas, and all through the house, blah-blah-blah-boo, that one?
Yeah.
My man's wearing a nightdress. And he, I guess it's called, nightdress. And he wears a little hat. Who wear hats to sleep? That's dumb. That's real. Tell me.
A nightdress?
Yeah.
Or pajamas?
They were called pajamas, but they had long sleeves, and they were like the grandfather in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. He was wearing one of that. It kind of looks like a potato sack. I don't care what you call it. That's a dress, man. What? Someone cue us in on this at 412-928-9370. I'm sure people are going to say nice things about me wanting to wear a dress when it's hot. But cue us in on this. Why did people wear those hats when they slept? They were like the Santa hat kind of
Like a Santa hat. Yeah, that's right.
What's the purpose of that?
Keep your head warm, because nobody had, when it was cold, nobody had heat.
Oh, that's probably the correct answer.
Might be able to protect against lice or any bugs that could get on your mattress.
Get the hell out of here with lice.
But definitely to keep your head warm, because if you keep your head warm, usually your body, it goes down, right?
They say that 90% of the heat escapes from your head. I think that is a myth. I think the heat escapes wherever it can.
Have you ever taken your hat off whenever it was really cold out? Your head is really hot.
Your head is hot.
Yeah.
That's where you'll be watching, Packers and Bears at Lambeau Field.
Steam.
Bald dude, steamy head.
Right.
Texter, Crowley, the creep, eyeing up Amanda in the dress. What the hell is wrong with you? It just seemed a lot more comfortable than what I was wearing last week. And I told her, Cal is busted up in here wearing slacks. It was 96 degrees. My man's wearing slacks.
That day sucked for me. It did. You were right.
I went to my daughter's softball practice, and I sat on the bleachers on the turf field, and I was wearing khaki shorts. And I went home, and I turned around. And I said, "Baby," to my wife, "do I got a little creek running in my what do you call it, the Grand Canyon there?" And she's like, "Yeah, you got the swamp butt."
Ooh,
yeah. You sit there in the bleed. What are you gonna? I don't think anybody even judges when it's 98 degrees.
No, you just let it roll.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, let's get back to you saying that you wouldn't mind wearing a dress.
Just for functionality purposes, I feel like it would be nice to get a breeze down there. I never really did this before, but I've just not been wearing a shirt at home. Usually I put on a comfy shirt and some comfy shorts when I go home after my long day of radioing. And lately no shirt.
No shirt.
It's hot.
Mm-hmm.
It's been hot.
You showed me a video of you yesterday with playing wiffle ball with your daughter, and you didn't have a shirt on.
That's right. And you said, I have never looked more like a dad.
Oh, my gosh, the way you were running around the bases. And then she pelted you right in the back before you got out. It was great.
And then she said at the end of the video, I always get you out. I get you every time, Dad. She loves this, the wiffle ball, and she loves t-ball and all that stuff. Her first game is Thursday. Can't wait. And she's like me. She can't stay focused. Saturday, we played wiffle ball probably for an hour and a half, and the whole time she played.
Really?
And yesterday we did about 45 minutes right before bedtime, and I kept saying, all right, last pitch. And she, Daddy, one more. I could not say no. She wound up staying up way past her bedtime because I would not stop playing with her in the backyard. It's honestly, my favorite thing I've ever done in my life is playing ball with her in the backyard, and she's finally into it. It's awesome.
That is that kind of that moment, though, like in your young kid's life is like whenever they do get into t-ball, it is a mess. And it's funny because they don't know what to do. But once they start getting it, it's the first time I think that they have some structure outside of maybe like preschool or outside of being at home. And you'll see, like, throughout the season, when the season ends, she'll be able to run the bases. She'll be able to hit. She'll understand to go to first, and then to go to second, and then to go to home, and then they'll do, like, the little relay. And it's like, oh, my gosh, like, they're actually getting structured.
They're figuring it out.
They're figuring it out. And I think that's a really important moment in young kids' life is playing t-ball just based off the structure of it.
Yeah. You got to
paying attention. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's amazing. Watch. Whenever you report back, you're going to be like, wow, like, it's a whole different different deal.
It's crazy because you say that. So, if I'm trying to tag, we have bases. They got me bases for Father's Day. A little, those flat plastic bases in the backyard. And she knows how to go first. She knows the order of it. But if I'm in the base path and I'm going to tag her, she'll run like
around.
Oh my God. Like, you're out. You're out of the base. Like, no, I'm not. Well, but you are. But the thing that has struck me, we played on Saturday. And she's good with the contact. She makes contact. Yesterday, she was smoking the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So she played for 90 minutes, and she got better.
Yes.
It was the coolest thing ever. It's unbelievable. And yesterday, she's hitting the hell out of the ball. And I bet you today she'll be Barry Bonds out there. It's so cool that they get better when they work on stuff at that age. The more I do stuff, the worse I get at it. I get tired. I get old. I'm hurting. Everything sucks.
Yeah. Get upset.
Anyway.
Wow. That's good.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Someone texts in and says, your heat escapes most through your butt.
Oh.
Lincoln is a good movie, but it is very long.
I've never seen that one.
I mean, block out an entire weekend if you're going to walk that.
That was in the 2000s, though, right?
Yeah.
Give me one 90s movie before we go. I know which movie you're going to do.
90s movie.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm intrigued because you know which movie I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm.
So now I don't know what to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a mental block. Mm-hmm. Jingle All the Way.
97.
I don't even know if that's right, but I just imagined.
No, wait, 96, sorry.
What movie did you think I was going to do?
Shawshank.
Ah, what year was that? What year was Shawshank?
94.
That's when that came out.
I think so.
When did Forrest Gump come out?
95.
That's another
No,
one.
94.
Got to block out a full weekend for Forrest
94.
Gump. I've never seen that all the way through.
What?
I've seen the whole movie in bits and pieces. Dumb and Dumber.
94.
So you can do it. Your memory spans decades.
Yes.
All right. Let's start the show.
Okay.
Let's start talking about these friggin' Pirates.
All right.
They lose. I am concerned. Danger zone. Back in 15 seconds. Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Bases loaded and 2 outs, 3-2 again. Gonzalez strikes out swinging. Threw him that down and in cutter. And Wilson gets out of trouble. Pirates strand 3. And they go down to the Reds tonight, 11-5.
With David being down, everybody's going to slide into different spots, and we have to cover, we have to cover innings. Those guys are going to have to, kind of step up into different roles. Everybody's going to have to kind of step up into different roles, and today we just had a ton of hard contact.
Ton of hard contact. Good morning, everybody. Pirates fall, and it's the danger zone. 2.5 games back in the wild card race. 8.5 games back in the division. This is my final show for the next 2 weeks. I have more paternity leave to use. I intend to use all of it. And I am concerned, Doran, that when I come back 2 weeks from now, the Pirates will be like 6 or 7 games back in the wild card race. All of a sudden, the Cardinals are hot, and real quick, the Pirates are not. Bailey Falter, no good yesterday. Nick Gonzalez, who struck out at the end, went 0 for 5. He's 1 for his last 24. Derek Shelton talked about the bullpen without David Bednar, which also did not bathe itself in glory yesterday. And I think the season right now, Mr. Dickerson, is teetering. Agree? Disagree? Questions, comments, concerns?
I agree. After that loss and the way that they lost last night, I just... Like, even if you do add something, I feel like, I know it's a total 180 for us. Yesterday we were riding high and like, hey, if you do this, if you add this, if you do that, you have a chance. You're still in the thick of things. I just don't see how they could get better. I really don't. Not one guy, not two guys, not three guys is going to do that. And this goes back to the beginning of the season for me. It really does, because you knew that Skeens was going to come up at some point. You didn't know what Jones was going to be. You knew what Mitch Keller was. You're hoping O'Neal Cruz was going to have a decent year. You brought McCutchen back. You paid Reynolds, obviously. Why didn't you make the necessary moves in the offseason? You did patchwork moves, and you thought that was going to work. But any real team gets real players to go out there and to go out there and provide the production that they need, and that's where it starts. And we're all clamoring to this trade deadline. Make a move, add a bat, add this, add that. They should have did this in the beginning of the year.
Yep.
Why do we wait until now? Like, anticipation is one of the biggest words and biggest things in sports, whether it's on the field or off the field. Now, you should anticipate that a guy like Skeens was going to bring what he's bringing to the table whenever he was going to be called up at some point. Anticipate being good instead of just being mediocre.
Yeah.
And if you anticipate being good, you do and make the right moves and add the right pieces. The pieces that they added are mediocre.
Yes.
Like,
if that.
If that.
Maybe.
That's where I'm at. That's why it's frustrating for me, is because we are talking about all this stuff whenever it could have been alleviated in the beginning of the year if they would have just made the right decisions and spent some money to get legit players.
It doesn't even have to be don't pay Aroldis Chapman, don't pay Rowdy Tellez, and instead get Rhys Hoskins. The afternoon guys talked about that yesterday. You don't even have to go that far. Just don't sign Rowdy Tellez and bring back Carlos Santana.
Exactly.
Carlos Santana wanted to be a Pirate. Carlos Santana was a Gold Glove finalist last year. When he was moved to Milwaukee, he said he would welcome a return to Pittsburgh in the offseason, and the guy's got double-digit home runs this year, and he's one of the better defensive first basemen in the entire sport.
Yep.
I put an S at the end of first baseman. I'm too jacked up about it. And Rowdy Tellez, he's having a good June. Not anymore. 0 for 4 last night. He stinks. Connor Joe is Connor Joe again. Key Brian Hayes is hitting 226. Edward Olivares is hitting 240. Jack Sawinski in the lineup, 172. Yasmani Grandal went 86. All of these guys stink. And you're right. The general manager has to eat it because he was given $35 million to spend, and he spent it poorly. I spilled coffee again.
Oh, my goodness.
What that guy write in Barrett Sports Media yesterday? Crowley is passion personified. I'm a wheeling dervish or whatever whirling dervish. I knocked the damn coffee over. I'm all pissed off because, man, I think you're right. The more you watch this club, the more it crystallizes, at least in my head. Do they need to add? Yes, and they should absolutely add no matter what's about to come out of my mouth here. They are not one or two players away.
No.
And you watched the game last night, and Brian Reynolds is on fire.
Yes.
On fire. Andrew McCutchen is a top 10 designated hitter in the sport. O'Neal Cruz has been pretty good. He's been pretty good, and last night he was really good. Apart from those three, I have no hope anybody else is ever going to come through in a clutch situation. How can you? And so you can add a first baseman, you can add a center fielder, and now you've got 5 guys. And with this starting rotation, maybe it gives you more of a shot. But they cannot fix all of their problems, unfortunately, at the trade deadline. And that's why when you're building a roster, it's easier to get players in the offseason than it is at the deadline. Prices are higher now. There's more teams invested because you are looking at it right in the face. Where are we in the standings? It's going to be tough for them to make all the necessary improvements. And I was asked on the Final Word Sunday night, how close are the Pirates to a playoff spot? And I said they're pretty close because you look at the NL and there's not a lot of good teams. This is when you're going to start to see some separation. And I am afraid you've got 5 games left on this road trip, 2 against Cincinnati, one of which Martin Perez is going to start. And then you go to Atlanta. Man, you can find yourself in a bad way in a hurry, and it's the danger zone, and I'm worried.
Kind of reminiscent of what the Steelers have done the last 3 years. I mean, with Fichtner and hiring in-house and, even Butler at the time and Matt Canada, it's like, all right, we're going to make this work with the guys that we have here instead of going out and finding legitimacy. And, with Triolo playing and starting the year at second, and I was really high on him, but, having a legit player there instead of being like, you know what, we think that this guy could play this position. Like, he played multiple positions before, but, we think that we could stick him there, and then, okay, that solves our issue, so we don't have to get a second baseman. First base, outfield.
Oy.
Oy. It just...
They have one outfielder.
They have
Brian Reynolds.
Yes.
That's it. Connor Joe stinks. He's hitting .239, and stinks is probably too strong because he's a useful player.
You're relying on a 37-year-old player.
Is that
to
not...
be one of your best players?
Yeah, that's a huge indictment. Massive indictment.
And it's not an indictment on Andrew McCutchen.
No.
He is fantastic, and we all know that. I don't even have to go down that road. But you're relying on him to be one of your best players.
Yes. And he has been. Since May 11th, thereabouts, when they inserted him as the leadoff hitter, he's been their second best hitter. And that's only because Brian Reynolds, for the last 21 days, has been playing like an MVP candidate. But if Brian Reynolds were doing what Brian Reynolds had done the first couple of months of the season, Andrew McCutchen would be their best player. So I say, and we say, you can't add 1 or 2 pieces and fix everything. One thing they absolutely need to do is they need to fire Andy Haynes. Because we're talking about a bunch of guys that are struggling, a bunch of guys that stink right now. Well, you can't get rid of them all. You can't replace them all at the deadline. So what can you do to maybe jolt this thing? That would be something that I would look into. When Bob Nutting spoke for the first time in season ever and said the goal 100% is to make the playoffs, and then in his next breath said the offense stinks, well, I think shots fired at Derek Shelton. I think shots fired at Andy Haynes. That would be my break glass in case of emergency thing. And I would do it right now. You're 4 games under. You're 2.5 back in the wild card. You're 8.5 back in the division. This thing could, right here, slip away. And I do think you've got to blame Andy Haynes for this. Some of this, at the very least, because Edward Olivares is a guy that had pop in Kansas City. Michael A. Taylor is one of the worst position players in all of baseball right now. He hit 21 home runs last year. Rowdy Tellez is not that far away, removed from, hitting 35 bombs. Key Brian Hayes, a couple years ago, was a 300 hitter. Last year for 2 months was really good. Now he's hitting 226. Jack Sawinski hit 26 homers. Like, there are guys that have all had success before that are having less success now. And I don't know that it's all Andy Haynes' fault, but if everyone is struggling, you can't replace them all. I think he cut the head of the snake off.
Yeah, it's just too much of a drastic regression.
Yeah.
And it's been like this. They've masked over a little bit this year for like a month and a half, but it was like this at a huge point in the season, and now it's back again. And you're just wondering, okay, you look around, and we can blame the players, and you say that we don't have quality players here in Pittsburgh, but if everybody is doing it, to me, that points to one direction or 2 directions, and it's usually the position coach or the manager.
And the manager is an offensive guy.
Yes.
He's a hitting coach by trade. So he's not doing a good job. And from what I understand, he's actually pretty hands-off. Well, time to get hands-on. I don't blame him as much for the lineup construction. I know we talked about it yesterday, and we talked about it in that final game of the St. Louis series. But the reality, unfortunately, is you don't have a lot of players that are hitting well. And so, yeah, lineup construction matters. But if we're complaining about Connor Joe not being in the lineup, it's a bad roster.
Yes. Yes.
When we're talking about, Andrew McCutchen not being able to, at 37 years old, take a day off or they're not going to be able to hit, that's a roster construction issue, right? If we're talking about Nick Gonzalez not being in the lineup, although he should have been, who was 1 for his last 19 going into the final game of the last series. If we're talking about, oh my God, you need him to be in the lineup. Again, 1 for 19 and now 1 for his last 24. You probably have roster construction issues. So they have many. The GM didn't do a good enough job this offseason. The hitting coach isn't doing a good enough job right now. And, well, Derek Shelton, a hitting coach by trade, obviously is not pushing the right buttons there. Callis, were you raising your hand? Did you have a point to add to this conversation?
I think I did, but now I forget.
Very good.
It's been a little while, yeah.
Not only do you have nothing to say, but you raise your hand and then you take a second and a half to get to the microphone.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So really good contribution by you.
Yes.
You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, 412-928-9370. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
I remember what I was going to say.
Okay, good.
It's a real quick point. If they wouldn't have gone on that 7-game losing streak to start the year, I think we'd all have a different perspective on this team because they might have a wild card spot at this point.
Okay, but if they didn't go 9-2 to start the year, they'd be in a really bad spot right now.
It was just a point.
You can play it both ways, and that's very Neil Huntington-esque. Neil Huntington, I remember one year, well, if we reversed our division record, we'd be right there in the thick of it.
Yeah, no.
Can't do that. Cannot do that. Well, if we were better in one-score games, we'd be a better baseball team. Well, you're not. You are bad in one-score games, thus a bad baseball team. O'Neal Cruz put on a little bit of a show last night. Dan Zangrilli told us off the air O'Neal Cruz was going to have a good series.
He did.
Because he's going up against Ellie De La Cruz, who hit a ball. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I'm pretty sure it was 785 feet off the top of over the batter's eye in Cincinnati. So we got the side-by-side comparison of those two dudes. I want to talk about that a little bit when we come back. And plus, we'll react a little bit more to what Bob Nutting had to say on Friday. Who's got the most pressure on them right now in this organization? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost to the Reds yesterday, 11-5 in the first of 3 games in the series. Game 2 is the same time tonight at 7:10. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 6 o'clock, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Chris Muller here. I hope to see you at Awaken 180's open house event this Tuesday, June 25th, at Awaken 180's new Mars location. Both Donnie Football and I will be joining you from 5 to 7 p.m. This isn't just any open house. We're talking a deep dive into your health with a free body composition analysis. We're talking a free look inside to see what you're really made of. How much body fat are you packing? What's the deal with that visceral fat? And if that's not enough, we've got giveaways, Awaken 180 approved snacks, and a chance to meet the Awaken 180 coaches. Ask them anything, or fire away your questions at Donnie and me. Weight loss, 2024 Black and Gold rookie expectations, no topic is off limits. This free open house event is from 5 to 7 this Tuesday at the Awaken 180 Mars location, just minutes off I-79 at the Cranberry exit. Feel free to bring a friend. Reserve your spot by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your game, all with the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel, not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Sun and clouds today, the high 86.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Hey, this is Carly, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Chicken Minis is the combination of flavors. The first thing I always taste is the honey butter. It gets me going in the morning. The Chicken Minis are phenomenal. The roll is soft, and the chicken is crispy. I never had chicken for breakfast before, but they were so good. I told my mom and sister about them, and now they're a family thing. It's the perfect breakfast bite.
Breakfast starts with Chicken Minis and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real customer paid for their testimonial.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give My Lowe's Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not a My Lowe's Rewards member? Join for free today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. JJ Redick was formally introduced as the Lakers head coach yesterday, and I'm not mad at the hiring of JJ, but what's more important is who he's coaching. A 40-year-old LeBron, a brittle Anthony Davis, and who else? Let me know when the Lakers get more talent. That's what will help JJ Redick sink or swim. I'm JR.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at your commute heading out of the South Hills. Traffic light delays at the key intersections, including Bousman Street heading into the Liberty Tubes. Parkway West getting heavy now past the 51 off-ramps into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Swissvale. And Route 28, that is mainly steady from Harmer to the north side. Same story for the main line Parkway North where the HOV lanes are open. And Route 65 with traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Spitzer Acura, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price. The Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you. Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here's the pitch. Swinging a ball blasted out to right field. Long home run for O'Neill Cruz. He hit that one on a line to the back of the seats in right. Home run number 11. And there's two of them back. It's 11-5.
Our buddy Dan Zangrilli called that, man.
Yes, he sure did.
He really did.
Whenever he was leaving yesterday after his segment, he said, just watch O'Neill Cruz. He'll have a little twinkle in his eye. We were like, huh?
A little twinkle? Why? Well, he's got Ellie on the other side. And he wants to show he's the better Cruz. And he said he might not have the same level of engagement against Atlanta. I think that's emblematic of what O'Neill Cruz has been so far in his still young, budgeting Major League Baseball career, is the inconsistency. And the fact that Dan called it does make me call into question his work ethic's not the right way to say it, but his focus.
Yeah, engagement.
His engagement is the best word for that. Yeah. Like, is he engaged? Interested in every game, 162, or is he going out there and letting his God-given natural ability, his 6'7", 250 frame, get the job done for him? And when he's in it, that sliding play was really good. I thought he was going to throw it into the 33rd row. Nope, perfect strike, and he hits that bomb. They ultimately lose the game. I don't know if he's having a good season or not. 729 OPS, 11 homers. I mean, those aren't embarrassing numbers, not by a big stretch, especially compared to, the rest of the Pirates. But Ellie De La Cruz has been better than him, not defensively. Ellie's got like 25 errors. He's on pace to have like 60 errors this year. It's incredible. But Ellie De La Cruz, he hit one real far last night. He's got 14 homers. He's got an 806 OPS. And he's also 3 years younger than O'Neill Cruz. I don't want to do the which De La or regular Cruz would you rather have? Which Dominican shortstop would you rather have? I don't want to do that. Has O'Neill Cruz been good enough, though, I guess, is the question.
I guess he's been good enough because of the injury. But whenever you have talent like that, you expect it to come through probably in a bigger way. But the engagement and the interesting worries me because, how much do you don't really care. You're just out there, making a paycheck and saying like, oh, look at me. Like I can turn on, turn it off whenever I want to. And that has a lot to do with, winning and losing and kind of knowing if if your team is good or not. Usually athletes, and this baseball's a little bit different, but like, some guys are out there for themselves. And they turn on, turn off when they want to. Some guys are out there for themselves and the team, and they know that if they play well, that the team will win, and then that will be, that will vault them to be a champion. I don't think that matters to Cruz if he ever makes it to a playoff or wins a series or wins a World Series. I guarantee that probably doesn't even come through his mind. Like, he doesn't care about that.
He's enigmatic. I don't understand him because I do think that the injury is not an excuse. You play 9 games last year. It's a reason for why he may have had that slow start. Like, baseball is a rhythm sport. You're either seeing fastballs and curveballs, or you're rehabbing your leg, and you're not seeing fastballs and curveballs. I think it explains a little bit of the slow start, and his OPS has been up over 800 since May 1st. But when you see what he did last night, it leaves you wanting more, to your point. And when he is engaged, as predicted by Zangrilli, he can be special. You are a 6'7" shortstop with power for days. And while the numbers are not embarrassing, especially in a league right now starved for offense, he's still the 8th best shortstop by OPS in the National League. There's only 15 teams, so he's middle of the pack OPS-wise. As far as home runs are concerned, he is 6th, so a little bit better than middle of the pack home run-wise for shortstops. Okay, he needs to be one of the best. And if he's not one of the best by next season, I think any and all criticisms are going to be warranted. I don't want to crush the guy right now because, again, his OPS is up over 800 since May 1st in a league where like 700 is the average OPS right now. But when you are 6'7" and you can hit a ball the opposite way out, when you can hit a ball to dead center out, when you can pull a mistake pitch into the river, it can't just be about, oh, he throws it really hard. It can't be all about exit velocity. Those need to be predictors of future success, and he needs to more regularly barrel the ball and hit the thing over the fence. Like, I think that's fair to say. Like, they need him. You have 3 legitimate hitters in your lineup, and I would consider him to be one of them. He needed to be a 30-homer guy this year. Maybe he can still get there.
I mean, so if you're Shelton and you have that one-on-one conversation, or you're Charrington or whoever is closest to him that is, a manager or coach on the team, and you have the conversation, they're like, we need you, man. Like, we need you to be engaged all the time. We need you to, try to play at your best all the time. How do you think he would respond to that? What do you think he would say back?
I don't know, because what I hear about him is he's just this real goofy guy.
He's young.
And he's young, and I'm saying that as, like, a good thing. Like, but you need to take it serious. Like, there needs to be a melding of Henry Davis, who takes it so seriously that he can't get out of his own head, and O'Neal Cruz, who everything seems to be a joke. You need to meld those two things.
And then you have Paul Skeens, who takes it very serious, who's younger.
Yeah. Oh, it can't be just an age thing. And
No.
like, immaturity is immature. I have friends who are my age that are a lot less mature, weirdly, if you listen to the show, than I am. I got 2 kids. I turn on radio guy and I go home, I got to be a dad. Like, there's maturity, then there's not maturity. I don't think age is always a maturity thing. Or maturity is always an age thing. I guess I should say it that way. You're right. Like Skeens, mature. Jared Jones, mature. I think Henry Davis is mature. He just needs to take some of the pressure off of him. O'Neal Cruz wants to be this lighthearted, fun guy in the clubhouse from everything that I understand, and that's all well and good. But Jared Jones was ticked off at him the other day because he wouldn't throw the ball back to him. Give me the bleeping ball, he said. O'Neal Cruz was in the outfield pantomiming catching the ball whenever the center fielder caught it 10 feet behind him in the Paul Skeens start the other day. If I'm Paul Skeens, I want to slap him upside the head because how many times have we seen balls drop in? How many times have we seen outfielders run into each other with the Pirates this year? Because you don't know who's calling off whom. So there is more there. You can be satisfied with the performance relative to the rest of the Pirates, and you can, like I have referenced, that he's had the above 800 OPS since May. But there's more there, and you need him to be engaged. And you're right, Derck Shelton, I don't know if he has. You need to talk to him.
It's his job to do that, to bring the most out of him, the best.
Almost every day he should be sitting down with him and keeping him focused.
Yes.
I had not thought about the engagement level thing until Zangrilli was talking about it yesterday, but that makes a ton of sense. I had thought the ups and downs have to do with missing a lot of baseball games last year. And again, I don't think you can dismiss that out of hand. But when Zangrilli called the performance, that's pretty telling to me. Oh, he's going to go to Cincinnati. It's a team in the division where they've got the Ellie De La Cruz, and he wants to go show out that he's better than him. And then what's he do? He hits a home run, and he has that great play? There's something to that. So, yeah, I would say Derck Shelton, man, it's incumbent upon you. Like, if you're a head coach and you don't get the best out of a Trevor Lawrence, Urban Meyer, you get fired.
Right.
Like the Los Angeles Chargers coach, you're gone.
Yes.
We'll bring in someone to replace you. You ain't getting the best out of the quarterback. You're not going to be here. This is for lack of a better way of saying it, this is the Pirates franchise quarterback, if it's not Skeens, but in terms of hitting.
Yes.
And while he's been pretty good, he can and should be elite. Elite. Give me at least Ellie De La Cruz numbers. And he's not running. He's not stealing bases. People said he could be a 30-30 guy. I'm not seeing that. I wonder if he's afraid to slide.
Maybe.
He's got 6 steals. He's played 168 games, more than a season. He's only got 19 steals. He legged out what would have been a double play yesterday. The speed is elite. It's top 5%. Got to be in Major League Baseball. Maybe better than that. He's not stealing bases. Now, I wonder if some of that is the baseball IQ side of things, too. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm very familiar with this type of athlete because a lot of them think that they have arrived, especially whenever you have a lot of talent and people tell you have a lot of talent and you're young. You think that you've arrived and you don't need to take things serious and you don't want to joke around. And it's like, okay, yeah, I'll be good. You know, I'm good enough. I'm good. Like I'm very familiar with these situations. Not saying that it's possibly I could be wrong here, but I'm just very, very in tune with what is going on with O'Neal Cruz after what Zane Grilly said and after what I saw last night and after watching him in some starts this year. He turns it on when he wants to, and he doesn't whenever he doesn't feel like he has to because he thinks he's arrived because he thinks he could do that. No, that's not the case.
And I wonder, Jack Sawinski kind of falls in that bucket a little bit too. I don't know if it's like an engagement thing or what, but
I think he's just struggling.
Yeah.
I think he's just struggling. I think his confidence is shot.
And once you lose your confidence, man,
it's hard to get back.
Yeah. And then when you look at O'Neal Cruz, there might be an overconfidence kind of deal or a cockiness. And I've heard he's a good guy, and he is important to that clubhouse. But good's not good enough when you were supposed to be the next one. And when we talk about this window of 5 years, we all want to focus on this starting pitching. He is as important, differently, but as important, there's no way around this, as Paul Skeens. Of course he is. Players don't look like that guy. A 6'7" shortstop with all that range, who throws the ball as hard as he does, who hits the ball as hard as he does. He's one of one. He's got Hall of Fame tools. Put it all together. He's a more talented Gregory Polanco.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I can't wait for 7 o'clock. Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Connor McDavid, despite being the captain of the losing team, won the Conn Smythe Trophy. Should he have? @_Adam Crowell, you can vote on that. The Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. We'll revisit Bob Nutting's comments one more time coming up next. Did he put the pressure on Derek Shelton? Did he pass the buck? We'll talk about it. But first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost 11-5 yesterday to the Cincinnati Reds in the first game of 3 in the series. Game 2 is today, same time, 7:10. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show is where our coverage starts. That'll be hosted by Dan Zangrilli at 6 o'clock sharp. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG injury lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit lgkg.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
ABC Fire Extinguisher Company is a local family-owned business that has been the region's trusted partner for all things fire protection and life safety, fire extinguishers, suppression systems, fire alarms, and monitoring, first aid restocking, and safety equipment maintenance. If your business needs any fire protection or life safety equipment, give ABC Fire a call at 412-821-9345 or visit them online at abcfire.com. ABC Fire Extinguisher Company, your one-stop safety shop.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Did somebody say free diamond bracelet? That's right. Diamonds Direct is expanding upon their best offer yet. Make any purchase this month and receive a free diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right. Any engagement ring, any diamond necklace, any timepiece. Purchase any item valued at $10,000 or more and receive a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Every purchase of $10,000 or more qualifies. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet ends June 30th. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Hurry into Ron Lewis Automotive in Cranberry, Pleasant Hills, and Waynesburg during the Make This the Summer event. Take advantage of Pittsburgh's lowest prices on over 500 new Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram with lease specials under $500 a month. Ron Lewis Automotive will earn your business with a beat-a-price promise. Bring a competitor's price to any Ron Lewis dealership, and we will beat it. Whether you shop us first or last, you'll get the best price at Ron Lewis Automotive. Start shopping at ronlewisautomotive.com. We have your keys.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. By AmericanEagle.com has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. From brakes to exhaust kits and beyond, eBay Motors has over 122 million parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home that kind of big win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
One more thing here on O'Neal Cruz. He's on pace for 23 homers and 189 strikeouts. I'd like more than 23 homers from my guy.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. Especially when you think about the rest of this lineup. And Andrew McCutchen's carrying his weight. Brian Reynolds is carrying his weight. And again, Cruz has not been bad, but 23 homers to me is just not good enough for him. It's just not. Now, the offense overall hasn't been good enough. Bob Nutting asked about, well, the goal for the end of this season.
Goal and confidence level making the playoffs. Like, is that the goal of this season? Did you
100%. We've shown it's attainable. I think you look at the results we've had from the mound. The pitching has been solid. Yeah. We have some very strong pitchers, but performing well. Obviously, we need more offense. We're a bottom-performing team in offensive production, and that's, you all know that as much as I do. We're fully aware of that. We know the areas that need to improve. Some of that has to come from organic improvement from our players now. Has to. And you've seen a couple of bounce backs. We know that is true. And how much of it comes from within the organization and outside the organization, I think, is exactly what Ben's working on.
He was not asked about hitting. And he had all the talking points on the hitting.
Mm-hmm.
So my guess is that Andy Haynes will be, if they don't make the playoffs, at least, I think he'll be the sacrificial lamb. And I don't even know that I want to call him that or the scapegoat, because I do think he probably would deserve to be fired. In fact, he does. He deserved to be fired right now. They're not hitting at all.
Last year.
I mean, he's just been bad. They've been bad. They don't hit the ball. And guys who were okay elsewhere come here and are worse. And guys here who you need to develop haven't really been developing. So I don't even know that he's a scapegoat. I don't know if he's a sacrificial lamb. He probably just deserves to go. But how about Derek Shelton and Ben Cherington? Because these signings that Ben Cherington made have not worked out. And Derek Shelton's got a team right now that's 4 games under 500 when the owner now says the goal is 100% to make the playoffs. I think Bob Nutting put a lot of pressure on those two guys. And an educated guess from things we've heard is that Shelton probably has 1 more year after this year on his contract. They don't like to pay multiple managers. But I do wonder if they don't make the playoffs, if some heads would roll. That to me was a lot of pressure from the owner publicly on a couple of guys.
How do you feel? Who has more pressure, Shelton or Cherington?
I think it's Shelton, based on something Zane Grilly said yesterday. He said one thing he knows Bob Nutting hates is when there are players who underperform. Like, he cuts the checks, in a lot of people's minds, not big enough checks, but players who have had success elsewhere that come in here and don't perform well, it ticks him off. When players leave here and perform better, it ticks him off. So Ben Cherington brought in guys who, they all haven't worked out. Like, basically across the board have not worked out, with the exception, really, of Aroldis Chapman. Have not worked out. That's got to fall on the manager then, right? If guys who have track records come in here and perform woefully below their career averages, that's got to be on the manager.
For sure.
So I would guess him.
I'm kind of with you.
I can't believe that he kind of went Steinbrenner, that he kind of went Jerry Jones. And Pompiani was arguing yesterday that maybe he didn't want to talk. It was just the Sheets thing. I don't know, man. Like, you can get...
He was ready.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he gets prepped for these things.
Oh, yeah.
This is when you have a PR team. They give you all the questions that could possibly be asked, and he was ready. And some of the questions he brought up on his own.
Just like that one right there. Just like that one right there. What is your goal? 100% the goal is to make the playoffs. ... The hitting sucks, basically. He didn't have to go down that path. He also didn't have to say the goal 100% is to make the playoffs. We're showing improvement. We're excited about the trajectory of the team. Yada, yada, yada. How many times have general managers done that? How many times have owners done that? Omar Khan, Kevin Colbert, Kyle Dubas does a little bit of that. Ron Hextall did a lot of that. Now, Jim Rutherford didn't. He would just give it to you straight. But all these other guys, Neil Huntington, my God, they talk around everything. Bob Nutting's a really smart guy. That's how you have bajillions of dollars. You're a very smart man. He didn't bring anything up there he did not want to bring up. And thus, if they don't make the playoffs, I don't know that it's definitely going to be Derek Shelton's head that rolls, but I can't rule it out now at this point. And I think Andy Haynes, if they don't make the playoffs, is gone.
Yes.
No questions asked.
Yes.
Oscar Marine probably safe. The pitching staff's mostly been really, really good this year, particularly the starters. And Ben Cherington, I think, based on what Zane Grilly said, Nutting probably views Cherington as, okay, he had a certain budget. He got guys with track record. They have underperformed. He probably doesn't put that as much on Ben, I guess. Like, who has developed? Brian Reynolds is fine. Been very good of late. Andrew McCutchen, you ain't coaching him.
Right.
Go out there and be Andrew McCutchen. But Key Brian Hayes has gotten worse.
Worse. Swincy, worse.
I don't know how you don't put it on the manager more than even the GM. Like, we talked about things he could have done. Like, he could have had Carlos Santana in here, but Carlos Santana at the plate, having a better year hitting the baseball in Minnesota than he had here in Pittsburgh. Wonder why that might be. Like, I'd still rather have him because he's a better glove, and I still think he'd be a better bat than big fat guy.
Tell us.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Rowdy. I forgot your name for a second there, so I used the only description I had. He'd be better than that guy. I don't know that he'd be having as good of a year, and I think that kind of crystallizes the whole thing here.
Yes.
Where Derek Shelton and Eddie Haynes, they're not doing a good job with any of these hitters. I can't get around Michael A. Taylor had 21 homers last year, and now he might be the worst offensive outfielder in the damn sport. And if he's not, it's because Jack Sawinski on his own team is worse than him. Your thoughts on all this at 412-928-9370 on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Connor McDavid wins the Conn Smythe despite the Oilers not winning the Stanley Cup. We'll get to that at 7 o'clock. But another question about the Stanley Cup Final when we come back. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Florida Panthers avoided embarrassment yesterday and beat the Edmonton Oilers 2-1 in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals to win this series. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost the first of 3 games in a series to the Cincinnati Reds yesterday. Game 2 of that 3-game series is tonight at 7:10. You can listen right here on The Fan. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway East now stacked solid from Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, you get heavy around Carnegie, and then it's jammed heading up the hill toward the Green Tree ramps. And then again, as you approach the runaway truck sand pile into the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28 looking pretty good for you, so's the Parkway North. Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing traffic light delays on Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard at the McKees Rocks Bridge intersection. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, UJ Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Summer is here, and it's time to kick it off in style with a brand new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. The Hyundai Tucson is your perfect summer companion with its sleek design, advanced technology, and top-of-the-line safety features. And right now, you can lease the new 2024 Tucson SE AWD from Bowser Hyundai for just $289 a month. And remember, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends June 30th. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Adam Crowley here for Leaf Filter. Out of all the things we do to maintain and protect our homes, getting up on a ladder to clean out the gutters is the last thing I want to do. I think it's the last thing anybody wants to do. Whether you're tired of unclogging gutters or you don't even know what your gutters look like from above, it's time to upgrade to a permanent solution with Leaf Filter. Right now, you can save up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. You could try to unclog your gutters yourself, but do-it-yourself and store-bought solutions might be cheaper up front, but they can cost you more in the long run with maintenance, repair, or replacement. Protect your home and never clean out your gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection and get up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's a free inspection and up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/KDKA. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount, 1 discount per household.
2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. Medical benefits, sign-on bonus, and top pay in the industry. Visit careers.2men.com. What are you waiting for? Get off the couch, get moving, and change your life.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Where 2 rivers converge, a third emerges. Stronger,
and more united than ever before. And a community, hard as steel, built over generations, rises for the new day ahead. Vibrant, dedicated, innovative. Today, we have a chance for a brighter future right here in Pennsylvania. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel coming together as one. U.S. Steel's partnership with Nippon Steel means no layoffs, means no plant closures, means $1.4 billion in new investments for the future. And best of all, it means U.S. Steel's headquarters will stay right here in Pennsylvania. Built for innovation, built for Pennsylvania, built for generations to come. The U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel partnership is the future of American steel.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Reinhart on the counter. Sam Reinhart scores!
Game-winning goal, Stanley Cup Final, Sam Reinhart. Connor McDavid held pointless in the second consecutive game, but he wins the Conn Smythe, had 42 points in 27 games. We'll talk more about that coming up in 10 minutes. The 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I asked you this question before the show, Doran. Would you rather your team just lose in a sweep or be up 3-0, blow it, or be down 3-0, come all the way back, and then not win Game 7?
Definitely be down 3-0 and then come back and lose Game 7.
Really?
Because it gives you life. It's like, oh my gosh, we have a chance. Oh my gosh, we really have a chance. Oh my goodness, we're actually here. We're neck and neck. And then to lose, 2-1, I guess that it is tough, but you were just so close, and you just can't help but respect the players that fought and gave you a show longer than you anticipated at the time where you thought the game was going to be over after one more game when they were up 3-0.
I have to respect the players. I'll agree with that. I mean,
and you
big
get
time.
more hockey. You
do.
If you're a real hockey fan,
until
you get
basically
more hockey.
July.
Right.
The weird thing about all that is, I think hockey is as regional, really, a sport as you're going to find. I don't know that fans of the Columbus Blue Jackets are great fans necessarily of the sport. I don't want to put anyone in a box,
right.
But you like the Blue Jackets. I love my Blue Jackets.
Or Florida.
Or, frankly, Florida. But I'm thinking a team that's not in it. When you hand out the trophy this far after the season, I think you're losing more and more fans the further you go along, right?
No doubt.
You don't have hockey on your brain if you're a Columbus Blue Jackets fan. It's just crazy to me that they hand out the Stanley Cup on June 24th. But that's beside the point. I get what you're saying. You want to see your team push. You want that feeling of hope. We got a shot. That belief. I think Oilers fans going into last night probably thought they were going to win the Stanley Cup.
No doubt.
Right?
Yes.
I think I would have rather had my team swept. Because in Game 3, you lose, and then it kind of sets in, we're not going to win the Stanley Cup. And then you sleep on it, and you sleep on it another day, and you get ready for Game 4, and you're like, I hope they win, but if they lose, I've kind of become resigned to my fate. But they battled all the way back, and then they lose, really in heartbreaking fashion by one goal. And my God, did they have their chances in the third period, and you teased me, basically. You were a tease. You took your top off slowly, and then you left. That's what happened here.
You don't want to see your team get swept. I mean, that's just terrible.
How about a gentleman's sweep? How about you lose in 4 games? I would rather lose in 5 games rather than 7 games. That sucked. If you're an Oilers fan, imagine. How about all those people that went? All those people that went to South Florida?
Well, they get to go to the beach.
That's true.
Hey, you just make it a vacation. I mean,
do you think sunscreen in Edmonton and Alberta, whatever Alberta, thank you, the province. Do you think they're selling more sunscreen now than they ever have before?
Yes.
10,000 people flying back from South Florida. They had to have gotten burned. I get what you're saying.
I mean, it just gives you life. And it's like, wow, we actually have a chance. And whenever you don't have a chance, and then it's just demoralizing. You just absolutely get dominated. And then you got to think about next season, too. So, like, knowing that they fought back in the Stanley Cup Final, it's like, okay, like we add a little bit. Hey, we go here, we do this. We'll be right back again, and we'll have another chance. We have the best player in the world.
They do have that, and there is no doubt about that. I will say, on that Reinhart goal that we played coming in, buddy, Skinner, make a save.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God, make a save. Goes right through the armpit. You got to have that one. Screen, I don't care. You got to make that save. No one's talking about that. Everyone's talking about Florida. Everyone's talking about McDavid. You got to make that save. You have to. Oh, my God, in that moment. Jeez. All right. So, Connor McDavid wins the Conn Smythe Trophy for playoff MVP, but he goes pointless in the final 2 games of the Stanley Cup Final. Should he have won the Conn Smythe Trophy? Give us a ring, 412-928-9370. Best caller on that subject wins 2 tickets to see Bret Michaels with Chris Jansen at the Pavilion at Star Lake on Saturday, July 13th. 412-928-9370. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, 24 Silverado LT Crew Cab up to $7,500 in rebates. Full terms and qualifications, sunchevy.com.
Good morning. It's comfortable this morning with out-the-door temperatures in the 50s. Highs today will soar to the mid to upper 80s, though. I have temperatures near 80 at noon, with Pittsburgh hitting 87 for today's high. While not everyone's going to see some rain, there is going to be a rain chance this afternoon, with places northwest of Pittsburgh having the best chance to see it. Severe storms, including a risk of tornadoes, are expected Wednesday afternoon. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Here's some important information from businesses that support 93.7 The Fan. Summertime savings is always hot at Salem's Market on Center in the Hill District. From fresh produce, halal meats, deli, and special treats. Stop by and see for yourself. 1850 Center Avenue. Salem's is your passport to global cuisine. Get in the swing of things this golf season with these Going Low sponsors. Slippery Rock Golf Club in Slippery Rock and Chestnut Ridge Golf Course in Blairsville. Then watch golf or wash away a bad round at Hope's Place. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing and now serving the McKeesport community. Find their new branch on 36th Street in McKeesport. Learn about all the benefits of a credit union and how you can join for just $5 at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. For more information, go to 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're back with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Last month you said more to come, so
last month we introduced our free 3RP lease protection program.
Another Three Rivers exclusive, and
now everyone can shop Three Rivers completely renovated outdoor customer-centric facilities. We've renovated both our new and pre-owned outdoor showrooms. New lighting, banners, window graphics, 24/7 lot access, immediate price quotes, and free 3RP. We remain Pittsburgh's lease leader that's customer-centric, customer-centered shopping.
Customers can cruise the lot after regular hours and Sundays.
That's right, and during the Make This the Summer of Dodge event, you can drive a new 2024 Dodge Hornet from as low as $289 a month.
To experience Three Rivers customer-centric car shopping and get all the details, shop jeepofpittsburgh.com or get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky.
We are Pittsburgh's customer-centered Dodge store.
Join Allegheny County Parks every weekend, now through September 1st for the 2024 Summer Concert Series. Each week, you'll have the chance to enjoy live music on Fridays at South Park Amphitheater and Sundays at Heartwood Acres Amphitheater. Each concert's free and starts at 7:30 p.m. Local food trucks, craft beer, and wine will all be on site at concerts, starting at 6 p.m. For the full lineup, visit AlleghenyCounty.us/special events.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Time's running out on those crazy window deals. You've seen them, right? Buy one, get 17 free. Well, that's where Pella is different. No gimmicks, no tricks, just unmatched quality. With Pella, what you see is what you get. Durable, energy-efficient windows. So why put your money and faith into a company whose promotional offer sounds too good to be true? Right now, get 45% off installation or 0% interest for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
At Spitzer Acura, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price. The Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports of an accident now on the inbound Parkway West, right around the 2230 ramps. Traffic seems to be moving well there, according to the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam. Meanwhile, you do have slowdowns from I-79 down past Carnegie, and then you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 steady for the most part, a little heavy as you pass the 31st Street Bridge. Off-ramp, Parkway North remains up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The winner of the Conn Smythe Trophy is a player who has been the most valuable for the entire playoff run. The player who is going to be given the Conn Smythe this year led the playoffs in scoring and broke Wayne Gretzky's assist record for playoffs. The winner of the Conn Smythe is Connor McDavid.
Oh, man. 42 points in 25 playoff games. I think I said 27 before. 42 and 25. One of the best postseasons of all time. Broke Wayne Gretzky's assist record in the postseason. He was remarkable. He had 2 consecutive 4-point games in the Stanley Cup Final, did Connor McDavid. By the way, the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. I said it, I think, last Friday. You got to give him the Conn Smythe. He's been that good. They're not in this position. The comeback is not on if Connor McDavid is not as good as Connor McDavid has been. But he has 0 points in his last 2 games. And I'm sorry for waffling here and changing my opinion, but a lot of people were calling this the biggest hockey game ever. And he no-showed. 2 shots on goal. No assists, no goals, nada, zilch, bupkis. Florida deserves credit for taking him out of it, understandably so. But it ain't like he hasn't gotten the attention in every single game, every single shift that he's played in these playoffs. He did nothing. I would have given the Conn Smythe to Bobrovsky, who was excellent in the third period of this game. And I think you have to weigh the money games more. This is as money as it gets, and he no-showed. I would not have given him, I would not have voted for him to win the Conn Smythe, Doran.
Yeah, the whole situation where I would have voted for him to win was if he completed the series and just fell short. But the fact that he didn't have any points in the last game, didn't have any points last night. I mean, if he would have scored the one goal that they had, I probably would have felt better of giving it to him.
I agree with that.
But to no-show, like that, to me, you got to give it to somebody at least on the winning team. And I agree with Bobrovsky. He was fantastic. But to no-show, that's tough. That's tough. He had fantastic throughout the playoffs.
Imagine the criticism that LeBron James would get.
Exactly.
If they came from behind and he misses a three-pointer to win the game. That would be all anybody nationally the talking heads would talk about. Stephen A. Smith, you can't give him the MVP?
And especially the perception of it and being in Florida. And to have those fans so excited that they won the Cup and to hear you played the clip and you hear the boos. Like, I would be pissed if, say the Penguins played whoever and they gave the MVP. Say the Penguins won Game 7 here for the Stanley Cup and they gave the MVP to somebody else. You know how mad fans would be in Pittsburgh?
Yes. The Penguins are your Stanley Cup champion, and now your Conn Smythe winner, Henrik Zetterberg.
Right.
Pavel Datsyuk.
Right.
Or Pekka Rinne.
Exactly. Exactly. That's another part of it. Like, you're in Florida. They win. They come through. I mean, that's
and that win is stones. And he got them there. He helped get them there, Connor McDavid did. But it's the same conversation we had when the Penguins missed the playoffs, not this year, but the year before. And the top six was healthy. And Sidney Crosby was really good. And we were blaming people. They didn't make the playoffs. Okay, who's to blame? Well, we couldn't blame Crosby, right? At least in the week leading up to it. This is not Crosby's fault. But in that game that they lost to the Chicago Blackhawks in, Sidney Crosby didn't do jack crap.
Right.
And you win that game, you beat Columbus at the end of the year, you make the playoffs. He got them there, did not do enough in those moments, and so he had to wear some of the blame. Connor McDavid's got to wear some of the blame. And then there's this really stupid thing that they do where they hand out the Conn Smythe Trophy or you vote on it 10 minutes before the game's over. How stupid is that? It's Canadian. They don't know what they're doing. They haven't won a cup since 1993. It's ridiculous. Connor McDavid, he could have been, I guess because they had already determined it was going to be Connor McDavid.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. 10 minutes left, whatever. Like, I would wait till the end of the damn game. Like, if he scores to tie it, scores in overtime, then yes, of course. If he scores and it goes to overtime and they lose, yes, of course. But it's like Barry Bonds going 0 for 5 in Game 7 of a World Series where he hit 6 home runs the rest of the World Series. Like, do something in the money game.
Yes, that's the money game. It's the game that matters. It's the game that you win the championship. You have to show up if you are warranted of winning something like that. You have to show up. And he didn't. And I don't think he was warranted. And I changed my opinion. I was waffling as well. I would have given it to him going up until the last game, and then he didn't have any points. He didn't do anything. And in this game, he didn't do anything. So it's kind of hard for me to say that he deserved to win that.
Yes.
It's very hard. Now, he's a fantastic player.
Oh, my God.
Like that. Without all that being said, I mean, he is the face of the NHL.
No question about that.
And moving forward for a long time.
And the eye test is different to me than accomplishment. I don't think, certainly now, because this was a massive missed opportunity, that Connor McDavid will ever be as decorated a player as Sidney Crosby. No, he's won 3 MVPs, so he's got the individual accolades. No, he's an Art Ross guy all the time. He's probably going to win a few more of those at the very least. But he's not going to have 3 Stanley Cup championships.
What year is this for him?
He's been in the league for like a decade now.
Wow.
His career, man, is going really quick, I think. It feels like it's flying
8.
by. You might be 9 years. Split the difference. So he's played 9 years.
And it took Crosby 4 years to win a cup?
Crosby won it in year 3.
3.
And he was there in year 4. Yeah, you're right, year 4. Because he broke in, then they lost to Ottawa, and then they lost in the Stanley Cup Final to Detroit, and then they won. So year 4, yeah, good point. And it's tough. He's only going to be 28 years old, got a long career ahead of him. But if you look at Gretzky, if you look at Lemieux, if you look at all the greats of all time, more often than not, you're winning your championships in your 20s.
Yes.
And he's not cheap. And Draisaitl's not cheap. And I don't think the roster's all that good around those guys. So all credit to him for getting them to that point because he was elite. However, when you needed him most, he was a complete and utter total no-show. I'll stop short of calling him a fraud because of everything else that he did, but he was a total no-show. My eye test, what I was going to say is, just watching him, he's a better two-way player now than he's ever been at any other point in his career, which it took a while for Crosby to develop that. As far as an offensive force, eye test, statistically, better offensive player than Crosby has ever been.
Yes.
The Crosby's most points he ever had in a season was 120. He was on pace to have 130-some-odd points before David Steckel took him out in that Winter Classic, where he had 32 goals and 66 points in 41 games. My God. But McDavid had 153 points in 2022. He had 132 points this year. He had 123 points in 2021. He's the best player in the sport.
Yes.
But he's never going to be as decorated as Crosby. And I'd be lying if I said I did not take a little bit of delight in that. I threw my Penguins cap on today. Sidney Crosby. Watch the throne, baby.
I wonder how Crosby, honestly.
Great question.
I mean, ultimate pro, and I know that people will be like, he loves the game. He loves, he's the ultimate teammate and ultimate supporter. I'm willing to bet that he's kind of laughing a little bit. Not laughing, but like, oh, okay.
It probably doesn't bother him that McDavid lost.
There you go. Thank you. It doesn't bother him.
Yeah. I think he understands greatness, and he loves the history of the sport. And so if McDavid won, I think he would go, yeah,
that's awesome.
He deserves it. That's awesome, yeah. But I don't think it hurts him that he lost.
Nope.
Pony said this weekend, somehow he ran into a member of the a player from the 1993 Montreal Canadiens who said that they were rooting for Edmonton to lose because they want to be the last Canadian team to win the Cup.
Mm-hmm.
There was a picture of Lemieux, of Crosby, and McDavid back when I think McDavid was playing for Erie. And, I mean, you talk about a photo with talent.
Man.
Oh, my God.
Man.
And Connor McDavid looked like he was about 4. So did Crosby in that picture, actually. But the reason I bring up the 93 Canadian team is it's like the Dolphins. When teams, finally lose a game in the regular season, they pop that champagne, Mercury Morris, and all that. I bet you Crosby's like, yeah.
Well, didn't Larry Zonka, wasn't it just like last week? Wasn't he ranting about we were the best team ever?
Yeah.
Or something like that.
They have a ton of pride in that. Hey, they should. Why not? You got a thing? Keep the thing. But I do wonder. I think McDavid's going to win one eventually. Right?
Man, it's hard. We saw Florida do it last year to this year. I get it. And we've seen the Penguins do it. We've seen teams do it before. But it is hard. And you just said, they cost a lot of money. The Draisaitl, his teammate, it is very, very hard. And you get there and you smell that and you want to get back so bad. But so is every other team wants to, too.
Do you feel bad for him at all because of that?
I do.
Yeah.
I do, because I know that he tried every ounce of effort that he could give as a hockey player. From just thinking back whenever he was little and probably shooting his garage and breaking his parents' stuff and doing this, just dreaming to be like Mario Lemieux or Wayne Gretzky or Sidney Crosby. And you finally get to that moment and you're regarded as this big-time player and maybe one of the best of all time, at least in that realm. And you get that close to smelling it. And you fight back the whole series to bring your team, to will your team back. And you get right there. It's in reaching distance to grab that trophy. And it slips out of your hand. That's tough.
And he did not affect the game positively.
Right.
Which I'm sure he is absolutely killing himself for.
Yes.
No doubt about that. I think Lemieux and McDavid are the two probably most talented players I've ever seen. You can't take away from Gretzky's talent. I think Lemieux was more talented because he was this physical freak. And I was 6'7". Oh, my God.
6'8" on skates.
Yes. I mean, he was a pterodactyl out there, this guy. And the way that he skated and just gliding and his shot and everything. Lemieux could do everything. Everything. 5 goals, 5 different ways. But Crosby's more accomplished than Lemieux from a winning standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to ultimately be more accomplished than McDavid. The same way that Gretzky is more accomplished than Lemieux, even though I think most would argue that Lemieux was the more prodigious talent. So where do you come down on the Conn Smythe thing at 412-928-9370? McDavid loses, doesn't have a point in his final 2 games, but wins the Conn Smythe. You okay with it? 412-928-9370. There is precedent for this. I think 5 Conn Smythe winners have been named for losing teams. Most recently, J.S. Giguère in 2003 for the Anaheim Ducks. Before that, 1987, it was Ron Hextall who was deemed the most valuable player of the playoffs when the Flyers, of course, did not win the Stanley Cup. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Best caller wins a pair of tickets to a show at Star Lake on July 13th. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money from you, for you. Calls next. But first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
The Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds they're going to play in the second game of the 3-game series tonight at 7:10. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 6 o'clock. It's going to be hosted by Dan Zangrilla. It's the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Pirates lost the first game of the series yesterday, 11-5. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toe the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
The dog days of summer are coming, and it's going to get hot. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support our furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? On America's birthday weekend? Why not stop by America's #1 brakes destination? Right now, you can save 15% when you buy a set of OE quality Duralast pads and rotors, and up to 50% when you bundle Shop Pro brake cleaner and brake fluid with Silglide brake lubricant. It's just part of our 4th of July sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call.
If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NBA Draft is tomorrow. It actually takes place Wednesday and Thursday in Brooklyn, and maybe you forgot because we don't know who half of these guys are. Well, maybe some of the college guys. But to be blunt, we have no Victor Wembanyama in this draft. And the reality is, the most talked about prospect is Bronny James. Enjoy the draft if you recognize anybody. I'm JR.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the inbound Parkway West. Solid delays from the Green Tree off-ramp all the way down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Out of the South Hills, very heavy traffic light delays approaching the intersection with Nobles Lane, and then again between Edgebrook Avenue and Bousman Street toward the Liberty Tubes. Parkway East, you are jammed before Wilkinsburg. Route 28 and the Parkway North are mainly steady. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, this is Matt Spiegel, and on my podcast, The PBP, Voices of Baseball, we learn how the best broadcasters in the game, like the Reds' John Sadak, try to capture the greatness of the best players, like Ellie Dela Cruz.
He's a video game character. I mean, he is so athletic, and I think each moment is its own living entity, and I try to just match whatever that moment is.
The PBP, Voices of Baseball. We bring you the people who bring you the game. Find us on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here's Reinhardt on the counter. Sam Reinhardt
scores! Sidney Crosby has 2 Conn Smythe trophies and has won the Stanley Cup 3 times. Chiseled his name on there thrice, Doran. Thrice. Connor McDavid has his name on there 0 times. Should he have won the Conn Smythe Trophy? He did. He did win it. One of the best postseasons of all time in terms of the points accrued, 42 in 25 games. He had the all-time playoff assist record. He took that from Wayne Gretzky. Did he deserve to win the Conn Smythe Trophy? 412-928-9370. Shall we go to calls, Doran?
Yes.
Jason in Bethel Park, good morning.
Hey, how are you doing, guys?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to find out. I hear you guys talking about Connor McDavid, and he definitely deserved what he got, the accolades that he got. But that Conn Smythe Trophy.
Sorry, Jason. Let's go to Nicholas in Charleston, who hopefully has a functioning cell phone. Hi, Nicholas.
Hey, guys. My cell phone is functioning. I think McDavid did deserve the MVP. He had more points in the playoffs than most guys get in the entire season and broke a Gretzky record. When are we ever going to see that again? Bob was benched. MVP goalies don't get benched in the finals. And finally, I think the fans should have shown some more class for witnessing greatness in one of the most entertaining series in a while.
Nicholas, that's a good point, and thank you so much for the call. I'll put you on hold. Maybe you win the tickets to the July 13th concert. Should fans have booed McDavid getting the Conn Smythe Trophy?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
You're taking away from from their moment. to give it to somebody else. Why did you take the time to give it to a losing team, a player of a losing team? This is our moment. So now we have to wait, and now we have to cheer for somebody who lost? No, we are in Florida. We're in, what'd you say, Sunrise, Florida? What's it called? Sunrise, Florida, in our arena. But now we have to, we got to wait, and we got to cheer, and we got to be good sportsmen because you're going to give a trophy, which is usually, it's very uncommon to give a trophy, an award to a player on the other team that lost? Get the hell out of here. No way.
I remember some in Nashville booing when the Penguins were hoisting the Stanley Cup. That's too far for me, though. Hey, you got to give the team that wins the cup just due if that team wins on the opposing ice. Like, the fans in Detroit applauded when the Penguins hoisted the cup. Did not get that in Nashville. But I can be with you on the Conn Smythe thing. You're a loser, and we're going to give you the Conn Smythe trophy? I understand it's a playoff award.
They did it before that they, did the cup. Yeah, exactly. How you'd be so mad. I could just see you right now. So mad.
I think I would.
Oh.
This dork, they're going to take away from our moment. Yeah, I would have done that. Yeah. You're right about that. I do like the call from Nicholas, though, the leader in the clubhouse, although he was one of one because the first guy's phone sucked. Rob in Chicago, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Before I make a comment on the Conn Smythe, you got to remember with Lemieux and Gretzky, there was an unwritten rule that you did not hit him. Never did he ever take the abuse that Lemieux.
Well, he had some dudes around him, too, that would beat your ass into a pulp.
Exactly. He had about 5 Canadian farm boys that would smoke you if you touched him. But as far as the Conn Smythe goes, I think Gary Bettman took advantage of the chance to market Connor McDavid. He's the new face of the NHL.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Crosby and the other guys are getting phased out.
He didn't vote on it, though. Yeah, that was a writer thing. And I think the writers fell victim to that. I think they became prisoner of the moment in that, but that wasn't a Bettman thing.
As far as production in the last 2 games, yeah, I see what you guys are saying, but it's hard to argue with his point production in the playoffs, though.
It is tough to argue with it, although we are doing that. And thank you for the call, Rob. It's a good call. Again, I'll bring it back to the LeBron analogy. If LeBron misses the game-winning 3, and it's tough to, have the analogy with basketball, but because he's going to score, but he misses the game-winning 3, that's all anybody's talking about. You're an all-time great. You missed the biggest shot. You can't be MVP.
Or if LeBron was lighting it up throughout the series, and then the last game or the last 2 games, he had no assists, no rebounds, no points.
Yeah.
It's kind of
you can't be MVP then. Sorry, great postseason. You either win or you lose. And I get that Florida was the much better team. But people have brought this up. Well, Crosby went pointless in games 6 and 7 in 2009. That's true. Well, Crosby only had 6 points in 6 games in 2008. That's true. But those Red Wings teams were night and day so much better than this Florida Panthers team. Like, so much better. Mm-hmm. Those were dynastic teams that were littered with Hall of Famers, and Crosby was just coming into his own. This is year 9 for Connor McDavid. And while that's a great Florida Panthers team, the Detroit Red Wings of the 2000s, it is not. So you can't draw the analogy there, I don't think. Jack in Newcastle, hello.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. Yeah, just chipping in on the McDavid thing there. We did watch history. He's in the top 5 now. I'm mixed. I've been watching hockey since Hextall was the first loser trophy since '87, and it should go to the guys that win. But Bobrovsky's numbers were worse than Skinner, so where do you sit with that?
He was that third period, though, to me, man, is the deciding factor. You talk about the big moments. I thought he was really, 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 really good in that third period. I mean, he was not good in the previous 3 games, but you got to win 4. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. Hey, McDavid, you got to win 4, which means you got to show up for at least 4. He didn't. Sorry. That matters. 412-928-9370. I do think it's the greatest Flyer thing ever that they had 2 guys in 1976 and in 1987 that won the Conn Smythe despite their team losing. Have won the Cup since 1975. You love it.
Yes.
You love it.
Yes.
We can take more calls on this later, but right now, I say we give Nicholas from Charleston those tickets. Although he lives in Charleston, what are we going to do? He can't win the... I don't know. Hey, Nicholas, you're live on the air again. Do you live in Pittsburgh, or what's your deal?
Hey, guys, I grew up there. My father-in-law lives there. We come up all the time, so I could absolutely be there for the event.
All right, we're putting you back on hold. Congratulations, Nicholas. You get to see Brett Michaels and Chris Jansen at the Pavilion on Star Lake Saturday, January 13th. How about that?
There we go.
Coming up next, oh, yeah, Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? I'm guessing there's going to be some hockey trivia in there. But I feel like the wheels are turning in my gourd here.
You're good?
Yeah, if he's going to ask hockey questions, I think we're going to answer them correctly.
All right, let's go.
Or we'll choke like Connor McDavid.
Right, exactly.
Right now, we've got a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost yesterday 11-5 to the Cincinnati Reds in the first of 3 games in the series. Game 2 is tonight, same time as yesterday, 7:10. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage starts at 6 o'clock, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
There is so much this summer that Schultz Ford has to offer. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about them. Oh, first of all, there's the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and down in Wheeling. And by the way, a lot of people buying cars down in Wheeling. That's awesome. Always online too, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory. I was just at 2 of the locations. Stopped out at Wexford, went over to Harmer, said hello to some of my friends that are working there, and so much inventory of all the Fords that you're looking for. Mobile service, that's great. Let's say something goes wrong or you need a tune-up of some sort. They'll come out and they'll do it right there in your driveway if that can happen. How about pickup and delivery? You need that? They'll come grab your car, take it, service it, bring it right back. That's spectacular. So check out SchultzFord.com for everything you need. Richard Bazzi and his staff have you covered. Again, all those locations and always online at SchultzFord.com.
Don't let your family and your valuables be easy targets for criminals. Get help from Guardian Protection, Pittsburgh's hometown security company. Right now, homeowners can unlock a free security camera with Guardian's professionally installed and monitored home security system that deters break-ins and detects early warning signs of fire and water damage. Visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Hey, Donnie Football here. Did you take Awaken 180 up on dropping 40 by the 4th? If you did, next week you'll reach that goal. Congratulations. If you didn't call Awaken 180, why not do it now? Fast weight loss, easy weight loss, and then free support for life.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today. Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
One more McDavid note. So in 1993, the Canadiens won the Stanley Cup, last Canadian team to win the Stanley Cup. Wayne Gretzky led the playoffs in points. 5th most points in a playoff run all time. He didn't win the Conn Smythe. Why? He didn't win the damn championship!
Yep.
Come on now! All right, joining us now is Southside Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating. Hello, Jake!
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Pretty good.
You know he's off camera.
I gotta agree with you.
You got the chaw in, right? You don't want it to be on. Oh no, you don't.
No, I don't got the chaw on today.
Well, center yourself in the
how's
damn
that?
frame.
There we go.
Oh, there we go. How about
So
that?
you agree McDavid should not have won the Conn Smythe?
Yeah, I mean, it was just a marketing opportunity NHL could not get past. I mean, come on. I mean, there was nobody that had the numbers, outrageous numbers that could compete with that, but you don't win. You don't lose and win. I'm sorry.
I like the way you just put that.
Yeah.
You don't lose and win. All right, what do you got for us from a trivia standpoint, my friend?
All right, fellas. First question for you. Any former Penguin players that played in this Stanley Cup Final?
Yeah, you had Evan Rodriguez.
CC.
Cody Ceci. I would have forgotten about him. Dmitry Kulikov.
I think that's it.
I think it's 3 for 3.
Boom. You guys got it.
Let's
There
go!
you go.
You said that we're going to be on it today.
You're taking me to Cici's Pizza to celebrate.
I thought I was going to get you at the Cody CC for sure.
Nope.
You would have got me. Not sneaking one past our goalie over there.
Yep.
Darn. Good call, man. Good call. All right. Next one we got here. Oh, okay. All 5 of the Pirates World Series championships, what do they have in common?
Game 7 victories.
You guys are on fire.
We're back!
Actually, you know what? I got to give credit to Pony on that one. I was listening yesterday, and he mentioned that. I said, man, that is a heck of a trivia question.
What,
So,
1909,
kudos Pony on that one.
1925, 1960, 71, and 79. Yeah, all Game 7. Bang! Let's go! You're already a loser!
Yep.
I am. I lost already. You don't lose and win.
Right.
So,
Generally, the third question is the one that you've devised that's going to make us look the worst. So let us hear it. Let us have it.
most Game 7 wins by an NBA player.
Oh. I'm going to phone a friend.
Okay.
Is it going to be like Robert Horry?
That's what I was thinking.
That's the one that pops into mind. I can't.
No.
It's not him.
Who's the most championships as a player, boys?
Russell.
Boom.
3 for 3.
Moving and grooving.
Hey, Crowley, you're off. Are you off for a while now, or where
I
you going?
am.
Wait a minute. You're going to Nashville for the NASCAR race this weekend, aren't you?
I am not. Are you?
I am.
See, let me look at this. Look at this. That's like one of those things. It's like Michael Scott going, "Hey, happy birthday." It's not my birthday. Oh, I thought you and I shared the same birthday.
Right.
I feel like that's what you did.
No, seriously. I hope you have a good trip or whatever you're doing, vacation. And I am going to the NASCAR race thanks to State Water Heaters, one of our manufacturers, getting us pit passes this weekend.
Oh,
so we are fired up. But,
well, keep your head on a swivel down there, all right?
Oh, I'm excited. We'll see you when you see you. And Doran, great job today, buddy.
Thank you. We'll see you, Jake.
See you, Jake. Southside Plumbing and Heating. What a guy. 3.
We were money. You called it
4, 3. Nailed it.
You didn't remember CeCe was
He would have been the guy.
He had an assist last night.
He did. All 3 of those guys factored into the scoring last night.
Yeah.
But I would have forgotten CeCe because there's always going to be a mental block somewhere in there for me. Connor McDavid wins the Conn Smythe, and yet I am elated, even though that annoyed me, because we finally beat Southside Jake, which we don't do very often. How about Gretzky being 5th all-time in scoring in the 93 postseason? He doesn't win the Conn Smythe. Now I realize Patrick Waugh was unbelievable that year. And you had to give it to him. But, just because you have an historic run does not mean that if you lose, you get a pat on the back, like a participation trophy kind of deal. Sorry. You don't. Now, Crosby, he probably doesn't win the Cup. He does not win the Cup in 2009 because he was hurt for half the game. If Max Talbot doesn't do silly stuff, if he doesn't go off and score 2 goals, and Chris Osgood with the worst angle of all time from a goalie in a clutch moment, you need your role players to step up. I understand that. I do. But when it is money time and you are the team, like this guy was and is, you can't go over.
Nope.
You absolutely can't. I heard TK talking the other day about hoisting the cup in 2009, and it's, I think, 35 pounds in that range. He said, you are so drained.
Oh, yeah.
Physically and emotionally. He said that it's so hard to get that thing up over your head.
For sure. I can't imagine how tired those guys are right now.
Oh, my God. How many of them do you think slept, though?
None.
Yeah.
None.
That's a long flight.
That'll be a fun flight.
Let me see how long that flight is.
That's a great flight to be on. If it's long, whatever, you're partying. Oh, you're partying hard on that flight.
How long is that flight? How long? 7 hours and 54 minutes. Oh, my God.
I didn't know it was that long.
Wait, time out. 5 hours, 38 minutes.
Okay, that's like Cali.
There was a connection flight in my first one.
How?
I don't think Edmonton is. I don't think Edmonton's connect. I don't think the Oilers are connecting.
Yeah, you can't fly into Edmonton.
I'm sure you can, but I'm sure they had to do a connect. Though this is for people that are losers like me, and so you probably have to connect in Chicago or something and then bump over. No, they're going straight through, baby.
They're going straight through.
What would you drink out of the Stanley Cup? First thing you'd want to drink?
Oh man, whatever beer I could get my hands on.
What beer would it be?
What beer?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe a Yingling.
I had one last night.
Nice cold Yingling.
A Yingling slaps. You and me are always on. We have a mental meld. I had one last night. It was very cold, and it went down easy.
Nice cold Yingling.
I would love to get, I don't know how many ounces you can hold in the top of the cup. I'd love to fill it all the way to the brim with Guinness and just swim in that bad boy.
Oh, man.
Just get a Guinness mustache.
Yes.
Easy for me to say.
Milstache.
Crosby hoisting the cup in 2009, his knees all jacked up. It would probably be hard for him skating around with that thing. Get the heart of a lion, though.
Yeah, I mean, your adrenaline at that point, you don't feel anything.
Someone tweeted out last night, I think this is a really good point, about Sid. McDavid, all his excellence, all the accolades, all the points, the 3 MVP trophies. Someone tweeted, when Crosby in a big game had the puck, he finds a way, the game almost slows down. He's evaluating all the options. He had such a had such a presence in big games. Doesn't mean he didn't have bad postseason series. 2013 Eastern Conference Final comes to mind immediately. There were down times, but the way he controlled a game.
Mm-hmm.
And then real quick, while we're going down memory lane, Malkin in 2009, when he wanted to be the best player in the world, at that time, he was the best player in the world. and he won the Conn Smythe Trophy, where he took over series in a way that, McDavid did up until this point. Hey, Connor, how's it feel, baby? How's it feel?
That's tough.
How does it feel? You like that one?
Mm-hmm.
All right, 412-928-9370. Coming up next, Mark Caboli said something that's getting a lot of traction here that he could have said with us and didn't say with us. What the hell, Kaboom? Maybe we should have had him on the show yesterday. Forgot to have him.
It's our fault a little bit.
We'll talk about what Mark's been talking about when we come back, but first, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates played yesterday and lost to the Cincinnati Reds 11-5 in the first of 3 games in the series. Game 2 of the series is today, 7:10, same start time as yesterday. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 6 o'clock. That's the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, and it'll be hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Inbound Parkway West delays between Carnegie and Greentree. Solid down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Heading into the west end, your delays as you round the bend and down towards South Main Street. Solid from there down to the west end circle. Seeing some heavy traffic now coming off the North Shore Expressway over to and across the Fort Duquesne Bridge heading toward downtown. Parkway East, you're jammed at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 and the bypass down past Shaler Waterworks. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Summer is here, and it's time to kick it off in style with a brand new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its sleek design, advanced technology, and top-of-the-line safety features. Right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra SEL from Bowser Hyundai for just $209 a month. And remember, all Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends June 30th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Summer's finally here. Time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. I mean, every surface in your home and or your business could be Zero Resified, so why not call the cleaning pros at Zero Res? Get 3 rooms in your home cleaned starting at just $129. Perfect time of year, too, to get your air ducts taken care of with $100 off. It'll help alleviate allergies and asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. And do not, I repeat, Do not leave deep cleaning to yourself with those dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. There's no possible way to extract all that dirty water out of your carpet. Actually leaves your floors worse off than they were before. This deal, not going to last long with Zero Res. You owe it to yourself, your health, your home, and or your business to schedule your appointment now at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splash-tastic slides, wave pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Summer is here, and McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling wants to keep you cool and comfortable all season long. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are trained and certified to repair or install any type of or any brand of cooling system out there. Whether you have a central AC system, heat pump system, mini splits, ductless, or geothermal cooling, the team at McVay is your local, trusted, and honest go-to cooling professionals that you can rely on. So save the day. Call McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit McVayPlumbing.com.
Time's a-ticking to get that house on the market. But like your realtor told you, you gotta clear out all that junk first. Book us online. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. At 8 o'clock, Jason Mackey of the Post-Gazette going to join us. Real quick, last thing here, at least for now, on the McDavid, Crosby thing. Gretzky did not win a Stanley Cup after his age 27 season. Lemieux did not win a Stanley Cup after his age 26 season. Sidney Crosby won at 29. Mm-hmm. Connor McDavid is, what did we say, 28 years old?
Yes.
So the people who are saying he's 27 now, he'll turn 28 in January, I guess. So the people who are saying Connor McDavid, he might wind up being Dan Marino. I mean, there's some historical context there. The older you get, imagine that, the harder it is to win. Because you're not going to be as good and you're going to make more money, and, well, it's hard. So we'll see what happens. He ain't winning 3. I'll tell you that. He ain't catching Sid. He needed this one if he was even going to be in that conversation. All right, so Kaboli reported that going into training camp, Broderick Jones will be the Steelers' starting left tackle. Dan Moore Jr. and Troy Fautanu are battling for the right tackle spot. What do you make of this, Doran Dickerson?
It makes sense. I mean, Broderick Jones always has profiled as a left tackle. Putting him at right tackle last year gave them a jolt, and that was the only way to really get him in there because what Chuks Okorafor was doing. But he's always been a left tackle, and now he can go back to his natural position. You can feel comfortable on the backside if you're, the offense coordinator and the quarterback. And Dan Moore Jr., it's like, hey, we have 2 first-round picks at tackle. We're going to give you every opportunity, and your best opportunity to probably make this football team or to potentially be a starter is to play right tackle where we have our youngest rookie first-round player. If you beat him out, then that means, you played well throughout training camp and preseason. But if not, you'll be our swing tackle, or if not, you'll have an opportunity to play somewhere else and show your versatility for another team.
I don't mind this at all. I don't. I saw some people getting tagged. Well, why is Fautanu not to start? What's he going to do in OTA's minicamp? What are you really going to do as an offensive lineman? Training camp's a step up, and then the preseason, I'm okay with guys earning it. I'm okay with Herbig being the starting center going into training camp. What are you really going to show? What are you really going to prove at OTAs and minicamp? You start mauling people at training camp when you get some live drills, and then in the preseason you start mauling people and you win the job?
Yeah.
Great. But I'm not a huge fan of, hey, Zach Frazier, You're our starting center day one, and you've proved nothing. I do think you want at least the appearance of earning it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Mike Tomlin is actually handling that well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they're going to give the guy, like, if Dan Moore Jr. plays well and is clearly the superior player, you play him.
Right.
Like, you got a potential Hall of Fame quarterback. Like, we know this is kind of their all-in season. It ain't going to be charity. Like, is he as talented as Fautanu? No. But if he's the better player, Dan Moore Jr., then you play him,
right?
In my opinion.
And I think that at the end of the day, it'll be Fautanu that starts, but they're going to give Dan Moore Jr. the best opportunity to, make sure his worth is out there for other teams, or he could be the swing tackle for the Steelers. I mean, just to create the versatility and to have some depth if they do continue with him throughout the season. But I think Fautanu is definitely going to take over that position because the first day of training camp, whenever you put pads on, that's where he makes his money. I mean, we've seen him in college tape pull and just absolutely murder guys. Like he's a very aggressive football player. He's going to make his money as soon as they put pads on. So this will last maybe 5 days.
5 days?
5 days.
Talent will just out.
Oh yeah. And then you do want to get Fautanu reps with the guys that he possibly would be playing with. If it's neck and neck, you want to get your rookie reps with Daniels, with Zach Frazier, with Sam Alu, with Broderick Jones to play together.
I would agree with that. I think Ty goes to the younger player. Like if they're similar output, I'll go with the young guy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Young first-round guy.
Young, exactly. It's not just some dude who's walking up in here.
Yes.
Right.
Like, this guy, he's a dog.
So Penei Sewell of the Lions makes $28 million a season, and Laramie Tunsil of the Texans is making $25 million a season. But as a general rule, left tackles are going to make more money than right tackles. If I'm Broderick Jones, it's not by a lot, but if I'm Broderick Jones, I'm kind of dancing in the street right now.
Yes.
Like, you want me to play at left tackle? Yes, please. And he was good at right tackle last year. You're right, he gave him that jolt, but I would much rather go to the side where I'm going to get more money.
And where I played before.
And where he played before. Yeah. And Fautanu was primarily a left tackle in college.
But he's definitely a right tackle in the NFL.
You think so?
Oh, yeah, just by his stature, his built. Like how he's built. I mean, he's more compact. He's a front side guy, for sure. And he'll make a lot of money doing that.
Oh, that'd be a good problem to have in 4 or 5 years, and they got to pay both of these guys. All right, coming up next, speaking of paying guys, will the Pirates add payroll? Will they make a deal at the deadline? Or are they on the precipice of this thing swirling down the drain? We'll talk to Jason Mackey, the Post-Gazette, about those things when we come back on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Right now, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, 24 Silverado LT Crew Cab up to $7,500 in rebates. Full terms and qualifications at sunchevy.com. Today, it's hot again. High, 89.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Leases 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing. As qualified HMFC Tier 1 through 2 plus tax acquisition fee title plates and dealer dock fees. Stock units only. Offer ends 6/30/24.
Take advantage of huge summer savings at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL for just $199 a month. Or the new 2024 Tucson SC FWD for only $259 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Get 2% cash back on every swipe and enjoy a 3.99% balance transfer rate with a wide-range Visa tailored to fit your needs from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for more information. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at LGKG.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
Thinking of a new vehicle as spring approaches? Think South. South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. This month, they have deals that you can't miss. 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee payments starting at $299 for 36 months. Or the 2024 Jeep Compass Limited with payments starting at $219 for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for lease details.
Did somebody say free diamond bracelet? That's right. Diamonds Direct is expanding upon their best offer yet. Make any purchase this month and receive a free diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right. Any engagement ring, any diamond necklace, any timepiece. Purchase any item valued at $10,000 or more and receive a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Every purchase of $10,000 or more qualifies. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet ends June 30th. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Delays in both directions on Route 28. First, the outbound side jamming from Millvale up past Shaler Waterworks. Inbound delays approaching the Route 8 at the bypass. Pretty much stop and go to the north side. Parkway West, your jam between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound heavy approaching Parkway Center to Carnegie. And the Parkway East solid at Greensburg Pike to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 delays now from Camp Horn Road down past Perry's Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Jason Mackey going to join us on the Fan Hotline in a couple of moments, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 40 ounces the Stanley Cup can hold. So that's like 2.5 pints of beer or 3 12-ounce beers and then a little change. Probably tastes pretty good coming out of that bad boy.
Not bad.
Can you imagine shaving your Stanley Cup playoff beard after losing Game 7? Just looking in the mirror thinking, I grew this out for weeks, for months. My wife, my significant other probably all ticked off because I look like Grizzly Adams and we didn't even win jack crap. That's got to be a painful shave, Doran.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tough.
Real painful shave.
It's tough. Not as painful as, like, you shaving your head, but...
That's true. I can empathize with these Edmonton Oilers that have to shave after losing. I'm used to losing.
What do you think the weirdest liquid has been poured into the Stanley Cup? What did you say, 40 ounces?
You know what would be weird? 40 ounces of Jaeger.
I was thinking maybe somebody poured 40 ounces of wine, red wine.
Oh, that hangover.
Right.
I feel like I could drink
milk.
Guarantee there's been Cheerios.
For sure.
Up in that thing.
For sure.
Also probably been some naked booties up in the Stanley Cup.
That thing's very nasty.
That thing has seen some stuff, no doubt about it. By the way, I was talking about flying back to Edmonton and celebrating in that long flight. I don't know what happened to my brain. They lost Edmonton lost the Stanley Cup. They fly home. They're not partying at all. They might be drinking in their sorrows, but I'm good for one brain fart at least a day. And that was a big one. So thanks to all the texters for saying you're an idiot. I am absolutely 100% an idiot. All right. Jason Mackey, decidedly not an idiot. He joins us right now. And we started the show today, Mackey, asking the question, are the Bucks right now in the danger zone? David Bednar on IL. Nobody, save for like 3 dudes, can hit. Real quick, they're 2.5 games out of a wild card spot, 8.5 back in the division. Is this danger zone territory, Mackey?
I worry about their pitching depth, Adam. There's been a lot of fuss, and I understand why over the past few days about their lineup and ability to score runs. If Bailey falters, I hate to say it that way, and then Martin Perez isn't what he was in April, like you've got a 3-man rotation and then a bullpen that, as you said, is weak because of the loss of David Bednar and some other injuries. Like that's just, it's not great right now, and things are going to separate. And I hope for the Pirates' sake that they're on the positive side of that. And yeah, I mean, it could be just a little blip, but I do worry when it comes to pitching depth.
Jason, after you were speaking to Nutting, who has more pressure coming from ownership, Cherington or Shelton?
I think Cherington. I do, because, I mean, Derck Shelton can only play the players that he's given. Like, with that uproar over the Sunday lineup, quote unquote, you know, the day he sits Kutch, day he sits, who was it, Connor Gonzalez. Yeah, like, you know, Joe has not been very good in June. Gonzalez is in a slump. Kutch is 37. Like, to me, the issue is not having a better roster to begin with, that you're even talking about sitting those guys. And, you know, to me, I took those comments from Bob, kicking his GM in the pants, wanting to see something. You know, he said as much. He wanted to see the offense improve. He feels like they can make the playoffs as currently constituted. I'm not sure he's wrong, but I mean, Shelton can only manage the guys that he's given. I didn't take from Bob's comments to us that he was, you know, hugely unhappy with the manager or the manager's performance. I thought he was somewhat unhappy, or at least thought there could be more when it comes to the roster construction.
I did think it was telling that unprompted he brought up the struggles of the offense, though, Jason.
Oh, I agree. You know, that was my question, asking him about the goals for this season being the playoffs. And he all of a sudden brings up, we need more offense, which I see how he's connecting A to B. Like, that's a completely fair criticism. But yeah, I mean, that's one thing, but I guess he could have described their hitting program and being unhappy with it, but it seemed like he went more the direction of fixing the offense as in terms of adding. You know, he talked about internal improvements. I think that's bigger than Andy Haynes. I think that's more of a player development thing. But, you know, his comments on doing something, external additions, striking early, to me resonated the most.
Jason, do you think that O'Neil Cruz is as engaged as he needs to be? Do you think that he's in it every single game? Do you think he's focused every single game?
I do. I don't think it's a focus problem with him. Well, I shouldn't say that, Dorn. I mean, maybe there's focus. I'm not questioning the effort. Sometimes I'm questioning the, how do I put this?
Baseball acumen?
Yeah, and just, like, he's a very emotional guy. And I think that's really good. I love that. I love his personality. But I think sometimes if things don't go his way, he gets in his own head a little bit. And I think that, you know, if the Pirates are down a couple, he doesn't really think about, we need to scratch and claw our way back. I think he thinks, I'm going to hit a 575-foot home run and everything's going to be fine. Like, I think it's coming from a good place. I think it's just a matter of, I don't know, baseball maturity might be the right way to put it. I mean, I think there's certainly some maturity with the fundamentals of the game. I'm not defending that or pretending that it doesn't exist. Like, he's not a very good base runner. There's some things, some nuance to the game that he does not have a great grasp of. But I think he just, you know, kind of lets his emotions get the best of him, where he's trying to do a little bit too much, or maybe he spaces out if things don't go terribly well, where other players, maybe players who are a little bit more mature, they can move past that stuff.
Has he been good enough?
Yeah, I think he has. Has he been as good as he can be? No. But, I mean, it's hard for me to sit here and criticize a guy who's played a little over 162 games for hitting like upper 20s home run totals, driving in, around 90 runs. Like, good enough, yeah. Do I think this is going to be the same player we see in 3 years? No, absolutely not. He's got all the ability in the world. I think he's going to get to it. But, I think the Pirates, with what their offense is right now, what they need from him, I mean, they need him to be an elite player. And he's kind of growing into that.
It's crazy that this team has to rely on a 37-year-old and Andrew McCutchen. And obviously, Brian Reynolds has been fantastic. But, I mean, those are the two guys. And then if you throw an O'Neal Cruz in there, I mean, those are the three guys that they have. Like, if they do make a move at the deadline or before the deadline and say it's two players, do you think that that's enough for this team to actually compete? Like, really, deep down? Like, if they add a bat and they add a reliever, like, is that enough?
I don't know, Dor. When they're going well, yeah, I think so, but they haven't been going well enough. And what I mean by that is, like, if you add those guys on top of Ke'Bryan Hayes producing the way he's capable, if you add those guys on top of the good version of Nick Gonzalez, if you add those guys on top of getting something out of Rowdy Tellez, yeah. And I mean, I think those things are within the Pirates' control, but the way things are going right now, like a bat and a reliever on top of what we've seen over the past week or so, no. I don't. And I do keep in the back of my mind, I certainly don't want to see this, but, Kutch is 37. Do you expect this level of production the entire year? I mean, that would be great. I think it's certainly reasonable, but I think you need to be realistic too. And, behind the plate, they haven't gotten enough. Their outfielders, other than Brian Reynolds, haven't contributed enough. They haven't spent free agent dollars this offseason wisely. We've seen more poor performance from Rowdy Tellez than positive performance. I mean, those are just objective truths. So, yeah, I think they can have enough. I don't think you're going to see them add a ton more than like a bat, a reliever, maybe a secondary bat. I mean, I'm not looking at them to, have Christmas morning here on trade deadline day. They're going to need their own guys to produce.
Will they give up at least one top 10 prospect?
I mean, I think they're willing to do that. I've had this discussion with people, Adam. It's gotten out there, and I'm not sure why, that they're like unwilling to trade a top 10 prospect.
Top 5?
I don't think they're unwilling to do that.
Termarr Johnson?
Maybe. It depends on the deal. What are you trying to pin me down to say?
I'm just wondering, because I was going to do a rapid fire thing with you, and you sort of answered it even before I could get there, because you said I don't think they're going to go out there and basically get a big name or anything like that. I'm just wondering how far they are willing to go. And you're right, it does have to be the right deal, but I just wonder if there are any untouchables in the organization that aren't MLB players.
No, I don't think so. That aren't MLB players, no. I think anybody in their current pipeline top 10, like, they'll talk about that they would make a deal for if it's the right deal. I don't think they operate like that. But a lot of baseball trades, I mean, I'm not breaking any news here. Like, they're you have to be getting something if you're going to be giving up multiple of those guys. And if it's Luis Robert Jr., like, that was something I had some fun with on Twitter yesterday, like, yeah, for the right deal, I think they would give up top 10 prospects for that. For a middling bat who only comes with, a couple months of control and is veteran guy with a high salary, they're probably not going to give up a top 10 bat for that. But, I think one of the things that Nutting said that I've been thinking about more, and it's not really a sexy topic, but he said, like, it's now and in the future. And that's always the way the Pirates operate. Like, they want a rental, but they'd like a rental with years of control. So it's not a true rental. So for the right guy, they might have to give up a top 10 prospect to get a guy that they're going to have for a couple years.
Yeah. Jason, this was really good, man. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Take care.
Wait, real quick. Should Connor McDavid have won the Conn Smythe?
No, I don't like that.
Mm-mm.
I was watching that last. I was not a fan. I thought it should have been him.
The goalie for Florida. Should have been that
Bob.
Yeah. Bob, there you go, Doran.
Bob.
It's got to be on the winning team, right?
I'm with you. And if not, then at least do something in game 6 or 7.
You're right. The last 2 games, he didn't do anything.
Yeah, I didn't love it.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Jason.
Thanks. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Jason Mackey, columnist, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. A lot to react to there from Jason. I did want to ask you, because this sort of just popped into my head. You played with Brady. If Brady lost the Super Bowl and they gave him the Super Bowl MVP, does he pee on the thing? Like,
he leaves it right there.
Yeah.
Leaves it right there.
I can't imagine Crosby wanting it.
There's no way he would accept it.
Yeah.
There's no way. Now, LeBron probably would.
Why?
Different competitors.
And he had been disrespected for a long while. You can't win with LeBron. Like, look at all these finals he lost. I could see that.
Brady would be like, there's no way they could get him out of the locker room to accept that award.
I don't think it is for a second a bit of relief for Connor McDavid that he won that award.
He probably is pissed about it too.
Yeah.
Like, he's looking at that thing like, where am I going to put this? Am I going to give this to my kids?
Yeah.
Here, my kids can go play with it.
Imagine if he came out and lifted it up.
Oh my God.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, man.
Oh, God. He didn't, though. And good for him to not do that.
He's definitely upset about it.
Yeah.
It's kind of useless.
Look at all these stats I put. Like, you think Paul Skeens?
No way.
No chance.
No way.
If Paul Skeens fans 20 in a World Series game and they lose 1-0, which actually does seem fairly feasible if they would make it, like, he ain't happy about that. No chance. All right, we've had a lot of fun with that this morning. It is 8:14, time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. So a little insight there from Mackey on how the Buccos are viewing this deadline, and also he had a different answer than at least I did about who Bob Nutting put the pressure on. We'll react to that when we come back. Ryan Clark had some interesting comments we'll get to at the bottom of the hour. Right now, it's a Callus Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Florida Panthers avoided embarrassment, and they beat the Edmonton Oilers last night 2-1 in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals to avoid the reverse sweep, and they won. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they played yesterday, and they lost 11-5 in the first game of the series. Game 2 is tonight at 7:10. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Doran!
I'm sure there's a few people out there that want to sue Connor McDavid for winning the Conn Smythe whenever the Florida Panthers actually won the Stanley Cup. Maybe he should be searching for a lawyer. I'm just kidding. Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It could be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucco Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucco Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucco Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Where two rivers converge, a third emerges. Stronger and more united than ever before. And a community, hard as steel, built over generations, rises for the new day ahead. Vibrant, dedicated, innovative. Today, we have a chance for a brighter future right here in Pennsylvania. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel coming together as one. U.S. Steel's partnership with Nippon Steel means no layoffs, means no plant closures, means $1.4 billion in new investments for the future. And best of all, it means U.S. Steel's headquarters will stay right here in Pennsylvania. Built for innovation, built for Pennsylvania, built for generations to come. The U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel partnership is the future of American steel.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Lowe's knows owning a project means owning the right tools. And during Craftsman Days, you can save big on what you need from a brand you trust. Get a free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of the V20 string trimmer or leaf blower for only $99. Find these savings and more today. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 7/10 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to fight pain. If the J.J. Redick era is going to be anything like his first Q&A Monday, we're in for some painful nights. Redick a bit defensive when asked about those who doubted this hire. This act with the media will get tiresome, but the real question is how he will act with the players. If it's anything like this, he'll be on the other side of that podium again very soon. I'm Bart Winkler.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Northbound delays on I-79 between Kerwin Heights and Carnegie all the way up to the Parkway West, and then another delay through the construction zone starting just north of the Kraft and Moon Run interchange up past Forest Grove Road. And then a third delay now from the Neville Island Bridge up past an accident blocking the right lane approaching the Mount Nebo exit as crews are on the scene. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays approaching Parkway Center to Carnegie, then from 79 to Campbell's Run. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Spitzer Acura, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price. The Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And you can text us, 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Thanks to Jason Mackey for joining us in the last segment. We'll react to some of what he had to say in a moment, but coming up in about 15 minutes from now. Brandon Ayuk met with the 49ers yesterday. Do we have anything to glean from that? We'll hear from one guy with the inside information. All right, now back to Mackey. He said that Nutting put the pressure on Ben Cherington. I kind of heard it as the pressure was on Derek Shelton because they're not hitting. And you need internal improvement, which would mean that you've got guys that you think are better than they're performing, which means that Ben Cherington, in Nutting's mind, maybe acquired some of the right guys. At least that's where my mind went.
Initially I thought it was more at Cherington. Like, okay, we need to get guys, and the guys that we have aren't performing that you got. And
that's a fair way of looking at it, too.
Yeah, and we need those guys to start performing that are here because you went out and got these guys. Like, we talked about Santana. Like, why didn't we go get Santana? I was willing to maybe shovel out extra $2 million for you to go get Santana, a guy that I'm very familiar with. I'm talking in Nutting's perspective. A guy that I'm very familiar with, but you went and got Tellez, and he's not performing. He better start performing or
else.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oliveris.
I can see it both ways. You can make the argument neither one of those guys have done their job.
50-50.
Yeah.
It's 50-50. I mean, they're hand in hand.
I know that the owner takes a lot of flack around here, and a lot of it is deserved. But he did allow Cherington to spend that $35 million, and that's not a lot of money. It's not. But it could have been money better spent. Oh! Uh-oh! You can fade it down just a smidge here, Callis. Little Kenny Loggins, Doran. Danger zone. Buccos 2.5 back in the wild card race. St. Louis quickly now above 500. The Pirates 4 games below, and 8.5 back of the Brewers in the NL Central. I think it's danger zone time. You got 5 more road games before you come back home. 3 of them are against the Braves. Oh, my God. And so the reason I bring that up now in the middle of this conversation is, A, I like the song. B, we were talking about the team needing to get hot to force Ben Cherington's hand. It feels like they're bordering on being the opposite of hot.
Yep.
I think that also forces Cherington's hand. You still have Skeens, you still have Jones, you still have Keller. You're going to get Bednar back. You feel like the back end of your bullpen's okay. Get a guy now! Do something now! Because if not, I could see this thing going to where, man, I'm not going to be back for 2 weeks. And I am afraid, yes, it'll be around Steelers training camp time, but I'm afraid I'm going to come back in 2 weeks, Door, and I'm going to be like, hey, what have you been talking about? Oh, the Pirates suck. The Pirates are out of it. The Pirates are 6 games out of the wild card race. Stop the bleeding. Put the tourniquet on. Don't let this thing spiral out of control. It doesn't even need to be a big bat. Just get an upgrade. You can't tell me there's not an upgrade out there where you don't have to sell the farm on. You can't tell me that. I know there's not a lot of sellers out there, but can you give up a top 10 prospect, like your 8th, 9th, or 10th best prospect, for a decent upgrade that's got a couple of years of control? Not even a great player, but just someone that you can put into the lineup that's a red-blooded American who's going to give you a professional at bat.
That's what you want, to give up a prospect for that? We'll be sitting here talking about the same things all the time. We expected them to do something, they did something just in spite of doing it.
That would. You're right. That does sound like doing something just to do it. I'm talking now. Like, if the prices for the big-time players right now are way too expensive, get something now. And then if you're circling around a big fish and you don't think that's possible until closer to the deadline, do that then too. But I need someone in my lineup besides Cruz, Reynolds, or Kutch. Because Nick Gonzalez was the truth, and now he's won for his last 25, Nicholas.
I'm not giving up upper prospect for somebody that's just good. Red-blooded American. Oh, I'm not doing that. I want somebody who's
yes,
great.
But you're going to need a little of both. Like, you can get a star, and I still think you'll need more than that. Like, if they went out and got Luis Robert Jr. and put a 30-homer guy in the middle of this lineup, that changes an awful lot. I don't think it fixes everything. And so I'd be willing to give up my 10th rated prospect for a couple of years of control, like a 750 OPS guy. Sure, I would.
After I got Robert Jr., though.
Well, whichever comes first. Like, if you could swing a deal for Luis Robert Jr. today and you got to pay an extra prospect than what you're comfortable with, I don't care. Do it.
Isn't he not doing that good this year, though?
He's not been great this year. He hit 38 homers last year, though, and he was banged up this season.
What would you command? What would you be able to command, like, if you are?
Well, apparently they're looking for a Juan Soto type return, which is too rich for my blood.
How could you command that going based off of last year?
I think it's because of the demand. There's a lot of demand, not a lot of supply. So if you're the White Sox, if I'm the White Sox, I probably would hold him until the deadline.
Yeah, get the best.
Yeah. Which is why I'd be willing to give up a top 10, lower 10 prospect to get somebody in here. Get me something. You have one outfielder, Brian Reynolds. That's it. Michael A. Taylor stinks. Edward Oliveira stinks. Jack Sawinski is lower than stink. Your first baseman who had figured it out has gone back to not figuring it out. He stinks. Your second baseman's not hitting right now. Jared Triolo's fifth on the team in at-bats. He sucks. The catchers, all of them, put him in a hat and beat him with a hammer. Whichever one you hit on the head deserves it. They all stink. So if you can find an upgrade at any of those positions now, do it, because they scored 5 runs last night and it felt like something worth celebrating despite the loss.
Luis Robert hasn't been over 200 all year.
Yeah. But I still want him because it's not just about this year. That's the one thing Mackey did say that I disagree with, though. They're like, it's this window, and Bob Nutting talked about this window. The window is now. So I do think Luis Robert he'd be an upgrade even if he was struggling over Sawinski and Michael A. Taylor. But it would be as much about that as the next few years, but you'd also have him for this year.
I think it's not easy to play for the White Sox this season either.
Good point by you.
Okay, but he comes here, and we just had this conversation that players come here, and then they just forget how to hit.
Are they going to fix him?
Are they going to fix him? Is he going to all of a sudden find it here?
You know what?
He's at 198.
You know what, then? That's better than Jack Sawinski, better than Michael A. Taylor.
You have to pay a lot more.
Yes, you do, but I don't care. It ain't my money. The one thing they can do right now, for sure, like no doubt, is fire Andy Haynes. Like, as we acknowledge that it is danger zone time, that this thing could be slipping away right in front of our very eyes, you had 3 guys who are hitting. I don't think firing Andy Haynes is going to make those guys stop hitting, but hey, it might kick a Rowdy Tellez in the backside, who has hit 35 homers before. Or Michael A. Taylor, who did hit 21 last year. Or Jack Sawinski, who hit 26 last year.
So do you think like the philosophy would change if you fire the hitting coach in the middle of the year?
I honestly...
Or do you just go away with everything and just go out and play baseball? Like, I don't know how that goes down.
I'm honestly saying this, and I mean it 100%. It's not going to be worse.
Yeah, you're right.
like, uh-oh, fire Matt Canada. Oh, who's going to call the plays?
Say it like that.
I don't know why I said it like that. Like Mickey Mouse.
It did sound like Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse! Fire Andy Haynes! Fire Matt Canada! Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. Did Connor McDavid deserve to win the Conn Smythe Trophy? We'll give you the results later on in the show of that Twitter poll. A former Steeler, Ryan Clark, big time, now on ESPN. He reported yesterday that Brandon Ayuk met with the 49ers. There was another nugget in there. Because the meeting with the Niners, that makes me think, oh, he's dissatisfied. The other nugget, though, makes me think he might not be coming to Pittsburgh. We'll let you hear it. You can make your own conclusions when we come back. But first, it's a Callis fan headline. Oh!
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Okay. All right. The Florida Panthers avoided embarrassment yesterday. They almost got reverse swept, but they did not. They won Game 7 2-1, and they won the Stanley Cup. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they played yesterday, lost 11-5 to the Cincinnati Reds in Game 1 of a 3-game series. Game 2 is today at 7:10. If you want to listen to that game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage starts at 6 o'clock with Dan Zangrilli hosting the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Summer is here, and it's time to kick it off in style with a brand new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. The Hyundai Tucson is your perfect summer companion with its sleek design, advanced technology, and top-of-the-line safety features. And right now, you can lease the new 2024 Tucson SE AWD from Bowser Hyundai for just $289 a month. And remember, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends June 30th. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Are you struggling to protect your business because your security technology is outdated? Then consider switching to Guardian Protection. As Pittsburgh's hometown security company since 1950, Guardian has protected business of all sizes with expert installation of surveillance, access control, intrusion, and fire alarm systems. Guardian makes switching easy. For a complimentary security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
2% cash back on every swipe, a balance transfer of just $3.99. Holy smokes, it's the Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Visa Card Promotion. Dan Zhang really inviting you to unlock a world of rewards. Terms and conditions at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Zero Res has the best deal this summer for you right now. 3 rooms cleaned, starting at just $129, and take $100 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188, or go to ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel, not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar, 8.
MSA Safety values the trust fire departments place in them to help keep firefighters safe. With 5,000 associates worldwide, 1,300 right here in Pittsburgh, safety is the MSA mission. It's not just about equipping firefighters with the most advanced technologies, it's ensuring they're ready when duty calls. Because when firefighters go in, MSA Safety goes in with them. Join MSA Safety in supporting local heroes and help to keep our community safe. MSA Safety, one mission, one passion, one purpose.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
they're actually meeting with the San Francisco 49ers today. He and his representation, Ryan Williams of Athletes First, and Brandon Ayuk told us that he wanted to set this meeting up himself. And when he was sitting with the Pivot, he said that he's taking these negotiations personal, that the way that they have negotiated with him, the way that they have told him why he's worth what he's worth, it has touched him. It has affected him. He says he wants to be in San Francisco first, but is comfortable playing elsewhere if that's something that the San Francisco 49ers are willing to do via trade. And I will tell you this, when he sat with us, he did not walk into the room alone. First, it was Brandon Ayuk. Second, it was Jaden Daniels. I'm not a tea leaf reader, but the way that sounds is that Brandon Ayuk wouldn't mind playing in Washington.
How about that?
Wait, what did he walked into what room with Jaden Daniels?
When he went on the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark.
Jaden Daniels came with him?
He went with Jaden Daniels, yeah.
Yeah, they're like best friends.
First time I heard that, I thought the same thing you did.
Right.
Like, Jaden Daniels there talking contract negotiations?
In San Francisco?
Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Isn't it nuts? Like, Jaden Daniels wins the Heisman at LSU, but he and Brandon Ayuk are tight from Arizona State days.
That's right.
That's kind of goofy
I was trying to
me.
put it together. That is right, yeah.
I like Brandon Ayuk when he was coming out. Like, I remember watching his YouTube cut-ups.
I don't remember him at all.
He was thick. Good route runner. I mean, same stuff he does in the NFL. Thick, that guy. He was thick, Doran. Some statistics for one, Brandon Ayuk, who, a lot of people have texted us and said, why do you want to spend $30 million on Brandon Ayuk? Because Brandon Ayuk's not even a wide receiver number one. This is from Warren Sharp of Sharp Football, the analytics guy. So bear with me here. I don't want your eyes to all glaze over. I'm talking to the listeners, not you, Doran. But the 49ers, since they traded for Christian McCaffrey, have thrown the ball at the number 32 rate in the NFL. They only passed the ball on 51.8 of their offensive snaps. They've called only 1,600 offensive snaps. That's 28th in the NFL. Meanwhile, Justin Jefferson, number 2 pass rate at 66%. So 15% more, math, percent of the time, Minnesota's throwing the ball. They're 4th in offensive snaps. So more total snaps, more percent of those snaps throwing the ball. Justin Jefferson, a better player, no doubt. But the reason why his statistics are so much overwhelmingly better than Ayuk's is because they don't throw the ball and they don't wind up calling a lot of offensive plays.
And they don't have Christian McCaffrey.
They don't have Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, it makes sense. Minnesota's doing what they're doing. It makes sense the 49ers are doing what they're doing. And then when they do throw the ball, they've also got a great tight end. In
George Kittle.
Why do I always forget George Kittle's name? I don't know that. Skittle.
Yeah.
Every time I forget that guy's name. I don't know why that happens. Big mental block there with Skittle. And then you got Deebo Samuel on the other side. So when people statistically point out, well, Brandon Ayuk's numbers aren't all that good, well, there's reasons why. When you look at some of the further analytics in terms of getting open and yards per route run, things of that nature, Brandon Ayuk always near the top of the list. So I happen to think he's worth it if the Steelers would give up a first or second round pick and pay him upwards of $30 million. But just hearing Ryan Clark talk there, and because he's buddies with Jaden Daniels, I think if he has a say in where he goes, and he ultimately would because they'd let him negotiate the contract beforehand, I think he would pick going and hanging out with his buddy before coming here to Pittsburgh.
There's no doubt. No doubt about it. No doubt. And then that makes that team absolutely ridiculously dangerous with McLaurin and...
Oh.
Yeah.
Or would it make McLaurin expendable?
Maybe.
Which could then fall into the Steelers' lap.
But as a rookie quarterback...
I want both.
Yeah, you want to give your rookie quarterback as many weapons as possible.
Washington, now without the stink of Dan Snyder, I'd be far more inclined to want to go there if I was a player.
You're right.
And I understand that Mike Tomlin is well-respected, and the Steelers organization is, if nothing else, stable, and you know you're going to be, quote-unquote, in the hunt. If I were Brandon Ayuk, I would rather want to go to Washington.
If I got to play with like Bill Stahl, Bostic, or Palco in the league, and I had a choice, I'm gonna go play with them over anybody.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I get that
100%.
Plus, they're gonna give him. It's not gonna be the Kenny Pickett thing. They're gonna give him 3-4 years. They're gonna give him his rookie contract to figure it out. Yeah. If I'm Brandon Ayuk and I come to Pittsburgh, is my quarterback Russell Wilson for more than a year? Is it Justin Fields? Is it a rookie? Is it Dak Prescott? I don't know who my quarterback's going to be. Now, money's money, but I think I would. I can't believe I'm saying this. I think I would rather, if I'm him, want to go to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And playing with your friends is fun.
It's a lot of fun.
And it tends to work out, too.
It has been.
You think about Tua. You think about Jalen Hurts.
You think about Trevor Lawrence and Etienne.
Mm-hmm. You think about Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow.
Is there any other ones?
I don't know. I think we rifled through 4 of them pretty quickly there. Mason Rudolph and James Washington.
That worked out well.
In the preseason, those guys were unstoppable together.
Really well.
I would think, too, if I'm Washington, I want a great receiver to bring in. I don't know what their cap situation's like or anything like that. I haven't done a deep dive into the Washington football team or the Commanders, whatever the heck they are these days. But I would really want to do that from their standpoint. Like, you've told me before how hard it is to be a rookie. Like, where am I living? Who am I living with? Like, where do I shop for groceries? Like, someone give me the lowdown to Houston, Texas, please. And now you'd have Brandon Ayuk to help you along with that transition. Tell me, you got a face.
And their offensive coordinator. You know who it is?
I do not remember.
Very enticing. Cliff Kingsbury.
Oh, my God.
Yep. That's very enticing. Very enticing.
I think Cliff's a good OC.
OC, yes.
Yeah.
And college coach.
Whatever happened to what's his face?
The enemy.
Yeah.
He's gone. Oh, no, he's UCLA.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Weird.
Nobody wanted him in the NFL.
Man. He was getting ripped a little bit in
I think he's in
training camp. I thought he went to Arizona State, but I might be doing an Arizona State thing because of Jaden Daniels and because of Brandon Ayuk.
Yes, he's the associate head coach and offense coordinator for the UCLA Bruins.
Wild stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming up next, top 20 running backs in the NFL as ranked by CBSSports.com. There is one Steeler on the list. We'll tell you who that is when we come back. But first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost 11-5 yesterday to the Cincinnati Reds in the first of 3 games in the series. Game 2, same time tonight, 7:10. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage is presented by Pella Windows. And the Florida Panthers avoided a great upset, and they sealed off Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals to beat the Edmonton Oilers in 7 games. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews working on an earlier accident off to the side on northbound I-79, about a mile and a half before the Mount Nebo Road interchange. It's causing delays back to and across the Neville Island Bridge. Before you even get to that, you have solid delays on that northbound 79 side from the Kerwin Heights interchange up to the Parkway West. In the meantime, the Parkway West inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, outbound jam from Banksville up past Parkway Center, and then again from 79 to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East solid at Greensburg Pike, Route 28 delays before the Route 8 at the bypass, and the Parkway North slowing at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by New Flow Men's Health.
Paul Zeiss, suffering from ED can be rough. She feels the same way. New Flow Men's Health offers a long-term solution to get your confidence back. Serious about treating your ED issues? We are serious about helping you. 412-784-9000 or NUFLOmenshealth.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Joey Fatone from NSYNC and AJ McLean from Backstreet Boys. A legendary night. Joey Fatone and AJ McLean together live on stage. performing all their hits. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, August 23rd at 7 p.m. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino.
There are two things everyone loves, saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940 or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Grilling out. It's as American as fireworks, as hot dogs and hamburgers, and as Kingsford Original Charcoal. Because enjoying that unmistakable aroma and sharing the authentic wood-fired flavor of Kingsford Original with great friends makes the 4th of July even more special than it already is. And that's pretty special. So here's to America, and here's to Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert. Kingsford.com.
All right, so there we were, cruising through the new open-air zoo, when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. Luckily, we were in my Nissan Rogue. With its powerful VC turbo engine, well, we had time to see all the animals. Whoa! And outrun a few!
Drive the Nissan Rogue.
Okay, picture this. It's Friday afternoon when a thought hits you. I can spend another weekend doing the same old whatever, or I can hop into my all-new Hyundai Santa Fe and hit the road. With available H-Track all-wheel drive and 3-row seating, my whole family can head deep into the wild. Conquer the weekend in the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. In 10 minutes or so, Mount Rushmore season, baby. There was a Steelers Mount Rushmore that was posted on the interwebs, and we react to it. We come up with our own. It's never been done before in the history of sports talk radio. Before we do get to that, the Washington Commanders have $37 million in cap space. So I would think they should be the betting favorite for Brandon Ayuk if the 49ers don't come to the terms on some sort of agreement. Seems like they were pretty far apart, though. They were offering him $26 million, and he's going to want more than that.
Yeah, it's like 30.
Yeah.
$4 million.
I mean, that's the going rate when you think about Waddle, who got, 90 over 3 years? A 3-year deal for $90 million. I don't know why you wouldn't do it if you're Washington. Rookie quarterback, Terry McLaurin, those two guys on the outside, they could win this year.
Right.
Because you told me you like their GM and you really like Dan Quinn.
Yes. And then Cliff Kingsbury. I think they have a good DC, too. Who's their D coordinator? I mean, they're really, their D coordinator is their head coach, but, they're really set up to have a decent year this year.
I would go there before I went to Pittsburgh.
Yes.
And I think that makes a ton of sense for all the reasons we've laid out. If you're the Steelers, then you got to pivot. I mean, you got to go start looking back at Cortland Sutton again, or guys of that ilk. And you're not going to have to pay Cortland Sutton $30 million, and he's not the player I don't think Brandon Ayuk is, but at least he had the chemistry with Russell Wilson. I just can't see them going into the season with Van Jefferson and Quez Watkins and Scotty Miller and Roman
might
Wilson.
have to.
Well, you got to find a trade partner. You're right about that. Like you can't say we need a wide receiver and one grows on the wide receiver tree. Like you need to have a team that's willing to move on. Now, DK Metcalf was a guy that we had talked about before, post June 1st. Well, now it's June 25th, and nothing has happened there. I know that Seattle's up against the salary cap, and so they've got some decisions to make. I have no doubt that Omar is scouring the phones because he has a proven track record now in a couple of years, that if he can improve the team, he's going to improve the team. But, yeah, you got to find a dance partner. And if I'm Denver, I don't know that I would want to lose Cortland Sutton at this point in my offseason either. I'd settle for that. I think Brandon Ayuk takes the Steelers from a division wannabe to a division championship caliber team. If it's Cortland Sutton, I won't go that far. I think it might help cement them as a playoff team, but I think Ayuk is a cut above. You agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, when we come back, we'll get to that list that CBS Sports put out of the top 20 running backs in the NFL, and there is a surprising name, I think, left. There's a surprising name on the list, and there's a surprising name left off the list. We'll talk about that before we dive into some Mount Rushmore stuff. First, though, fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevy. 24 Silverado LT Crew Cab is up to $7,500 in rebates. Full terms and qualifications at sunchevy.com. Today, getting hot again, high 89.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Kate here from Baths R Us with the 3 biggest problems people always have with bathroom remodelers and how Baths R Us overcomes them all. First, it takes too long. Everyone's heard the horror stories of jobs that drag on for weeks or months. But at Baths R Us, we're in and out in 2 or 3 days and it looks stunning. Problem number 2, the final bill is more than the original estimate. Baths R Us doesn't give estimates. We give ironclad quotes. We remodel over 1,500 bathrooms a year. You can be confident there will be no last-minute surprises. And problem number 3, they don't do the job right. Baths R Us only hires master craftsmen who are trained and certified and who use the highest quality materials. That's why we're proud to offer our no regrets promise, your personal guarantee that you'll love your new bathroom. Call right now and get $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Our number is 412-435-4683 or online at bathsrus.com. That's bathsrus.com.
Did somebody say free diamond bracelet? That's right. Diamonds Direct is expanding upon their best offer yet. Make any purchase this month and receive a free diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right. Any engagement ring, any diamond necklace, any timepiece. Purchase any item valued at $10,000 or more and receive a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Every purchase of $10,000 or more qualifies. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet ends June 30th. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't be overwhelmed with unexpected plumbing problems. Go to plumbers911.com for 24/7 emergency service. Plumbers 911 are local, licensed, and insured Pittsburgh plumbers that can fix any plumbing emergency, including broken or burst pipes, drain cleaning, sewer inspections, and lawn sprinkler repairs. The Plumbers 911's team has over 10,000 hours of training, are background checked and union certified. Go to plumbers911.com or call 412-226-4299 for great service and fair pricing. Plumbers 911, your Pittsburgh plumbing experts.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey. I love talking sports with you, but I'd like to talk to you about where I got my start, Westminster College. I was a student athlete on the Titans baseball team and graduated with a degree in broadcast communications. It's a place that means a lot to me. Not only did I learn from great professors, I got hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. 300 beautiful acres in New Wilmington, just an hour from Pittsburgh. 98% of students receive financial aid. Visit westminster.edu to learn how real experiences lead to real success.
In a world where paying high retail prices is dumb, you need a hero. Someone who knows how to save money.
You. Yep, it's you. Saving tons of money with your MacBid app.
Up to 80% off retail.
Okay.
It's an auction-packed summer.
Get it? Not action-packed, but auction-packed?
They get it.
It's clever.
It's good.
You.
Versus evil.
Think he means the people you're bidding against, or maybe big retail. I don't know.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid or on the free app.
Phantom Fireworks, lighting up backyards of America from coast to coast. Visit your nearest Phantom Fireworks store today. Click fireworks.com for showroom specials, coupons, and a location near you.
Join Allegheny County Parks every weekend, now through September 1st for the 2024 Summer Concert Series. Each week, you'll have the chance to enjoy live music on Fridays at South Park Amphitheater and Sundays at Heartwood Acres Amphitheater. Each concert's free and starts at 7:30 p.m. Local food trucks, craft beer, and wine will all be on site at concerts, starting at 6 p.m. For the full lineup, visit AlleghenyCounty.us/special events.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews still clearing an earlier accident from northbound I-79 about a mile before the Mount Nebo Road exit. That's causing slowdowns all the way back to the Emsworth-Sewickley interchange and past the scene. Before that, you have delays from Kerwin Heights all the way up to the Parkway West. You're jammed inbound on the Parkway West between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels, outbound heavy past 79 to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, you're jammed at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass, and the Parkway North slowing at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So NFL Throwback came out with their Steelers Mount Rushmore because it's June, and that's what happens in June in sports talk. We also have a list here of the top 20 running backs in the NFL. Someone was surprisingly included and somebody surprisingly left out. We'll get to both of those things in a minute. But Corey Perry, dude, did you see this? Corey Perry just lost his 4th out of the last 5 Stanley Cups.
What?
Yeah. 4 out of the last 5 Stanley Cups he's been a part of, and his team lost.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's tough.
That sucks. Now, he won in 06 and 07 with the Anaheim Mighty Ducks. But that is some all-time losing.
He's been to 7?
So he lost 4 of 5. He played in 06 and 07 for the team that won it. So I think he's played in 6 Stanley Cups. Pardon me. No, 5 Stanley Cups, lost 4 of them. Oh, my God. He's one of the most legendary losers of all time.
Jeez.
Corey Perry is. It connotes feelings of Marian Hossa, who was a Penguin and then lost to the Red Wings, then joins the Red Wings, loses to the Penguins, and then finally winds up with the Chicago Blackhawks and wins the championship. Boy, that's not a distinction that I would like. It means that you're always playing on winning teams, but the heartbreak for that guy. How do you think Oilers girl feels today, by the way?
I was going to say something mean, but I'm not going to.
She probably feels pretty good, honestly.
I don't know.
I mean, she's a huge Oilers fan. She did a shower video. I don't know if you saw that.
I was going to be mean. I mean, she has, like, no charisma, but
I don't. Buddy, she don't need that charisma.
I know.
She's behind a paywall on Playboy.com. Have you seen this?
I have not seen it. Have you seen it?
I have not seen it. I don't. If I were a single man, I may have. Yeah, but I don't need that showing up on my bank statement. Hey, Adam, why'd you subscribe for $3.99 a month to this specific sect of Playboy? Well, let me tell you a little bit about the Edmonton Oilers, dear. Yeah, I can't do that. But she's now doing a bunch of stuff with Spittin' Chiclets.
Right.
Which everything I know about a couple of those, it doesn't matter. We'll just leave that one there.
Yeah.
We'll just leave it there. But yeah, it connotes feelings of Marian Hossa, who was like the ultimate loser until he was ultimately a winner.
Man.
4 out of 5. That is really tough.
To make it that many times.
Do you think the second one would be more satisfying than the first? Like, because when I think about 09 and the Penguins winning the Cup, the first Stanley Cup that I really was a cognizant fan, like where I could really like enjoy it and soak it all in, I think of 09, and so that one was special. But because of all the failures intermixed in between 09 and 2016 as a fan was by far my favorite championship I've seen a team win.
So you're saying as a fan or as a player?
Well, I can only look at it as a fan.
As a player, I think the second one would be great because that puts you in a different tier. Because there's so many players who win 1, but how many players really win 2?
Yeah.
And how many players really win 3? So that second one, if you can do that, and it's kind of with the same-ish regime, different coaches, I get that, but you're still with the same team, with the core group, yeah, that's very special.
Paul Coffey
Years
won
later.
6. He won 4 with the Oilers. He won 2 with the Penguins, an ultimate winner. Chris Kunitz, an ultimate winner, because he won with the Anaheim Ducks, and then he won 3 championships with the Penguins. I think of those guys. I think of Patrick Hornquist as a winner. I think of Phil Kessel as a winner, but they did it here. The guys who have won it in multiple places. That's a really, really cool accomplishment. And then you got Connor McDavid, who hasn't had his name etched on the cup 1 time. What a shame that is. So CBS Sports ranked their top 20 running backs in the NFL, and controversy right off the jump, Doran, as Jaylen Warren listed as the 20th best running back in the NFL. You know who's not on the list? Najee Harris. Do you agree with that? Do you think Najee Harris is a lesser player than Jaylen Warren?
Well, go through the list if we have time. Go through the list of the 20, and I'll tell you. I mean, I'll tell you who deserves that 20th spot out of the 2, or deserves maybe to be higher, or do they both deserve to be on?
So you've got Jaylen Warren at 20, Isaiah Pacheco at 19. He runs like a chicken with his head cut off. DeAndre Swift, 18th. A chain from the Dolphins, whose name I always butcher, who was unbelievably explosive last year. You had James Conner, 16th overall.
I mean, he's been having a great career.
I cannot quibble with that at all. I think James Conner is a better player than Najee Harris.
Yes.
The only thing about him was that he couldn't stay healthy. When he's healthy, higher yards per carry than Najee Harris, and he's got the nose for the goal line. Tony Pollard at 15. Kyron Williams with the Rams, 14. Kenneth Walker, 13. Raheem Mostert, 2 Dolphins on the list. Travis Etienne, 11th. Aaron Jones, Josh Jacobs, Jahmyr Gibbs, Saquon Barkley, Breece Hall, Nick Chubb, Jonathan Taylor, Bijan Robinson, Derrick Henry, and Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. So
I guess it really does come down to, do you think Najee Harris is a lesser player than Jaylen Warren?
He doesn't offer as much. If you're looking for the complete back, I mean, you would think that Najee Harris would offer a lot as a complete back, being with his size, but Jaylen Warren, I mean, in the passing game, you know, he's getting you that yak yards on screens,
yes,
and, dump downs, and in pass blocking, he does very well. And then running between tackles and outside tackles and explosiveness,
People have always criticized Najee Harris for not being explosive, but the defenders of Najee Harris have always said he's been running behind a bad offensive line. Jaylen Warren runs behind the same offensive line and has a higher yards per carry.
If you look at those two and say that, there's no way you can say that they're close in explosiveness.
Not even close.
It's night and day.
Not even close.
And that has to do with size. I get that. But just as a pure runner,
Derrick Henry's pretty big, and he's explosive. Saquon's explosive.
When Jaylen Warren broke out that 60-yard run in the preseason.
Buffalo, yeah.
Against Buffalo, that put it to me, I was like, oh, that's different. Najee Harris can't do that.
I think the Steelers feel the same way. And that's one of the reasons why they don't want to pick up and didn't pick up that fifth-year option on Najee Harris. But I also don't know that they feel so good about Jaylen Warren that they wouldn't think you need to have him handcuffed with another back. I will always say about Jaylen, I think he's one of the most elusive running backs in the entire NFL. He avoided 35.6% of the tackles, it says right here on this CBS Sports article. That is the best among all 49 running backs. But I don't know if in a 17-game season, if it was Jaylen Warren and Cordarrelle Patterson, if you really believe that Jaylen Warren's going to stay healthy and be the primary ball toter for 17 games. I don't think you can. The only way we would find out is if Najee Harris got hurt, because I think that less is probably more with both of them.
Yes.
But when Jaylen Warren is that much more on a yards per carry basis better than Najee Harris, you're not going to pay Najee Harris $7 million guaranteed. You're just not going to do it. Not when you know that if you lose out on him, you can give another 1B to the Steelers, and you still feel like Jaylen Warren is going to be really good for you. I am surprised that I am surprised they went with it, though. They love the counting stats, and Najee has 3,000-yard seasons, but I think that means less and less more than it ever did.
More games.
I wonder if you were doing tandems where the Steelers would rank.
Top 3.
Yeah, I'd think pretty high. I'd think really high. What frightens me most about this list is that you scroll all the way down to Derrick Henry at number 2, and now you pair him with the greatest running quarterback in the history of the sport. And I think if ever there was a player at his age to be productive at that position, this year he is set up so perfectly.
Oh, my God.
So perfectly.
Oh.
I mean, he's an all-timer. He's 29 years old. He's not going to have the best season of his career because just go back and look.
Yeah, 2,000 some yards. Yeah.
Yes. But if he rushes for 1,600 yards this year, no one bats an eye, I don't think, with Derrick Henry. All right. So NFL Archive came up with the Steelers' Mount Rushmore. And it's Jack Lambert, Terry Bradshaw, Joe Green, Ben Roethlisberger. There is one guy that on social media everyone wants to rip from that Mount Rushmore and place someone else there. We'll talk about that when we come back because it's June. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost 11-5 yesterday to the Cincinnati Reds in the first of 3 games in the series. The second game of the series is tonight, same time, 7:10. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 6 o'clock, and that's presented by Pella Windows. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Doran.
The intense summer heat is imminent, and if you're concerned about excessive heat pouring into your home, it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
One of the region's top builders. At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Food insecurity in children has increased more than 30% in the past year. Today, 1 in 6 children in southwestern PA may not know where their next meal is coming from. Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank is leveraging the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to child hunger and its root causes. Just $1 can provide enough food for up to 3 meals and help nearly 80,000 children thrive this summer. To learn how you can donate, volunteer, or find food, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. N76, visit staples.com/print for details.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Another year, another Stanley Cup raised by a team that plays in the United States, not Canada, as the Florida Panthers get past the Edmonton Oilers in games 7-2-1. For Florida, it's a night 30 years in the making. The team winning their first Stanley Cup. For Edmonton, it's disappointment, getting this far only to fall just 1 goal short. But with Connor McDavid and company, expect them to give Canada a decent shot at finally breaking that curse, albeit next year. I'm Bart Winkler.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give My Lowe's Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not a My Lowe's Rewards member? Join for free today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details. No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give My Lowe's Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not a My Lowe's Rewards member? Join for free today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry, who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews have cleared the earlier accident on I-79 northbound about a mile before the Mount Nebo Road interchange. All the earlier delays have dissipated as well. However, you're still looking at heavy traffic in the construction zone between the Craft and Moon Run interchange up into the S-Bends. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 is heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass all the way to the north side. And the Crosstown, that is heavy past Bigelow Boulevard over toward 5th Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Spitzer Acura, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price. The Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Paul Coffey won 3 championships. Obviously was not a member of the second Penguins Cup winning team. I don't mean to make light of this or anything, but I wonder if I got like some of that COVID brain fog. It might just be that I'm dumb and my baby doesn't sleep at night and I wake up every day at 3 a.m.
School you went to.
Really set myself up for that one.
I mean,
and then how about Austin Bechtel?
Is there anybody that's ever is intelligent that's come out of West Virginia? Like honestly, like
look at me.
Like who like
we have the same job.
Like big time,
it all worked
like
out.
Smart. Is there any like anything?
Jerry West.
He was a basketball player,
Hall of Fame executive.
In basketball.
Very
I'm
smart
saying, like,
man.
intelligent. Like, there's so many intelligent people that have come out of the University of Pittsburgh.
Jonas Salk. Name a non-athlete. Came out that's smart. He can't. I named the one. Now, he did help kill polio. So that's a pretty big quiver, arrow in your quiver. Yeah, it's a pretty big one there. We got to cure something at West Virginia. We got to let something out of a lab and cure it, and then that we can even it up.
Should cure.
Perhaps you could find a cure to 13-9.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Gingivitis.
You know who texted me earlier? E.J. Borghetti. And he wanted to remind me that Chuck Hawley was one of the players who won the Super Bowl MVP. Might have been the only guy who won the Super Bowl MVP for a losing team, Super Bowl V, which I did know, and he was a West Virginia Mountaineer, and that is the most West Virginia Mountaineer stat of all time.
Mm-hmm.
That a guy was the best loser, the best possible loser you could be. That is such a damn West Virginia thing.
Yes, it is.
Anyhow, shall we go to Mount Rushmore talk, Doran Dickerson?
Sure.
All right. So NFL Archive came out with their Mount Rushmores for every team in the sport because it's June and that's what sports talk is. And it's Jack Lambert, Terry Bradshaw, Joe Green, Ben Roethlisberger. A ton of people on the Post saying that Ben should be removed and Troy Polamalu should be placed there instead. I think Troy's one of one. Troy is one of the best safeties of all time, one of the best defenders of all time. And they would always flash the stats when Troy played, when Troy didn't play, just like T.J. Watt. They were so much better with that guy. And if you didn't know a thing about football and you watched the Steelers play, you could go with your girlfriend, you go with your dad who doesn't know jack about football, whatever. And they would go, that guy is different. But you can't take Ben off Mount Rushmore.
No.
How you going to take a 2-time Super Bowl winning quarterback off Mount Rushmore? You can't do that.
Nah. I think somebody that would be deserving to be on, and maybe for Lambert, would be Franco.
Yeah, I could see that.
Maybe. He's the only one, though.
Dan Rooney said we did a lot of losing before Franco got here and a lot of winning after.
Right.
Like, Franco was kind of that line in the sand. Now, the same is true with a lot of those guys, but Franco comes in, all of a sudden they start winning championships, and he was a big part of the championships. And the team that they all consider the best of that group that didn't win was in 1976, and that's because Franco was hurt.
Right.
So I could see that, and he was the guy whose number just got retired.
Right.
But if you're talking, I can't believe we're doing this. If you're doing Mount Rushmore, it's also got to be a look, too. And Mean Joe Green, he had a look, and he was intimidating. And obviously, he is above reproach. Like, he has to be on the Steelers' Mount Rushmore. Same with Bradshaw and his little chin butt.
Uh-huh.
Jack Lambert's his teeth and the drooling. Like, Hines would look good because he'd have the big smile. But as far as accomplishment, and Ben's got double chin, you got to put Ben on the Mount Rushmore. But you asked a question before the show that I have not thought about. Who is the third best Steelers quarterback of all time? Now, Neil O'Donnell made a Pro Bowl. Neil O'Donnell went to a Super Bowl. It can't be Neil O'Donnell, can it?
Maybe. Or Cordell.
It could be Cordell. I still think Cordell was a little bit ahead of his time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know that Cordell would do all the things that Lamar Jackson has done. I mean, Lamar Jackson's he's won 2 MVPs. Like, it might not be fair to say that, but Cordell Stewart was the Offensive Player of the Year in 2001.
Yeah, Cordell over. I mean, Cordell for the array of, yeah. Cordell probably number 3, and then Neil 4. The fact that he could do it at 2 positions.
He was
quarterback being one of them.
48 and 34 in his NFL career. He had more interceptions than touchdowns did Cordell, but he also ran the ball effectively. Some of his early career highlights, he was the best athlete on the field.
Easily.
Yep. Slash.
Mm-hmm.
I might be inclined to go with that.
Yeah.
But then you start looking, if you want to go position by position, we were kicking this around too. What do you think is the hardest position?
Tight end.
Because they don't have a ton of depth there?
They don't have a ton of depth.
It's got to be Heath.
Heath.
LB Nickel.
LB Nickel, Brunner, and maybe Green.
Oh, my God.
Right?
Tackle's interesting. Tunch.
Brown. Larry Brown.
John Kolb.
And
Marvell Smith. Hey, Jinx. Yomi is in.
Yeah.
Tunch was great, man. Multiple-time Pro Bowler. Marvell Smith, I think, won 1 Pro Bowl. Tunch gone way too soon. R.I.P. What a great guy Tunch Ilkin was. I mean, seriously, what a great guy Tunch Ilkin was. I worked with him for a long time and hosted shows with him. Good dude, and he would teach the Tunch Punch.
Mm-hmm.
He would go around to different camps. You say you were learning the Tunch Punch one year.
Malarkey down in Tennessee.
Did Tunch come down and help with that?
No, we had like a big pad that had like little dots on it. It was called the Tunch Punch.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Back in those days, could you head slap back then?
When Tunch's day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
Man, getting slapped upside the head like that?
Yeah.
That wouldn't be fun.
I mean, the Steelers
center's hard.
Well, they could have potentially 3 Hall of Fame centers.
Oh yeah, 4 with Zach Frazier. Should I go full pony on Zach Frazier?
No.
The greatest center in NFL history?
Please don't.
That one's different than tight end. Tight end, you're like, who you got after Heath and LB Nickel? Oh my God. Center, it's Mike Webster. It's Dermontti Dawson. Hardings was a hell of a center.
Mm-hmm.
And Marquise Pouncey's Hall of Fame adjacent.
Yep.
Jerry Mullins at guard. Alan Faneca obviously goes into the Hall of Fame. Sam Davis. Wide receiver is sneaky tough. because you got AB
for 4.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're going a 4 wide receiver set, you got AB, you got Lynn Swann, you got Hines Ward, you got John Stallworth.
Yeah.
But if you're going 2, oh boy. Here's the AB was clearly a better player than Hines. But Hines was a multiple Super Bowl winner and a Super Bowl MVP. So he did it when it mattered most.
I mean, if I'm going 2 wide receiver set, I'm going Antonio Brown and Stallworth.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because Lynn Swann, if you had to compare, would be more of a AB.
Is this the oldest segment we've ever done?
Probably.
In our show's history?
Probably.
Barrett Sports Media wrote a really nice piece about us yesterday about how free-form jazz we are and how the show flows and how young and energetic, and here we are talking about John Kolb. I'm sorry, Gary Anderson's not better than Chris Boswell.
Yes, he is.
Well, he won championships, but Boswell's one of the most accurate kickers in NFL history. Okay. Here's the one that's interesting. I think I've said that 4 times. Jack Ham, T.J. Watt, outside linebacker. Different defenses. Jack Ham off ball. They played the Tampa 2 before it was cool, before they called it the Tampa 2. T.J. Watt getting 20.5 sacks in a season. Like, you can't compare those guys. T.J. Watt's a defensive end, basically.
Like, I mean, if you're going 3-4 linebackers, I'm going Watt, Ham, Lambert, Green.
Kevin Green.
Yes.
No James Harrison?
Green. Maybe Lloyd.
I'll tell you who had the best playoff statistics was our guy, Lamar Woodley.
Yes. That year, yes.
He had 2 sacks in every playoff game. Von Miller did that, and then he was the Super Bowl MVP. Lamar Woodley does it, and he's like an afterthought because James Harrison had the best play in Super Bowl history.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't. I said this the other day. If Kurt Warner gets that Hail Mary off in Super Bowl 43, there's a 15% chance, if not a little bit higher, that your friend Larry Fitzgerald goes up and plucks that ball off anybody's helmet. He had a legendary postseason run that year, Larry Fitzgerald did. Dwight White, defensive end, Ernie Stotner, Joe Green. I mean,
how's Ike Taylor not on?
Because you got, so safeties, you got Carnell Lake and Troy, probably.
Donnie Shell,
and Mike Wagner. I mean, come on.
I mean, jeez.
And then corner, you got Mel Blount and J.T. Thomas. Ike Taylor, criminally underrated. Rod Woodson. Yeah. And Jack Butler. I forgot Rod. Thank you for not letting me forget one of the greatest corners of all time, who then won a Super Bowl with the Ravens. It makes me sick.
I could really do some damage with this defensive list, like moving guys around. Like, I'd have Rod and Troy at safety.
Oh, my God. And that's, I mean, Carnell Lake.
Yep.
Carnell Lake was a freak among freaks, man. That guy was unbelievable.
I'd put Carnell
Bad
at corner.
defensive coach, but yeah. Who would you do? What?
Carnell at corner.
He played both, yeah.
And Blount at corner.
Ooh! Changed the rules.
Yep.
There's mug people.
Blount, Carnell at corners, and safeties, I'd have Rod Woodson and Paul Malo. You would not be able to stop that. They would stop every single pass.
I mean, just think about how good 08 was, man. Yeah. Like, just the 2008 Steelers defense does not really get mentioned among the all-time great defenses. Like, it's always the Buccaneers, the 85 Bears, the Ravens of 2000. 08 Steelers, they defended every blade of grass, man. That team was really, 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 really good. Ike Taylor, criminally underrated.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't catch. People crushed Ike Taylor around here. Ike Taylor was solid, man. He was so good. All right. Shall we move on from the old segment?
Yeah.
The old man segment, where we gaze back at the 1970s Pittsburgh Steelers? All right. How about the Buccos? They're in the danger zone. They can do something right now, I think, that would help stop the bleeding. We'll tell you what that is when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
The Florida Panthers avoided embarrassment, and after losing 3 straight, they won Game 7 to win the Stanley Cup over the Edmonton Oilers, although Connor McDavid won the Conn Smythe Trophy with the losing Oilers. Very controversial. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. If you like going to the casino, you will love the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. It's the only app I use myself and that I ever recommend. Bring the casino right to your home with the BetParks app. How about a little blackjack, roulette, or Texas Hold'em with a live dealer right on your phone? All the action and excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. And the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app is safe. It's simple. It's easy to use. Daily promotions, live dealers, and more. Download the BetParks app, play all your favorite classic casino games, and bet on all your favorite sports. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. BetParks has a great offer for new users. Download right now. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at betparks.com for details. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Ohio, or Maryland. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Nick Ashew, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. A battle for the NL wild card is tonight between the Padres and the Nationals. San Diego's won 4 of their last 5 games. We expect them to stay hot. In fact, the model has Padres moneyline as a 5-star best bet. I'm Nick Ashew. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download BetQL and the BetMGM apps today.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Why make things harder than they need to be? There's a better way to save time and money. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Would you buy a car without knowing the brand? Of course not. Then why settle for undisclosed windows from a window installation company? What else are they not disclosing to you about price, warranty, or installation method? With Pella, you're getting trusted quality. Don't gamble with your home. Choose Pella for clarity, quality, and peace of mind. Right now, get 45% off installation or 0% interest for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
At Ron Lewis Automotive in Cranberry, Pleasant Hills, and Waynesburg, make this the summer of Ram. Drive the most awarded light-duty and heavy-duty truck brand over the last 5 years. Right now, lease a 2024 Ram 1500 Bighorn for just $449 a month. 42-month, 10,000-mile-a-year lease with $38.64 due at signing, pending credit approval. Offer expires 7/1/24. Find your Ram truck at ronlewisautomotive.com. We have your keys. Summer's finally here. Time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. I mean, every surface in your home and or your business could be Zero Resified, so why not call the cleaning pros at Zero Res? Get 3 rooms in your home cleaned starting at just $129. Perfect time of year, too, to get your air ducts taken care of with $100 off. It'll help alleviate allergies and asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. And do not, I repeat, do not leave deep cleaning to yourself with those dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. There's no possible way to extract all that dirty water out of your carpet. Actually leaves your floors worse off than they were before. This deal, not going to last long with Zero Res. You owe it to yourself, your health, your home, and or your business to schedule your appointment now at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give My Lowe's Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not a My Lowe's Rewards member? Join for free today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bases loaded and 2 outs, 3-2 again. Gonzalez strikes out swinging. Threw him that down and in cutter. And Wilson gets out of trouble. Pirates strand 3. And they go down to the Reds tonight, 11-5.
Feels like danger zone time for the Bucks. 2.5 games out of a playoff spot, 8.5 back of the Milwaukee Brewers for first in the NL Central. Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and you can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fire Andy Haynes? I mean, you can't trade for 6 hitters. You got to do something. Like, I feel like this season could be spiraling down the drain here, Doran. And you got to put the tourniquet on this thing. And I can't think of anything apart from a big trade that might, shake things up, bigger than getting rid of a guy who I don't think anybody could say and argue with a straight face is doing a good job.
Yeah, but would they do a better job without him? I mean, where would you go?
Hard to do worse?
It is hard to do worse, but I don't know if that is the answer right now. They just need to figure out how to put a better lineup out there. I don't know if firing the hitting coach at this point is really going to do anything, but that's just me. I don't know. I don't think they'll do that.
I don't think they'll do it either.
No, I don't think they'll do it.
I know that Bob Nutting was critical of the offense, and so there's a shot across the bow at both Derek Shelton. I mean, really all three, Derek Shelton, Ben Cherington, and Andy Haynes. But I don't see them as the franchise that would pull the plug the way the Steelers did with Matt Canada. I do think it would send a message. I think they need a message. Because now they're taking on water, not just in their lineup, where really there's only 3 guys that you can count on every day. Their rotation is their big 3. And then Bailey Falter has been really hit or miss of late. He was great against the Reds at home. He was bad against the Reds yesterday. You've got the back end of a bullpen now where there's no David Bednar, and we know probably, it's hard to argue that it's not the hitting, but maybe the weakest part of the team is the soft underbelly of the Pirates bullpen. I could just see this thing right now, these 5 games away from home, and they already lost the first of this 6-game stretch. I could see this being danger zone time for the Pirates. And I do wonder, from your point of view as a player, like we say, okay, let's say they add a big bat. Let's say they get a 30 home run hitter in here, a Luis Robert Jr. or something like that, a guy that's got legitimate pop. Or heck, just for bleeps and giggles, they get Pete Alonso. He's hit 50-plus homers. That's going to go a long way. You'd still have 5 places in your lineup that you can't quite count on. Could you get a collective lift from that, though? Could it buoy you? Could it raise morale? Could it push you forward? Because I kind of feel like they might need something like that, too.
Yeah, I mean, from the lineup construction, too. Like, you don't have to put certain players in spots that you're kind of supplementing. You could push everybody down. Like, who's in the – where were the Lonzo hit? What, the 3?
I put him 4.
4? And who's there now? Tellez?
Yeah. That's a huge difference.
Huge difference. You move him down.
And by extension, and we're talking about the intangible, like what it would do for everyone's energy and morale. And, oh, my God, our front office had faith in us. From a tangible standpoint, you'd have to think it would help O'Neal Cruz, too. If O'Neal Cruz hits 3rd and a big bopper's hitting 4th, he should be seeing better pitches to hit, too.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that trickle down would be real. What I'm saying here is I don't even know what they need to do. We've thrown out some options here, but are you in agreement that it's starting to look kind of murky for these buccos?
It is, and I just saw somebody tweet this from The Athletic. A proposed trade that the Pirates could possibly make is Josh Bell and Brian De La Cruz from the Marlins and giving up, I forget what the prospects, I just lost it, but not top prospects. But that would help, I think. You're familiar with one player in Josh Bell, and De La Cruz hasn't been awful this year. So, and he's an outfielder. I wouldn't mind that.
I would not mind that at all. I would do that in a heartbeat, and I would do it today. I don't know that people are knocking down the door trying to get Josh Bell either. And frankly, Josh Bell has not been good. His defense is better than it was in Pittsburgh. But if Josh Bell is your first baseman, he is a better option to platoon with Connor Joe than Rowdy Tellez, full stop. So you'd be upgrading 2 positions. Brian De La Cruz has 14 homers in 77 games. He hit 19 last year in 153 games. Now, in his career, last season was his worst year. Apart from that, 3 out of the 4 years, he has been an above-average offensive player in terms of OPS plus. So that's not what they have in the outfield right now.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Suwinski is one of the worst players in Major League Baseball. He's not a good defensive player. Can we just stop on him for 1 second, actually? Yesterday, ground ball up the middle. Should have been an RBI single for De La Cruz. And
goes to second.
And he goes to second because he's as fast as anybody in the sport, but because Jack Suwinski is lackadaisically going to the ground to the ball. And he lollipops it in. And this just one day removed from on Sunday, there's a ground ball single to left field, and Jack Suwinski fields the thing. The runner's not even around third base. He's 8 feet away from third base, and he slowly picks it up, and he bounces it to the cutoff man. So not only is Jack Suwinski hitting below 170, Jack Suwinski is a sieve in the outfield and has a WAR that's as low as just about anybody's in baseball. So yeah, that's the kind of deal I could get on board with now. We were talking earlier. It might be tough to get a prized name now.
Yeah.
Because if you're the White Sox and you're thinking about Louis Robert Jr., if you're thinking about that guy, if I'm the White Sox, I'm holding on to him until the deadline.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pushing that up. Would you say, Callis?
Isn't it Luis?
Yeah, I know. I did it all backwards. If I'm them, I'm holding on to him for as long as possible. Any of the big name guys, you hold on to them as long as possible. See if you can get a bidding war and a king's ransom. But guys like Josh Bell and Brian De La Cruz, I feel like you could slightly overpay and you could get them now, and then you've upgraded 2 positions. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about, where you want to stop the bleeding before. Like, I'm going on vacation for 2 weeks. I don't want to come back and they're 5, 6, 7 games out. But if I lick my finger and put it up in the breeze right now, I feel like that's more likely than them being 1 or 2 games out at that point. So do something, please. The Fan Morning Show, and do it now. Brought to you by Guardian Protection. Coming up next, social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Reds play again today. It's game 2 of the series. You can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pirates lost game 1 yesterday, 11-5. But game 2, 7:10, same time as yesterday. Coverage on The Fan begins at 6 o'clock. If you want to listen, you can here or on the Odyssey app. It's the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, hosted by Dan Zangrilli at 6. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews checking reports of an accident now on the inbound side of Route 28 just before the Route 8 at the bypass. No signs of delays through that zone, though. You will find some heavy traffic, though, from Millvale toward the north side. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg, and some slow traffic coming off the North Shore Expressway over to and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge heading toward town. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
That's the power of Bowser. Summer is here, and it's time to kick it off in style with a brand new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its sleek design, advanced technology, and top-of-the-line safety features. Right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra SEL from Bowser Hyundai for just $209 a month. And remember, all Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends June 30th. Well, that's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Did you know that the tubs and showers installed by most bathroom remodelers aren't waterproof? I'm not kidding. They're not waterproof. That's because the other guys cheap out and put acrylic caulk directly on acrylic tub and shower panels. You can't do that. Water will seep through, and then you've got mold, mildew, and rot. To do it right, you have to first prime the surfaces, then apply the caulk, then you have to seal the caulk. It's a 3-step process. Prime, apply, seal. If you've ever seen shower seams with mold growing on them, well, now you know why. Some cheapskate decided to save $25 in materials and 20 minutes of labor, and now you have a mold and mildew problem. Call Baths R Us instead. We never cut corners. We always take our time to do it right for a 100% waterproof installation every single time. Call now and get $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Our number is 412-435-4683 or online at bathsrus.com. That's bathsrus.com.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
Hey, Donnie Football here. Did you take Awaken 180 up on dropping 40 by the 4th? If you did, next week you'll reach that goal. Congratulations. If you didn't call Awaken 180, why not do it now? Fast weight loss, easy weight loss, and then free support for life.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splash-tastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Social media's biggest loser. Seems like Buffalo Sabres fans are taking it on the chin, Doran. 4 members of the 2020-2021 Buffalo Sabres have now won the Stanley Cup. Jack Eichel last year, Kyle Okposo, Sam Reinhart, and Brandon Montour this year. And then here's a loser one for you. The Penguins and their lack of bottom 6 scoring depth. Evan Rodriguez was the leading goal scorer in this Stanley Cup final.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you know what? Evan Rodriguez deserved the Conn Smythe more than Connor McDavid. How about that?
Yeah.
I don't know why you wouldn't have it. I don't know why. I kind of think it's weird you give a playoff MVP and not, I'm not going to change the history of hockey or say everything needs to change just because I don't like it, but, I mean, there should be They should be separate things. Like a Stanley Cup Final MVP and a playoff MVP to me are different things. They can be. Like McDavid was the best player throughout the playoffs, but he was not one of the best players the last 2 games when it mattered most.
But usually the playoff MVP is the one whose team wins.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually how it is, but it's different in this case. And I can get on board with the whole – and I know that, there's different voters, but I can get on board with them wanting McDavid to be the face and the marketing push for it. I mean, that makes sense.
When I posted the Twitter poll earlier, should Connor McDavid have won the Conn Smythe Trophy, 66% of people said no. Now, you got a lot of Crosby lovers and McDavid haters around here, and I would probably put myself somewhere in that group. But I've been, scouring the internet about all this. It seems like the only people that were, unanimous on this were the people who voted on it. Outside of the voters who covered the Stanley Cup playoffs, most people seem to agree, don't give it to the loser.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of odd to me, that the only people that really were full bore into this thing were the people who made the final decision. I'm now going to be off for 2 weeks.
Yes, you are.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to be off for a week, too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Who do we want to fill in for us? Not that we get asked.
Jack Hillgrove.
I like that idea.
Maybe Donnie.
I like that, too. Maybe together.
Yes.
You listening, Craig? How about you do that?
Yep.
I think both of those guys give a level of intrigue where people would have to tune in. What are these young bucks all about?
Mm-hmm.
You heard a decent portion of his show on Sunday, Jack Hillgrove's.
Yes.
How's he doing?
Very good. He gets it.
He does get it.
Worked his butt off. Or some people, we know who his grandfather is. He's worked from the bottom and is working his way up and doing it the right way. You're
not going to get a chance to do this if you're not good. Like Joe Buck, people, his dad, Jack, forever. Oh, well, yeah. And he acknowledged, I wouldn't have gotten my opportunity if it weren't for my dad. I don't know that that's the same with Jack, but you got to be good.
Yeah.
If you're not good, you're not going anywhere in anything. It ain't going to happen. So there you go. There's our endorsement.
Yep.
You going to miss me?
No.
Callis, you going to miss me?
Absolutely not.
Have fun.
Should I unplug? Just not tweet, not go on Twitter for a couple of weeks?
Do whatever you want.
Okay, fine. You don't care.
No.
Fan weather brought to you by Goodbye Friends. See you in a couple of weeks. Hope the Pirates are still in it when I get back. If not, Steelers camp right around the corner. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy 24 Silverado LT Crew Cab up to $7,500 in rebates. Full terms and qualifications at sunchevy.com. Today, high 89.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. N76, visit staples.com/print for details.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Yes, Brian, I am having an affair with your brother, but we're in love. What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me how I can get an auto loan.
Wait, what?
Auto loan. How can I get one?
Mm-hmm. I feel your confusion. Let's use it in the scene.
Yeah, cool. But the loan?
I don't know. I'm your acting coach. I drive a 2001 Miata. You should talk to Clearview.
You have auto loan questions. We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different.
Where two rivers converge, a third emerges.
stronger and more united than ever before. And a community, hard as steel, built over generations, rises for the new day ahead. Vibrant, dedicated, innovative. Today, we have a chance for a brighter future right here in Pennsylvania. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel coming together as one. U.S. Steel's partnership with Nippon Steel means no layoffs, means no plant closures, means $1.4 billion in new investments for the future. And best of all, it means U.S. Steel's headquarters will stay right here in Pennsylvania. Built for innovation, built for Pennsylvania, built for generations to come. The U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel partnership is the future of American steel.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 is cleared out, so is the main line Parkway North. The HOV lane's closed until this afternoon's rush hour. Also, northbound 79, very heavy in the construction zone, approaching Clever Road up through the S-Bends to the Neville Island Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports, now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join John Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon-Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, Slippery Rock Golf Club, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your Fan Headlines. Disastrous game for the Pirates yesterday in Cincinnati. First of a 3-game series against the Reds. 11-5. Bailey Falter took the loss. 4 innings. Gave up 5 hits, 5 runs. 4 of them earned. walked 1, struck out 2. Carson Spires was great for Cincinnati. 6 innings pitch. He gave up 3 runs. The Pirates took a 1-0 lead, but the Reds scored 5 in the bottom half of the 4th, 2 in the bottom of the 5th, 4 in the bottom half of the 6th, including a Ellie De La Cruz home run over the batter's eye. O'Neal Cruz also homer for the Pirates. He answered Ellie De La Cruz's home run from the bottom of the 6th. In the top half of the 7th, O'Neal's 2-run shot for his 11th of the season. As the Pirates' second game of the series will send Mitch Keller to the mound. 7:10 first pitch tonight. Hunter Green will throw for Cincinnati. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 6 o'clock. You'd hear it right here on The Fan and also on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. It's time for the Joe Starkey Show.
Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show.
The biggest in the game.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
To left. Reynolds back on this. He can't get there. It hits the gap and hits the wall. That'll bring home 2 Reds. Spencer Steer with a 2-run double. Cincinnati has the lead, 2-1. Pitch is swung on and driven into left center. And this ball is deep and it's going to head to the wall. Steer scores. Stevenson behind him at third. Cruz's relay from medium outfield. And he's in there, and that throw errant. And that allows Fairchild on his double to go to third. And it's 4-1 Cincinnati here. This one hit past second and into right, a base hit. Jordan had to make sure it'll go through. House is waving him home. The throw way offline. And an attempt by Grandal to tag him, but the throw was so errant. No chance. Jordan scores. Maley stands in at second. It's 8-3 Reds.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
At second with 1 out. The pitch is hit high in the air, deep to center field. Sawinski running out of room. This one's way out of here. Wow. Onto the boat above the batter's eye in center. Ellie De La Cruz hits one of the longest home runs in this ballpark's history.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
There's the pitch. Ball 4. That's incredible.
Yeah, that pitch missing by a ton also. Way low and away.
3 different Pirates pitchers this inning have walked a man with the bases loaded.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Pirates down 6, but with the bases loaded and 2 outs, 3-2 again. Gonzalez strikes out swinging. Threw him that down and in cutter. And Wilson gets out of trouble. Pirates strand 3. And they go down to the Reds tonight, 11-5.
Seems I never known it being alone. 100 million past the west, looking for.
Yeah, I believe SOS is the international signal for distress. And that's where we are here. That's where we are. I feel like this Pirates season is at a crossroads. I really do, which could mean that the careers here of Derck Shelton and Ben Cherington are reaching a crossroads, because this gets any worse. Cherington does nothing, and everybody could and should be in trouble. We've talked so much about the hitting and lack thereof, the disastrous lineup that Ben Cherington has put forth. And by the way, I mean, what is happening with Sawinski? Why is he here? He might be the worst player in baseball. And keeping him here is bad for him as well as them. What is Ben Cherington looking at? But, Paul, what we haven't talked about probably enough, although we've talked about it virtually every day, is this bullpen. Who was the guy last night? What was his name?
It's like
Dalton Jeffries.
Dalton Jeffries.
I think Bob Pompiani actually, let me look up his tweet. He actually captured it probably.
I don't even know who he is. He came here. First of all, they acquired a guy whose ERA was close to 18 in San Francisco, right? I think.
Yeah.
I think that was Dalton Jeffries.
Pirates bullpen, this is Bob Pompiani last night tweeting, Pirate bullpen is just filled with a bunch of nameless gray faces right now. Brohl, Santana, and Jeffries.
I don't know who they are.
Well,
where did they come from?
Well, was it? What? Let me look to make sure I got the right guy here. Dustin Jeffries, was that his name?
Yes.
Dalton Jeffries.
Dalton Jeffries.
Yes. He's the guy they got. He's got in his last 7 days an ERA of 12.6.
He came here with an ERA of what was his ERA in San Fran? 18.
In his last 7 days, he's given 5 innings. He's given up 7 earned runs. Probably not good for a reliever.
Ben Heller looks like Dennis Eckersley compared to these guys. Remember old Heller?
17.36 ERA. He gave up 13 runs in 4 2/3 innings, 9 earned.
Who is that?
Dalton Jeffries.
Dalton Jeffries. Yeah, he's been terrible.
Jeffries. And then the other guy, I don't know how to pronounce his name either.
Jason Brohl.
Yeah, Brohl.
They got him from, looks like the Dodgers.
What's they signed him as a free agent a couple weeks ago.
ERA in the last 7 days, 54.
Here's a rule of thumb for Ben Cherington, and he knows more about baseball, I'm sure, in his pinky than I do in my whole body. When you acquire relievers who had ERAs of 14 and above at their previous stops, it might not turn out well. This guy also had a 14.7 ERA in Colorado last season. So what does Cherington do? He goes out and gets him. Old Heller, where did he even get Old Heller? And where is Old Heller right now? Anybody know?
Didn't they DFA him?
They did. I don't know where he went, though. And then
they got Old Heller from the Braves. From the Braves, they got.
What was his ERA there? 70?
So I guess last year he appeared in 19 games, ERA of 3.8.
Oh, wow. I wasn't aware of that.
18 innings pitched, 16 strikeouts.
You know what his ERA here was? 49.5.
Yeah.
I kid you not. He had a 49.5 ERA.
He's had some modest success over the course of his career, but, I mean...
Who was the guy last night? Which one? No, Dalton Jeffries.
Yeah,
when did they get him, and where did they get him?
They got him a few weeks ago off the scrap heap. I think the Dodgers cut him. Is that correct?
Waivers from San Francisco.
Oh, San
Francisco, where in 2 games he had a 17.36 ERA. He has lowered that to 12.6 here in Pittsburgh. His first year in Oakland, he had a 22.5 ERA. This guy scores touchdowns in his ERA, with 2-point conversions. That's been another blight on the Ben Cherington resume here, Paul.
Yeah,
is just throwing out guys who walk out there with jars of tanks, cans of gasoline, and just pour it on fires. That's what they do. It's like a forest fire out there. What is this guy doing? What is Ben Cherington doing? Honestly. What is happening here? I feel like we're living in Alice in Wonderland. And what did she live in? The Looking Glass? Where nothing is real. What the hell is Ben Cherington doing? They're just going to sit here and throw out Jack Sawinski every night? I mean, he's played at least 4 games in a row.
It's a little more troubling to me. It's also a little more troubling to me that he seems like a liability in the field now.
You're not kidding.
You know what I'm saying?
The other day, the guy barely rounded third, and Jack Sawinski threw a one bouncer to the cutoff man. Last night, he throws a little lollipop on De La Cruz's play. I mean, do you get in his face? Why is he here? And I don't mean that, again, to sound mean. I actually think the mean part is keeping him here. I think it's an act of cruelty. His career is imploding. He might be the worst player in baseball. I mentioned that Bobby Abreu, Jack Sawinski's WAR, W-A-R, which is simply a measurement of your offense and defense combined, is 548th in baseball, which I guess if there were 1 million players in the league would be pretty good. But there's not. Bobby Abreu, he's just above Bobby Abreu, whom the Houston Astros ate tens of millions of dollars to get rid of. This guy, they throw out there every day. Send him back to the minors for his sake and your sake. It's not working. And he's not even the worst player on the team.
By the way, has anyone paid attention? I pointed out, I think Rowdy is now 1 for his last 13.
Yeah.
Can we start to move away from the narrative that him getting hot is going to be the answer at first?
I don't know yet. I don't know. He's still this month. He looks like Mark McGuire compared to the rest of the team. He still has one of the best OPSs and batting averages in the game this month. So I don't know. I'm focused. Believe me, he's been a disaster. But I'm focused more on the Michael A. Taylors and Sawinskis and Olivares had a nice night last night. He's also trying to pull off the rare double-double, the same batting average as slugging percentage in a single month. I wonder how many times how many times has that happened for an outfielder ever, where you have no extra base hits. Your batting average is the same as your slugging percentage.
What was the song that you started with there?
SOS.
SOS,
yeah. Yeah, by the Police.
And I was going to tell you, I think I thought this is where you were going to start too. I got to be honest with you. This feels like a really, really important stretch of games here. Like they're teetering on, going one way or the other.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it. It feels like a crossroads. Exactly, one way or the other. The road less traveled. Does IT know who wrote that poem? City Limits?
No, he does not.
Neither do I. Yes, I do. It was Robert Frost. Bob
Very
Frost.
good.
Bob Frost wrote that poem.
Frost.
He could also bat third for the Pirates right now, even though he died about 100 years ago.
Him and former owner Bing Crosby.
How did Bob Frost? How long did he live, Paul? You a big Robert Frost fan?
I'll tell you exactly how long. How about that, since you love me doing this so well?
He died in 1963 at the age of 88.
88 years old.
Put him in the lineup, Ballsy. Or Limits.
So
How about Limits right now? This guy, Crowley saw him today and said he's absolutely the spitting image of Jim Carrey in Ace Ventura. Yes? Look at him.
Oh, yeah, with the shirt, absolutely.
With the shirt and the hair, you look great today.
Thank you. First thing Crowley tried to do was make fun of me for my shirt, and then he said, ow, I can't pull it off.
The shirt is great. Yeah, IT looks great today. You guys, quite a pair back there, really. The backbone of the show. I've had a lot of coffee today, City Limits.
Tell.
Paul, how are you?
Not good. Did you ever get to a point where you're so irritated for being put on hold?
Yes.
That's wasting your time?
Yes,
That's exactly what happened to me right before the show.
Yeah.
I needed to call to get something taken care of with a prescription. I was put on hold. I never actually got to talk to anyone because it was like, well, I could stay on hold for another 10 minutes and miss 10 minutes of the show or just go into the studio and hang up, which is what I did.
Have you seen the Larry?
That irritates me more than anything. Can I just tell you that?
Believe me, I know.
We cannot. How can we be in a society where you can't talk to somebody on the phone?
Have you seen the Larry David clip of him yelling at who's the lady who does who's the GPS lady? Does she have a name when we're driving around in our cars? The one woman is English. The other one doesn't have an accent. Well, there's two of them, I think.
So are you talking about Siri?
Siri, is that who we're yelling at in the car? Who gives us our directions in the car when we press the thing? And she says, make a left at the end of the road.
Oh, no, the Apple Maps lady.
Anybody. Yeah, all of them. There's an incredible clip of Larry David going off and yelling at this imaginary person, and that's been me.
Yeah, like you get to a point where you're like, why am I on hold? You know what I mean? I honestly think a lot of places they put you on, or worse, when they have a menu for you.
Yeah.
And you hit 2, then you got to hit 2, then you got to hit 1. Then you got to hit 3, and at the end of it all is some automated message. You don't even get to talk to somebody.
Yeah. It's funny you mention this. I had my Marriott Bonvoy number I needed, City Limits. And I couldn't get a hold of a person, and the computer kept telling me to log in. That was my problem. I couldn't log in. So it was like I was, again, living in some sort of dystopian nightmare where I couldn't get in to solve the problem of getting in on the whole thing was a nightmare.
We just watched the Larry David clip.
It's great.
Hilarious.
You have to
not suitable for a radio.
Not suitable for a radio audience. No, but I've been there.
I mean, it just drives you nuts. Like, again, I hate when I'm on hold. First off, I lose my mind about that.
Yeah.
Secondly, I can't stand when you have an automated, press this if you have this question. press this if you have this question. If it's about this, press, you know what I mean? And after you get through about 5 or 6 different menus, there's an automated message. Like, I could have just gone on your website and got frequently asked questions and got that.
If there had been a camera on me yesterday, sitting in my lazy boy chair, the brown one in the living room, while I was on with the Marriott Bonvoy computer, I may have been arrested for the things. I was ready to whip my phone at the window, which would have broken the window and the phone. I'm with you. I think people feel this way about the Pirates right now. Like, how can this be happening? What are you doing? Does nobody see that this is a problem? What in the world is Ben Cherington thinking as he watches this team?
Exactly.
I would have, at the very least, and I know, people, especially people with teams, tend to laugh at, like, solutions like just call up a bunch of guys from the minors. No, I would do that. I would bring up Palacios, I would bring up Gorski, I would bring up Peguero, and for the love of God, get Jack Sawinski back in the minors, not have Michael Taylor here anymore, maybe trade for a catcher, do something, anything to make this lineup at least something different. At least something different than what we have to watch every single day. And I know they scored 5 runs in Cincy, but that's Cincy, and the other team scored 11, in case you didn't notice.
Yeah, really.
But between the bullpen, and I think the bullpen might have some fixes. And I'll tell you why, Paul. And city limits. And IT, lest I exclude you from the conversation. I think Gonzalez, Priester, and Perez are all going to be back soon.
Right.
And I think you've got to start employing, and who knows what happens with Falter, because suddenly, he's become the pitching version of Connor Joe, where he was exceeding expectations, and now he's turning back into Bailey Falter. So you might have 4 options there, one of whom can pick up your 5th spot, maybe 2 back in the rotation, and the other guys can work out of the bullpen. There's nothing wrong with Priester and Perez, and the Perez was a bullpen guy in Texas last year when they made their run to the World Series.
And don't you think, too, it seems like they are doing everything in their power to, like, wait for these guys to come?
Yes.
As opposed to making a move?
Yeah.
That's the thing. To me, and I think you said it probably better than it could have been said. To me, yesterday when we were talking about them getting Joey Bart back, as if this is going to be some incredible thing for them, tells you a whole lot about the state of where they're at. But let's just say
Johnny Bench Bart. I mean, that's who we're talking about here. He's like the savior for the lineup.
Well, my thing is, so if you get Gonzalez and Perez back,
and Priester,
let
Priester out of the bullpen, make him a long relief guy.
Priester back, so you get Davis back, you get Bart
Dalton
back.
Hilliard at it. What's the guy's name?
Dalton Jeffries.
Yeah. Remember Dalton Hilliard?
Dalton Hilliard. but I'm saying, if you think about it, all right, the injured guys they have that are coming back. Okay, Martin Perez. Oh, Marco Gonzalez. And then they've got, who else? Bart and Davis and Priester. Those 5 are probably the ones that are closest to coming back, correct?
I think.
And then you've got Bednar a little bit further out.
Right. It's not even the back end of the bullpen I'm worried about, even without Bednar. It's everybody else.
So, to me, if Perez, Gonzalez, and Priester come back, Perez, to me, is your 5th starter. Or maybe Gonzalez is your 5th starter.
Gonzalez is off to a great start. Maybe him.
Maybe Gonzalez.
But he's a little longer off.
Right. But he's throwing bullpens and stuff now, isn't he? He's kind of.
Yeah.
I thought he was close, too. I thought he was one of the people that. Here's my point. Henry Davis comes off. Don't you put him in AAA and basically just say it's your rehab assignment and leave him there as long as he can possibly?
I'm almost ready to leave Henry Davis in the minors for the rest of the year.
Bart comes up. Do you get rid of rain delay, I'm assuming? That's who you...
The human rain delay? Yeah, I mean, at some point, Grandal, if his average goes to 0, which isn't even mathematically possible, except maybe in this lineup.
Are you bumping delay or are you bumping Grandal?
You have to bump delay. I mean, Grandal is at least a decent defender.
Okay, so there's that. But I agree with you. I think if you bring Priester, to me, if you bring back Priester and Perez and put them both in the bullpen, they've got to be better than the nonsense we've been watching.
Oh, my God. Do we have any clip of Old Heller? Should we do a tribute to Old Heller here? Limits? Nothing?
Yeah, I think that's the lasting memory that we'll all believe in him.
What I wouldn't do
Completely
right
nothing.
now at this moment for Joe Block calling that Old Heller game at the end. He has a way of characterizing these things in an understated way that is unbelievable. Never to be outdone by the Will Craig tragedy. Remember that one? Limits? Do we have that one? You know what we need is a little levity, Paul. This is hearkening back to the days of Will Craig and Key Brian Hayes eating a meal at third base with a guy running around the bag behind him, and Rodolfo Castro's phone popping out. Do we have any of that stuff? Limits, just to have.
Oh, the Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
Why Sewickley do you think he chose that day, Paul?
Because it's up 65?
Yeah, I'm glad he did. I'll tell you that much.
But the
oh no.
That's my favorite. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
The Pirates 2024 season highlights titled, Oh, no. This can't be happening again, Paul.
But I'm telling you.
You're right. We're at a crossroads. No more of this crap. Let's try. They need to try and fix something and have a respectable season.
Because here's what I'm going to tell you, Joe. If they say they go 2-8.
Yeah.
Right? Over their next 10. Then all of a sudden we got to be worried about them being sellers.
Not only that, but if the season falls apart, then Shelty and Charrington could be on the block here. But under normal circumstances, with almost any other franchise, they would be anyway. Right?
Right.
This is the year. This is the year they said they were going to win, and they still might. You know, look at the record and their place in the standings. It's not a total disaster.
No.
I'm just not sure that paints the portrait. And like we opened the show with, it feels like right now they're at that point in the Bob Frost poem. And you should really read it, IT. It's one of the most famous poems ever. I think it's actually called The Road Not Taken. And I think we need to get you cultured up a little bit here. So I want you to read it during the break. A man comes to a metaphorical crossroads. He's at the edge of the forest, let's say. He can go left, he can go straight, maybe even right. There's 3 roads he can take. And whichever way he goes, he tells himself, I ain't coming back here. I think I can, but whichever road I go, if I go left and keep going, things will never be the same. Way leads to way, I believe is the phrase in the poem, City Limits. Way leads to way, and I'm just going to keep going down that road. And if they don't fix it right now, if they don't make the right choice, Paul, they're going to go down the wrong path.
You're absolutely right.
Can we get a dramatic reading of that poem, by the way?
Oh, we have it.
Yeah.
But
okay.
again, I think it's really, really difficult for people to see that, you know, when a team like this is sort of teetering.
They're teetering. That's
you
a
know
good
what
word.
I mean?
Yeah.
You need Mitch Keller to come out and put his foot down tonight, but he could put his foot down tonight and they lose 1-0.
Yeah, because the other guy's Hunter Green. And they're going to have maybe Sawinski and Taylor, and Triolo's not a guy we talk about. They list 148 players on MLB.com, and he's 148th in OPS. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Do you feel like this season right now is at a crossroads? Who better to talk about it than Destiny's Child? And Andrew Destin at the top of the hour. I want some of these trade rumors and reports like the one that the Noah Constrictor had. But in the meantime, do you feel like the Pirates are there? And do you feel like if things keep going south, that people are going to be talking about the GM and the manager? I had a bunch of people in my mailbag ask me today, like, who's to blame for the plight of this team, especially if it continues to go south. They're standing at the edge of the forest.
They absolutely are.
And Bob Nutting, by the way, can control what he can tell Ben Cherington which path to go down. And I can tell you, the path where they do nothing but walk straight ahead and never make a change and keep throwing out people like Sawinski and Taylor and Olivares, even though he had a good game last night, and Grandal, etc., ain't the path to go down. So, Paul.
Well, again, I think one of the things that's important here What if you are Derck Shelton?
Yeah.
You have one game now to win. Let's say tonight is like I'm Bob Nutting and I came to you and said, if you lose tonight, you're fired. Who do you have in your lineup?
That's a pretty good question.
Because we talk a lot about how this lineup stinks, that lineup stinks.
Well, there's no good lineup that he can put out there based on his roster right now. There's no good answers. None.
Okay, so we can concede.
McCutchen, Reynolds as your top two.
We can concede.
Cruz at 3.
All right, we can concede that you have to have those 3 guys in your lineup, right? No matter what.
Yeah.
Okay. I still think, even though he struggled recently, Nick Gonzalez at 270 is still a guy you got to have in your lineup. He might, he's at least shown for a month and a half that he might be okay.
I guess. I guess based on this lineup.
But it's either him or Triola.
I know. Well, Gonzalez has 20 strikeouts and 1 walk.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
month.
Exactly.
But I would have McCutchen, Reynolds, Cruz, Rowdy, Gonzalez, I guess. And
you would have Rowdy over Connor Joe?
My God, yes. Connor Joe's batting 123. He's unplayable. He didn't play last night. I can't play Connor Joe right now.
So is he in your right field?
No, he's not in my lineup.
Well, so you're going to have to play Sawinski then.
Yeah, or Olivares.
Well, you got Olivares and Reynolds. Who's your third outfielder?
That's a hell of a great question.
You got Olivares, but you've got Sawinski.
Maybe Bailey Falter. Maybe Dalton Jeffries. What's his name? Who's the guy who pitched last night? Anybody? What's his name, Paul?
Who? Dalton Jeffries.
Dalton Jeffries, yeah. All right, let's take some calls here.
And then here's the thing. You've got to play Cabrian Hayes, and he's bad.
Oh, my God.
That's the problem. You got him or Triolo at third?
He's batting like 190 against righties.
You've got him?
Good thing most of the pitchers out there aren't righties.
Right. My point is you've got him or Triola at third.
Yeah.
And Gonzalez or Triola at second.
Right. Rowdy or Joe at first.
Rowdy or Joe at first. Delay or Grandal at catcher.
Oh, my God.
I mean,
I know. This guy sits up there and just watches it, Charrington. He just watches it.
And that's my point. And, I got called arrogant and all this other stuff.
By who?
Today, on Twitter and whatever, because I had the audacity to suggest that, the Pirates need to make a move now. They need to go out and make a move. And I was told I was arrogant.
They need to make a move.
Don't you think every other
yesterday.
general manager wants to make a move?
At least call somebody up.
Exactly. Do something.
Get Piguero up here. Get Palacios up here. All right, City Limits. Let's 412-928-9370. This calls for a little bit of Bob Frost. We had Sting at the top of the show. He's a hell of a writer, but he's no Bob Frost.
Who?
Sting from the Police. And this is Bobby Frost. Let's play The Road Less Traveled, or The Road Not Taken. This is Ben Charrington and Nutting standing at the edge of the forest, and whichever path they go down, man, it better be the right one.
There's a dramatic. Do you want me to play the dramatic playing of it, or would you rather? Because it kind of goes slow. Or would you rather me say it myself?
Oh, can you do a dramatic reading?
I can do
please?
A dramatic reading.
I'd love to hear you read The Road Not Taken. That's how we'll finish this segment, Paul. You ready?
Yeah.
The Road Not Taken by Robert Frost. 2 roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry I could not travel both. And be one traveler, long I stood, and long down one as far as I could, to where it bent in the undergrowth. Then took the other, as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear. Though as for that, the passing there had warned them really about the same. And both that morning equally lay, in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day, yet knowing how way leads on to way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh, some were ages and ages hence. 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference.
Nice, very nice.
I think it was okay.
You should go to a library and volunteer to read to children.
You and Ben Heller would make a hell of a team doing that.
I think we both, Ben Heller has some free time on his hands.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Well, Joe, 11-5 was the final score of the game last night. Ellie De La Cruz hit a ball over the batter's eye onto the boat in Cincinnati at Great American Ballpark. O'Neal Cruz followed, hitting a 2-run shot in the top half of the 7th inning. It was his 11th home run of the year. Bailey Falter took the loss. Hunter Green will pitch for Cincinnati tonight. Mitch Keller for the Pirates with an 8-4 record and a 3.11 ERA. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage is brought to you by Pella Windows and begins at 6 o'clock. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Ad paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-858-0815. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-858-0815. The call is free, the consultation is free. Call 800-858-0815. That's 800-858-0815. Again, 800-858-0815.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1904 $20 Gold Liberty coins have been found. These gorgeous 1904p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. And less than 500 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1904 Gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1904 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 120 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-895-7664. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus, a $75 value free with every order. Call 1-800-895-7664 now to secure your 1904p $20 Gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-895-7664.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
4th of July appliance savings are happening now at the Home Depot, so upgrade with innovative appliance brands like GE Profile. Modernize your kitchen with a new GE Profile 4-door French door refrigerator with hands-free auto-fill dispenser. And with the GE Profile Ultra-Fast Combo Washer Dryer, you can tackle large loads in about 2 hours. Save up to $2,400 on select kitchen packages with 4th of July savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing valid June 19th through July 10th, U.S. only. See store or online for details.
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute. No, the Florida Panthers did not suffer the worst collapse in Stanley Cup Final history. Though the Oilers did force a Game 7, the Panthers never trailed. Sam Reinhart scored the go-ahead goal midway through the second period, and Sergei Bobrovsky made it stand up under relentless pressure from Connor McDavid and Edmonton in the third. It's the first championship in Panthers history. I'm Amy Lawrence.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Summer is here, and it's time to kick it off in style with a brand new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. The Hyundai Tucson is your perfect summer companion with its sleek design, advanced technology, and top-of-the-line safety features. And right now, you can lease the new 2024 Tucson SE AWD from Bowser Hyundai for just $289 a month. And remember, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends June 30th. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 45% off installation or 0% interest for 48 months. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
You know, it's called spring cleaning for a reason. You don't want to be clearing out that junk in July. Enjoy a clutter-free summer and book us online. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
It's better. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. Like 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network.
It's better.
At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. Switch today.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Still reeling from City Limits and his dramatic reading of the Bob Frost poem, The Road Not Taken. I was moved by that, Limits, and I'm wondering if you've considered a career in theater. Have you? Were you ever in
voice acting?
And yes, that.
I would never participated in theater. My sisters did. So I had attended a lot of theater plays, but
I could tell it runs in the family. You really did a nice reading, honestly. I was moved by it. I wrote in the Post-Gazette this morning, Paul, I went through every single one of these guys they keep throwing out there just to make sure that I'm not going crazy, right?
Right.
I mean, have I lost my mind? And the headline to this piece today is, has anybody told Ben Cherington that his lineup is an absolute farce? I mean, I went through it all yesterday. Triolo, one of the worst hitters in baseball. Taylor may be the worst hitter in baseball. Sawinski may be the worst player in baseball. Grandal, the worst hitting catcher, may be in the game. Olivares has the same batting average as slugging percentage, and he hasn't homered since Moby Dick was a minnow. May 16th, to be precise.
Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
Key Brian Hayes is 7 for his last 54, Paul. He's hitting 187 against righties, and yet in 49 of his 54 starts, he's batted 5th or higher. He's a guy who can't hit right now, and he's in your top 5 almost every night. Last night he was 6th. Connor Joe's become unplayable. He's down to 123 in June, which is barely above what you or I would be in June, city limits. Barely above that. O'Neal Cruz does spectacular things. He did again last night, but compared to other shortstops, he's just a below-average player. 8th in OPS among qualified shortstops in the National League. Unplayable against lefties. Strikes out a ton, and he's a below-average fielder. Other than that, he's an MVP candidate, I guess. Nick Gonzalez, 20 strikeouts, 1 walk this month. Henry Davis was hitting 118 since his promotion. Alika Williams never could hit. Jason Delays at .083, and G1 Bay was at 208. Other than that, things are going great. So what's Ben Cherington going to do? Is he going to wait too long? I think anybody can see, I'm going to ask Shelty, that this season right now is right where City Limits was when he read that poem, at the edge of a forest, looking at a bunch of different paths. And if you're telling me they're going to go down the path where they make one minor move or pick up, the next coming of Edward Olivares or somebody like that, give me a break here. I wish that they could. Hopefully they back up their talk. Hopefully Bob Nutting, when he said we have to maximize this, that was an ultimatum to this guy. And if you have to overpay to get the deal done, do it. That's what we talked about this yesterday. That's what Jim Rutherford used to do. It's what the Padres did. And now they have a batting champion in their lineup, probably a 3-time batting champion. They didn't even give up one of their top 5 prospects. They beat the Pirates to the punch. I doubt the Pirates were even in on that, because apparently Cherington just wants to sit back and watch this thing just burst. It's already in flames. I don't know. What is he watching? All right, let's get to the phones. Who's first?
Let's go to Jeff in Cranberry.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, guys, I appreciate you calling some of this out. Some of the Pirates apologists, like Brownie, I think, mentioned 5 times last night that hitting's down in the league. Are you kidding me? We have 3 or 4 players a night who are below the Mendoza line. I don't want to hear excuses that hitting's down in the league. This lineup is so pathetic. I don't even know where to begin with the move.
It is hard. You're right. It's hard to know where to begin. I will say this about Greg, though. Brownie, he is not afraid to come on here and criticize. But having said that, the fact that offense is down, even relative to that, you look up and down this lineup, the Pirates have some of the literal worst hitters and worst players in all of baseball. In all of baseball.
Well, look at the averages from last year. What did we expect? Look at Grandal's average from last year. Look at Telez's
I know
average.
that falls back on Cherington, Paul.
Cherington didn't think this team was going to compete. He didn't believe the NL would be so mediocre. He didn't think this team was going to compete. And now he's in a position where he's got to look in the mirror, because he's going to want to shut down Jones and Skeens too. So he wants this team to lose 12 out of 15, as painful as that is going to be, so he can start to take these guys off the field.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Do you, Paul?
No, I do not at all. I think that's the problem. Too many people, again, this gets back to too many people have these preconceived things and notions and ideas in their heads. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think Ben Cherington, they tanked for 5 years. He did want his previous teams to lose, and I don't blame him for it. They sunk to the bottom of the league. But as we said yesterday, after 5 years of tanking, you have 0 homegrown impact hitters in your lineup? Like legit established major leaguers, and none knocking on the door? How is that possible?
Yeah. How? It's just one of those things that I would tell you, I don't believe that. I think that he really believes that this team is now 1 year away. But he doesn't want them to lose.
Which high impact
And that scares me, and I'll tell you, that scares me.
Yeah.
Because that scares me because it means at the trade deadline, they might just basically say, well, we don't believe this is the team that's ready to win, so we're not going to use our bullets like Bubba Chandler to go out and get guys.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, I got to be honest with you, that's not good enough. I'm sorry. It's not good enough.
He can't wait. I think that's what's maybe there's a silver lining here in games like yesterday and series like the one we just saw, and the fact that they're barely treading water is you would think it has become obvious that they need to act well before the deadline if they're going to save their season.
Why is it beneficial, do people think, for Ben Cherington, who has not had success in the previous 5 years, to bench and sit his best two starting pitchers? Like, why would that work in his favor? When he
I don't think that's going to happen. I do think you're going to see those guys spaced out a little bit to save innings. But can you imagine the outcry if it's a Strasburg situation where we're down to the end of the year and maybe even the playoffs and they shut those guys down? You would have people with pitchforks down at PNC Park. So I don't think that's going to happen. Next.
Let's go to Luke in Pittsburgh.
Hey, Luke. Luke?
Hey.
What's up?
How you guys doing today?
I've never been better, Luke. Do you want to make a point?
Yeah, I was thinking the Pirates need to send Sawinski to AAA for longer this time, and then recall Palacios.
Recall who?
Palacios. Yeah, my bad.
Palacios.
Okay. What did he call him?
Palacchio. I think. What is that?
Palacchio?
Palacios.
Pinocchio?
I knew who he meant. I knew who he meant. So
Okay.
that yes.
Are you sure? All right. Yeah, I agree. And again, this is sort of like, waiting for Joey Bart. I mean, Palacios isn't really a very good hitter, but at least he could inject a little bit of juice here.
I mean,
you would go from historically hideous to just bad, which is an improvement.
Historically hideous.
To just bad, which is an improvement. And with this pitching, maybe a bad lineup wins you games, but a hideous one doesn't. Next.
Here's Rev in the car.
Hello, Rev.
We make fun of Cleveland saying the Browns are the Browns, or the Pirates are as pathetic as they are. All they do is keep making mistakes after mistakes.
Does it get you down, Rev?
Yeah, it does. I've gotten to the point you have these very good pitchers coming up, and you have nothing around to support them. And they want to say, hey, we're on the verge of becoming the championship. We're going to be a run for the playoffs. Where are they going to come with a run for the playoffs outside of pitching? They have to pitch scoreless innings for us to have a chance to win.
Where are you headed today? You sound like you're driving, and I think Paul and I would like to lift your spirits. Where are you going?
Laurel Valley Golf Club.
Yeah,
Oh,
well, yeah.
You could lift our spirits.
Yeah, you
then.
could be the one. You could lift our spirits with that.
So hopefully I can golf better than the Pirates can play baseball.
Well, have fun for sure. It's obviously a great day.
Well, if you hit it semi-straight, you'll be one-upping them.
Let
Thank
me
you,
ask you
sir.
a question, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a quick question, all right, before we get to our next call.
Please.
Do you have any interest in Matt Gorski coming up?
Sure.
Okay.
Again, you go from hideous to maybe just bad.
Do you have any interest in
yes.
Let's see, Pagero coming up?
Yes. I think Paguero's a major league player, and I was surprised he didn't make the team, to be honest with you.
Okay.
It seems to me that the Pirates have overvalued defense. Michael A. Taylor, Grandal, Triolo.
Okay, so
Alika Williams was on this team, and Pagero wasn't.
All right, so you have so Gorski, Palacios. Would you bring him up?
Yes.
Pagero.
Yes.
Those three guys you'd bring up.
I told you I'd put Robert Frost in this lineup right now.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
But yes, I would.
So
I'd try anything.
So you bring those three guys up. Who are you cutting? Sawinski?
Whoever you want. Just take a dartboard and start throwing darts.
Okay. How about, is G1 Bay healthy yet or no?
I don't know.
Yeah, they activated him and sent him to AAA yesterday.
Okay, so would you want him back up?
No.
Okay, he was bad when he came up. Alika Williams, we already said no.
He was bad. He was hitting 208, but then again, that's 38 points higher than Sawinski. Right? So, yeah, I guess G1 Bay, if you're telling me he would replace Sawinski, you're improving your batting average and your speed and your defense.
Try Pagero in the outfield even.
Sure.
I'm just saying, like, I'm looking at what they have down here, and
if you start a sentence with "would you bring up" or "would you bring in," I'm going to say yes before you finish. Who's next?
Andreas Alvarez?
Sure. I don't even know who he is.
Dave in Delmont.
I'd bring in Pedro. I guarantee you, by the way, that Pedro Alvarez right now, if you gave him a spring training, would be a better hitter this season, and I'm not joking, than Michael A. Taylor, Sawinski, Olivares, Grandal, Tellez, Hayes. I could keep going. Everybody but Reynolds, Kutch, and maybe Gonzalez. Am I missing anybody? Who's on the line?
Thanks for taking my call.
This is Dave in Delmont.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Dave.
What in the wild world of sports is going on here? We have a major league pitching staff. We have a double-A team backing them up. And if I hear one of these Pirate insiders that come on your show and tell us about how many great players we have down in the system, I'm going to jump off a bridge. I'm getting so tired of hearing about what's down in the system. Well, if they're so good, you're telling me they can't hit better than 180 than 4 of these players? I'd bring them all up. Let them play if they're so great. What was Ben Cherington thinking of before the beginning of the season? Did he think that every player that he was going to have the best year of his career? Well, he lost a bet. If that's what he was doing.
Okay, well,
thanks for taking my call.
I appreciate the call. Okay, can I answer that last one? I think it's probably. Would you say it's very fair? Okay, Joe, to suggest that I probably am not a Ben Cherington apologist, right? I've been very.
Yes.
I'm not an apologist like that. I'm not, one of these people that hooray for everything he does. I'm not one of these people, right? Would you agree with that? I'm prefacing what I'm going to say here.
I would.
Yeah.
Okay. I think what he was thinking was, O'Neill Cruz is going to be a really superstar caliber player. Brian Hayes is going to pick up where he left off at the last year and be at least a representative major league hitter.
Yeah.
Rowdy Tellez, even though he wasn't great last year, he's at least going to give us some power from the left side of the plate, right? He's thinking Henry Davis probably isn't ready to be a star, but he's probably ready to take a step and become a reasonably good catcher, or at least a reasonably good Major League Baseball player, Major League hitter. Between Sawinski and Olivares and Connor Joe and a couple of these other guys, a few of them are going to be just at least get to a point where they're average. That's what he was thinking. And obviously, he was wrong on every single count, which I don't know I can hold that completely against him. Right? I mean...
No, what I hold against him is the fact that he had 5 years to build a team.
Yes.
And there's nobody knocking on the door who's a hitter, and nobody in the not one Ben Cherington player is an impact hitter. Although you could say McCutchen. They did bring back McCutchen, and he's had a pretty good year. But if that's the best you do, Reynolds isn't a Ben Cherington guy. That was a Huntington trade.
I don't even think McCutchen. You can't even give him credit for McCutchen, really. I mean,
well, they did sign him though.
But I think Nutting signed him.
Yeah, probably. You're probably right about that.
I think because if you listen to how things went down,
so no matter what the rationale is,
right?
The guy
he was signed under his watch, but I don't give him. You're talking about guys that Cherington brought here, and they developed into really good players.
Yeah, or are just good players.
There
are none.
I mean. The closest they have right now is Nick Gonzalez.
Who, again, has 20 strikeouts and 1 walk this month. I know somebody yesterday was like, he hasn't had a bad complete month for the first 2 weeks. He was great. Now he's in a slump. Everybody gets in a slump. Well, you're contextualizing that like he's an established player who's just having a slump. He's not established, not even close. I hope he does. Love Nick Gonzalez. Hit the hell out of the ball for a while. He's had a little bad luck, too. But, man, if you are watching him and you're not thinking, this is starting to look like it did last year, again, I think the story's told with 20 strikeouts and 1 walk in June. That's more than mildly concerning. All right, Paul. I was neglectful of my friend JP, Joe Potocznik. Off the Top was presented by JP Roofing and Siding. What a mustache he has. What a golfer he is. Here's a rundown of what's happening today. Destiny's Child is next. Andrew Destin. I'm going to ask him about his colleague, our colleague, Noah Hiles, the Noah Constrictor, and his report of the Pirates' interest in a certain A's hitter, whether that could actually happen. The manager, Derck Shelton, at noon, and Michael McHenry at 1. That's better than the Pirates. Our lineup is better than the Pirates' lineup today. Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And, of course, the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're also going to talk about Game 7. You and Bob were right. I was wrong. The Panthers, they played a great defensive game. They're a great defensive team. You know, the style of hockey certainly doesn't excite me. The fact that the Stanley Cup was won over the last 15 seconds with 18 guys laying on the puck in the corner was emblematic, I thought, of what they are. But give them credit. They shut down the Oilers when it mattered. We'll be talking about that. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills, Paul has a new Flow men's health read coming up momentarily. Also some Steeler talk, an interesting little Brandon Ayuk note. Did you see this, Paul, where he walked into, I think it was Ryan Clark, but definitely ESPN studios, maybe? Somebody's podcast, maybe? He brought Jaden Daniels with him. He wants to play with him in Washington, and it seems like he's trying to force his way into that, and he just might.
Wow.
He brought the guy into the interview with him.
Well, here's the thing. If that happens, I mean, that just really changes the NFL, maybe sports in general ever. If you can walk in and call your shot like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Eli Manning called his shot.
So it's happened.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I don't know that a guy it's happened with some of the guys that are like the biggest names. Brandon Ayuk is a good player, but if guys like him can start to walk in and demand, I want to play with this guy, so you better trade me there.
That story is heating up in a big way.
I mean, here's the thing. I honestly, one of the things that I respect the most about Mike Tomlin, and I respect a lot of I know that I'm critical of Tomlin a lot, and I believe that, you know what, there's no way they should have given him a 3-year deal and on all that stuff. But I really respect him, and I think he's a good coach, and I think he's a great ambassador for the Steelers, for the city of Pittsburgh. You know, he's everything except for a guy that wins in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? But one of the things I respect the most about him, we want volunteers, not hostages. And sometimes, you know, like the 49ers, I get it. They're trying to maximize whatever they're going to get back for Ayuk. But if you wait too long, sometimes, you know what I mean, you screw yourself. Then you've got a disgruntled player for the whole year. You got a team that's ready to win, you know? Make the best deal you can make and get rid of them. Get this silliness out of your system.
We can argue about that later in the show.
Let's do it.
And we shall. First, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy 24 Silverado.
By the way, I wanted to say, did you see this proposed trade?
What?
We'll talk about it afterwards because it'll get into a discussion.
Okay. We got lots of football coming up.
But I would do it yesterday if this was the deal.
Destiny's Child next. 24 Silverado LT Crew Cab up to $7,500 in rebates. Full terms qualifications at sunchevy.com. High of 87 today with sunny skies.
His Paul Zeiss, New Flow Men's Health, has had incredible success in treating men with erectile dysfunction. For a limited time, New Flow is offering exclusive pricing for significant savings. Haven't you suffered long enough? There are no pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. today to take advantage of this great offer and tell them Paul sent you.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
The Florida Panthers took Game 7 against the Edmonton Oilers after taking a 3-0 series lead. Edmonton fought back and forced a Game 7, but it was Florida who reigned victorious at home. Sergei Bobrovsky only allowed one goal. Florida won it 2-1. Connor McDavid did win the Conn Smythe as the most valuable player in the Stanley Cup playoffs. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join Mark Patrick Seminar's Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar, 8.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give My Lowe's Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not a My Lowe's Rewards member? Join for free today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage as a service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Starkey here. You know how much I love Shooters Golf and Event Center in Wexford. The Baranowski family owns Shooters, also Barry's Pub, the original North Park Lounge in McCandless, just opened at their North Park Lounge location across from La Roche University. The Chillin' Drive-Thru. Specialty coffees using La Prima's coffee from here in Pittsburgh. Energy drinks, refresher drinks. The food is delicious. Egg sandwiches. I've tried almost all of it. Wrapped salads. So check out Shooter's new concept, Chillin' Drive-Thru, open 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, located at the North Park Lounge in McCandless.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani, and I have a question for you. When is the last time you've looked at a price tag and smiled? Well, if you visit your local number one Cochrane store, you are sure to break out in a grin. That's because their red, white, and new celebration is going on right now. Listen to this. Select vehicles have been marked with special tags, indicating extra savings of up to $1,000. That's in addition to their already reduced prices. Along with the freedom to save, you can also pick up Western PA's largest selection with 19 number one Cochrane new car brands available. You can check out their inventory online at Cochrane.com, but you'll only see the extra saving tags in number one Cochrane stores. So visit your preferred location before the red, white, and new celebration ends on July the 6th. Up to $1,000 off MSRP applies to select new models in stock while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. End 7/6/24.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Thinking of a new vehicle as spring approaches? Think South. South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. This month, they have deals that you can't miss. 2025 Ram 1500 payments starting at $379 for 42 months, or the 2024 Jeep Wrangler with payments starting at $265 for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. 11-5 was the final score last night. First of a three-game series against the Cincinnati Reds from Great American Ballpark. Bailey Falter gave up 5 runs, 4 of them earned through 4 innings for the Pirates in the defeat. O'Neal Cruz hit his 11th home run of the season. Pirates are 37-41. It's the same exact record as the Cincinnati Reds. Mitch Keller to the mound tonight through 92 1/3 innings. Keller with a 3.11 ERA. Hunter Green, who hit the Pirates a couple of years ago, but took the loss in that game, will pitch for Cincinnati. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Andrew Destin of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette joins us next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, more Joe. Joe. The Joe Starkey Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Say my name, say my name. If no one is around you, say, baby, I love you. If you ain't running game, say my name, say my name. You acting kinda shady, ain't calling me baby. Why the sudden change? Say my name, say my name. If no one is around.
Yes, it's become a Tuesday staple. Destiny's Child, Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette. There he is, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed on your screen if you're watching on 937thefan.com. Hopefully you have the Odyssey app. Paul and I were just shopping for golf shirts.
Are you going to go with the golf shirt or the I might go with the long sleeve. The long sleeve T-shirt, the Nike long sleeve.
It's pretty nice. I didn't know this was just it's like an in-house one-stop shopping center. Is that what's happening here?
Yes.
Maybe we can get Destiny's Child a present, Paul. Would you wear a golf shirt from the Fan if we got you one, Destiny's Child?
I'm not going to say no to any golf shirts. I'm still pretty novice to the sport. So right now my 2 golf shirts have Penn State logos on them. So I'm probably in need of some assistance with the wardrobe there.
Do you play golf?
I'm getting into it. I totally have a baseball player's swing. I slice everything, but I'm trying to get into it and just got my first real set of clubs. So
Awesome. Let's
kudos
play.
to my dad on that one.
Let's play.
Yeah, we'll make it happen.
Paul will have us out at Cedarbrook, won't you, Paul?
Absolutely. And we'll do that. We will do that. We do the Zeiss.com tour. It's back up and running.
Yeah, we'll
and
get out there.
you can come play with us, and we'll have a good time for sure. We played the other day, Joe, by the way, and Paul Alexander absolutely destroyed the course.
Yeah, he's good.
So I'm going to need more strokes, I think, in our little competitions.
I think Destiny's Child is going to be very good. You know what's not good, though, is the Pirates right now. They're just sort of, win one, lose two, win two, lose one, win, that. And I think, and Paul and I agreed on this at the top of the show, that the season feels like it's at a crossroads, Andrew. It's going to go one way or another here. And if Ben Cherington doesn't make a move or two to juice things up, I fear it's going to go the wrong way. Do you feel like this season has reached a crossroads?
Absolutely. And it's not just, to your point, Joe, I think it's a very good one to bring up, Ben Cherington making a move or two, but I think it goes a little bit deeper than that as well. I think it also deals with the innings that they're, three of the four most used starters this year, how they're kind of reaching these career highs for total innings pitched, whether that's in the minor leagues, whether that's in the MLB combined with the minors. I think the reality right now is that the pitching has been so good to carry them those first 3 months of the season, roughly, dating back to the end of March. And I'm not saying that by any means that it's showing signs of slowing down or cracks, but the reality is that Jared Jones and Paul Skeens, you probably don't want either of those guys to go much past 130 innings, 140 innings. And Bailey Falter, after the start last night here in Cincinnati, where he came within an inning, I think it was, or 4 outs total of his new career high for innings in an MLB season, commented that he was exhausted. And that's why the fastball command escaped him. It was the 4th inning. And, it was a muggy afternoon or muggy evening here in Cincinnati, temps in the mid-80s. But it's worth noting that monitoring his innings is going to be important. And as good as he's been in June, he's shown signs of tapering off. So not only is the team in need of some retooling on the offensive side, but they really could use Martin Perez to come back as soon as this coming weekend, and the impending arrivals of a Marco Gonzalez, as well as some bullpen help, would be sorely needed for this club right now. Hanged up and they're reeling.
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you. When you look at this pitching, as good as they've been in starting pitching, they're still 4 games under 500. And my question to you, is it likely that they're going to be this good for the second half of the season? Because if they're not, God knows where they're headed.
Yeah, I do not think they will be as good in the second half. And that's no slight on any individual person, but Bailey Falter the first 2 months of the year was, those were some career month where that was as good as he's pitched in his MLB 10. I have to imagine he'll eventually get after him, and that's no slight against him. He's just been so great. Mitch Keller had a great May and a great start to June after, a trying little bit of April. I imagine he'll probably have a little bit of a bounce back month, but on the whole be a good pitcher. And Jared Jones, we've seen signs of regression from him even in June. Save that start against the Rays where he started to figure out a little bit. So as good as the starting pitching has been, they really do need those reinforcements. And I think it is such a burden to place on those guys when your bullpen is struggling as much as the Pirates are, especially in that middle relief spot. And now with David Bednar going to the injured list where everybody kind of gets pushed back a spot, it's such an ask on the starting rotation. And it's kind of like you can't have your cake and eat it too, almost, in the sense that you want to manage your starters' innings, especially these young guys, but you also need them to go deep in games, because if they don't, then you're not really giving yourself a chance to win in those games. So these are very difficult decisions, very difficult things, but the genesis of that is just the starting pitching I don't imagine to be as good in the second half as we've seen it here early on.
Well, to play devil's advocate, what about Gonzalez and Perez? Because Gonzalez was off to a great start. They brought in both those guys to be part of their rotation. When are they going to pitch? When is Gonzalez ready? When is Perez ready? When is Priester ready? Because the way I see it, Destiny's Child, 2 of those guys could be in your rotation, at least one, and the other guys could help with middle and long relief.
Yes, absolutely, which is why those guys, coming back to your earlier point about this being, a crux or a tipping point in the season, those guys need to come back, and you need to figure out what you have in them, because if they don't pitch up to their expectations or exceed expectations, then it really becomes troublesome. That being said, I think that we see Perez make a start this weekend in Atlanta. He joined the club here in Cincinnati. By all indications, the rehab start on Saturday in Indianapolis went really well. I don't think we'll see him pitch on that Wednesday day game against the Reds, just because it is a day game. It's only 4 days rest, I believe that would be, in between the rehab start and this one. He's supposed to throw a bullpen today in Cincinnati, so I don't see Perez starting here against the Reds, but I do see him against the Braves. With Gonzalez and with Priester, I don't imagine that'll be any time until maybe after the All-Star break.
Oh, wow.
With Gonzalez, I think Gonzalez still needs to get ramped up a little bit. I know he threw a bullpen in Altoona, or he's supposed to throw one today. Correct me if I'm wrong there. I might need to check my notes. But either way, he still needs to make a few rehab starts, and it's June 25th. So maybe you get him back before the All-Star break, but it would be for one start at most. Priester has thrown in Indianapolis. He's slowly building himself back up, but I imagine he'll need to make a rehab start. Probably just one. I don't think he'll need to be two, since he's been out about 3 weeks. But either way, Priester's probably closer to coming back than Gonzalez. Gonzalez, I don't think you see before the All-Star break. Priester, I would say maybe more likely than not likely.
Well, we get all those guys back. Some of them, Joe and I were talking, you get a few of those guys back. I mean, can't we get rid of some of these nameless, faceless, gray relievers, as Bob Pompiani described, like some of the guys we saw last night and got into the game? I mean, could Perez and Priester maybe go into the bullpen and maybe be better options than what we have had to watch the last few weeks?
Yes, definitely in the case of Priester. With Perez, I don't think so, because I think with Perez, I'll put it this way. They signed both Martin Perez and Marco Gonzalez starting pitchers. These guys are veterans. They've earned that designation, and I think that's what they're expecting when they come back to the starting road, is to get a start every fifth day or every sixth day, wherever it ends up being.
Destiny's Child, you're going in and out. Is that a problem with
World Series run? No, he was real.
Is that a problem with Destiny's Child stuff, or is it our problem?
Yeah, I think it's his,
what's happening
it's
here,
his
City
connection.
Limits?
It's his Wi-Fi, I think.
The Wi-Fi.
Did your Wi-Fi have a hiccup there, Andrew, Destiny?
Yeah, it must have. It's the issue here with this hotel in Kentucky. That's what I get for not staying in Ohio, I guess.
Oh, are you staying right across the bridge in Kentucky?
Yep, you know it.
I love that place. I stayed there once. It's where I had a run-in with Marlon Byrd, I might add, during that series. But that's beside the point, Destiny's Child. Where do we go? Your friend, the Noah Constrictor, Noah Hiles, says that an MLB executive told him that Sawinski and Peguero for, who was it, from the A's, Blade? Do you think that could happen? And if not, give us some names of people that we should be on the watch for as the deadline approaches.
Yeah, first, I guess, just for clarification reasons there, that's not a report that either Noah or myself or Noah at the Post-Gazette are reporting, that's a potential trade that's been presented. That's more the hypothetical value of what it would take to get a person like
I thought he said a major league executive told him that would make sense. So it's not a report that it could happen, but it would be something that would make sense. Is that the best way to phrase it? Okay.
Best way to phrase something of that report in the sense of this is an imminent trade, or this is something that either side has talked more. This is the hypothetical value of what it would take to get a player like J.J. Bleday, who has that kind of club control. And with a side note there with the A's, I mean, it's a difficult spot for them just given where that franchise is, that they don't have a ton of leverage in any trade. And you can look back at the Sean Murphy deals, the Matt Olson deals, that these are guys that they didn't recoup fair returns on just because the nature of where the team is at with the hypothetical move and all those things. So that's one team that I personally look at as a great spot to go to for the Pirates, not necessarily for J.J. Bleday, but I would look to them for middle relief pitching. They've got some opportunities there. T.J. McFarland and Scott Alexander are two left-handers that I think would cost very little. If anything, a low-end prospect, maybe not even a top 30 guy. I know general, not specifically
This is
that
turning
would
into
like
a
to go
disaster.
out
City limits.
I
We have to
know.
figure this out. I'm sorry, Destiny's Child. We'll call you back.
I think what we're going to have to do is
we're going to have to go phone only.
we'll
I
have to
think.
go phone only with Destiny's
phone only.
Child. That's
I'm
what we're
sorry.
going to have to do.
Say goodbye to Destiny's Child on your screen, everybody. There he goes, Paul. How about Josh Bell? What about Josh Bell? Would you be interested?
Yeah. I was just saying, this is what I just saw here. Proposed move. This is from The Athletic. Ashcroft, Mitch Jebb, and Jack Branningham to the Marlins for Josh Bell and Brian De La Cruz.
Well, Josh Bell is interesting. I mean, he actually had a pretty good year last year in Miami, at least. He hit well. This year, not so much. He's the way he was here, where it feels like feast or famine with Josh. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
however,
ask Destiny's Child about that.
However,
De La Cruz is pretty.
De La Cruz is pretty good, but compare Josh Bell at 246, 309, 381 with 690 OPS and 8 home runs to Rowdy Towdy Tellez, and it's definitely an upgrade.
I don't necessarily agree because Rowdy Tellez is having a hell of a month. Let's ask Destiny's Child about that. What was the deal, Paul?
Ashcroft, Jebb, and Branningham to the Marlins for Josh Bell and Brian De La Cruz.
Would you be on board for that?
I would personally not. The issue I take there is Braxton Ashcraft because he's been the top performer in the minor leagues this year, in my opinion, for the Pirates. The issue is with the injury history that he has, that whatever trade you're going to include him in my opinion at least, I don't think you're going to be able to get fair value, and you're going to need to compound him with other prospects, like you mentioned there, with a Mitch Jebb and a Jack Brannigan. At that point, that's too much for two guys that Josh Bell feels a little redundant at this point. It's a very different conversation if we're talking in mid-May and Rowdy Tellez was really scuffling and the biggest area of need is that spot. Brian De La Cruz, I don't have a problem with per se, but I don't know if that trade makes you that much better in the interim that it can push you to the playoffs without that really messing up with your future. Because I think Braxton Ashcraft, frankly, is a guy that could help this team this year. I think he's a guy who could be up in the big leagues as soon as August. And that's not because I've heard anything.
As what?
As a reliever. I think he's a guy who could be a high-end leverage reliever for these guys if the Pirates were to choose to go that way. Now, I'm not insinuating that that's something that's nearing or happening tomorrow or anything like that, but he has pitched so well in AA. Now he's in AAA, and the reality is coming off some serious injuries that they're managing his innings a little bit. I imagine they'll try to dial him back down a little bit, but in that case, you could theoretically bring him up to the big leagues and make him a high-leverage reliever, whether that's a sixth or a seventh-inning guy, let him throw in the high 90s and work out of the bullpen that way. It's something that he had experienced with as recent as last season, where he was pitching only 3 innings a start, 4 innings a start, and kind of maxing it out with the velocity and the stuff and all those sorts of things. So I personally would not give up Ashcraft. He's a guy that I'm really high on in the prospect pool.
I mean, again, this is where I always run into trouble when I have these discussions with people because I don't give a rat's ass about who's in the minor leagues at all. Who can make this team better is what I'm talking about.
But what are you getting there? That's my question. De La Cruz he's 27. He hasn't had a really good big league season, and now he's going to be under Andy Haynes' care, which means he'll be in AA by the end of the year.
What are we talking about this team needs?
Hitters. Good hitters.
Just a few better hitters.
Good hitters.
Just to be able to score 3 or 4 runs.
I'm not sure that Bell and De La Cruz are huge upgrades.
De La Cruz isn't a huge upgrade over Jack Sawinski?
You're a huge upgrade over Jack Sawinski, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to give up one of my best pitching prospects to get a mediocre player.
Again, we go back to small sample sizes. Josh Bell is a upgrade over Rowdy Tellez.
I don't necessarily agree with that. Do you, Destiny's Child?
I do not. I mean, I think right now the way that Rowdy Tellez is hitting, I would much rather.
He's won for his last 13, Andrew. 1 for his last 13. Right now, how is he hitting? I love everyone that wants small sample size. I'm tired of small sample size.
That's the smallest sample size imaginable.
You know what Rowdy Tellez is hitting? I'll tell you what Rowdy Tellez is hitting. Forget about what he's hitting the last week, the last 2 weeks, the last 3 weeks. What is he hitting? As Bill Parcells always says, you are what your record says you are.
And Josh Bell is mediocre,
ass in the gutter
too.
with nothing. I'm leaving your ass in the gutter with nothing. Rowdy Tellez, 222, 281, 300 with a 581 OPS and 2 home runs. 2! Andrew, you can hit 2 home runs for this team.
Josh Bell has a negative 0.7 WAR.
And he has 8 home runs. And he has 4 times as many home runs as Rowdy Tellez. You, sir, are a loser. Goodbye.
This is incredible.
He has 4 times as many home runs.
I'll tell you what, and I've talked about them overvaluing defense, but Rowdy Tellez is a better first baseman, too.
Yes, 100%.
I
don't think it's particularly close.
Right. I remember when Neil Huntington called everybody hacks who said that Josh Bell wasn't a good first baseman.
He stinks at first base.
You're a hack.
So what else are they? What about the minors? What about Palacios and Gorski and all these guys that are, well, they're mediocre in the minors but could still be? What about Peguero? I thought Peguero was a major league player. Andrew, well, why isn't he here? We have to watch Jared Triolo? He's one of the worst hitters in all of baseball.
Yeah, it's a twofold thing there. I think with Peguero, it's that last year in that sample size that he had in the majors, it was demonstrated that as much as he could groove a fastball, as much as he has that great athletic ability, hitting off-speed pitches was something that was really problematic for him, and that's not a new thing. That was the case in the minors as well, that he would face a lot of curveballs in AA and AAA and struggle with them. But if he got enough fastballs and got in a hot streak, he really grew them. He's had an okay season in the minors, but I think they still want to see some of that development with hitting off speed, hitting spin.
I know, but he looks like Jose Altuve compared to Triolo.
Right, which is exactly it. It's that given that Nick Gonzalez is playing every day at second base practically, they don't want to call up a guy like Peguero and only give him 2 to 3 starts a week.
All right, well, there's another topic. There's another topic is Gonzalez, and everybody got mad at me yesterday, and I like him. But let's not ignore the fact that the month of June is turning into an epic disaster. He has 20 strikeouts and 1 walk. What's going on with him?
It's the league bouncing back. You look at it and say, okay, look at right now at the league. He came into it and did a fantastic job of making some adjustments in the minor leagues and coming back up. And when he got here, he was able to be right on time with the fastball with that aggressive approach. I think what teams are doing now with Nick Gonzalez is they're being a little bit playing into that. This guy wants to work early in the counts. He wants to be pouncing on fastballs, and he wants to be swinging early and often. What I think teams are doing is peppering with a little bit more off speed. They're trying to work ahead in that sense. So I think with Nick Gonzalez, as much as he burst onto the scene really well, this is just natural of teams bouncing back, responding to him, looking at the hitting charts, the spray charts, what pitches he was hitting well. And I imagine it will be a matter now with Nick Gonzalez of being able to play that cat-mouse game and bounce back after, a few really, really good weeks here up in the big leagues.
How about bringing up Peguero and moving Nick Gonzalez to third and having Cabrian Hayes sit for a while?
It's not something I would consider at this point. I don't know that that's something that's imminent. I think
what I'm saying is, why wouldn't you consider that, considering that Cabrian Hayes has been every bit as bad as anybody else on this team?
Just the defense has still been that good. If you look at the metrics with his defensive runs saved on Fangraphs, he's still been one of the best defensive players at third base in baseball. And the hope is that with him coming off the IL a few weeks back, that eventually he can find his form here. Maybe that's a different conversation after the All-Star break, but I still think for now, also worth noting that the finances involved here, just given the contract that Cabrian Hayes is operating on. I still think it's worth giving him that wiggle room, giving him that time to figure this out, because as much as it hasn't been a great start to the season for him offensively, it was a little bit similar last year, and then he caught fire in the second half. So I think he's warranted and earned the opportunity to play his way out of this.
All right, well, let me ask you this then, okay? I asked this to Joe earlier today, and I'm going to ask you this. You have one game to win. I'm Bob Nutting, and I've told you you're Derck Shelton. You either win tonight or you are fired. Are you putting in Grandal or DeLay?
Ooh. I'm putting in Grandal.
Okay. Are you putting in Rowdy Towdy or Connor Joe?
Depends. In the outfield, I would put Connor Joe at right, but if I have to put one at first base, it's probably Tellez right now.
Here's the thing. I'll even tell you it's a righty. So you're going to put Tellez at left. That's fine. So you have Tellez at first. You have Grandal at catcher. Are you putting in Gonzalez or Triolo at second?
Gonzalez.
Okay. Brian Hayes or Triola at third?
Brian Hayes.
Okay, and who are your three outfielders then, knowing that you have Tellez at first?
Brian Reynolds in left, Michael A. Taylor in center, Connor Joe in right.
Wow. Michael A. Taylor, I know that makes you happy.
It's either him or Sawinski.
What about Oliveras?
He looks like Tony Gwynn compared to Sawinski. He's batting 20 points higher than him.
What about Oliveras, who's batting .240?
Oliveras' issue is the on-base percentage isn't there. The defense isn't great in right field. I'd rather have Connor Joe's bat there. And
he also hasn't homered since Mulsey had hair. It's been since May 16th since Olivares has homered.
Yeah, and he had a 3-hit night last night, but all three of those were ground ball singles, ground balls with eyes. So as much as I think Olivares is a fine fourth outfielder, I'd still rather have Michael A. Taylor in center, just given if somebody's batting ninth and they're there only for their defense,
this is
his defense is arguably the best in the big league.
Wait, Jack Sawinski's on. I just finally looked at Jack Sawinski's on-base percentage is .258.
Yeah. Now think about Gonzalez in June is at .228.
.258.
Everywhere you look, it's everything's in flames here. City Limits asked when Mulsey did have hair. When he arrived at this station, he had hair. Receding, granted, which is why he went completely bald.
14 years ago.
Destiny's Child, have you ever considered the fully bald look? Would Paul has almost pulled it off. I think Paul pulls it off nice, as a matter of fact, although he has a little bit of stubble.
Yes.
Yeah, I will be embracing the bald in the near future here. I'm sure my parents will agree with this, but the receding hairline is starting up. Got that one told by the doctor a few months ago, so eventually I'm going to have to go full bald here, but embracing the hair for the last few years, but I still have it, I think.
Did you say you went to a doctor for this?
It was I got my biannual physical or whatever it was, and doctor took a look at the hair and it's like, yep, that's receding male pattern baldness. That's what that looks like. So that's kind of the direction we're headed in here.
Man, that's a shot. You're only what, 25?
24. Turned 25 in August. But
Paul, at 24, right. He's being told that he's going to be bald soon.
He's still got a long time.
I don't know about that. I think maybe a couple of years and he'll be Mulsey the second.
You should get that hair growing substance that they sell.
Yeah, you might want to get that, Andrew.
It costs money. I don't like wasting money.
All right. How do you want to finish, Paul? How about with a little free association? May I indulge?
Yes, absolutely.
Indulge with him. Who's the next guy to get called up from the minors, Andrew?
Let's go Joshua Palacios.
Bailey Falter will be out of the rotation by the All-Star break.
No.
Hank Davis will return to this team this season at some point.
Yes.
Peguero will be involved in a trade.
Ooh, no.
Skeens will be an All-Star.
At this rate, yes.
Skeens will start the All-Star game.
No.
Skeens will win the Cy Young Award.
No.
Mitch Keller will go to the All-Star game instead of Skeens.
Yes.
Wow. You think that will?
If it's only one guy, it's Keller. He's earned it being here longer. As great as Skeens has been this year, there will be plenty other opportunities for him to go to the All-Star game. I think this is Keller's if it's only one Pirate.
Holy horse milk. Do you agree with that? If you were Major League Baseball, would you want Keller instead of Skeens? I wouldn't.
That's why I'm not paid to make those decisions. I'll say that much.
But you are paid to make an opinion. What would you do?
I would personally put in both. But if you only had to choose one, I still, I'm an old guard guy. Maybe that's wrong on my part, but I still think Keller has earned this. He's earned the contract he got from the Pirates. Reward him for another good season and get him to the All-Star game.
Which one of the Pirates' disastrous hitters will turn his season around? Triolo, Taylor, Sawinski, Grandal, Olivares, Hayes, or other? Henry Davis. Let's put him in there.
Hayes will figure it out. He's just got to get the back right.
The Pirates are going to make a gigantic trade before the All-Star break in which they get rid of at least one of their top 5 prospects.
No.
They'll make a trade where they get rid of one of their top 10 prospects.
No, I don't see it.
Then what are we doing here, Andrew? What are we doing?
Team that, in my opinion, is not making the playoffs. That's my takeaway.
You don't think they would trade even like a top 10 prospect?
They consider it, but I don't think, to me, if we're choosing probable versus possible, I would say it's more possible than likely. I just don't see anybody that jumps off the page that they're immediately looking to part ways with. And a lot of these guys are pitchers that can help at the major league level as soon as next year or later this year. It's one thing if it's low-level guys that they don't particularly think can help in 2025 or even 2026, but most of these guys are really close.
Thank you, Andrew.
Pleasure was mine, guys. Thanks as always for having me.
All right, man. That's Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette. Read his stuff at postgazette.com. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. That's what Andrew was on. That's what Pirates manager Derck Shelton's going to be on at noon. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Man, we got a lot of questions for the Pirates manager. You want to pipe up with a few that we could pass along if they're reasonably thought out? Would be happy to do that. 412-928-9370. It's The Joe Show with Mr. Paul Zeiss.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Mitch Keller starts for the Pirates today in Cincinnati. 7:10 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 6 o'clock right here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Pirates lost 11-5. Bailey Falter took the loss yesterday in Cincinnati. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derck Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derck Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derck Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Spring into adventure and then jump into summer this month at Sun Chevrolet with plenty of great incentives through July 1st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Rain this afternoon, the high 87.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. While the Florida Panthers celebrate the Stanley Cup, the Edmonton Oilers and their 2 biggest stars, Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, are staring down an uncertain future. After 9 years together, Draisaitl is entering the final year of his contract and is in line for a big raise. Will Edmonton be able to keep Batman and Robin together, or will their pairing go down as one that never reached their full potential? I'm Maggie Gray.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Where 2 rivers converge, a third emerges. Stronger and more united than ever before. And a community, hard as steel, built over generations, rises for the new day ahead. Vibrant, dedicated, innovative. Today, we have a chance for a brighter future right here in Pennsylvania. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel coming together as one. U.S. Steel's partnership with Nippon Steel means no layoffs, means no plant closures, means $1.4 billion in new investments for the future. And best of all, it means U.S. Steel's headquarters will stay right here in Pennsylvania. Built for innovation, built for Pennsylvania, built for generations to come. The U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel partnership is the future of American steel.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or going to the grocery store for milk instead of buying your own cow. You know there's an easier and better way. Save up to 25% when you bundle home and auto with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We got the Pirates manager, Derck Shelton, coming up at noon. Some tough questions for him and that team moving forward. Anything on your mind you'd like to ask him at 412-928-9370? A correction to make. When I was referring to Jack Suwinski as perhaps the worst player in baseball this year, I said that the Astros cut ties with a guy who had similar numbers in Bobby Abreu. Of course, that's Jose Abreu. Thank you for the kind corrections. Point being that Suwinski was at like a minus something WAR, which is your overall rating as a player, and it ranked him 548th in Major League Baseball, right around Abreu. And Abreu was so bad that the Astros literally ate tens of millions of dollars to get rid of him. And one of my questions for Shelty, Paul, is just going to be, at what point is it detrimental to Suwinski to have him here? He looks like a guy who's just broken, because now his defense looks like it's being affected too, doesn't it? Have you seen some of his throws lately from the outfield?
That's what I said the last night when he just sort of, I don't want to say lollygagged, but that the ball up the middle, right? And Ellie De La Cruz is really fast, by the way, which situationally you need to understand. Okay, Ellie De La Cruz is up. He's fast as can be. I need to charge this ball hard and get it in quick.
Yeah.
And the sense of urgency just wasn't there.
And the same in the game the other day where the Tampa runner hadn't even hit third base when Suwinski fielded the ball. And he threw a one-hopper to the cutoff guy. It was sort of astounding. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at usports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Century 21 Fairways Real Estate. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Let's take a call. City Limits. Perhaps somebody has a Shelton question suggestion. Go ahead.
Here's Greg in Slippery Rock.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, guys. Everybody's advocating for the Pirates to make a trade, and I have a different perspective. After 5 years of tanking and supposedly acquiring a lot of talented players, they're still a horrendous team. So I don't want to make a trade because I don't trust their judgment. Instead, I want Nuttington to fire Shelton, replace him with somebody that has connections to the Dodgers, Braves, and Cardinals. Some teams that are good at evaluating talent and developing it and play sound, fundamental baseball. And then once the new GM's in place, replace that talking head of a manager, Derck Shelton, with somebody that's more competent and has a better plan. Then we have to do better.
It sounds like, and I got asked this.
Ridiculous.
I got asked this week in my Post-Gazette mailbag. They're 4 games under right now. Things haven't been going particularly well. And the overall roster, offensively is, you're right, disastrous. So where do you put the blame? They offered me Nutting, Charrington, Shelton players. I said in order. The blame for me would be Charrington 1, Nutting 2, players 3, Shelton 4. You, Paul?
I would say if I had to blame, I have to put Charrington first.
Me too, yeah.
I mean, Charrington 1, players 2, Shelton 3. Well, see, the thing about it is Charrington was probably 1, followed by Nutting, followed by the players, followed by Shelton.
That's what I had. How about you, sir?
Yeah,
what order would you go in?
The order.
Well, I would love them to replace the owner, but I know that's not going to happen. So that's why I'm saying get rid of Charrington to start with, and then the subsequent moves of Shelton and his coaching staff. I believe they're just incompetent, and I think it's time to change things.
Man, I'll say this much, and I appreciate the call. It's a miracle that this hitting coach is still here. I mean, it's incredible. Who's gotten better of their young hitters? And I'm going to ask Shelty about that as well. So some tough questions coming up for the Pirate manager. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, 24 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates. Full terms and qualifications at sunchevy.com. High of 87 today with sunny skies. We're going to be talking also some Steelers coming up, some NHL coming up with Game 7 last night, but the Pirates are topic number 1 by a long ways here. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Derck Shelton next on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Brian Reynolds extended his hitting streak to 21 games yesterday, and the Pirates' 11-5 loss to the Cincinnati Reds. Game 2 of the series is tonight, 7:10 first pitch. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 6 o'clock here on The Fan. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Derck Shelton Show next.
Hello, highs return to the mid to upper 80s this afternoon ahead of a quick round of rain. The rain won't last long, and for those who see the rain, expect temperatures to go from around 85 degrees to closer to 80 degrees for the remainder of the afternoon and evening. Rain should be here after 1 o'clock for places north of Pittsburgh. A little later, the further southeast you are. Hey, well, today I'm expecting just rain. Strong storms are expected to roll through tomorrow afternoon. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's the power of Bowser. Summer is here, and it's time to kick it off in style with a brand new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its sleek design, advanced technology, and top-of-the-line safety features. Right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra SEL from Bowser Hyundai for just $209 a month. And remember, all Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends June 30th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry, who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports, now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
When it comes to remodeling your bathroom, do you think it matters if the guy who's actually in there doing the work cares about his job? Kate here from Baths R Us, and trust me, it matters a lot. Most bathroom remodelers hire the cheapest subcontractors they can find, provide no training, offer no benefits, and then fire them the second they don't have enough work to keep them busy. They can barely pay their bills, they hate their jobs, and that's the guy in there remodeling your bathroom. At Baths R Us, our installers are the lifeblood of our company, and we treat them that way. They are actual W-2 employees with great pay and benefits, insurance, 401k, vehicles, the works. We always keep them busy, and they love their jobs. So call Baths R Us if you want a gorgeous new bathroom built with love by employees who love their jobs. Call now and get $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Our number is 412-435-4683 or online at bathsrus.com. That's bathsrus.com.
Hi, it's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Mark Patrick Stop Smoking seminars? And they said only $49.99 and it could work for you. So I thought, that's not even a week's worth of smoking. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. You know, my friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed. So what do you got to lose? I'll tell you what you got to lose. A very bad habit.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking without cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Early bird special, only $49.99 guaranteed. Don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all, or your money back. Seminar 8 p.m. on Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh in Greentree, or 8 p.m. on Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center on Rhode Road in Churchill. Registration 30 minutes before seminar. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Man, do I love picking up my winnings from MacBid. Oh, yeah, I see you, TV guy. You too, Drill Man. I'll get you yet.
Making friends?
They just happen to be here for pickup when I am.
You'll see, honey, I'm gonna outbid those guys so bad.
Oh, I know you will.
And my biggest rival, Turntable Lady.
Yeah, thanks for picking that up. You put it in the trunk, right?
It's a McBid auction-packed summer. I'm sleeping with the enemy.
Not with that attitude, you're not.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid and on the free app.
Fire it all.
It's the music extravaganza of the summer, Celebrity Care Fest. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th to 27th, featuring Pitbull, Smokey Robinson, Pat Benatar with Neil Giraldo, plus the Ghost Towns and Queen Bee, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. Enjoy a one-of-a-kind backyard amphitheater setting. Tickets on sale now at hm3independencefund.org. That's hm3independencefund.org.
2% cash back on every swipe, a balance transfer of just $3.99. Holy smokes, it's the Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Visa Card Promotion. Dan Zhang really inviting you to unlock a world of rewards. Terms and conditions at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. Brian Reynolds extended his hitting streak to 21 games, and the Pirates lost to the Cincinnati Reds yesterday. Game 2 of the series is tonight, right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 6 o'clock, presented by Pella Windows. Mitch Keller on the mound for the Pirates, 7:10 first pitch. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. It's time for the Derck Shelton Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Derck Shelton Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as we give you the latest on our Pirates with Pirates manager Derck Shelton. The Derck Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. Now, the Derck Shelton Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It is time for the Derck Shelton Show, brought to you by our local Parmore stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmore store near you now, there will be soon. The Pirates managers on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Shelty, how are you today?
What's going on, guys? How are you today?
We're doing well. I think there's probably some difficult questions here with your club to go over. One of whom, and we've been over this before, Shelty, I know, but at this point, it's hard to decipher if any of your younger hitters have gotten better and how that doesn't go back to the hitting coach. What is the best case right now to back Andy Haynes when it really does seem like none of your younger hitters are progressing?
Well, I think our younger hitters have to progress. That's true. I mean, I think we're seeing, not only with the Pirates, but throughout the game, young players are struggling right now. And, we have to continue to figure out how that translates to being better. I mean, our offense needs to be better. I mean, we're working on it, but, I don't honestly think it's fair to cast the blame on one single person for that.
Why? Because that's it. I mean, that's his job description, is to make hitters better.
Yeah, and some of it, comes on, the players too. We have to continue to make adjustments. We have to continue to work on things. And again, it's not just the Pirates where we're seeing young hitters struggle. I know it's, the conversation because we're talking about the Pirates, but throughout the league, I think we're trying to figure out why guys, when they come from AAA to the big leagues, are having issues.
Well, we talk about generalities, but like a guy like Nick Gonzalez, who was hitting really well, and now he's struggling a little bit. He's a younger guy. Obviously, he's still finding his way. What do you, as a manager and the hitting coach and everybody in your support system, what do you have to do, or how do you get a guy like that back on track? Because he's shown that he can actually do it. Now you just got to kind of get him back on track when he's a younger player, obviously. Just sort of, talk a little bit through like what the process is like.
Well, number one, it's confidence. And I think right now, in Nick's case, he can't buy a hit in terms of everything he hits hard is caught. I mean, he hit the ball hard last night to Ellie's backside, to Ellie De La Cruz's backside, and he makes a good play and throws him out. You know, he hits a ball that probably a month ago falls down the left field line that Steer makes a nice play on. It just seems like when you're going through a stretch like this, everything you hit gets caught. So in Nick's case, I think it's just confidence because we've seen him make the adjustment. We've seen him show the ability to hit the major league level. We're seeing after about a month and a half that the league is kind of punching back and making adjustments to him, and now it's, you know, on us and on Nick to make that adjustment back.
Shelty, it's interesting with the whole thing that AAA, people feel like it's a bigger leap from there to the majors than it ever has been. You're talking about young hitters and how a lot of people are having that difficulty. And I wonder if that plays into somebody like Sawinski. Because as I watch him, I think as a lot of people watch him, it's really hard to make the case that he belongs in the majors right now. Are you not sending him to AAA because you feel like that'll do that won't help him? Or why is he still with you?
Well, I think some of it is that. I mean, as we've seen, AAA pitching is completely different than big league pitching, and I think your point there is right. It's the largest gap of any time we've ever seen. In Jack's case, we need Jack to get going. I would 100% agree with that. You know, we're working on that. Give him a little bit of runway, and then we'll have to make a decision on what we're going to do moving forward. But I do think the fact that AAA pitching is in a situation that it's so much different than big league pitching, and I think we've seen that. We've seen guys that have gone, and I'm not making this just about the Pirates, but in the game, we've seen guys in AAA that have, in some cases dominated AAA and put up really, really good numbers, and then it's a situation where they come to the big leagues and they have struggled. So some of this is about learning how to hit at the big league level.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that with Henry Davis this very season, that exact thing play out. So I guess the other question that comes up is why not give somebody like Gorski or Palacios or Peguero? I think Peguero for Triolo, Gorski for numerous guys in your outfield, or Palacios. Why not
So let's go to Palacios first. I mean, we're working him back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this guy missed a ton of time, and he's only like a 2.5 week back from where he's at. So we have to give him more time. Peggy's case, like that one's a little bit harder for me because over the last month, Peggy's got some things that he's working on, and we need to get better at. I mean, even looking at his numbers a little bit, there's room for improvement at the AAA level. So, and I think Gorski is someone that is because of the year he's having this year, has entered the chat room a little bit. And at some point we'll have to make discussions, but Gorski has made strides.
Derek, this is more of a general question about hitting. But, and this has been discussions and arguments that we've had with, Joe and things. League-wide, you said it's not just the Pirates, it's league-wide. Guys are struggling, especially younger guys hitting. Are there any discussions, and I mean in the industry, I mean among, not just in the Pirates, this isn't specific to you because obviously you look at batting averages all across the league, but are there any discussions about maybe things that need to be done differently to try and develop hitters?
Well, I think the biggest situation that we're running into is the fact that the velocity, and I'm not talking about just velocity of the fastball, I'm talking about velocity of all pitches, and the ability to chase miss. I mean, if that pitcher has that, they're coming to the big leagues. They're getting expedited to the big leagues. So because of that, we're seeing such a difference in AAA pitching. I mean, even if you go back and look at 10 years, take the fastball out of it, like just the overall velocity of the fastball. But if you look at velocity of breaking balls, they're jumping up 7 and 8 miles per hour in 10 years. So everybody is chasing miss. Everybody's chasing the swing and miss. Everybody's chasing the punch out. And when those guys show that ability to do that in AAA, they're coming to the big leagues. So I think that's why we're seeing that disparity and gap between AAA and big leagues. Now, to your point, Paul, and I think it's a great point, and I really wish, we could figure out the answer to it in the industry. And I think everybody's trying to figure out is how you end up developing to finish AAA hitters because of the fact that it's so much different. we definitely don't have an answer for it. And I'm saying we, I mean, this is league-wide because we're seeing, as you guys pointed out, a lot of guys come to the big leagues that have had really good, AAA numbers, and they're struggling at the major league level.
Yeah, the numbers are mind-blowing, really. Jason Stark just did a piece on this that Major League Baseball is on pace for the fewest doubles since before the 93 expansion, the fewest homers since 15, the fewest hits per game in a full season since 1968, which is unbelievable. He talks about all the different kinds of fastballs that guys have complete command of, the fact that nobody anymore can sit on a pitch when they're behind on the count anymore. He is Ty France, the guy from first baseman Mariners, saying the league is so hard right now. Pitchers are throwing hard with command and have 3 fastballs, sink, cut, fade, everything. So this is definitely a topic league-wide. There's no question about that, Shelty, right?
Yeah, and I'm glad you referenced that article, Stark, because I think that article was written about as well, and Jason's a good writer, about as well as can be written, and highlighted so many different things. Like the ability, I mean, and we have a guy that's at the top of the list in Skeens when you watch what he does with his fastball. And that's a whole different level, I understand. But I think Ty France's point's right. It's gotten so hard to hit at this level. And then I think also highlighted in that article is talking about outfield defense, which now people are being way more progressive because you can't shift in the infield about what they're doing with their outfielders, paying more attention to it. I mean, if you go back to the Rays series, I think the reason that we did not win the Rays series was because of Jose Siri. I mean, Nick Gonzalez hit a ball in the gap, Jack hit a ball. I mean, he played defense that way. So I think all those points are coming, and I really wish Cook was on today because I could make a shot at the 1968. Because if we remember, in 68 when they actually changed the mound, because Gibson ran out a 1-1-2 and McLean won 30 games. I mean, so we're going back to a historic date where we actually changed something in the game that's where we're at on an offensive level. So I think this is an industry-wide thing that we're trying to figure out. And, I don't have an answer for it. It's something that we're talking about. I understand when people see guys that are struggling at the major league level that they just say, like, hey, these guys should come up from AAA, not just specifically to the Pirates, but in any. Like, you see a prospect, this guy should come up, this guy should come up. And then you look at their AAA numbers, and some guys aren't even dominating AAA. And then the guys that are dominating AAA and they come to the big leagues, they're still having trouble at the major league level. So it's a league-wide thing that we're trying to figure out.
Having said that, and to be fair, within that context, you guys are worse than almost anybody, and a lot of your hitters aren't just below average. They're among the worst in the league. I'm talking about Triolo, Taylor, Sawinski, Grandal, Olivares, and Hayes. So even within that context, you have guys who are struggling at a rare rate here. So I would imagine you would be first on board to get some outside help. Am I right about that? Do you expect Ben Cherington to get some people in here who can help you?
Well, yeah, and I think Ben's gone on record of saying like that we're constantly exploring and trying to figure out, how we're going to make our offense better. I think the one challenge, and this is, again, an industry-wide challenge we're having and everybody talks about, everybody's bunched up right now in both leagues. And, you guys know as well as I do that when everybody's bunched up, that the people that have players from the teams that are willing to trade, those prices are going to be high. So I think as we continue to go through this process, it's going to be gaining the information, seeing what people want. But I think the fact that so many teams are bunched up right now, there's an opportunity for there to be a ton of buyers in a situation where normally, at this time of the year, maybe there's 4 or 5 teams. But I think that's completely changed into a situation where it's 15 to 18 teams that are looking. And then the other thing on top of it is because offense is the way you guys have outlined it, everybody's looking for offense. So then the price of those the price of those hitters goes even higher.
Well, before you get to the point where you have some extra guys in here to help, what can you as a manager and your staff, and similar to what I asked you about Nick Gonzalez, I mean, how do you keep the general I don't want to say attitude, but the confidence level, all of that stuff up in your clubhouse when you do have so many guys that are struggling. And there have been some games where it's just it feels like some of your guys are pressing. Like, I mean, how do you keep it a little bit light so that maybe a few of these guys get going, and then, as they say, hitting's contagious, and a few more get going, and then you go.
Yeah, well, I think number one, it comes back to being positive. As much as people probably don't like to hear that, because these guys know they're scuffling, and it's not for lack of work. It's not for lack of trying. I mean, if we had an effort issue, then it would be something that would be more problematic in my mind. But as long as we keep working, and then, from my end, we got to figure out a way to be creative, whether it's maybe we bunt more, we safety squeeze, we hit and run, we put guys in motion. However we can, find ways to create runs. I think on the positive side is we've pitched really well, so we've kept ourselves in games. I mean, I know we didn't play well last night. We didn't pitch well last night. But that's almost kind of been the outlier over the last month as well as we pitched. So just trying to find ways to win those really close games. I mean, over the past week or two, we've won, 2-1 nothing games. We won a 3-1 game. So I think that's important, is just continuing to try to figure out little ways that we can win games.
Pirates manager Derck Shelton on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. Shelton, we opened the show today by saying it kind of feels like your season's at a crossroads here. There's a bunch of teams bunched up. You guys, are win one, lose two, win two, lose two, that type of thing. You got some injuries, maybe some guys coming back from injuries. It just feels like this is the point where you're going to go one way or another, and I wonder if you agree with that.
Well, I don't know if I totally agree with that, because there's a lot of baseball left to play. I do think, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, Stark, but I think we do have to play more consistent, and I think we have to try to figure out a way, as we've talked about, to play more consistently offensively. But I think the thing that I'm looking forward to is getting back to full strength. I mean, we could, be over the next month, our bullpen could get back to full strength with Bednar coming back, with Baraki coming back. We're going to get Perez back during the Atlanta series. Marco at some point's he's throwing live BPs. So Joey Bart's out on a rehab right now. So we can be transitioning towards, even, without making external additions, just making additions by guys that we have on our roster right now.
How much personal pressure do you feel to win this season, Shelty? Do you feel like your job could be at risk if you don't have a winning record?
No, I mean, I feel pressure every day, and I think I should. It's what this job's about. It's about winning, and it's about going out and getting better. So, I mean, for 5 years, I felt that pressure, and I think anybody that sits in this chair should. And if you don't, then you're in the wrong job.
Yeah. The interesting thing was when you start to get all of those guys back, we were trying to figure out. Say you get Priester, Gonzalez, and Perez all back. I mean, would you consider a couple of them going to the bullpen to help your bullpen out?
I think we got to get there first. I mean, Martine's coming back, and like I said, he'll be back in the Atlanta series. I mean, Quinn at some point this week should throw in a rehab game. Marco is still throwing live BP, so we're a ways away from that full group being ready. So until we get there, I don't know what we'll do. I mean, hopefully David's in a situation where it's sooner rather than later. Baraki should be out on a rehab at some point this week. When we get to that point, I think we're going to have challenging decisions, but we're also going to have good decisions that will make us better.
Shelty, when you talk about the first 5 years on the job, the reason I would differentiate this year is I don't think people had, I don't even think internally, big expectations of the Pirates for your first 5 years. This was a total massive rebuild. I think this year is different. Am I correct that the internal expectation is different, maybe even to the point of playoffs or bust this year?
Well, I think the expectations are different. I think we saw this as a year that we were going to step forward and be better, and and I think we've shown that to some degree. Now we need to continue to get better. I don't think it's fair to put any ceiling on it. The fact of the matter is we want to make sure that we continue to play meaningful games, and to do that we have to continue to be better. I mean that's the bottom line. We just have to continue to be better.
You have obviously a couple more games with Cincinnati in that ballpark. I mean, is that a hitter's park? Is it the kind of park that could maybe your guys could get on track a little bit?
I would say that, yeah, it's a hitter's park. Now, the thing that challenges all hitters' park is who's standing on the mound. And I think, as we saw in our ballpark the other day, in PNC when we played the Reds, I mean, they have good young pitching. So there's a lot of good young pitching in the National League Central. The Reds have it. So it is a hitter's park per se, but I think it all goes based on who's on the mound.
Shelty, one thing we hear from a lot from listeners, from fans, is concerns about inning limits with Jones and Skeens. For example, I think Jones, his career high for any year is 122. He's already up, I believe, to 86 this year. Do you guys have a number in mind for both of them in terms of inning totals?
I don't think we have a specific number in line. I mean, I think, as we've said all along from, the day that Jared made the team, that, like, we were going to be mindful of, what his volume is. We've tried to get him on 6 days, sometimes on 7 days. We were very careful with Paul in terms of what his buildup was going to be, coming to the big leagues. And I know people were critical of that, but, once he's been here, we've let him pitch. And, we've let him pitch in terms of the game situations. So, we have to be mindful of that because, these guys are important not only for 24 but beyond. And I think everybody in our fan base would agree with that. So we are mindful of it, but I don't think we have like a, hard line in the sand of where we're going to be.
I think the fear that people express is that you guys will be in it in September and that these guys will be shut down like Strasburg was one year in Washington. Is that in any way a legit fear?
Oh, well, I think that's why we have to be thoughtful about as we move forward how we're going to do it, so we don't run into a situation like that. I think it's why we've, as much as people can be critical of throwing an opener or bumping guys back or whatever, we've even done that in the interim. I mean, I think Jared's only thrown on 5 days one time. I think Paul has yet to throw on 5 days in the major league level. So just being thoughtful of, like, how we can, kind of work through those 6 days, whether we throw in a spot starter. I think we've done, 4 bullpen games, with some pretty good success on it. That's the most important thing, is trying to figure out how we can build in those extra days so, that doesn't happen in September.
One guy that he's young, obviously, and he's coming off a major injury, but he seems to be somebody that you're sort of building a lot of what you're trying to do around, is O'Neal Cruz. And he just seems to me like he's just sort of scratching the surface of what he really could be. I mean, have you seen, marked progress? I mean, and do you feel like he can be that guy that you sort of have as the centerpiece of everything you're going to do the next few years?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the thing with O'Neal is we have to remember, and I think we talked about it last week, he just played in like his 162nd game. I think City Limits actually gave me that stat. He's played like 170 games, and it seems like he's been here longer than that. So we have to remember that, he's still a rookie, but he continues to get better. He continues to get healthier. I mean, you guys saw the play he made last night on the ball. Jordan hit up the middle. He continues to get better defensively, which is important for us. We still do have to monitor, his health. I mean, if you guys watched the game last night, which I'm sure you did, I mean, he got slid into it second, and he got hit on the leg, and it stung him a little bit. So there's going to be times that we have to be mindful of that because he's coming off a major injury that no baseball player has ever had. But over the course of the first 170 games of his career, I think he's been pretty good.
When you say no baseball players ever had, what specifically made that one unique?
Oh, just the break and what they had to do to the leg. It's more of a football or basketball injury.
Mm. My last question, Shelty, is a two-parter here. One, Falter said he was tired last night. He's pitched a lot of innings. Concern level with him, what you might do about that. And also, as a bonus here, Destiny's Child was on today saying that Braxton Ashcraft may be able to help the Major League team this year. Do you agree with that?
So, yeah, let's go to the first part. We move Ash to AAA. I think he's had 2 starts. which is really important. And he's thrown well in both of them. I mean, we've seen the breaking ball play, we've seen the fastball play. I do think he is someone that at some point this year we think can help us, which is really important. Which is one of the reasons it was important for us to get him to AAA, transition him to AAA. Get him a taste there. He's got to pitch with the AAA ball because the AAA ball is the same ball as the major league ball. So that's really important. So hopefully it's a situation where at some point Braxton can help us. I appreciate Destiny's Child throwing that in there. And then in Falter's case, I just think last night he executed really well for 3 innings and then left the ball in the middle of the plate, and you cannot do that.
Last one, I was actually going to ask you about Cruz, and also the Reds' version of Cruz. The 2 home runs they hit last night, I think both of them still haven't landed. When you see guys with that kind of power, it's got to be pretty impressive just sitting there, especially how hard it is to hit.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about 2 of the young, exciting players in our game, just because they can do so many things, whether it's with their legs or their glove. And last night we saw the power display. We saw both guys hit balls really far. So I think both guys are really good for the game, really exciting for the game, and really talented. But, yeah, last night they both got balls pretty flush on the barrel.
Shelty, we appreciate the time. Should be another great pitching matchup tonight based on the last 2 times these guys went at it. Good luck tonight, and thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good week.
That's Derck Shelton, who took a lot of questions.
He did. Listen, I always respect him. He'll answer questions. Here was the thing. Can I just tell you why I was sort of for the first 5 minutes taken aback? You know how you do interviews with these guys, you kind of start with just finessing them a little bit, then you go with the fastball. You came right out of the chute with a fastball.
I had to.
I'm like, this show might be over before it starts.
I'll give Shelty. Shelty takes all the questions, man.
Hey, listen, he's great.
People might not like some of the answers.
No. And listen, you certainly asked all the tough questions in that interview. You did. And I was just in awe of the fact that you were firing fastball after fastball, and he was answering them.
Yeah, he answered.
And he didn't get angry about it. He didn't get upset about it. He didn't get emotional. He didn't say, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." And I thought we had some really good discussions about the hitting in general. I think the young player development and what some of the issues are that's going on there. I think and he was honest and said a lot of us don't really have answers right now.
And that might be a problem for Andy Haynes. I mean,
right.
When Shelty said, I don't know that it's fair to, put the blame on him. I think the respectful but obvious answer there was, well, why not? I mean, Andy Haynes' job description, literal job description, is to make hitters better. And they're getting worse, even in the context of the hitting struggles across Major League Baseball. The Pirates are struggling worse than most,
right?
And that's just a fact.
Well, and again, I think that's the larger point that you made that I thought was a really good point, is that even though everyone's bad, you're at the bottom part of bad. Which, by the way, I guess we should point out that your guy brought us some of this solo pizza.
This guy's a genius.
The solo
Phil
pizza,
Spanos.
the wood-fired pizza cart, Phil Spano. Thank you so much for bringing us some pizza here today, and of course, this is the wood-fired pizza that you can. It's actually a cart.
Yeah, this guy he travels around. He's like Bingo Long and the Traveling All-Stars, except it's Phil Spano and the Traveling Pizza Oven.
Yes,
this guy's a miracle worker.
And the pizza's tremendous.
Did IT try this back there? Yeah, he liked it, I bet, huh? IT, your one-word response to all this would be what?
It was fantastic.
That's 3 words. That's unbelievable. Yeah, yes. Phil Spano and the pizza. Let's play back some of what Shelty said there. His job security, Andy Haynes' job security. What's happening with Jack Sawinski? A lot of this stuff was interesting. We'll play it back. It's 12:30. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia. See what they can do for you. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The text line's very important here. for texts in the city later. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, you can follow along on X, Fan Twitter, whatever you want to call it, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Derck Shelton was asked if he feels pressure as the Pirates manager this season. He said he feels pressure every day and thinks that he should. For 5 years, he's felt this pressure and thinks everyone in this seat should. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
That's a fair argument. But this whole Arthur Smith doesn't use wide receiver 2 thing is poppycock.
Yeah.
What? Poppycock? The definition is empty talk or writing. Nonsense.
Where did you why did that word pop up?
Don't know.
In your mind? You've never used that before.
Poppycock.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV, and price subject to change.
All right, so there we were, cruising through the new open-air zoo, when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. Luckily, we were in my Nissan Rogue. With its powerful VC turbo engine, well, we had time to see all the animals. Whoa! And outrun a few!
Drive the Nissan Rogue.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
Food insecurity in children has increased more than 30% in the past year. Today, 1 in 6 children in southwestern PA may not know where their next meal is coming from. Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank is leveraging the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to child hunger and its root causes. Just $1 can provide enough food for up to 3 meals and help nearly 80,000 children thrive this summer. To learn how you can donate, volunteer, or find food, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Thinking about getting a home security system? Right now, homeowners can unlock a free security camera from Guardian Protection, Pittsburgh's hometown security company, with the purchase of a monitored security system that Guardian will professionally install at no additional charge. Get 24-hour protection and effortlessly control your home with our app. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. While the Florida Panthers celebrate the Stanley Cup, the Edmonton Oilers and their two biggest stars, Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, are staring down an uncertain future. After 9 years together, Draisaitl is entering the final year of his contract and is in line for a big raise. Will Edmonton be able to keep Batman and Robin together, or will their pairing go down as one that never reached their full potential? I'm Maggie Gray.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $119 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $149 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility, conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross-Draver. This season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf. Country club conditions with public course prices.
Here's some important information from businesses that support 93.7 The Fan. Summertime savings is always hot at Salem's Market on Center in the Hill District. From fresh produce, halal meats, deli, and special treats. Stop by and see for yourself. 1850 Center Avenue. Salem's is your passport to global cuisine. Get in the swing of things this golf season with these Going Low sponsors. Slippery Rock Golf Club in Slippery Rock and Chestnut Ridge Golf Course in Blairsville. Then watch golf or wash away a bad round at Hope's Place. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing and now serving the McKeesport community. Find their new branch on 36th Street in McKeesport. Learn about all the benefits of a credit union and how you can join for just $5 at allegiantfcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. For more information, go to 937thefan.com.
Did somebody say free diamond bracelet? That's right. Diamonds Direct is expanding upon their best offer yet. Make any purchase this month and receive a free diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right. Any engagement ring, any diamond necklace, any timepiece. Purchase any item valued at $10,000 or more and receive a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Every purchase of $10,000 or more qualifies. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet ends June 30th. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Grilling out. It's as American as fireworks, as hot dogs and hamburgers, and as Kingsford Original Charcoal. Because enjoying that unmistakable aroma and sharing the authentic wood-fired flavor of Kingsford Original with great friends makes the 4th of July even more special than it already is. And that's pretty special. So here's to America, and here's to Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert. Kingsford.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Michael McHenry, top of the hour. Man, let's ask him about declining offense in baseball. And I wanted to make it clear with Shelty, and I think in general, Paul, that it's absolutely no excuse for what we're seeing here in Pittsburgh. So let's be clear about that. But it is a fact that hitting,
it's way down.
All the benchmarks are headed for historic lows.
Right. Terrible.
And I think, there's an obvious reason. The pitching's better. That's just the fact of it. And I would strongly suggest you read the story to everybody out there, I'm talking, by Jason Stark, because he interviews a ton of major leaguers.
Yeah.
Yelich is quoted high up saying, listen, and I'm paraphrasing, this isn't a mystery. You can no longer sit on a bad pitch. A lot of it is technology, by the way. Used to be a guy had a pitch that people would sit on. You're 3-1. I'm sitting on this. I know this guy's going to throw it here. He doesn't throw it anymore because they break down every single pitch that you have in your arsenal. And if one ain't working, if they're sitting on one, you just don't throw it anymore. Nobody sits on 3-1 fastballs anymore. First of all, there's 19 different kinds of fastballs that all these guys control. Then on top of that, they've reached the point where as a hitter, if Paul Zeiss comes to the plate, I know going into the game based on my scouting report where he's put the ball in play every single time in his career. All 987 bats I can study, and I know most of the time when he ropes a double, it's to left center, and I know the exact same spot, and I've got my outfielders playing there. Yelich and those guys mentioned that as well, Paul. So I don't think it's a mystery why this is happening. Here's my question to you, because I think there's an obvious answer, and I forgot to ask Shelty. I had it written down. Would you move back the mound in Major League Baseball? I would.
Well, there's another factor though. That's part of the problem.
Yeah,
and it's how they're grooming hitters these days.
Yes,
there's such an emphasis. Again, I was actually talking to two different guys I know that are in the industry.
Yeah,
that do it for a living, and they're like, if you watch a lot of these guys, there's such an emphasis on launch angles and everything else that they all have, a lot of these younger guys, they all have easily exploitable flaws in their swing. And so, it's almost like the pendulum has to swing back a little bit to valuing batting average again. Because nobody now, if you talk to these guys now in baseball, we don't care about batting average. Well, OPS is all that really matters to us, and we want a guy to be able to drive the ball because it's unrealistic to string 3 or 4 hits together in an inning because it's so hard to hit. Well,
right.
You know what? It's really hard to string 3 hits together in an inning when everybody is swinging, and has a bad swing and they're all striking out. I mean, it's not a good thing when you see, again, a guy like Gonzalez should never have 20-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Because, he's got a little power and he can drive the ball, but he's a guy that should be trying to actually hit the ball the other way. And you know what? One of the things that Shelton said that was true, that I agree with is, hey, you got to be creative maybe to try and score some runs. If that means sacrifice bunting, squeeze, suicide squeezes, whatever. That kind of small ball mentality has completely gone out of the game.
I agree with you.
So I want to make it clear. I definitely agree that the combination, our pitchers are better, there's more velocity, there's more technology, all that stuff is in play as well. But another part of it is how they're developing hitters. And to me, the two things combined have led to a place where, it used to be like you were a little bit scorned if you had more than like 100 strikeouts in a season, and now you regularly see guys with 200, 250, and nobody bats an eye because it's strikeout or home run mentality. It's like, well, we're not going to be able to string together 2 or 3 hits. And you know, you go back to the whole bunting thing. I thought about it last night. And, you know, yes, you can have bigger innings if you swing away. But if you get a guy at third, if I'm a manager, if I get a guy to third,
yeah,
and I've got one of my 150 hitters or 130 hitters or 120 hitters or, you know what I mean, all these guys that are horrific, I'm laying down a bunt almost every time. And I'm just saying, listen, just get it on the ground. And I'm telling my guy from third, you know, get a good jump and let's try and score a run. Because that's better than him striking out or hitting into a double play and ending the inning, you know what I mean? At least you have a chance to move some guys forward and score some runs. And I think that was one of the things I liked about what Derck Shelton did say was, hey, I got to be more creative and try to create offense. So it's a two-pronged problem, Joe, and I don't know that there's an easy answer. And the other part of it is, you know, like Shelton said, anybody that's got that hard velocity like that, they're pushing them to the majors. So these minor league hitters aren't getting a chance to see these guys enough, you know, to get ready for the majors.
All that is totally valid. Yeah, what those people told you, I believe. But we'll ask McHenry coming up here about hitting approaches, about why we're looking at historic lows. Having said that, it still doesn't excuse the Pirates. But back to the topic, why not move back the mound? Here's what I don't get about pro sports a lot, is the total lack of adjustment to changes, natural changes that occur over time, like the size of the athletes and the speed, like the size and changes in technology to the equipment. Like, all right, we've reached a flashpoint again, like we did in 1968, I think, and they lowered the mound. Pitchers were too dominant. Why can't they move it back a foot? Why hasn't basketball or hockey? I look at hockey, the players are twice the size they were in 1970 and twice as fast, but we still have the same size rink. Goalie equipment, go look at a goalie in a game from the 80s. He looks naked compared to what they have now.
Yeah.
Why isn't the net bigger? Basketball, same size of the court, same size of everything. Football, the same thing. It's like, is it the sacredness of the numbers they don't want to be compromised? Like, why don't sports adjust to things like this? Baseball did in a radical way when it lowered the mound.
Right.
I like that. Basketball did in a way when it instituted the three-point line. But what about moving it back?
So if you move it back, say you moved it back 2 or 3 feet, you think that would? Then I think that could work. The only thing is, then you'd have to have you would probably have at least half a season with a zillion walks because pitchers would have to try and readjust what they're throwing and when their pitches are breaking and all that stuff.
I wonder how far back would make a significant difference. I'm going to ask McHenry about that coming up at the top of the hour.
If they moved it, so what if they moved it back and made it lower?
Now you're talking. It's the same thing. The goals in hockey, the nets, I've never understood why they aren't bigger. Why shouldn't they be bigger?
Aren't goalies' equipment and goalies themselves a lot bigger nowadays than they used to be?
Yes.
So...
And I think it's because, then a 50-point, 50-goal season won't mean as much as it did. You'll screw up all the numbers. Well, who cares, first of all? Secondly, that's already the case. You have 3-on-3 overtimes, for God's sakes. They didn't have that in the 70s. You have technology with the sticks and things like that make it a totally different game anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that that's... If you think about it, if the goalies are bigger, the pads are wider. I mean,
chest protectors bigger, gloves bigger, blockers
my point
bigger.
Is, it's probably going to balance out if you make the net a little bit bigger.
Yes.
And I think the other part of that is, if you really look at it from that standpoint, like, well, if you made the net a little bit bigger, it would help with scoring, right?
which is what people
And-
like.
But here's the other thing, and we're going to talk about the hockey game, I'm sure, later in the show. But one of the things that drives me absolutely insane about hockey nowadays, I would love to see a rule that says if you leave your skates and go down on the ice to block, because guys block shots now, it's a 2-minute penalty. I hate that.
Well, let's talk about something for a minute.
We could, but I'm just saying, like that to me has become as big of a problem as the size of the net and the you know what I'm saying? Like
that game last night, it had a certain tenseness because it was Game 7. It was a lousy hockey game.
It was terrible. But my thing is, everyone was going on and on about Bobrovsky and what a great job he did in the third period. I'm thinking to myself, how many of those shots actually got to him?
He didn't make a difficult save the whole night.
Not one. Most of those shots, especially the ones that were like there was that one right in front of the net with McDavid, where McDavid turned and and it looked like he had a chance to score. The guy came in from behind and poke checked it out of his. Bobrovsky had no idea where the puck was.
Yeah,
and there was a number of those shots that guys were just diving on the. And listen, I get it. Listen, I get it. It's desperation time. You are doing everything you can do. You're sacrificing your body, all that kind of stuff. To me, I think it would be a really easy rule change to say, if you're going to block shots, you got to do it from your skates. You can't dive. You can't leave your skates. You can't be on the ice. We had a wall of humanity laying in front of the goal.
I know.
It's like,
I thought it was fitting that the Cup final in Game 7 ended with 20 guys in the corner all on top of each other with the puck underneath them. That was the scrum. There wasn't even a shot at the end of the game. The best defensive team won. Credit to them, I guess, but it wasn't much of a hockey game, if you ask me.
Right.
I like some up and down action. I think that's the beauty of the game. And then you extend it to baseball. Yeah, people like offense in baseball too, and it's dying. For all the changes they've made too to benefit offense, it's not working. So I don't take it lightly that a radical change like moving the mound back, I would only say under dire circumstances. I think we've reached that point. I really do. Where the pitchers are just too good. Just like 1968.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like I said, I think that's a problem. Like if you since you said this a few minutes ago here, I've been thinking about this moving the mound back thing. So if I'm throwing it 99 miles an hour, right, or 100 miles an hour, like how, let's say we move it 3 feet back and lower it, I don't know, 3 more inches. How much longer do you think you have to look at that as a hitter? You know what I mean? So I'm throwing 100 miles an hour from I'm throwing 100 miles an hour from 3 feet back and 3 inches lower. Is it like another half second that you'll see the pitch?
An eternity for a hitter,
right?
A split second,
right.
But it's not just the velocity; it's everything else, like Shelty was saying.
The movement and all that. But I'm just saying, like, I'm wondering if there has been any kind of study that would suggest, okay, so. And I don't even want to. I forget what the mound is. Is it 90 feet or 60 feet?
60 feet. Yeah.
60 feet, 6 inches.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a study that says, well, if we move the mound to 64 feet, 6 inches, it means that hitters will have X amount of time longer to see a pitch, and that would lead to X amount. You know what I mean? Like.
Let's ask Michael McHenry about that. Coming up next, the perfect guest to have on the Pirates' struggles on offensive deficiency at the major league level all around the league, but particularly here, I would say, maybe a couple other places. We'll talk to McHenry about that next. He's great on all this stuff. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. It's 12:53. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency at Gibsonia. See what they can do for you. Yeah, let's talk to McHenry for a bit. We'll play some of Shelton about his job security, about Andy Haynes' job security. Thought those were 2 interesting topics with Shelty. And then talk about Connor McDavid and the Conn Smythe. Was he a deserving winner? We haven't even gotten around to that with all the Pirates issues. We'll talk about that. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, 24 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates. Full terms and qualifications at sunchevy.com. High of 87 today with sunny skies.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
The Florida Panthers avoided what could have been a disaster last night and won in Game 7 at home and win the Stanley Cup Final after Florida lost to Vegas last year in 5 games and had a 3-0 series lead before Edmonton stormed back and took the next 3 games, but Florida was able to close it out. First championship for the Panthers in their 30-year history, but Connor McDavid did win the Conn Smythe for the most valuable player throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs for Edmonton. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Joey Fatone from NSYNC and AJ McLean from Backstreet Boys. A legendary night. Joey Fatone and AJ McLean together, live on stage, performing all their hits. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, August 23rd at 7 p.m. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
O'Reilly! Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Summer is here, and it's time to kick it off in style with a brand new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. The Hyundai Tucson is your perfect summer companion. with its sleek design, advanced technology, and top-of-the-line safety features. And right now, you can lease the new 2024 Tucson SE AWD from Bowser Hyundai for just $289 a month. And remember, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends June 30th. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Pins Mechanical Company is a place that lets you disconnect from the virtual and connect to the real. Games like duck pin bowling, foosball, ping pong, and classic arcade games. A fully stocked bar with fun cocktails and refreshing ice-cold beer. Pins has something for everyone. Pins, that's how we roll.
In 1776, President John Adams predicted July 4th would be celebrated with fireworks across America. Well, Phantom Fireworks has been perfecting backyard celebrations for 50 years. Phantom has over 1,200 locations with every type of fireworks available by law. Our fireworks are brighter, louder, and the safest your family can buy. Phantom Fireworks, lighting up backyards of America from coast to coast. Visit your nearest Phantom Fireworks store today. Click fireworks.com for showroom specials, coupons, and a location near you.
Where two rivers converge, a third emerges. Stronger and more united than ever before. And a community, hard as steel, built over generations, rises for the new day ahead. Vibrant, dedicated, innovative. Today, we have a chance for a brighter future right here in Pennsylvania. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel coming together as one. U.S. Steel's partnership with Nippon Steel means no layoffs, means no plant closures, means $1.4 billion in new investments for the future. And best of all, it means U.S. Steel's headquarters will stay right here in Pennsylvania. Built for innovation, built for Pennsylvania, built for generations to come. The U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel partnership is the future of American steel.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Don't be overwhelmed with unexpected plumbing problems. Go to plumbers911.com for 24/7 emergency service. Plumbers 911 are local, licensed, and insured Pittsburgh plumbers that can fix any plumbing emergency, including broken or burst pipes, drain cleaning, sewer inspections, and lawn sprinkler repairs. The Plumbers 911's team has over 10,000 hours of training, are background checked and union certified. Go to plumbers911.com or call 412-226-4299 for great service and fair pricing. Plumbers 911, your Pittsburgh plumbing experts.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey. I love talking sports with you, but I'd like to talk to you about where I got my start, Westminster College. I was a student athlete on the Titans baseball team and graduated with a degree in broadcast communications. It's a place that means a lot to me. Not only did I learn from great professors, I got hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. 300 beautiful acres in New Wilmington, just an hour from Pittsburgh. 98% of students receive financial aid. Visit westminster.edu to learn how real experiences lead to real success.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
No matter how large or small your digging project may be, no matter how urban or rural, you must always call 811 before any digging project. 811 is our national one-call number, alerting your local utility companies to come out and mark any lines they have near your dig site. So before you do this or this, make sure you do this. For digging projects big or small, make the call to 811. Brought to you by Common Ground Alliance.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bechtold with your fan headlines. Second game of the series against the Cincinnati Reds tonight. Pirates and Reds are both 37-41 after Cincinnati won yesterday 11-5 against the Pirates. The Buccos in their last 10 games are 5-5, currently on a 2-game losing streak, trying not to make it 3 as Mitch Keller will go to the mound. Opposite Hunter Green for Cincinnati, 7:10 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 6 o'clock right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host,
Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's Tuesday at 1 o'clock. That must mean Mr. Michael McHenry is on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. He looks better than us, Paul. Look at the monitor right there. Yeah. He's a very healthy man, a former professional athlete.
A happy guy, very happy.
He is a very nice man as well. Welcome, Michael.
Thanks, guys. You guys look great. Don't sell yourself short.
Don't sell ourselves short. Look at us, Paul.
Yeah.
We look like we should be wheeled away here, taken away, airlifted out of the studio. I'll speak for myself. I look horrible. Anyway, Michael. We were talking to Shelty about not only the Pirates' lack of offense, but league-wide. Jason Stark had a story the other day that we're now, and this has been a trend, we are on a historic pace here for, just this. Fewest number of hits in the big leagues in a season since 1968, the year they lowered the mound. So I'll start you with this question. Would you be in favor of moving the pitching rubber back? And if so, by how far? Have we reached that level?
No, and I honestly don't think that would help. You're talking about more movement. Yeah, it would slow down the fastball, but the problem is the movement on the pitches and the analytics. The biggest thing I'm seeing is how many times have we seen a ball? I mean, even last night, there were 6 or 7 line drives right into someone's glove. The predictability and the analytics have really taken this thing to a whole nother level. I don't think moving the mound back would do that much, because then all of a sudden the changeups and the split fingers and all these pitches that move down are going to get better. The fastballs that ride, you're going to have a completely different view of it. I remember Joe Beimel did a little quirky scientific study and threw his changeup and breaking ball, and it broke like 3 or 4 more inches just by moving it back a foot.
Wow.
So I think it would change everything if you moved it back. I think one thing they could look into, guys, is the balls. I don't think the balls have played the same all year long. If you look at the analytics on some of the ball flight, it makes no sense. A ball get hit 105 at a certain angle, it should be a home run every time, and it's getting caught in certain games. So I think the balls have been inconsistent, something that, maybe it's a conspiracy theorist in me, but it's been pretty evident all year.
Well, that's interesting. I don't know that I've heard that one. So you're saying you think that maybe the balls, the inconsistency in the balls, that they're not, I don't know, I guess it'd be hard enough or whatever. I don't know, like they're not made in a way that, like you said, if you hit them at a certain angle with a certain swing velocity, they should go out of the park?
Yes, absolutely. And two, every team now has a humidor, which is pretty new over the last couple of years. So MLB takes over the balls with all the tacky stuff going on, and they added the humidor at every ballpark. I mean, the fact that we at PNC have a humidor comparative to Colorado or Cincinnati makes 0 sense. And two, think about the humidity yesterday in Cincinnati. I mean, you're talking about a heat index over 95, and they have a humidor. So, I mean, you're making those balls a lot different than they were just 2 years ago.
Man, you threw me off there with that. With it wouldn't help to move the rubber back, but it makes all the sense in the world what you're saying there. So what could be some other solutions? You talked about the baseballs. I don't think anything's off the table, by the way, Michael. I mean, we have ghost runners, for God's sakes, and extra innings here. So I think anything could be on the table. How about making outfielders play in a certain area, like have literal circles on the field where they can't move until the ball is hit or until it's pitched or something? Because you're right, and a lot of people mention this in Jason Stark's piece on this, was that the predictability with hitters has gotten to the point where it feels like everybody is hitting the ball exactly, into a glove. How many times have the Pirates been robbed of extra bases? It's incredible, but they're not the only ones.
Yeah, it's been remarkable, guys. I think the first thing I would look at is, can we take the technology off the field during the game? Because then you can't make those adjustments. If there is a swing adjustment in game, they can't use all of the iPads and everything else to go back and look at it. They have to actually use real time. They have to actually watch the game. No more of this. And I think that would be one thing that would help. And then I think another thing that could help is make those balls consistent. I don't think we need humidors. Chicks dig the long ball. I think the long ball being in the game is really, really important. Not all fields are built the same. But, yeah, I think those are two things that could really, really help. And I think the technology on the field during the game, if that was gone, even if you took away – I know this is for the fans, but, maybe it's a violation if you look back and see how hard you're throwing. I don't know. Just do silly stuff to try to get this right.
Why has all of the parks gone to putting balls in the humidors? What is the rationale for that? I agree with you 100%. I didn't even like when they did it in Colorado, because I thought, hey, that's one of the charms of Colorado is you go there and it's a beer league softball game. My thing is, what is the rationale for this?
Honestly, I don't know. I think maybe they just want everything to be kind of level across the board. It seems like that's where they're trying to trend the game in general, all the way up to the salary, and it's not going to work. I mean, baseball is a different sport. Every park is built different. It looks different, and you kind of assemble a team based on that, and then you build a culture around it. And if you can create that unit, you're going to be special. Another thing that I would love to see, guys, we talked about this last time, is let's hit to the situation. Let's bunt some more. Let's see more hit and runs. Maybe they add another guy on the roster, and he's a guy that can just absolutely fly, can come in and out of the game. Just something that creates a little bit more oomph into the game. I think a little bit more excitement, making guys make plays. But, I mean, you've seen it. If you bunt one time, it changes their scouting report. It pulls that third baseman in. So the next time you maybe pull or roll over that ball, it's a hit.
Well, Paul mentioned something earlier, too, in his discussions with people around baseball, that another factor in this, Michael, might be the approach that hitters take, I don't know, from probably the times they're younger these days, where it's more of an all or nothing approach. And might it be wise to reemphasize batting average and have better approaches at the plate? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you change the money, you change the game. This is something I say all the time. Where money is from a childhood level, when they use sports, all the way up is exit velocity, launch angle, bat speed. I mean, they're even measuring hand speed, ground force. So if you can change the way people look at it, talk about barrel control, start, implementing some way for these guys to make money when they move a guy over, when they bunt, when they barrel it up and hit a line drive. I mean, you get paid nothing, for those things. You have to really be an OPS guy to get paid nowadays, or be an elite defender, or punch tickets. Those are things that maybe aren't that exciting for fans, because in between that time is usually a big gap. And I hope they start to figure that out. I'd love to see guys start hitting like Arise does in San Diego. You don't have to have a bunch of them, but if you have 3 or 4 in each league, you're watching a batting title fight. You're watching maybe a home run fight. And then all these other guys with silver sluggers, you want to see them hitting 310, 320, not 280, not 270. So, yeah, I hope they do something with that. And it's got to start at a younger level. I mean, I really believe that. And I think if it carries over there and pushes into the big leagues, but it seems like the big leagues are pushing down. Whatever happens here is being pushed down into college, in the minor leagues, and everywhere else. So I think at the top is the only way it's going to happen, even though I wish it went from the bottom to the top.
Well, yeah, and I think that's interesting, because while I agree with all of the theories about pitching is better and it's harder to hit, and guys with velocity, it's not just the velocity on one pitch, it's the velocity on a number of all that stuff. I 100% agree with it, but people, and you're a guy that played, so obviously, I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but guys that played the game or have played the game or been around the game also, they think that's a big part of the problem as well, is that guys, it's almost all an emphasis on trying to hit basically home runs. And so the emphasis is no longer on batting average. It's strikeouts. It used to be if you struck out 100 times in a season, 100, that was a lot. Now guys strike out 225 and nobody says a word about it. It's all or nothing, as opposed to, learning how to hit the other way, learning how to hit where the pitches are pitched to you, doing the things you have to do that create a higher batting average.
Yeah, think about Brian Reynolds right now and what he's been able to do. 21-game hitting streak. And if you look at his spray chart, it is all over the field. And just the other day, he got an RBI single, cut you to triple, balls about, 4 to 6 inches, probably even more than that, off the plate. He flicks it over the shortstop's head. That's what we should be thinking about. But that starts with understanding who you are. And Clint Earl used to always say, you have to be a great self-evaluator in this game. A lot of these guys don't get the opportunity to be a self-evaluator. Brian Reynolds is signed to a 7-year deal. He's here. So he can evaluate and say, hey, I'm going to take my hit. I've already gotten paid. He's not chasing anything. His agent doesn't say anything in his ear because he gets his check every couple weeks. So I think a lot of times it has to do with a lot of circumstances we don't talk about. If you sign guys, you're going to see different animals. Even if you sign them early on, they're going to take more chances, more risk, and they're going to pitch deeper into games. They're going to play more games. They're not going to worry about maybe resting in them as much because they're part of the conversation. When you're not signed, you're not really a part of the conversation. They're kind of puppeteering you the whole way, and you have to be what you have to be to try to get that contract. And that's not talked about enough. It probably should be, but that is a reality.
Michael McHenry on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. You know him from the Pirate telecast. Him and Stephen Brault do an unbelievable job of breaking down the game. I always say, Michael, that's, for analysts, I think, in this town throughout history, whether it's hockey, football, or baseball, the real talent is to take the hidden parts of the game, the sort of hard to understand parts of the game, and break it down into digestible pieces for the average fan and do it in an entertaining way. And you guys are unbelievable at that, both of you. So again, I really appreciate what you guys do.
It means the world to us. It's been a blast getting to know Steven and working with him. We call each other the battery. We think about it as we're going out there and we have a game plan and we're just going to adjust accordingly. And with the Buccos, sometimes we have to adjust a lot, but they've been a fun team to watch and they've given us a lot of opportunities to break some fun things down.
Well, let me ask you to break this one down because it seems to me that it's almost doing more harm than good for Jack Sawinski to remain up in the majors. It seems to be affecting his defense. What has happened with his swing and what can be done to change it?
So you guys remember, around mid-August last year, I would say his September, he probably had 18 singles, and most of them were hit the other way. He was hitting lefties well. Well, they had a really cool plan, and it was to kind of change his approach against the lefties, shorten up, really try to keep that front shoulder on the ball, and work the other way. He's really good and can be elite at times at hitting the breaking ball elevated in the zone, whether it's from a righty or lefty. But sometimes you get a little quick because of the fastball. So he was staying on that pitch. And then went in the offseason, I think he took that so far that his swing path actually became too direct in and out of the zone. So it created more swing and miss. But more importantly, it created a really steep angle to the ball. So he's topping the ball a lot. We've seen him hit the ball on the ground an absolute ton. He got a base hit last night like that, hit it straight in the ground. When he first came up, he was ready for the fastball, and he had link through the zone. And that's what created all those, power swings, the home runs, and it's the balance of that. So to your point, yeah, I think it is a disjustice. I think they had a need. They called him up maybe a little too early once again, and it's kind of been the story of his career because he's been good enough. He's a great teammate. He's a great human. So they want him in the clubhouse, and they want him to succeed, and he succeeded multiple times when we didn't see it coming. This time it looks like he's really struggling. And, yeah, I think if he's a part of your future, you got to think about, what do we do here? We got to get this guy at bats. We got to let him fight through this because, he hit 26 homers last year. It's not like he just sniffed a couple homers. You're talking about 19, 26. He should be a 20 home run guy every year.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, they've got a lot of these guys. We've been talking about a lot of these young guys, Michael, and, obviously you again, you played, so you kind of know when you're a young player like that and you're struggling, it can be really difficult to find your confidence again, right? I mean, because the league doesn't slow down and say, okay, well, we're going to wait for you to, figure it out. I mean, the league keeps going at the pace that, you're either going to sink or swim.
Yeah, there's no question. And if you're in the big leagues, you're trying to survive too. Sometimes when you go down the minor leagues and they tell you, hey, this is what you're going to, really focus on. It's almost you can get a breath of fresh air. You can kind of calm down, take that giant MLB monkey off your back, stop chasing hits, and get it right. And I thought they did a great job with sending him down before, gave him about 3 or 4 days off to just play around with the swing. I saw him actually move a little bit better, get ready for that fastball. He had a home run to dead center early on in his AAA stint, and then he got called right back up. So I think giving an opportunity to kind of do what Henry Davis did is something that they're probably mulling over, and we probably will see. He's still young. He still has a lot of options. I think he still has another option going into next year. So, I mean, the thing is, we want this guy to be the guy he can be because he could really help our team.
How much did the hitting coach help you when you played? Would you seek outside help? We saw Key Brian Hayes go to Nunnally, the coach in the minors last year, that the Pirates didn't seem to love. When you were a player, was it a case of, if I don't trust the hitting coach here, I'm going to get my own help? But the more general question, Michael, is how much does the hitting coach, how important is that to what you're doing?
So the hitting coach and the hitting team has way too much on their plate. And I would say the pitching side does as well. There's too many guys to kind of oversee. The best teams coach themselves. And what I mean by that, the hitting coach facilitates. He reminds you of certain things you said, whether they kept a notebook. Chili Davis, one of my favorite dudes on the planet, hitting-wise, he actually, had notes of my routine. So when I wasn't going well, he came to me and said, hey, remember this time you felt like this? You did this drill. Let's go back to that. And he actually did some of the drills when I wasn't there. By himself, he would hit off the machine and feel some of the things to say, okay, so I've carried that over into the way I teach. I went and hit yesterday, actually, just to feel some things and understand it better. But I think the biggest thing is the hitting coach facilitates. The players have to coach themselves, and they have to buy in. And that buy-in may be into the philosophy of the hitting coach, but it's not until that hitter really says, I need it at the big league level, the hitting coach even has a door to open. Because, you go for 6 months home and you're hitting with some guru that you're actually paying. And the fact that you're paying him, he's already smarter, right? He's the smartest man in the room because you're paying him. You don't have to pay these hitting coaches or anybody else in the organization. They're already there. So do they have my best interests? Is it their agenda? You're always fiddling in your mind as a player, thinking through. So once you gain that trust, and, I feel like there's a lot of guys over there that trust that hitting staff, because it is a staff, it's not one person. But, it's really all about the players. Like, I know a lot of guys go to Kutch and talk about swings. Kutch loves breaking down swings, not necessarily his own, because a lot of us don't. But he loves looking at swings and talking about hitting. And it's really trying to figure out how can I be my best coach with my boys around me.
Well, I think that's an interesting thing. That's an interesting concept because I think there is a little bit of a misconception, I think, as just to how much a hitting coach or hitting instructor really makes a difference. That being said, Michael, I mean, the buck has to stop somewhere. And I mean, are there ways to evaluate whether or not these guys are doing a good job or not?
Yeah, no question. I mean, I think you have to put a bunch of things into a basket and see if they're doing a good job. And it's the most common coach to get fired in the major leagues. I mean, their lifespan is usually about 2 years. So there's a huge turnover. It's not like anybody's really figuring it out. And a lot of it has to do with circumstance. Are guys playing at the right times? Are they being set up for the right situations? Who are we facing consistently? What is the injuries? There's a lot of things that go into it. And then, what is the turnaround of like good to bad? How are guys making adjustments? Is it seem like it is the same old? Or are they chasing something? Maybe it's a philosophy. There's a lot of question marks. Those have to be answered. And that's one thing I always say is like transparency wins. If you can be as transparent as possible, I think it's always going to give you an advantage to let the fans and everyone else know exactly what you're trying to do. It's just really hard in this game to get transparency sometimes.
Paul, may I engage Michael in a game of free association?
Absolutely.
Ooh.
You ready, Michael?
I am.
This is tailored in a certain way today, which is very exciting for everybody. If you were the manager, or a manager, let's say, you could see Holderman as a closer. He would thrive there at some point.
Yes.
If you were a GM, you would think about having Piguero up here.
Yes.
You'd think about having Gorski up here.
Yes.
You'd think about having Palacios up here very soon.
I'd have to pick one of the two of those guys. Actually, I probably would pick Palacios over Gorski because he's a fire starter. I think he brought in an element to that team last year that you can't really explain. I think that's why they signed him. They felt that. I mean, he was a different breed, that J-Hay feel. Yeah, I think he's needed. So I'm going to go Palacios.
If you were a palm reader, you would see Henry Davis as this kind of big league hitter. Power hitter, average hitter, doubles hitter, or just maybe a guy who doesn't make it as a big league hitter. What do you see?
A hybrid. I think he's going to be a guy that figures out how to be an honest self-evaluator. I think he was going in that direction before he got hit in the head. So I think we're going to see the best version of Henry Davis moving forward.
If you were a major league hitting instructor, you would tell Ke'Bryan Hayes to go back to that toe tap that helped him last year.
Not necessarily. I would make sure he's healthy, and it looks like he is. But yeah, I think that's a version of him that we will see at some point. That's all about comfort.
If you were a GM anywhere, you might think about trading for Josh Bell.
No.
You might think about trading for Luis Robert.
Yes.
If you were commissioner of baseball, Paul Skeens would start for the National League in the All-Star game.
No, but he would be there.
Thank you, Michael. I have no further questions.
That was a good one. I like that one.
You were great, man. You always are. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, anytime. Take care, guys.
That's Michael McHenry.
I always find it interesting, like when we talk to guys just that have played in the majors, just about baseball.
Man, is he
It
smart.
makes it such a different game than every other sport, really.
It really does.
I mean, there's so many things to consider.
How about him saying that moving the mound back or the pitching rubber back wouldn't help?
I didn't think about all that.
Because the breaking balls would be even more devastating.
I didn't even think about all that.
Me neither. Now I don't think they should. I'm glad I didn't write that column, City Limits.
And somebody else said, where's it at? 4 more feet between the mound and home plate with a 99-mile-an-hour pitch would only give a hitter 0.02755 seconds extra to react.
I don't know if that's a lot or a little.
I know. I have no idea what that means.
That's a lot. In terms of overall time that you need to adjust to knowing what could be a ball and a strike, it's a lot, but the movement is incredible.
How does he know, Paul? He just jumped in with that definitive statement from out of nowhere. We haven't heard from him in 2 hours. City Limits.
You know,
a lot of guests that come on. I mean, I'll ask questions if you want.
There's a little ecosystem that goes on behind the glass there with you and IT.
That's right.
Where is IT?
Hopefully we're not developing any bacteria back here. He is podcasting.
Is he?
Yeah, not creating his own, but putting our podcasts up.
You know, one of the things that's interesting, I've been seeing a lot of these videos of the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Guys are at the beach in the water with it, whatever. Say there was 20,000 fans. I don't know what the building holds where the Panthers play, Florida Panthers. Say, I don't know. Let's say it's like the arena. Let's say it's 19,000 is what the capacity is, right?
Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet there's 25,000 people that actually care about the Florida Panthers in Miami. Just 19,000 of them all happen to buy tickets. Because
you might be right. I don't know.
If you were walking around Miami today, it wouldn't be like, if the Heat had just won. You know what I'm saying? It's just like that's one of those franchises. Like if had Edmonton won, we'd be seeing videos of like basically the whole area up there and that whole province. You know what I mean? They'd all be losing their minds. But like there's one where my man's walking right down the street with the Stanley Cup and People are just driving past.
Why does that guy have a big silver cup in
Yeah,
his
like
hand?
nobody even cares. It's like there's certain franchises in certain areas, right, where the only people that care all seem to go to the games. You know, like I don't imagine the television ratings are great for the Florida Panthers locally like they are here for the Penguins. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. By the way, when I look over there, you know how I'm looking over at you a lot? I'm looking into the camera. You're thinking I'm looking, trying to give you a signal.
Yeah, I'm
but
like,
I
what?
feel like I need to look into the
Oh,
camera
okay.
because I look over at the monitor and I'm never looking at the person. So don't take me looking at you that I want something from you.
Well, I was wondering. I always wonder, like, do you need me to say something?
No,
do you
no.
want to say something?
I'm
Is
looking into the camera,
Well,
nodding, being polite, things like that.
Mine is like right here.
Yeah, yours
So,
is
like,
perfectly placed.
I would be staring into like
The
what's her
abyss.
name? Nellie over
Nellie,
here.
yeah, Nellie out at
Nellie
the
over here.
front desk.
At the front desk is what I would be staring at.
Listen, I'm ashamed of what I said yesterday that I thought Connor McDavid should win the Conn Smythe no matter what. I shouldn't have said that. I thought the guy spilled his guts onto the ice, but he didn't do anything in Game 6. And if you're going to win the Conn Smythe, you got to finish the job. He didn't have a point in Game 6 or 7. He shouldn't have won it, Paul.
I have a hard time. I have a hard time saying Game 6 when they scored 5 goals. So I mean, it's not like they didn't score any goals in Game 6. It's not like they were up 3-2 and got shut out in Game 6 and Game 7. They scored 5
then
goals
7,
in
but
Game 6.
they didn't win. You got to finish the job.
Again, the Florida Panthers did everything in their power to take him out of the game, which we've seen happen with Sid. We've seen happen with all of the best players. It happens. I had no problem with him winning it. In fact, I would be willing to argue that most of the people that really had a problem with it have 412 or 724 area code.
No, I think there's something to be said for finishing the job. Like if he had played a really good Game 7.
I thought the game was terrible. I thought they mucked it up completely.
They did.
And they did everything in their power.
He's got to find a way to get on the score sheet in Game 7 or 6.
They basically said, we're not going to let him beat us.
Well, every team says that about a star, and they do it anyway.
I'm just saying, but they have the players to do it.
Ace, what do you think? Should he still have won it?
Oh, I was very adamant about this last night, that he should not have won it. I don't think that if you don't win the championship, you should not win the award. And I know it's different than other sports where it's the entire Stanley Cup playoffs. But he was invisible.
But what
if
he had been great? What if he had been great in Game 7 and had set the record, the all-time record for points in the playoffs? Then do you give it to him? You said no. You said you have to win.
I think you have to win.
What do you think of Ace's opinion?
I think it's nonsense. I think if you're the most valuable player, it's a 25 game award.
But
you didn't win it.
But you got to finish it.
You have to finish the job.
Again, it's hockey. If it was the NBA, I would agree with you completely. If it was the NBA and you're LeBron James and it's Game 7 and you score 4 points and go 5 and go you score like 9 points and you go 3 for 21 from the field, that's different.
What do you think of Paul's point
hockey,
there, Ace?
Hockey, there's so many factors, right? I mean, I got a kick out of the guy who was like, well, Sidney Crosby would never go 2 games without scoring a point in the playoffs when his team needed him. Really? Did you watch the Islanders series 2 years ago when they lost and in 4 of the 6 games, 4 of the 6 games he didn't score, and he had a total of 1 assist?
I got a better point for you. He didn't get a point in Game 6 or 7 in 2009, and they won the Cup.
But that's my point. There's so many other factors. So,
and he still deserved the award. Well, they won.
I think.
Did he win the award that year?
I think in the Stanley Cup.
No, Malkin won it.
Malkin won it in 2009. Crosby won 16 and 17.
Yeah, you're right.
I think in the Stanley Cup playoffs, it's an award for the entire Stanley Cup playoffs. Now, if I were the people running hockey, I would come up with an NBA or a Stanley Cup Final MVP. That'd be different. But as long as it's an award for the entire playoffs, I mean, where Edmonton, this guy willed them to basically an inch away from winning a cup. I can't say that he.
I know who the least most valuable player, the anti-Conn Smythe, was Draisaitl.
Right.
No points.
Oh my God.
Right. And you got a bunch of guys like that. That's what I'm saying.
Did McDavid have to come up and accept this thing from Bettman? I didn't even see it.
He did not.
He did not come out.
He didn't?
No, that's why.
That would have been horrifying
How
if
about
he
Gary
did.
Bettman was shaking as he was announcing the award. He was saying
And they cut away from it when it was clear that he wasn't coming back out to get it.
Also, great shot by ESPN when the Panthers lifted the cup right away. Did not even have the original lifting of the cup in the audio. Did you see that, Joe? Did you watch the ceremony?
What?
Yeah.
What'd you say? I didn't hear what you said.
When the cup was received by the Florida Panthers,
yeah,
ESPN cut the audio and also did not quickly cut away to a different camera shot to show like the first hoist of the cup.
You got to have the swearing in there. NBC did. That's part of it. And then you apologize later. It's easier to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission.
Can I say this?
Who cares?
ABC's post-game coverage was, what's that word you used before? Hideous. Absolutely hideous.
It was bad.
An embarrassment how bad it was.
Makes you miss Doc Emmerich more and more.
I mean, they didn't. Their camera angles were bad. They didn't get. I mean, they cut away from everything that they needed to show. It was ridiculous.
Have you seen Livy Dunn and Skeens boating around in Pittsburgh?
Oh, yes.
This is unbelievable. Yeah. Has anybody seen her around town limits? Any of your friends and stuff?
No, we've not seen. Well, one of my friends did see her at the game a couple weeks ago.
Here she is.
She was
fishing.
walking around the concourse.
She's fishing in the Allegheny.
With Paul Skeens, and I think Jared Jones was also there. Do you see somebody stole a boat from a marina? They wanted to go meet some Pittsburgh Pirates. Is that what you think this guy that stole the boat was doing? He wanted to go bring this boat over and wave to Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn and fish with them? And Jared Jones?
Fish with them?
Is that what this guy was doing?
What are you catching? Does anything live in that river?
In the Allegheny?
Yeah, what are you catching there?
Some type of fish?
What?
There has to be some type of fish.
Aren't they poisoned already? No, nothing lives in. Would you jump in that water? I wouldn't.
No.
Paul, would you?
Not now, but I'll be honest. In the old days, I mean, there were times when I would jump in. Certainly not the water down around the point. Absolutely not. But I mean, I've swum in the Allegheny up north. You know what I mean? I've swum in the Monongahela down south. You know, in certain places. But you're right. You're absolutely right.
I can't believe there's fish that live in that. Do they have 4 heads?
What are they? Are they carp?
Carpfish.
Aren't there carps?
Are there any trouts in that fish?
I don't. You think I know what kind of fish?
I think there's
that I can delineate
I think
fish
there's
types.
Trouts. I think there's carp.
Trouts.
Mike Trout's slipping in the water.
I think there's what do they call it? Bass or bass? Bass. And I think there's what are the ones that have the whiskers?
Catfish.
Catfish hunter.
I think there are catfish in the waters as well.
Do they shave, Folsey? Catfish?
The fish?
Yeah. I would not want to pick out any fish from the Allegheny. I mean, and I am astounded that anything lives in those waters.
Do you think the fish taste good in those waters?
No, I don't.
That's the biggest thing.
I could be wrong.
It's kind of nasty. If you think about it, the water that's down there around the point, if you look in it, you're like, there's no chance I'm jumping in that, number one. And number two, I'm not eating anything that comes out of that.
How about this? Bobrovsky wasn't even close. McDavid got 83 points for the Conn Smythe. Barkov got 46. Gustav Forsling got 8. And Bobrovsky only got 7 points.
You know who played really unbelievable the entire series? Is your guy Evan Rodriguez?
Oh yeah, was he good? All right, we'll get back with Tex in the City. We're already a little bit late, and I apologize to City Limits for that kind of social media's biggest loser. Donnie Football, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at Awaken180weightloss.com. Donnie's lost an entire body. He's half the man he used to be. Paul, there's a new flow coming up in just a moment. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And we're coming up on the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Paul?
Paul's Ice. New Flow Men's Health has had incredible success in treating men with erectile dysfunction. For a limited time, New Flow is offering exclusive pricing for a significant savings. Having you suffered long enough, no pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000 today to take advantage of this great offer and tell them Paul sent you.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Reds tonight from Cincinnati. Mitch Keller on the mound. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 6 o'clock. First pitch at 7:10. Pirates and Reds with equal records, 37 and 41, tied for third place in the NL Central. More at 93.7 thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derck Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derck Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derck Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Hey, Donnie Football here. Did you take Awaken 180 up on dropping 40 by the 4th? If you did, next week you'll reach that goal. Congratulations. If you didn't call Awaken 180, why not do it now? Fast weight loss, easy weight loss, and then free support for life.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. They are the best words in sports, and they did not let us down last night. Game 7. What a tense, epic, awesome night, and what a tremendous series, and what a great Stanley Cup playoffs. It proved yet again what I try to tell you every single year. There is no postseason like the NHL postseason, and there is no tougher trophy to get your paws on than the Stanley Cup. I'm Jim Rome.
Lowe's knows owning a project means owning the right tools. And during Craftsman Days, you can save big on what you need from a brand you trust. Get a free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of the V20 string trimmer or leaf blower for only $99. Find these savings and more today. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 7/10 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Did somebody say free diamond bracelet? That's right. Diamonds Direct is expanding upon their best offer yet. Make any purchase this month and receive a free diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right. Any engagement ring, any diamond necklace, any timepiece. Purchase any item valued at $10,000 or more and receive a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Every purchase of $10,000 or more qualifies. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet ends June 30th. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV, and price subject to change.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Looking for a great golf experience? Look no further than Old Stonewall Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania's premier golf destination. Warm up at their incredible driving range and then drop a ball on the putting green. Their award-winning course layout will surely impress. To complete the experience, you got to step out to the back tee on number 16, their signature hole, and absolutely bomb one off the tee. Whether it's a competitive round with friends, treating a special client, or simply treating yourself, celebrate Old Stonewall's 25th anniversary season. Visit oldstonewall.com to schedule today.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Fan Weather brought to you by Sun Chevy 24 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates. Full terms and qualifications at sunchevy.com. High of 87 today with sunny skies. All right, let's wrap this thing up. Do we have some texts in the city here?
There are a couple fish ones. So the 2005 Bass Master Classic, which is the Masters of Bass Fishing, took place in the Three Rivers, and it was one of the most difficult tournaments ever, according to Texter Juice.
That's very interesting. What's his point? That there are fish in the Allegheny?
Yes, somebody said that there are plenty of fish in the rivers. The two most prominent are the Allegheny brown trout and the Monongahela whitefish.
Yeah, I bet the trout are brown when you pick them up out of that river.
The Monongahela whitefish? I don't know.
Would you, Paul? Can you turn his mic on?
What is a whitefish?
A whitefish?
I don't know.
Monongahela whitefish. What is it?
I don't know. I've never heard
edible?
of it. And Jason in Slippery Rock said the Allegheny is known for excellent bass fishing.
In Slippery Rock? Yeah, that's different than downtown.
No, he's from Slippery Rock, the texter.
Who is? Wait a second. I don't see. So there are people fishing off the banks of the Allegheny downtown?
Possibly.
Somebody else picked on Paul for saying that the plural of trout is trouts.
That's correct.
Paul, you were called out on that.
Called out, Paul.
It's like deer. If you have
trout.
100 deer, you don't have 100 deers. You said trout were trouts.
Or goose and geese.
No, that's not similar.
No, it's not.
All right, well,
Thank
I mean,
you.
again, what about, wait.
You're not multiple geeses.
Wait, hold up. So the plural of trout is what?
Trout, like deer.
Really?
Yeah.
Not trouts?
No.
So what about bass? Is it basses?
No.
Or is it bass?
Basses? No.
So all
Bass.
fish?
No, wait,
So
that's
wait.
music.
So when we talk about fish,
Yeah.
the plural is just the same as.
Not necessarily. Like
catfish.
Wait a second. Salmon's the same thing.
We have to go. Pony's
Is there
gonna
any
get mad.
type of fish where
Pony's gonna be mad. We have to go.
are there fish where the plural is a plural with an S?
Pony's getting very angry. We have to go.
Catfishes.
Shrimps. No, it's shrimp.
It's just shrimp, not
Oh my
shrimps.
God! All of seafood, there's no plural. You just keep it the same.
Octopuses.
Thank you.
Sharks.
No, that's octopi. Sharks for sure.
Sharks. Turtles.
Oh.
Thank you, Limit.
Yeah.
Now we gotta go.
All right.
Goodbye.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now
Well, we surely do not know much about fish, but we do know that Mitch Keller will pitch tonight for the Pirates in Cincinnati against the Reds. 7:10 first pitch. North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 6 o'clock. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us every night from 10:35 to 11 p.m. as we present the Ireland Contracting Nightly Sports Call with hosts Bob Papiani and Richie Walsh, as well as a rotating cast of fan hosts. The Nightly Sports Call, brought to you by Ireland Contracting.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Twins open up a 3-game series in Arizona tonight as they look to keep their bats hot. Minnesota has gone over the total in 5 of their last 7 games. The Twins will face Arizona starter Brandon Pfaadt, who's given up 4 runs or more in 3 of his last 5 starts. The BetQL 5-star play of the day is to back the bats. They're on the over between the Twins and the Diamondbacks. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
At Spitzer Acura, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price, the Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. As a player, you want the most advanced equipment to keep you safe on the field. As a professional driver, safety behind the wheel should always be a priority. PGT Trucking has invested in over 200 new trucks and is hiring drivers for both regional and local flatbed routes. Begin your new career with the leader in the flatbed trucking industry. Great pay, top benefits, and new equipment. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Summer is here, and it's time to kick it off in style with a brand new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its sleek design, advanced technology, and top-of-the-line safety features. Right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra SEL from Bowser Hyundai for just $209 a month. And remember, all Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends June 30th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 on Straight Talk.
Life hack.
Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select a new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data, all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or StraightTalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? On America's birthday weekend? Why not stop by America's #1 brakes destination? Right now, you can save 15% when you buy a set of OE quality Duralast pads and rotors, and up to 50% when you bundle Shop Pro brake cleaner and brake fluid with Sil Glide brake lubricant. It's just part of our 4th of July sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Leases 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fees. Stock units only. Offer ends 6/30/24.
Take advantage of huge summer savings at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL for just $199 a month, or the new 2024 Tucson SC FWD for only $259 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
2% cash back on every swipe, a balance transfer of just $3.99. Holy smokes, it's the Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Visa Card Promotion. Dan Zang really inviting you to unlock a world of rewards. Terms and conditions at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give My Lowe's Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not a My Lowe's Rewards member? Join for free today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
Something amazing is happening in data management. Even though storage needs are constantly changing, companies are only paying for what they need now. That's because CDW customized a Pure Storage Evergreen One SLA-driven storage-as-a-service solution that delivers enterprise-grade hybrid cloud storage that is effortless, efficient, and evergreen. Simplify storage administration with Pure Storage and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/purestorage.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates clobbered last night in Cincinnati. They try to rebound tonight, 7-10 first pitch, a rematch from a pitcher's duel last week. Hunter Green goes for the Reds, Mitch Keller on the mound for the Pirates. Lineup will be released probably in the next hour or so. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar, live and local, just like Mike's.
Under 10 seconds to go. Fans on their feet as the Panthers pin it to the corner board. And after 30 years, the sun finally shines in Florida. The Panthers are Stanley Cup champions.
The winner of the Conn Smythe Trophy is a player who has been the most valuable for the entire playoff run. The player who is going to be given the Conn Smythe this year led the playoffs in scoring and broke Wayne Gretzky's assist record for playoffs. The winner of the Conn Smythe is Connor McDavid.
Cowards at ABC muted the crowd volume there. We need to get that from our Canadian friends.
They're
they
not
aired
cowardly.
it in its entirety.
They're not cowardly lions.
Panthers win the Stanley Cup. Good afternoon, everyone out there. Andrew Filipponi with Chris Muller and Donnie Football, who have a big Awaken 180 event today. So they will leave at about the halfway point of the show to go let
Meet
people know
open house.
how they can
Come see us.
lose weight and feel better about themselves, which is terrific. And so we'll hang out with them until then.
Now, Donnie, did you wear your fancy T-shirt for today? For today's appearance, it's an open house. We'll be meeting people. I have one of my many golf shirts on.
That doesn't look like a strip district job. There's no
nice plain black T-shirt.
no Jack Lambert cartoon or anything like that.
Is that a cotton poly blend? I see that it doesn't say college on the front of it.
No, it's like one of those old Navy specials.
The guns are out.
That has become a very big part of my my wardrobe.
Your repertoire?
It is a medium type shirt where the guns are exposed to let people know that he's physically fit and he's done this life-changing Awaken 180 plan. Penguins fans are very happy today because of the result last night. I've picked up on that vibe.
Oh, I straight up
we are in a good mood today.
Well,
there's an extra pep in our step because of exactly how that played out. That there was a hollow Conn Smythe trophy
to Connor
handed
McDavid.
out, yes, which is emblematic and is completely symbolic of everything that Connor McDavid's career is to this point, which is ungodly numbers, insane stat production, but does not have the team hardware to back it up, which in this sport you need.
People don't want him to win it here because if he does, the numbers will dictate that you have to start looking very hard at where his place slots in.
And I am one of those people. I do not want to have
my
the
father-in-law
uncomfortable
is a huge hockey
conversation.
fan. He said the same thing. I
Yes.
said, my wife texted in the group chat, who are you rooting for and why? My
Bingo.
father-in-law, Florida, I don't want McDavid to have a cup. Now, was this argumentative of me or just me being Mulsey where I said, actually, I'm rooting for McDavid. I love greatness and want to see it win?
It depends how much you cherish Mario and Sidney Crosby and don't want to have to argue that their place in hockey history is being challenged by this guy. And as long as he is cupless, he can have the Conn Smythe. As long as he's cupless, he can't outrank those guys. He can't pass them on the all-time rankings.
I mean, I think
and we don't like
I think
when our legends
Rings culture is out of control, but it is relevant to a degree.
We don't like when our legends get lapped or passed up or usurped. Exactly. That's a nice fancy word. We don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like when, if the Patriots were to win a 7th Super Bowl, which seems highly, highly, highly unlikely given the fact that Tom Brady is not going to come out of retirement and play for them this year. They were to get to 7, that would F with me a little bit. I don't want that. I don't want to have to bow down to them and say that franchise has more championships than us. And clearly, like with the Penguins, it goes a step further than just the 5 Stanley Cups. It's the way we put our superstars on pedestals. What Mario means to this fan base and this community, and ditto for Sid. And I don't want to have that conversation of, well, now that McDavid has a cup, look at his numbers. He's on pace to be better than Sid. He did something in these playoffs that Sidney Crosby never did.
He does something. I don't know if he'll ever usurp Mario in my mind, who still looks to me like the most talented guy ever to lace up skates because he was, McDavid's not a small guy. He's, 6'1" or so?
Okay,
he's not a big guy.
That's in your mind. But if McDavid wins a Stanley Cup and then continues to pile up Hart trophies and Art Rosses, it is going to turn into, among the North American hockey media, is Connor McDavid going to challenge Wayne Gretzky and end up as the greatest hockey player of all time? Like, they will try to maneuver him past Mario.
Let's say he's played 9 years. He's won the Hart Trophy in a third of those seasons, so he's got 3 of them, right? And he's got 5 Art Ross trophies. Let's say he plays another 9 years, racks up a total of 6 MVPs, 10 Art Rosses, and gets to 2,000 points.
And never wins a Stanley Cup. He can't pass Sid or Mario.
Okay.
He can't.
I just wonder how much, though, in a team sport, we would be judging an individual based on a sport that involves 18 skaters and a goalie in any given game.
But all of the great players in the game's history have put the Stanley Cup over their heads. There is no Dan Marino in hockey. There's no one that you could say, well, I watched this guy play in the eye test. No one did it as well as him. There's no Barry Sanders in hockey history. There's no guy that you say, well, he's got an argument.
Now, wait a minute. Just because there's not that every great in hockey has managed to win a cup, Ray Bourque had to go like mercenary to Colorado to do it, but he got it done.
Yep.
Where was he on Gentili's list of?
He had him as one of the 3 best defensemen of all time.
So
go back and watch the 91 Eastern Conference Final.
He gets worked like a part-time job.
Tell me what you think about his defensive acumen.
Let me ask you this. Just because there isn't one of those guys in hockey, every great has managed to win it. If McDavid's individual stats are so overwhelming, but he happens to be the one example of an all-time great that doesn't win it, I don't know if I could just apply the NHL standard of, well, every other great player has won one.
Why not? Why couldn't you?
Because I'd be like lying to myself if I were observing the way he plays hockey, the impact he has on games, and then in a team sport saying, and by the way, in the team sport where individual players are most blunted and superstars are least protected, I feel like I'd be lying to myself to say, oh, well, that clearly puts him a notch below, insert name here. Then you get into the weighty issue of, if you're trying to rank him among the all-time greats, if he never wins one, and for the record, I think this will end up being moot. I think he will win one, but that's beside the point. At what point do you slot him in there and say, I have to put him above this guy even though this guy's won a cup? If he has 2,000 points, 6 MVPs, and 10 Art Ross trophies, but he never wins one, does that mean he's not as good as, say, Steve Yzerman? You'd have to put him below Yzerman?
Okay, now you're asking me, like, is he in the top 20 or 30 hockey players of all time?
Where do you draw the line
I draw
here?
the line at the, gods of the game. Mario Lemieux and Sidney Crosby are in hockey's Mount Olympus. He doesn't get residency there if he doesn't win one.
I think Olympus
Donnie,
would be pretty cheap.
by the way, you see this
if that
cup
happened.
that I have right here, this paper cup? When I move it sideways, what shape is that? Can you let our audience know?
It's a rhombus.
What shape that is?
What do you mean when you move it
sideways?
sideways?
I'm spilling it now. Well, what shape does that look like to you?
A circle.
And what number does that look like?
A 0.
0. How many points did McDavid have last night?
He had 0.
How many points did he have in Game 6?
He had 0.
So right. So
I think that's what people here really like. He came up small in the biggest game of his life.
So that's what I mean. So you are trying to fashion this argument that there is a way for him to still be among the immortals of hockey, and he did not have a mortal performance in Game 6 and 7. It was not as if he did everything in his power to help the Oilers win the Stanley Cup, and it just so happened that the sheer volume of good Panthers, he was outnumbered. He did his part. He had a 3-point game, but they scored 4 or 5 goals, and it wasn't his fault. That's not what happened. He was shut down in Game 6, and then last night, good defense beat good offense. There were Rob Scuderi-esque plays around the net with McDavid that prevented him from scoring goals.
We can say this now comfortably because the man has 3 cups, and no one denies that he somehow might will a team, although it looks highly unlikely in reality that he ever will, to a 4th one. Tell me how many points Sidney Crosby had in Games 6 and 7 and 09.
Well, in 09, he got injured, so that's not really his fault. I mean,
he didn't even play the last half of the game. I'll answer
what did you want him to do? Go
in
out
the last
there
3 games of that series, when they got boat raced in Game 5, won a nail biter in Game 6, won a nail biter in Game 7, 0 points and a -3. Now nobody questions this. They won. Did they win because of Sidney Crosby?
Well, he did not get the Conn Smythe, though, too.
And you just admitted yesterday he didn't even deserve it the time he got it in 2016.
And then he got it in
the
2017,
first one,
too.
Which he deserved more in 2017.
Yes. Yeah.
But my point is, what did Sidney Crosby individually do in the first Cup run?
That's a great
late in that series.
I'm happy you bring that
up.
But
you're saying that he's great because the team ended up lifting him up in those
it's
those
not
games.
only that. Sidney Crosby is also, when we are describing what makes him and sets him apart from the best players of all time, it is his two-way play that is such a piece of the Sidney Crosby lore. We know that that is not the case with McDavid. It is skate like you are Tyreek Hill, like you are Carl Lewis, a world-class sprinter, on skates with the puck, and you are scoring goals and creating goals like crazy. And that dried up.
If defense is so important ultimately, why don't we lionize or praise the Selke Trophy winner? Why isn't Michael Pekka thought of as one of the great players in NHL history?
Patrice Bergeron will go into the Hall of Fame. Bob Gainey of the 1970s for the old hockey heads.
Bergeron is
one of these guys.
better of a hockey player than, say, a Michael Pekka, a pure defensive player.
But, hey, look,
Bergeron had 1,000 points.
Fair enough, but I mean, you're naming like an outlier guy. There are athletes or there are hockey players like Taylor Hall won a Hart Trophy.
Here, let me ask
Those things happen once in a while. Matt Ryan won an NFL MVP.
Where does Jerome McGinley slot in for you among great hockey players? Never won one.
He is like a top 100 player of all time. If he
is
was
he a
on
better
that
player
list,
than Vinny Lecavalier?
Yes. Yeah, I mean,
but Vinny Lecavalier beat him.
Okay, obviously, I think Dan Marino's better than Trent Dilfer. Like, we can go to the all-time example that gets floated out there.
But I mean,
in sports
Lecavalier
history.
is not Trent Dilfer among
No, but when we are splitting, this is a splitting hairs exercise.
You love splitting them.
The conversation before last night's game was Connor McDavid trying to enter the speakeasy of the all-time great players, not like top 50, not Malkin getting left off a top 100 list, not even top 10, him Kool-Aid Manning his way into the top 5 room.
So tell me where he does slot in if he never wins one, but has, let's say, 2,000 points. He breaks that barrier, wins a ton more MVPs. Just where would he slot in for you?
He would be the greatest player to never win a Stanley Cup
number on it.
Ever. I would probably say top 20.
So you'd name potentially as many as 19 players being better than him.
I don't know about that.
Would Evgeny Malkin be better than him? 3-time Cup champ, Conn Smythe winner?
Probably not. No.
That seems like, to me, from this vantage point, from my comfortable seat in this room, a very arbitrary line you're deciding to draw. Is he better than Nick Lidstrom?
No. I'm not going to do that.
If I were starting a team today or in the future and you told me I get McDavid, who never won one, or Lidstrom, I would take McDavid 100 times out of 100.
Over maybe the second greatest defenseman in NHL history?
Because I might be picking the greatest center since Mario
have
Lemieux
fun with
ever.
your Conn Smythes and your no Stanley Cups and just having a very exciting team that falls.
Is that
comes up
McDavid's
short in the
fault?
biggest
Is that
moments.
McDavid's fault, or is it his GM's fault?
I don't know. Whose fault is it that he had 0 points in the last 2 games?
By that logic, again, Crosby was basically a walking bum in the last 3.
He was hurt in Game 7, Chris.
He had 3 points for the whole series,
and he was a great defensive player.
How did you measure that? Did you go back and look at his Corsi and his Fenwick for that series?
I've gone back and watched those games. Yes.
Well,
Joe
Joe Starkey, who is a very shrewd hockey mind, will tell you 2 people can watch the same hockey game and come to very different conclusions.
And clearly we have, because you're going to bat for Connor McDavid here, apparently.
I'm just going with what my eyes tell me. That guy
What did your eyes tell you about him last night? That he
had a
deserves
bad
to be
game.
in Sidney Crosby's. Oh, how about Game 6?
They won, so why does that matter that he didn't score? The Penguins won Game 6 with nothing from Crosby in 2009.
Well, right. That was great captaincy. That was great leadership. He didn't have to just score goals.
How did he lead from the locker room in Game 7?
I think he came out on the bench.
So he was just rah-rah in the boys?
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder reminds you to text responsibly. Derek Shelton on Andy Haynes, a Pirates insider, calling for the coach to be fired. All kinds of stuff. Greg Brown at 4 o'clock. We're here until 6. 412-928-9370. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Reds beat the Pirates 11-5 last night. 2 more hits for Brian Reynolds. The hit streak up to 21 games. O'Neal Cruz with a late-game home run, his 11th of the season. Pirates and Reds again tonight, 7:10 first pitch out in Cincinnati. 6 p.m. is when our coverage begins here on 93.7 The Fan, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's is a great place to go this week. There's so much soccer action going on. Mike's is one of the great soccer bars in the entire country. They always have the games on, international tournaments, United States playing in a big tournament. Watch it there. Baseball games, too, over at Mike's, right next to PNC Park. Great baseball vibe there. They make sure the baseball games are always on. 80 rotating taps of the best beer made right here in Pittsburgh. Hundreds of beers from around the world. Great food options like steak on a stone and sandwiches and salads all there, too. Meet me at Mike's today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapik Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. They are the best words in sports, and they did not let us down last night. Game 7. What a tense, epic, awesome night, and what a tremendous series, and what a great Stanley Cup playoffs. It proved yet again what I try to tell you every single year. There is no postseason like the NHL postseason, and there is no tougher trophy to get your paws on than the Stanley Cup. I'm Jim Rome.
Lowe's knows owning a project means owning the right tools. And during Craftsman Days, you can save big on what you need from a brand you trust. Get a free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of the V20 string trimmer or leaf blower for only $99. Find these savings and more today. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 7/10. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind. ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
You've been walking around and tripping on those things for years. You want freedom? You want space to move? You want peace of mind? You want to book us online. 2menandajunktruck.com.
Dan Zangrilli, proud member of the Legion Community Federal Credit Union, here to tell you about their credit card that gives you 2% cash back on every single swipe, 3.99% on balance transfer rates. All the details at allegionfcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
We're back with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Last month you said more to come, so
last month we introduced our free 3RP lease protection program.
Another Three Rivers exclusive, and
now everyone can shop Three Rivers' completely renovated outdoor customer-centric facilities. We've renovated both our new and pre-owned outdoor showrooms. New lighting, banners, window graphics, 24/7 lot access, immediate price quotes, and free 3RP. We remain Pittsburgh's lease leader that's customer-centric, customer-centered shopping.
Customers can cruise the lot after regular hours and Sundays.
That's right, and during the Make This the Summer of Ram event, you can drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn from as low as $479 a month.
To experience Three Rivers customer-centric shopping and get all the details, shop RamofPittsburgh.com or get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky.
We are Pittsburgh's customer-centered Ram store.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here's Reinhardt on the counter. Sam Reinhardt scores!
Panthers won the Stanley Cup. We have all of the final calls for people. We have the CBC. We have ESPN. We have the Panthers radio network.
Mm-hmm.
We have the Oilers radio network.
Oh, a note about ESPN. It's not the call, it's the visual. They missed Barkov starting the cup skate. How do you miss? They showed Bettman handing it off to him, and then if you were on the ABC feed or whatever, right, which is produced by ESPN.
That's what I was watching.
Okay. They show Barkov take the cup and take like maybe 2 strides. Then he skates off camera, and they miss him for 2 seconds. So like the very first time he's holding the cup up, obviously, to the crowd, it's nothing. You're just looking at like nothing.
Donnie, did you hear what they were playing there to celebrate the Stanley Cup? Lou Bega's Mambo number 5. Have you heard this song?
1,
oh, yeah.
2,
cue it up.
3, 4, 5. Come on, Donnie, let's play
it. One-hit wonder.
If it's their 5th cup, it makes sense.
Should they have
It's
played
their
one
first
by
one.
Metallica or one by U2?
I don't think you need
one by Creed.
But there's no other reason to play it. Is he a South Florida resident?
Doesn't
Lou
that
Bega?
song make you think of stuff like Miami and warm weather places where everyone's dancing? I don't think of Edmonton. I think of Florida.
So you think in Fort Lauderdale and Miami, 30 years after this song came out, it's still a huge hit there?
Do you think of anywhere but South Florida or a tropical area?
He's
when you
from
hear
West
this?
Germany.
Even better.
He's from Bavaria.
The song was aspirational.
He has no connection whatsoever to Miami. Why not play the Miami sound machine? Fire up some Gloria Estefan.
What about like the theme from Miami Vice? But wait a minute, don't they not want to be
Will
known as
Smith,
Miami's team?
Miami.
But aren't they more Fort Lauderdale? First of all, they're in Sunrise, Florida, which is really quite far removed from Fort Lauderdale and Miami.
Pitbull, one of those guys. He's a Mr. 305. Like those guys.
Pitbull, I think, would be your better one
Not
there.
Lou Bega. The
Gloria
song came out in
Estefan, yeah.
1999.
I thought maybe that Lou Bega was German, but then it ended up moving. He was born in Munich, and it appears that he did. Oh, no, okay, here we go. Yeah, as a teenager, he traveled to Miami, where he found the inspiration for Mambo No. 5.
Still not good enough.
Then Bega also lived in Uganda for 6 months. Just kind of a radical departure from Miami.
All right, here are the clips of the goals. Not the goals, the game-winning call. This is from our sister station in Miami, WQAM, the final call.
Forsling in the corner. He'll try and hold this. 10 seconds left. 2-1 Panthers. A dream 30 years in the making is a reality. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup.
Lord Stanley is coming home. You always will have a place in South Florida. Oh, my God.
The Panthers have won the Stanley Cup.
That's
for
the radio
first
call?
time
Yes.
in franchise history.
Yeah!
Is that guy...
That is their color analyst, Bill Lindsay, who was on the 96 Panthers.
Is that guy getting eaten by a shark? Is he having sexual relations? What are we doing there?
I'm not
Both?
a fan of it. It's just you just have screaming man on this highlight that is going to get played for decades over and over again.
The play-by-play guy, who's the
you
play-by-play
imagine
man? He does a little bit better.
Could you? He's good. Could you imagine if Mike Lang is doing his Lord Stanley?
Get me the brandy.
Get me the brandy,
Bring
and
me
you
the
just
brandy,
hear. I wasn't Phil Bourque at the time, obviously.
Paul
Steigerwald is going.
Like the Yeti. I mean, it would be kind of funny, and we would probably play it once a day on this show, 30 plus years later. But I get what you're saying. You got to let that one breathe a little. You got to let it breathe if you're Bill Lindsay.
I mean, I know for a fact, since I had the guy in class, if let's say Lanny was calling the Pirates winning a World Series, if a color analyst was just screaming over the call, he would have sucker punched the guy, and he would have been justified to do so.
I could totally see that. It's so funny you bring that up because when I heard all these calls, I was tempted to just have Donnie call up Lanny and just play them for him and have him critique them on the air.
What if we had just had Lanny Lanny makes the call right here, and he just comes on and gives it a grade.
Here is the Oilers' end of things, the agony of losing the Stanley Cup Final.
20 seconds to go in the season. Game 7, Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers come up ice. One last chance. Bouchard up the right-hand side. Through Draisaitl. Panthers will try to pin it in the corner. 10 seconds to go. 7 seconds. Florida 2. Edmonton 1. Oilers pulling. 2 seconds. 1 second. The season is over. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup. 2-1 in Game 7.
I love it.
I don't like it. He's screaming, dude.
I think that's it, but he's trying to live up to the moment. Like, this is our last gasp. This is all I have left. You have to score right now. Please.
I don't like that. No,
Please
you're a
score.
play-by. Your job, he said
We can't
his voice
lose
is
it.
gone.
We were down 3-0. We can't.
I actually think that I expect from the losing broadcaster there, I almost expect...
He left it all out on the ice
But I almost expect when he gets to the point where he knows it's done, almost a flat affect of 2 seconds left, pause. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley... Like, I want to hear, like, a very flat, monotone delivery.
A dejected man?
Yes, I don't want to hear a guy who sounds like he's doing, I don't know, like, what was that? With God as my witness, the Florida Panthers have broken the Edmonton Oilers in half.
He gave me some Paul Allen vibes there.
I like the old Panthers play-by-play guy. They should have brought him back for this.
Ballard steps into the middle. Ian Bouwmeester will trade. Ballard, quick strike shoots, he scores! Ball! The meatloaf! Down the goal line to Stillman. He skates up. Face-off dot. Turnaround shot. Traffic out in front. Loose puck. They shoot. They score! Bouwmeester paid that man his money.
I
Here
actually
comes
do
Krebs
like
down
this.
the right side. He's got Scratsons with him. Krebs fires the shot. Rebound. They score! Pour some sugar on me. McKay back to Weiss. Top of the face-off circle. Down the goal line to Stillman. Over to Bouwmeester. He shoots. He scores! Run, Forrest! Run! Bouwmeester on the left point. Steps in. Wrist drop right on. They shoot. They score! She blinded me with science.
Wait, why did they get rid of this guy? Was he way too cool?
No, I think he got promoted to TV. So that's why we don't have his.
Oh, I was gonna say they let him go because
Randy Moeller.
Yeah, way too much of a badass.
I mean, he has like the sayings like Mike Lang after goals, except they're like much more.
They're movie lines or TV show lines.
Yeah, it's like it's either a song lyric or a movie line that pretty much everybody knows. I mean, I'm not taking away from the Mike Lang sayings, but like, you're scoring points with me if you're throwing out lines like that.
Honestly,
Ma,
I know
the meatloaf.
I know he's ripping off movie lines, but it's original. No one else does it. That's the point. Like Lang is one of a kind across probably all sports, but you're the movie line guy. I know you're the movies inside. You're the pop culture guy. I like this.
All of these situations also they make me think of what Pat Summerall would sound like.
Oh well, on Sam Reinhart's goal,
McDavid in the corner.
Well, no, it would have been Reinhart down the wing, shot, goal.
That's pretty much what McDonough did on the final call.
The wall, which would be fitting. 3 seconds to go. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup.
There's no signature line. There's no creative line. There's no Jim Nantz.
What if he had said,
he didn't come up with something?
You always remember your first.
Yeah, it's just the Florida Panthers win the Stanley Cup.
Okay, this is going to...
It's so basic.
I know, but you guys are going to get mad. I actually don't mind it because he's not getting in the way of it. Here's what happened. I'm yelling. I'm screaming. My voice isn't cracking, which is strange.
Well, how do you think the CBC call should sound?
It's their national sport, so I hold them to a different standard. I don't think because there's a Canadian team they should be dour. I think they should be reverential to the concept of the cup itself.
All right, I'll play that coming back. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills in Peters Township, plus what the biggest hockey insider just said about Tristan Jarry's future. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Florida wins Game 7 2-1. Connor McDavid wins the Conn Smythe in a losing effort. First cup in Florida Panthers history. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. Let's talk about Shorkey Mitsubishi, shall we? Because they want to make you a new Mitsubishi owner, but they want it to be for the best deal possible because they know you're looking to stretch your dollar like pretty much everyone is these days. So they're giving you a lot of stuff for that dollar or dollars. Great-looking vehicles, tech-filled vehicles, affordable vehicles, all backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. So that's peace of mind and value wrapped into one. Now, I drive a 7-passenger Outlander. I love this thing. Plenty of room for both kids in their car seats. I got to toss the dogs in to take them to the groomer. It handles that as well. Right now, 7-passenger Outlander's just $29,900, or you could choose 3.99% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate. Eclipse Crosses right now just $27,700, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months with a $500 rebate there. You're also getting all-wheel drive with Mitsubishi, and Shorkey's thrown in 2 years of prepaid maintenance. The Mitsu that fits you, it's out there, and you'll find it in Western Pennsylvania's best inventory. You can always shop it online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Thanks for calling 1-800
1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. Summer is here, and it's time to kick it off in style with a brand new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. The Hyundai Tucson is your perfect summer companion with its sleek design, advanced technology, and top-of-the-line safety features. And right now, you can lease the new 2024 Tucson SE AWD from Bowser Hyundai for just $289 a month. And remember, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends June 30th. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
If you're looking for a number one goalie, you've got Ullmark and you've got Gibson, and who else is available right now? And this individual said, you are missing someone. And when I started to figure out who he was talking about, I landed on Jari. That was the guy. Good statistical numbers, health. Health is the big one. Good statistical numbers, though. I was curious about that. That says to me there's something going on out there.
Hockey talk. That is Elliot Friedman, hockey's version of Adam Schefter, saying that Tristan Jarry is on the block and that the thing that scares teams is health. Here's what would scare me. 2-6 in the playoffs with an .891 save percentage, and he just got benched for Alex Nedeljkovic the last 2 months of the Penguin season. How does that not come up in that discussion?
Question I had when I heard that clip from Elliot Friedman was, same as what you said, the .891 save percentage, but do teams look at that and say that's more a Penguins problem and not a Jarry problem?
Starkey brought that up on the Showdown Sunday night.
That specific point, like,
that's
do they
why
look at it
thinks,
as a function of the Penguins?
Yes, that's why he thinks Jarry can get traded and will get traded, because the Penguins will get blamed for his...
Basically, they hang the guy out to dry.
Stats. Yep.
Yeah, caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware, because I think that's what would happen. I don't look at him as a goalie let down by a team letting him be under siege for 60 minutes.
Nedeljkovic played behind the same defense.
And played better. I've always looked at Jarry as a guy mentally who just didn't have 60 minutes of focus. That was
Jars.
That's the knock on him.
Oh, you mean like
back
when he
to the
passed
minors.
the puck right to the Islanders and they scored in that playoff game?
That's the knock on him going back to the AHL was very talented player, would play 58 sparkling minutes. The 2 minutes that were not sparkling in a given game were bad enough to lose him a fair number of hockey games.
Ullmark got traded last night. Donnie, can you look up what he got traded for? Look up what Boston got back for him. They made a trade with Ottawa during the Stanley Cup Final.
That's a weird move. Do you do that?
It is, but think about this. I would F the NHL. Is what my reaction would be if I got any kind of blowback from that from the commissioner. Don't have your Stanley Cup Final on June 24th when the draft is
like
4 days from that game, and the start of free agency is a week away. Now we're 6 days away from free agency.
I have a
if
take
you're
on
going to
this.
put these two things so close together, teams need to get their ducks in a row here.
I have a take on that old timeline thing. I was at first making fun of it and saying this should not happen. This is like an abomination to have the Cup Final this late. I saw a tweet today that totally changed my mind. If you're looking at it from the NHL's perspective,
no break.
Well, no, just how is it bad from any publicity is good publicity to have one of your Sun Belt teams finally win one in a very highly scrutinized and watched Cup final, I would imagine, got big ratings, where you have the best player in the game on one side and then the Panthers on the other. You have 4 days. Now you have a draft, which is something that does get NHL fans and even some casual fans interested in, right?
And they have their awards one night. I don't know when that is. That's happening.
And then you have, right after that,
free
agency. So you do have, what do we always praise the NFL for?
No offseason.
And an uninterrupted 24/7 news cycle. Well, the NHL's doing their miniature version of it, so I have to give them props for that.
You have Allmark's trade details?
Yeah, so Allmark went to the Senators in exchange for Boston's original 24 first-round pick, which is 25th overall, Mark Kostelik.
Never heard of him.
Is it Jonas Korpisalo?
Jonas Korpisalo.
My name is Jonas.
Okay,
I'm here in the net.
He went back, and the Senators are retaining 25% of his salary.
He had an .890 save percentage in 55 games, so he'll be Swayman's backup. So they got a backup goalie.
Kostelik's a center who is the definition of just a guy. He's a fourth-line type of player.
I can't picture the Penguins getting a first-round pick for Jari.
Allmark, much better player.
That would be stunning work by Dubas if he's able to pull that off. Plus, as Friedman did not point out in that clip but did on his show, you still have other goalies like John Gibson who are available. So it's not like Jari is the only quote-unquote bigger-name goalie who's being dangled out there. I still think a week from now he's on the Penguins roster when the dust settles on the offseason. Do you agree?
Yes.
Here is the CBC in Canada's call of the end of Game 7. This is Chris Cuthbert.
Alicia Cuthbert's father.
Yes, the voice of hockey. Man, she was a dame back in the day.
I think she still is. She's like our age.
She's married to Dion Phaneuf,
who always struck me as kind of a D-bag on the ice. Was not a fan.
Yeah, I didn't really like him either. Very, very, very much like a poor man's Chris Pronger, like a homeless version of that. All right, here's the CBC call of their team. Canada has not won a Stanley Cup since 1993. Let's hear how it sounded on TV up there.
To the corner. Florida trying to keep it there. Clock is draining. And for the first time in their history, the Florida Panthers are Stanley Cup champions.
I'm not surprised that's
paint by numbers call.
But it's the best call of the bunch.
You really think so?
Other than the sound mixing being like
they like to have the crowd audio up there apparently.
I know, but other than that, that's what I expect from the national broadcaster of the national sport. For the first time in their history, the Florida Panthers are Stanley Cup champions.
But if I'm doing the call there, I think I say, and for another year, the Stanley Cup stays in the States. The Florida Panthers are Stanley Cup champs, or the drought continues.
I don't feel like I know I'm in Canada where it's a big deal to them that a Canadian team
Or how about
win it.
Connor McDavid denied?
I don't make it about
McDavid,
the individual.
Mick overrated.
Yes. Can't believe you're not doing play-by-play for the CBC after hearing some of these suggestions.
What if he did that? McDavid.
McDammit again.
Mick overrated.
No, that's a good call. I can't believe you guys like the Florida call.
I don't like the Florida call.
Or no, the Edmonton call where the guy is screaming his lungs out.
I like the intensity of it. They needed a goal. If you can't lay it all out there with 10 seconds left in the Stanley Cup Final, why are you doing it? Your team trailing by a goal?
I have an idea for a little levity later today in the show. We have Greg Brown on. We don't tell him who the calls are so he doesn't feel bad about criticizing, and we just ask him to pick his favorite call of that bunch.
I'm fine with that.
A blind taste test for Brownie so he doesn't feel like he's offending someone.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Low of 70 degrees. All right. We have a Pirates insider who is calling for a coach to be fired, and what Derck Shelton said about that coach a little while ago on The Fan, exclusively with us. We'll take a quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Joey Fatone from NSYNC and AJ McLean from Backstreet Boys. A legendary night. Joey Fatone and AJ McLean together, live on stage, performing all their hits. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, August 23rd at 7 p.m. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later. Hours and delivery availability may vary.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
If you are drowning with $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, listen to the following reviews people just like you are giving accredited debt relief and why you should make the call.
I'm glad I made that call. I feel like I can finally breathe again.
In one afternoon, several tons of financial stress vanished.
I truly felt like I was talking to a friend.
Well, I feel like I did business with a guardian angel. I literally cried. Thank you for saving my life.
Imagine feeling that kind of relief. It can happen. Make the call. Learn how much they can save you. There's no pressure, no obligation, just a call. Accredited Debt Relief has helped over 300,000 qualified consumers pay off over $1 billion in debt, earning an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They are the debt solution experts, so see how much they can save you. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say the keyword financial freedom. Again, dial pound 250 and say financial freedom. That's pound 250 and say financial freedom. Program and services not available in all states.
Summer's finally here. Time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. I mean, every surface in your home and or your business could be Zero Resified, so why not call the cleaning pros at Zero Res? Get 3 rooms in your home cleaned starting at just $129. Perfect time of year, too, to get your air ducts taken care of with $100 off. That, it'll help alleviate allergies and asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. And do not, I repeat, do not leave deep cleaning to yourself with those dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. There's no possible way to extract all that dirty water out of your carpet. Actually leaves your floors worse off than they were before. This deal, not going to last long with Zero Res. You owe it to yourself, your health, your home, and or your business to schedule your appointment now at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Phantom Fireworks, lighting up backyards of America from coast to coast. Visit your nearest Phantom Fireworks store today. Click fireworks.com for showroom specials, coupons, and a location near you.
Join Mark Patrick Seminar's Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar, 8.
Hey, this is Matt Spiegel, and on my podcast, The PBP, Voices of Baseball, we learn how the best broadcasters in the game, like the Reds' John Sadak, try to capture the greatness of the best players, like Ellie Dela Cruz.
He's a video game character. I mean, he is so athletic, and I think each moment is its own living entity, and I try to just match whatever that moment is.
The PBP, Voices of Baseball. We bring you the people who bring you the game. Find us on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Kate here from Baths R Us with the 3 biggest problems people always have with bathroom remodelers and how Baths R Us overcomes them all. First, it takes too long. Everyone's heard the horror stories of jobs that drag on for weeks or months. But at Baths R Us, we're in and out in 2 or 3 days, and it looks stunning. Problem number 2, the final bill is more than the original estimate. Baths R Us doesn't give estimates. We give ironclad quotes. We remodel over 1,500 bathrooms a year. You can be confident there will be no last-minute surprises. And problem number 3, they don't do the job right. Baths R Us only hires master craftsmen who are trained and certified and who use the highest quality materials. That's why we're proud to offer our no regrets promise. Your personal guarantee that you'll love your new bathroom. Call right now and get $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Our number is 412-435-4683. Or online at bathsrus.com. That's bathsrus.com.
Looking for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $289 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Lowe's knows owning a project means owning the right tools. And during Craftsman Days, you can save big on what you need from a brand you trust. Get a free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of the V20 string trimmer or leaf blower for only $99. Find these savings and more today. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 7/10 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or going to the grocery store for milk instead of buying your own cow. You know there's an easier and better way. Save up to 25% when you bundle home and auto with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Where two rivers converge, a third emerges. Stronger and more united than ever before. And a community, hard as steel, built over generations, rises for the new day ahead. Vibrant, dedicated, innovative. Today, we have a chance for a brighter future right here in Pennsylvania. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel coming together as one. U.S. Steel's partnership with Nippon Steel means no layoffs, means no plant closures, means $1.4 billion in new investments for the future. And best of all, it means U.S. Steel's headquarters will stay right here in Pennsylvania. Built for innovation, built for Pennsylvania, built for generations to come. The U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel partnership is the future of American steel.
Did somebody say free diamond bracelet? That's right. Diamonds Direct is expanding upon their best offer yet. Make any purchase this month and receive a free diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right. Any engagement ring, any diamond necklace, any timepiece. Purchase any item valued at $10,000 or more and receive a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Every purchase of $10,000 or more qualifies. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet ends June 30th. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
If winning is part of your game plan this season, then it's time for a trip to Pure Hockey. We've got the newest inventory in sticks, skates, and more, arriving now through year-end. So it's time to gear up and unleash your potential. At Pure Hockey, you'll find the biggest selection for on and off the ice. You'll also experience industry-leading personalized skate fittings with the newest in advanced 3D scanning technology. Plus, our rewards program is unbeatable. Head to your Monroeville Pure Hockey store plus 2 other nearby locations and start earning today. Pure Hockey, your ultimate hockey headquarters.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the land,
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Reds tonight on the Fan. 7:10 first pitch. The leadoff show comes your way at 6 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Miller.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Our younger hitters have to progress. We're seeing not only with the Pirates, but throughout the game, young players are struggling right now. You know, we have to continue to figure out how that translates to being better. I mean, our offense needs to be better. I mean, we're working on it. I don't honestly think it's fair to cast the blame on one single person for that. Some of it, I mean, comes on the players, too. We have to continue to make adjustments. We have to continue to work on things. It's not just the Pirates where we're seeing young hitters struggle. I know it's, the conversation because we're talking about the Pirates. Throughout the league, I think we're trying to figure out why guys, when they come from AAA to the big leagues, are having issues.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Derck Shelton, we'll hear more from him about an hour from now, and then Greg Brown going to step into the Thunderdome with us. As he was asked point blank by Joe Starkey today about Andy Haynes, the hitting coach, and Derck Shelton gave 2 answers. The first one was, I don't think it's fair to blame one person.
Why not?
Mike Tomlin talked about stuff like that while the Steelers' offense was mired in complete mediocrity last year, and the owner stepped in and fired him, and they ended up making the playoffs because of it.
You could even make the argument that in football you have to spread the blame out because of the just sheer nature of the sport, right? Is there more of a one-on-one matchup in sports really than like pitcher versus hitter? It's a very singular, solitary thing where you absolutely can cite the guy who's coaching all of the hitters and say, what are you doing? You don't have a left tackle or a guard or somebody to blame or a well-thrown ball that gets dropped. You either have, this is the objective, get a hit. Pass, fail, right? It's not a grading system.
Well, they'll come back and say, well, he deserved better, bad luck. Look at the hard ball. Look at the exit velocity. Look at those things. It's not as black and white as did you get a hit or not get a hit because there's expected hit rate versus actual hit rate.
What about if I said they've struck out, I think, more than any team in the NL, if not baseball? Team strikeouts for the Pirates. I have it right here. Thanks for asking. Team strikeouts, they are 15th in the NL. That's dead last.
Yep.
737 strikeouts. Okay. Forget about hard hit this or that, or even a ball dropping foul and a guy having to go back into the box, or a guy pulling one foul and then striking out later in the at-bat. You're still striking out more than any team in the National League, while, by the way, boasting the 14th out of 15 batting averages, 14th on base percentage, so you're not really taking walks, 14th slugging percentage, you're not hitting the ball hard in play, and 14th overall OPS. They actually are taking walks, 7th, so they're just over the top half. They are number one in being caught stealing, though, which is good. You absolutely are allowed to blame the hitting coach. My God. I don't know Andy Haynes. He might be a great guy. Probably is. I don't care. His job is to make the hitters hit. Derck Shelton should know this better than most. If he was the hitting coach on a Twins team that was dead last in the AL in most categories, do you know what he wouldn't be doing today? Managing the Pirates or working in Major League Baseball, period. It is a results-based business, and insofar as it is that, it is absolutely fair to blame the guy whose title is hitting coach if the team can't hit.
And we're just about at the halfway point of the season, so it's not something that you can just chalk up to bad first month of the year, small sample size, that kind of thing.
They are who we thought they were. They are worse than we thought.
Chris.
Yeah. They started out the season red hot for a very short period of time and then have just hit the all-time skids here. And I don't know about you, it does take the eye test. It isn't one of those things where you can just go and watch and look at the stats, like go to Baseball Reference and see where they rank and do a recitation there, Pony. I think you do have to be watching the at-bats, and I know we are, and I know everyone listening to this is watching those at-bats too. They're looking at quality pitches, letting them go, and then they're swinging at bad pitches once they get behind in counts.
I'm also fine when things aren't working. I'm okay with change for change's sake.
Look at what just happened in the Stanley Cup. Now, granted, the team lost. Edmonton's coach sucked. They fired him. Then they went on separate runs.
Jay Woodcock or Woodcraft.
Woodcock?
Or Wood
I thought
something.
Mr. Woodcock
Look up
was
his name,
from
Donnie.
the one Billy Bob Thornton movie.
Look up the Oilers coach at the beginning of the year, something like that.
I thought, no, that was a Billy Bob Thornton movie, just Mr. Woodcock. No, they fired him. They put in Chris Knobloch and went on separate runs of 8-0-0, 16-0-0, and 5-0-0.
Let's replace Andy Haynes with Chuck Knobloch.
Jay Woodcroft.
Okay, I knew there was a wood in there.
Well, he was coaching like one.
Just saying. I mean,
change for change's sake can work.
He had all of last year. He's had half of this season. The owner has come out and said that the reason why they're not in a playoff spot right now is because of the way they've hit. He has pretty much laid down the gauntlet. If they don't hit better and find a way to hit better, they're not going to meet their goals or expectations for the season. If it's seriously as hard as they're making it sound to make a trade right now, what are your options? Shelton's also talking about how you can't count on guys getting called up from AAA to produce because AAA pitching sucks, and it's so bad that the numbers that you rack up in the minor leagues don't translate to the major leagues whatsoever because there's such a gulf between the pitchers you face down there and the ones you see up here. So what else? You can't just be status quo. I mean, that's not going to work.
There's way too much defending the guy because I feel like people don't want feelings to get hurt here. I don't know.
But that's Derck Shelton's MO, period, Chris.
Which drives me nuts. It's professional sports. It's one thing if we wouldn't be talking about it. We do professional and major college sports talk on this show. If it were little leaguers, I would say, well, those little guys will go get them the next time out. Hell, if it's even college athletes, I would say, well, it's college athletes. These are paid pros. Why do we have to always be so concerned with whether or not Andy Haynes' feelings might be hurt or whether it's rude or kind of mean to say that he's doing a bad job. I understand you're his boss. You have to go see him every day. You are not just going to throw him under a moving vehicle. However, the guy who runs the team, the owner of the team, just laid down, for his standards, a gauntlet. Our offense isn't good. Anyone watching can see that. I've criticized that man a lot for what I perceive to sometimes be his overall attitude towards winning. He has given a stronger statement condemning the work of Andy Haynes by extension or by association than anybody he employs.
That's why I think it's time for him to step in like Rooney did and get rid of this hitting coach. If the
honestly,
Steelers
I think
can
it would win him points.
Why can't he?
It would win him points with fans, Bob Nutting that is, because they would say at least somebody in the management brain trust of this organization, yes, is watching what fans, I think, want oftentimes more than anything when a team is struggling is for somebody in the ownership group or the principal owner or somebody in the front office to echo their feelings. That is why when Art Rooney says, well, we did win the division, blah, 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 people get so frustrated because that's not what they care about. If Bob Nutting stepped in and said, and you found out that he was the driving force, it came out obviously in the wash that he had told them, Andy Haynes goes now, or you go, he would win points with people, including me, because I would say he is at least watching what I'm watching, and he is at least as fed up as I am watching.
Well, that would show that he cares. It would not. He would, at least for one move, he would cross over into the George Steinbrenner territory or Mark Cuban territory of owner, and not just the bean counter in businessman side of things.
He's watching what we're watching. He knows it's not good enough.
Yeah, and for Shelton to say that it's a league-wide thing, you just gave their rank and where they are among
their league.
The league. If the batting average just seemed low to us, but they were still middle of the pack in average, or man, they should be hitting more home runs, but they were fifth in the National League or something like that, well then okay, you can make that point, you can use that argument, and it's probably a winning one. But even in this depressed offensive environment, you still suck more than everybody else.
Correct.
And then he tried to put some of it back on the players, which, okay, there is truth to that. There is something to that.
But not everything. You don't just stick it all on the players.
Yeah, I don't.
At what point do you tell Andy Haynes, like, you're just not doing your job, man? Maybe you are saying things that otherwise would work, and we just
got to switch it up. We just got to try to change it up. We just got to try to do something different.
Well, what makes this such an imperative for me, their pitching has been so good, the starting pitching, that they are by no means out of the hunt. It would be one thing if you're the Marlins and you are 15th in all those categories where the Pirates are 14th, and you're only ahead of them in, like, batting average and in triples, I think, okay? It'd be one thing if you were them and you're already way out of it. You're not. You're not. If you're hitting if the Pirates were even 10th in the NL in all the categories I just listed, how many more wins would they probably have? 2 or 3 maybe along the way?
And that would be enough to go from being on the outside looking into being a playoff team right now.
That's what gets me the most about this. I don't know if that's what bothers you the most, but that fact right there is what bothers me the most.
Well, here's the bottom line with them to that end. Their pitching is good enough where they don't have long losing streaks, and their hitting is so bad where they don't have long winning streaks. So they're destined to be where they are, which is just in the middle. And if for some reason, if 81 or 82 wins were enough to get into the playoffs, well, then fine. But I still think that the last wild card team is going to have a winning record when it's all said and done.
I think 84
suddenly
is
now
the
the Cardinals don't want to lose.
Yeah, I think 84 is probably your number.
John Parado, who has covered baseball, he wrote for his website, Pittsburgh Baseball Now, for 37 years, talked about how he had been fired by the Pirates, and he came right out and said, I like this. He said, look, I've been fired from a lot of jobs, so I don't like to come out and call for other people's heads, but I'm calling for Andy Haynes to be fired. So here is a man who has covered baseball forever saying, I usually take a very measured tone with these things. I can no longer do that with the state of their hitting, and someone has to pay the piper for it.
He's right. I mean, he's right. I don't like calling for people's jobs either because in our line of work, it can
Yeah,
be
but when
over
these
very
guys are
quickly.
making hundreds of thousands of dollars to not work or millions of dollars to not work. Like, look, wasn't there an
Cook
NBA
money.
coach who just got fired and he
Monty
still has
Williams.
like $60 million coming?
Monty Williams is going to get paid $65 million to
Yes,
not
I
work.
would love for someone to call for my job in that situation, Mulsey. Yes, here's $60 million for the next 5 years. Do whatever the hell you want.
What's the first move for you there?
Oh, man.
Now, you're you right now. You're not 23-year-old you. So this is father of one, husband of one, radio host still, but randomly you have $60 million.
I think I'd invested in the Bitcoin thing.
Oh, no. Why not go diamond hands with
How is that doing?
Roaring Kitty?
Are they still? Is
GameStop?
Is GameStop still going strong?
Let's just see what the old Twitter search for Roaring Kitty yields. Oh, no.
No. How about?
Wait, no. Roaring Kitty's down $4 million on his shares. Oh, no. Oh, no.
How about Hawk 2? Any update there?
I think she's still way up. She's still right there in the top of the consciousness.
I could see why. Texas on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. 412-928-9370. That was Derck Shelton on Andy Haynes in their wretched state of hitting. You'll hear more from Shelton later this hour, plus Greg Brown at 4. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Florida wins the Stanley Cup, a Game 7 final of 2-1 over Edmonton. Connor McDavid wins the Conn Smythe in a losing effort, the first Stanley Cup in Panthers history. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. J.J. Redick was formally introduced as the Lakers head coach yesterday, and for some reason, a whole lot of folks think that he didn't win the presser, he murdered the presser. I'm just going to say, watching and listening to this dude, I was definitely not thinking, let's go! It wasn't horrible. It just wasn't the master performance that some of you Laker honks are making it out to be. I'm Jim Rome.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
You know a spot, but not just a spot. The spot. Actually, with the 2023 Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your Frontier in the 2023 Nissan Frontier with standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-feet of torque.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products and brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at idlewild.com.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Get 2% cash back on every swipe and enjoy a 3.99% balance transfer rate with a wide-range visa tailored to fit your needs from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for more information. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union.
Hey, this is Matt Spiegel, and on my podcast, The PBP, Voices of Baseball, we learn how the best broadcasters in the game, like the Reds' John Sadak, try to capture the greatness of the best players, like Ellie Dela Cruz.
He's a video game character. I mean, he is so athletic, and I think each moment is its own living entity, and I try to just match whatever that moment is.
The PBP, Voices of Baseball. We bring you the people who bring you the game. Find us on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Zero Res has the best deal this summer for you right now. 3 rooms cleaned, starting at just $129, and take $100 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188, or go to ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $119 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $149 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit SouthHillsKia.net for details.
Looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, outbound side of the Parkway East is already backed up. You're seeing delays from the Bend to Bates through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Jason Mackey from the Post-Gazette told us yesterday the Pirates will not fire Andy Haynes in season. John Parado calling for that to happen. So are we. Derck Shelton defending him today on the Derck Shelton Show, saying you don't blame one person for the struggles of the offense. All right, Derek, by that logic, then no position coach, no assistant coach, no head coach would ever get fired because it's never one person's fault. You would just fire the entire team. You'd fire the whole 26-man roster.
I think if you were a manager who currently had a job or a coach who currently had a job, that would sound like a pretty great situation. I get to stay employed. You keep churning through players. Perfect. In fact, that was Marvin Lewis's job.
Starkey brought up something interesting on the way out here today. How many coaches or managers have been given 4+ years and have a lower career winning percentage than Derck Shelton? I think last I checked that Shelton has the second worst winning percentage in Pirates history behind John Russell. But John Russell did not get this kind of wide berth. He was the Pirates manager for what, 2-3 years?
Yeah.
08, 09, 2010, 3 years?
Believe so.
Sound right?
Unless was
Tracy's last year was 2007 or 2008, right?
Yeah, it was either 09 and 10 for Russell or
maybe it was just 2009 and 2010.
I think it was 08, 09 and 10. He lost 105 and 10, 99, 95. After Tracy, oh God, Tracy was a piece of work. That guy.
So among Pirates managers who managed over 300 games or over 5, okay, so Shelton right now, according to Wikipedia, is 218 and 328 for a 399 win percentage. Yeah, he's the only guy with that number of games with that low of a win percentage. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 managers who manage for longer than a season with the Pirates that are worse. Fred Haney in the 50s, John Russell, Nixie Callahan in the 19 teens, and then Bobby Bragan in the 50s. So the 50s were hard
bragging
times.
about Bobby.
No, they were not. And then you get to Shelty.
I don't know.
He's lost more than 100 games than he's won, and I get it.
I don't know if anybody's been given that berth. Yeah, I don't know. They have continually shown a major failing in the area that he is at least nominally supposed to be an expert in, which is hitting. And usually, I would say, this is probably the magic year where you would think a guy would be in make-or-break territory for him. If he hadn't already been let go, this would be it. But
I don't get any sense that he's on the hot seat.
Nope, neither do I. That's I was waiting for you to fill in that blank, whether or not you disagreed. But I see this as an organizational. Would you say that if you could define their, like Cherington and Shelton specifically, their approach? I won't include Bob Nutting because he seems to understand that the hitting needs to improve and that it's a big problem. If you were going to define Ben Cherington and Derck Shelton's seeming approach or philosophy on this team in one sentence, would you not define it as, we got to keep going, it'll start clicking? Or something like the process is good, the results will follow?
Trust the process, like they did in
Sam
Philly.
Hinkie. What happened to Sam?
I don't know.
He
The
didn't get to
Sixers
see,
never won a championship.
He didn't get to see the process reach its conclusion, which it never really has.
How could you trust their process when so many of the guys they draft and develop don't pan out?
I think that's a very fair and very pointed question.
But at that point, the owner, if he allows for it, if he doesn't do something with that, then he's complicit in the whole thing.
No, you're right. You're right about that.
Speaking of filling in blanks, we're trying to fill in blanks for our hot dog eating contest 8 days from now.
Charlie,
he's officially pulled out because
Borges
of
has
his
pulled out of the
esophagus issue.
And Craig, our boss, heard him tell us about the esophageal issue and gave it his blessing that he be done.
I know, and I'm going to be honest with you right now. I don't feel like we really have Craig's full blessing.
You think this is boss Craig and not friend
Craig?
No,
I'm just saying I'm not talking about one person pulling out of this. I just don't feel like we have the full backing of Craig on this event. This is more of a grassroots thing by you and I.
A Wildcat hot dog eating contest.
Do you disagree?
He seemed to be wanting to merely...
Is he gung-ho? Do you sense that he's...
No, definitely not. What's the opposite of gung-ho? Gung-no?
I mean, you'd be shocked by the amount of people that have come up to me and that have asked about
how many
the
people
contest,
have done this?
how many minutes do they have,
how many people
how many
have asked
hot
you about
dogs. I would say at this point, close to 50.
50 people have approached you randomly on
More
the street.
people have asked about this hot dog eating contest than hot dogs will actually be consumed on that day.
How many of these people have done this asking of you in the building here?
I don't think many.
You've been approached in public at large by
When
people.
I was out on Sunday night, I was asked about it, the hot dog eating contest. Can anyone take down Callis? Has Donnie lost his appetite because of the Awaken 180 stuff? Are there any producers that are
laying
off
in the
the
weeds?
grid? Exactly.
We all thought
Who are in the
Nelly
shadows.
was, but he's also
He doesn't
begged
like
off.
hot dogs. He pulled out?
I get the sense Nelly doesn't want to participate.
I mean, you'll be able to have that conversation with him more in a little bit.
Oh, yeah, because he's so verbose here. I'm sure he'll have a wide-ranging conversation. The guy gives two-word answers to everything.
We also thought of a very good theme song for him that he could possibly enter to in that hot dog eating contest.
So
I need to call up Dolly Parton.
So
we could do Eatin' 9 to 5.
So we have the Bowser Theater available to us to do this in. So we have more space.
We're gonna have to
everyone
put a
is
damn
in
tarp
here.
down for this, by the way.
Why?
If people are eating it with like the water that they would get at the normal
The only
Nathan's
person
contest,
I
it's just
know-
going to be a slop. Like, it's going to be like pigs at the trough.
The only person I know who is going to use who has said I'm going to use the water technique is Seth Davis.
Is Dom involved in this?
Yeah, he is. Dom has already said he's going to eat more than Callis. He put that out there last week. He's confident that he's going to eat more than Callis. He thinks that Callis might have an emergency bathroom situation.
Johnny, that's like Crash Holly promising to slam Yokozuna or something like that.
Dom's going to start
It
doing
ain't
the
happening.
Crash Holly bit where he is
Carries a
allegedly
scale.
over 400
Yeah.
pounds.
400 super heavyweight Dom.
We're working on Roundtree for play-by-play. It's a man that was in the mix for the Steelers play-by-play guy.
He was.
Mary Hours has politely said she cannot sing the anthem because she's filling in on Channel 2 that day.
Yeah.
So we're going to reach out to Jimerson.
And if we don't get Jimerson,
then I don't know.
Do you know anybody who can carry it? You know who I think we should get if we don't get Jimerson? And I mean this. You guys are going to laugh at me. Starkey can carry a tune. He's from Buffalo. Well, he's from Long Island, grew up in Buffalo. That's near Canada. We have to have both songs sung.
Yep.
I think Starkey would get into it. I think he would do both the Star-Spangled Banner and "O Canada Proud."
We have someone who's generous enough to volunteer to come down to make the hot dogs and then supply the hot dogs.
And not only that, keep us within all food safety parameters.
Which is
a big deal.
You think would be a concern. I talked to our promotions director about allowing for fans to come and watch the festivities in the theater, and she seemed to be fine with that. I talked to our technical people here about making sure that the video and audio will be good for a live broadcast, and they assured me that that would happen.
I'm trying to envision in my mind's eye that timer hitting 0 and everyone, gentlemen, start your engines off and running and all that. And I can just imagine Callis like secretariat at the Belmont.
We just
eating
need,
like a tremendous machine.
I think everyone needs to RSVP by tomorrow, so we have a week.
What day are we doing this
who
again?
The combatants are July 3rd, 3:00. So you've got Donnie, Callis, Bechtold.
What do they call city limits in a poker game? Dead money?
People that can't win?
Yeah.
Well, he's done the opposite. He originally was like, I'm only going to eat 2 or 3. I don't have much of an appetite. And then I said, well, that makes sense. You're always, you've got no swag.
He's more thirsty than he is
hungry. You've got no game. You've got no charisma. And he's like, you're knocking me so much that now I'm going to show you, and I'm going to put on one of these eating displays like you've never seen before.
He was rocking a Hawaiian shirt today, like a Tony Soprano, big Hawaiian shirt.
And he had the chest hair out like
the taco meat, like Jared
Jones. Exactly.
But I said, like, were you wearing this for because it's a huge shirt? And he goes, I just wanted to wear the shirt. And he's a skinny guy, so I have not seen too many skinny guys wearing the big oversized
he was
shirt.
Not really pulling it off.
It was kind of like a bowling shirt.
Sean Myers is in.
Okay, so that's 5, right? Donnie, Callis, Bechtold, Dom, Myers.
Mm-hmm.
No Charlie.
Charlie's
Sounds
out.
like Nelly is hit or miss, 50-50.
And he was the original horse I was betting on to win this thing. Now that I'm hearing that his 1 foot in, 1 foot out, it's like what Chuck Noll said. If you're thinking about retirement, you might as well retire.
Or it's like he's like Neil Huntington. He's trying to live in both worlds.
Yeah, exactly.
Hard to do.
Trying to buy and sell at the deadline.
Who else are we forgetting?
Who else is eligible?
Michael Finley can't do it because he doesn't work here anymore.
Oh, I mentioned Seth.
Oh, yeah.
T-Bird, on-site producer Tom, he's in.
T-Bird.
He's a wild card.
Oh, man, is he ever.
He was drinking that Absolute Watermelon with Zeiss at the 5-alarm marathon. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 8 written down. If Nelly's in.
Okay, so I'm going to put Nelly in.
So who do we still have to hear from? Harkins?
Nate Haluschek.
Anybody else, Donnie? Who else produces here?
I'm going to
Ty Polk. He's new.
Ty's a new guy.
Okay, Ty Polk.
Ty Polk has a very he has a very quiet air about him where I feel like he could show up there and just never breaking like character or his face, eat 15 hot dogs.
I think we should allow for interns to be in it, but they can't win the cash prize just like amateurs at a golf tournament.
Can they have sponsorship patches on their jerseys and stuff?
So then you'd have, if we did that, then you'd have Sonny Gray.
Sonny Gray. Intern Trent is the midday guy.
IT.
Now, do we count? Here's the thing. This guy doesn't produce directly here, but Kravitz does every single Pirate game. Or about
I've had 0 conversation with him, and I don't think he's interested.
I think he would have told us. What if we included just a total wild card like Fraunheiser?
Who you hear on traffic reports.
Like, my colon backed up, red
colon's backed up for miles.
Caution flag is out here. My colon backed up severely.
Oh, you know what else we need? We need to get a trophy.
Speak of the devil, there's Fraunheiser looking very tentatively at some of the pizza that's still left over that has been sitting for a while. It was delicious, by the way, the pizza.
Amanda Siley King, she asked if we have an official counter of the hot dogs.
A dog counter.
You know how they have like the person behind who's flipping the old school.
Well, if we put a certain amount, if we put the same number on each person's plate, it'll be easy to keep track
just
of that.
Stack them up.
That is true.
Yeah, I think Chris could do a good job
You
with
just
that.
have to be like ready in case guys actually do eat through how many there are.
We've got to
Not
get.
that there would be many guys doing that.
We start with 10 on the plate, and if anybody eats all 10, I feel like I've got a winner right there.
We've got to get a trophy made for this too.
There's a place in Carnegie near where I used to live that does those.
They can get it. They could turn it around that fast. We're only 8 days away.
I think there's a chance. I mean, does it have to be a hot dog on the trophy? Or can
It doesn't have to be.
Can it be like a basketball player making a shot? I can go in there. They have that particular place has like just pre-made trophies, and I can get the dumbest looking one of all and just present it. I think one year I got a purple elephant for like a fantasy football.
Donnie, what do you think your number is at right now? What number do you feel good about in this?
Probably around like a 6.5, like around 6 to 7.
I don't think that's going to get it done. I don't think so. Callis is talking about 16.
Oh, he's not eating
and Greg
16
Greg
hot
McAtee
dogs.
from Traffic said of Callis, anything less than 20 would be a surprise.
He's not eating 20 hot dogs. He's not eating 16 hot dogs. I'll be surprised if he gets to 10.
Like, he would be surprised if he doesn't get to 20.
Yeah.
Dude, 30. We are talking right now. From this second onward, I'll tell you when we hit 30 seconds, McAtee would be assuming that in the frame of time in which I am talking, Harry Callis would put down 2 hot dogs. And I think that is just an unbelievably presumptuous thing to say. 15 seconds left. Has Harry Callis actually eaten one of the hot dogs at this point? Probably not. That is the pace, damn near, he'd have to be running on here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Is Callis eating a full hot dog in that 30-second span? Maybe the first one.
I don't think so either.
Maybe the first one, but probably not the second or the third, and damn sure not the fourth. I think somebody gets to 7 here. I think they're going to be crowned champions.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. The debrief is next. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Reds beat the Buccos 11-5 last night. Brian Reynolds extending the hit streak to 21 games with a pair of hits. O'Neal Cruz, a late game home run, his 11th of the campaign. Bucks and Reds tonight, 7:10 first pitch in Cincinnati, 6 p.m. That is when our coverage begins on 93.7 The Fan, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Big Tuesday at the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app. Buccos baseball tonight against Cincinnati. Another go-round in Cincinnati. You can live bet while you watch the game. The Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. You could bet the first 3 innings. You could bet the first 5 innings. You can bet the whole game. Bet more than the score as well. Bet player performances, hits, home runs, strikeouts, and more. In fact, I know somebody that had a bet involving some home runs in yesterday's game, a hit in yesterday's game, and they had something in the pro hockey finals, too, that seemed like a surefire bet to finish out their parlay, but that person, unfortunately, didn't have that come to fruition. Anyway, I'm not looking at that person right now. It's okay. Anyway, BetParks Sportsbook app, safe, simple, easy to use. BetParks, the only app I use and that I recommend. Great offer right now with the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app. Download it right now, new users, okay, and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. BetParks.com for details. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, Ohio, or Michigan. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our Pirates play here.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 10 strikeouts for Jared Jones.
The Pirates' arms are heating up as the summer rolls on. We'll see how far they can take this team.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Mitch Keller with his second career complete game. The Bucks have won 3 in a row.
Follow all the action of what should be an exciting summer for the Buccos right here. Our Pirates play here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Poni and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That music means it's time for an early Donnie football debrief, and it's brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread. Donnie and Mulsey have a big Awaken 180 event coming your way at 5 o'clock today.
90 minutes. Come see us.
Where is
Open
it?
house. It's at the Adams Shops in Mars, Awaken 180. Open house. We're going to be there from 5 to 7. A lot of good stuff. Meet the coaches, the kind of people who helped us lose. What do we lose combined weight here, Donnie? 80
combined
pounds?
weight.
Yes.
Like, yeah, if we were a WWE tag
45
team.
and 35.
45 and 35. We've kept it off. Come see us. We'll tell you how we did it. We'll also give you sports takes if you want that.
Roundtree sounds like he is in for the play-by-play coverage of the hot dog eating contest.
I think he'd give it a quiet dignity that it probably doesn't deserve. But I think he would give it dignity.
I think Josh would be great.
Yeah, I think he's really good at what he does.
Is he going to be for the last 10 seconds of it? Screaming
5
at
hot
the top
dogs
of his
left.
lungs
4
like
hot
the Oilers
dogs left.
play-by-play guy?
3. Do you believe in miracles? Yes.
Mulsey, I told Pony he has to get like that funny hat that the guy wears at the
I
actual
agree.
contest.
That tiny little hat, right?
Yeah, and he needs
How
to
would
do,
I find one? Like, what would you search for?
I bet Amazon's got it somewhere.
Yeah, but what do you even search on Amazon for? Hot dog hat?
I would try to search first.
Is it the one that's the shape of the hot dog, or no? Or is it the little red and white one?
Yeah, like the Carney hat almost.
Yeah, but what if I get one of those funny, like, hats with an actual hot dog on it in a bun with, like, the mustard?
I think that'd be funny.
The styrofoam one. You can find that
give
bad
everybody
boy.
introductions like the guy does, where he's giving like some sort of eating accolade, then their height and weight.
Wait a minute. Is it like the hat that has the large brim and it's got the around it, or is it like the little tiny like I'm working at a big boy restaurant or something like that?
The
hat?
first one you mentioned.
Okay. Yeah, I think you can find that. Maybe not on short notice though. God, dude, just looking on Google image for hot dog eating contest hat. You see some of the most grotesque sights known to man. These pictures of Chestnut look like a man giving birth. That's what happens.
I'm getting texts from people now asking if they can sponsor it.
Jack Hillgrove sent me a text asking how he can be involved.
Joey Chestnut just holding a plate of like 70 hot dogs.
Jack isn't eligible for it now. He doesn't produce anymore.
He's ineligible to take part in it. But if we need his help in any way, I think he'd be willing.
Again, people are just coming out of the woodwork.
There's nothing more American
to
than
want to
just
be a part of
eating
this.
some glizzies, some pork missiles.
Although, have you felt Craig has given us the...
He seems like he's staying miles away from it.
Why?
I don't know.
He was a producer at some point. If there was a hot dog eating contest 5 years ago when he wasn't a boss and there was $500 on the line, you're telling me he's not concocting ways to force other people to get poisoned and lose?
He would have done the equivalent of Tanya Harding having somebody whack Nancy Kerrigan's knee.
Yeah, he would have lived for something like this.
He'd have been doing like the little eye drops, the Visine in people's drinks so they were all heading for the bathroom. Oh, absolutely.
How wild would it be if Callis had to just...
You just saw on his face.
Just drop a deuce in the middle of this
You just saw on his face, his eyes went up. He had a huge lead. There's 2 minutes left. He goes, I have to go.
That's why Dom thinks he has a shot. He thinks that there could be a stomach issue with Callis that causes him to tap out. And I don't rule that out either.
He's tapping out.
Do you?
I don't rule it out.
What would the I just thought of the name of the submission move. The sharp pooper.
All right, Donnie.
The debrief, June 25, 2024. The college football game, EA Sports College Football 25, is under a month away from being released. So EA Sports released today their top 10 toughest places to play in college football. Have either of you guys seen the list? I think Mulsey has.
Very briefly, but I tried to honest to God, I think I only know 2 of the spots on the list.
Toughest places to play
toughest
in college
stadiums,
football?
yeah, toughest venues.
Places.
All right, I'll say the 2 that I know. I know Kyle Field is number 1, and I know Beaver Stadium is number 6.
Yes. I'd actually disagree with number 1.
Kyle Field shouldn't be number 1.
That's A&M?
Yeah.
Yes.
You'll never meet
God,
a
I
group
never
of,
thought of that as an intensely
Rod
difficult
Rutherford and
place to
Larry
play.
Fitzgerald went in there and crapped all over him in 2003.
Yeah, I mean maybe the Johnny Football era.
No, but even then, they
there.
are way into their whole 12th man and all, and the yell. What is it? The midnight yell practice or whatever.
Is Wisconsin on there?
Wisconsin is number 7. Camp Randall.
Jump around is a great tradition. Beaver Stadium at 6, I think, is probably fair because for everyone not named Ohio State and Michigan, it is a tough place to play. Generally speaking, though, for the two big bads on the schedule, it's not. They go in there and they win.
Now they might not even have a whiteout game this year, or like a legitimate one. How about Oregon?
No.
The Swamp?
Florida came in at number 10.
Alabama?
Number 2.
That's just because they're Alabama.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not because Bryant Denny. Bryant Denny strikes me more as like a pro venue because they've built it up so much to be like the attraction down
Acrisure?
there.
No, John F. Wiley in Waynesburg, PA did not make the list.
Hold
either.
on, let me.
How about Notre Dame?
No.
Good.
You know why? Because they're so polite there.
Good.
They're very polite. I bet you I can name a couple more.
Ohio Stadium?
Number 4.
Yeah. The Horseshoe.
Where's the big house?
Not on there.
It's too.
Nice.
I've heard
Too
it's
wine and
quiet.
cheese.
Well, I've heard it's very quiet there. Lane Stadium, Virginia Tech, got to be on there.
No.
How about Clemson?
Clemson is not on there.
LSU. LSU's got to be 3.
LSU is 3rd.
Yeah, that was an oversight.
So we've rounded out the top 4.
Hold on, I want to try quickly. How about Darrell K. Royal, Texas?
No.
I give up.
Oklahoma.
Georgia, number 5. Oklahoma, number 8. Malsey. Doak Campbell, Florida State, number 9. And then Florida, number 10. So it's A&M, Alabama, LSU, Ohio State, Georgia, your top 5. Penn State, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Florida State, Florida.
What would be the 10 easiest places to play for a visiting team?
The Glass Bowl.
That was tough for Pitt as a visiting team, unfortunately.
Yeah, good point.
Bruce and Lance Moore teaming up. The Glass Bowl.
That was just the most random, MAC stadium that popped into my head.
Respect the MAC.
You know what they don't have on this top 10 list that I think they should? They should have represented, an App State or something like that.
Sure. I don't disagree with that.
Their cool-ass, in the middle of the woods stadium. I would have liked to have seen one of those.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 take care of that next. Coming up, we have Derck Shelton exclusively on The Fan. He was asked a question that is on everyone's mind. Is there any shot Paul Skeens and Jared Jones get shut down this year? And I got to be honest with you, I didn't love the answer. Let's see if you agree next. First, a message from Mulsey, and we're right back.
Thank you, Pony. Shorkey Mitsubishi, I want to talk to you about them right now because they get down with the summer savings. They know how to do it up the right way. You want to stretch your dollar? You need a new ride? Go to Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington and the North Hills. Great people there as well. Great vehicles. That goes without saying. They look great. They're filled with all the bells and whistles and goodies that you'd want, all that tech, and they're very affordable. Oh, and by the way, they're all backed, all of them, by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. You get a ton of value, you get peace of mind, you get so much with Mitsubishi, and you get even more at Shorkey Mitsubishi. 7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29,900, or choose 3.99% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate. Outlander Sports, now only $24,900. Want to get into an Eclipse Cross? Just $27,700, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months with a $500 rebate. Style, safety, all-wheel drive, and at Shorkey Mitsubishi, you're getting summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. The Mitsu that fits you, it's out there, and it can be found in Western Pennsylvania's best inventory. Shop it online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This evening, sunshine continues and temperatures in the low to mid-80s. Overnight, the chance for thunderstorms with lows near 70 degrees. Wednesday is a first alert weather day with strong to severe storms possible and highs in the mid-80s. Storms continue Wednesday night with lows near 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Leases 36 months, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2 plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fees. Stock units only, offer ends 6/30/24.
Take advantage of huge summer savings at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL for just $199 a month, or the new 2024 Tucson SC FWD for only $259 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
A loaded Tuesday MLB slate.
I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. San Diego rattled off their 4th win in 5 games on Monday and will kick off the second leg in a 3-game series against Washington today. The BetQL model rates the Padres on the money line as a 4-star best bet as they look to close the gap on the NL West leading Dodgers. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Just dial pound law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Chris Muller here. I hope to see you at Awaken 180's open house event this Tuesday, June 25th, at Awaken 180's new Mars location. Both Donnie Football and I will be joining you from 5 to 7 p.m. This isn't just any open house. We're talking a deep dive into your health with a free body composition analysis. We're talking a free look inside to see what you're really made of. How much body fat are you packing? What's the deal with that visceral fat? And if that's not enough, we've got giveaways, Awaken 180 approved snacks, and a chance to meet the Awaken 180 coaches. Ask them anything, or fire away your questions at Donnie and me. Weight loss, 2024 black and gold rookie expectations, no topic is off limits. This free open house event is from 5 to 7 this Tuesday at the Awaken 180 Mars location, just minutes off I-79 at the Cranberry exit. Feel free to bring a friend. Reserve your spot by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Most homeowners wait for their garage door to malfunction. It's not a good idea. Doors break down at the absolute worst time. Get a spring tune-up inspection by factory-trained technicians from locally owned Precision Garage Door Service. 1-844-345-4737. This exclusive preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program is only $39.95 when you mention this ad. Precision trucks are ready to roll 24/7 to fix or replace springs, rollers, openers, regardless of manufacturers. Need an opener? Precision Garage Door has the new openers with revolutionary technology, which allows you to monitor and operate your garage door from anywhere in the world through the internet with one click on your computer or smartphone. That's security. Openers are priced for immediate installation by Precision Garage Door, America's #1 garage door service company. 1-844-345-4737 or PittsburghGarageDoors.net.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
That's the power of Bowser.
Summer is here, and it's time to kick it off in style with a brand new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. The Hyundai Elantra is your perfect summer companion with its sleek design, advanced technology, and top-of-the-line safety features. Right now, lease a new 2024 Elantra SEL from Bowser Hyundai for just $209 a month. And remember, all Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's Best Warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $2,999 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends June 30th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Did somebody say free diamond bracelet? That's right. Diamonds Direct is expanding upon their best offer yet. Make any purchase this month and receive a free diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right. Any engagement ring, any diamond necklace, any timepiece. Purchase any item valued at $10,000 or more and receive a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Every purchase of $10,000 or more qualifies. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet ends June 30th. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
But what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. All kinds of beers and thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible people to build your business with James Hardy.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get the best price, the Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Tundra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Where 2 rivers converge, a third emerges. Stronger and more united than ever before. And a community, hard as steel, built over generations, rises for the new day ahead. Vibrant, dedicated, innovative. Today, we have a chance for a brighter future right here in Pennsylvania. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel coming together as one. U.S. Steel's partnership with Nippon Steel means no layoffs, means no plant closures, means $1.4 billion in new investments for the future. And best of all, it means U.S. Steel's headquarters will stay right here in Pennsylvania. Built for innovation, built for Pennsylvania, built for generations to come. The U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel partnership is the future of American steel.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Couple spots of congestion on the outbound side of the Parkway West. First one is from the county jail through the tunnels, and then once you get out of the tunnels, you're moving slowly until you get past the Green Tree exit. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the man,
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Mitch Keller looks to stop a Pirates losing streak tonight when the Bucks try to even up their series against the Reds. 7:10 first pitch. The leadoff show comes your way at 6. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, more Pony and Muller.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Ben's gone on record of saying like that we're constantly exploring and trying to figure out how we're going to make our offense better. I think the one challenge, everybody's bunched up right now in both leagues. When everybody's bunched up, the people that have players from the teams that are willing to trade, those prices are going to be high. As we continue to go through this process, it's going to be gaining the information, seeing what people want. But I think the fact that so many teams are bunched up right now, there's an opportunity for there to be a ton of buyers in a situation where normally at this time of the year, maybe there's 4 or 5 teams. But I think that's completely changed into a situation where it's 15 to 18 teams that are looking.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. I never like when people that are in leadership roles like Derck Shelton is with the Pirates. I never like when people tell you why something can't be done. They should be telling you how something can happen.
Or will happen.
Yes.
Because that's confident leadership.
That's excuse making for why the Pirates can't make a trade. Well, a lot of people are in the same boat as us, in the same shape, in the same situation. Eventually, these guys are going to get moved. The Marlins, the Rockies, the White Sox, they're not going to be able to hoard all of their players. Mm-hmm. Someone is going to meet their asking price. You want to tell me right now you can't do it right this very second because these teams are playing a game of chicken with the rest of the league because there are fewer sellers and a lot of buyers? Okay. But that better not be the reason why the Pirates ultimately come up short in adding to their offense. And if Shelton's making it sound like it's that tough, internal
like a preemptive strike.
Well, but then internal improvement is all the more vital.
It's essential.
Yes, and so
that means you have to do something to break the status quo internally, which means you can't let Andy Haynes be a sacred cow or put it all back on the players.
He doesn't want to put it on one man's plate. He doesn't want to put it on one man's shoulders or back.
Him saying what he said there, though, about the trade market just makes me think that's from him. I can't speak to the idea that he's hearing this from Ben Cherington or whatever. It feels like a preemptive strike by the manager to tell fans, like, you're probably not going to get what you want here if you're hoping a pretty reputable bat is going to join this team from outside.
So the best thing that we have going for us this summer with the rest of the Pirate season is whenever Skeens pitches, even with the days where we get Falter shelled last night, bullpen goes in, even worse, anemic hitting, we do get to watch Paul Skeens pitch every fifth day, and that is special. You don't take that for granted. There is this, though. I thought this was a back and forth between Starkey and Shelton that has me worried about Skeens for the rest of the year. Joe asked Shelton straight up if Skeens and Jones are going to be shut down this year at some point because of an innings limit. What is the innings limit on these guys in 2024?
I don't think we have a specific number in line. I mean, I think as we've said all along from the day that Jared made the team that, like, we were going to be mindful of what his volume is. We've tried to get him on 6 days, sometimes on 7 days. We were very careful with Paul in terms of what his buildup was going to be coming to the big leagues. And I know people were critical of that, but, once he's been here, we've let him pitch. We have to be mindful of that because these guys are important not only for 24, but beyond. And I think everybody in our fan base would agree with that. So we are mindful of it, but I don't think we have like a, hard line in the sand of where we're going to be.
I think the fear that people express is that you guys will be in it in September and that these guys will be shut down like Strasburg was 1 year in Washington. Is that in any way a legit fear?
That's why we have to be thoughtful about as we move forward how we're going to do it. We don't run into a situation like that. I think it's why we've, as much as people can be critical of throwing an opener or bumping guys back or whatever, we've even done that in the interim. I mean, I think Jared's only thrown on 5 days one time. I think Paul has yet to throw on 5 days in the major league level. So just being thoughtful of how we can work through those 6 days, whether we throw in a spot starter. I think we've done, 3 bullpen games, 4 bullpen games with some pretty good success on it. That's the most important thing is trying to figure out how we can build in those extra days. That doesn't happen in September.
He was asked straight up about the Strasburg comparison, and I didn't hear Derck Shelton say, oh, don't worry, that's not going to happen.
Correct.
I heard him say, we're working against it. This is why we're doing what we're doing now. But there's nothing there that assures me 100% if they're in it in September, they ride these guys out till the end. That's where, to Starkey's questions, that's where the fear comes from because the organization is saying they're mindful of that and they're aware of that, but no one is saying that it absolutely won't happen.
Well, the thing that gets me when I hear that is they're going to try to take measures to keep these guys fresh or be mindful of it. What if it's a double whammy, Pony? It takes the form of we give them an extra day, and in that stead it's a bullpen game and somebody gets shelled, and then maybe you're 3 or 4 games further back than you otherwise would be. And if you're suddenly 7 games out at the start of September instead of 3, you shut them down. Hey, we're so far back, who's going to make up 7 games in a month? In this crowded field. You know what I mean?
That I can kind of understand. But if it happens that way.
But if it happens that way, you'd still be able to go back and say, well, on your way to trying to massage their innings, you ended up creating the situation that gave you the out to shut them down. Hey,
but if they did those things and they're 3 games out and they still shut them down because Jared Jones is at 140 innings and he pitched only 125 last year, then everyone's going to go nuts.
But if they're 7 games out, it gives them legitimate cover.
Yeah.
Man, I would have a hard time not looking back, especially if you could trace to the games where they were going to start those guys and didn't and see what's the win-loss
I get what
record.
you're saying, but what is the alternative? To just pitch them every 5th or 6th day and
No,
not
because
care about the big jump in innings?
No, I'm somebody that cares about trying to take care of the arms because they're only a gift to you as long as they are healthy and on these kind of friendly contracts. So you have to try to serve both masters here. But as we have said numerous times about numerous subjects on this show, that's very difficult to do.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service. That's where we find Pirates broadcaster Greg Brown, who's in Cincinnati with the Pirates, getting ready to play the Reds tonight. Greg, your thoughts on what the Pirates have said on the record about shutting down Skeens and Jones?
I have not heard them say they're going to shut. I'm catching this late now. You're saying they're going to shut them down?
No, like how they're going to handle them the rest of the season as far as innings and managing workloads is concerned.
Yeah, no one has said on the record, hey, if we're in it, don't worry, these guys are going to pitch in September and October.
Oh, well, I mean, we broached this subject again with Ben Charrington on Sunday on his radio show, and he said the same thing. They have given me or anybody indication that they're going to shut these guys down. I think that's why they did what they did. I thought it was brilliant what they did with Skeens. They alluded to it without coming out and saying it, but it was like the anti-Strasburg move with Skeens by starting him in the minors and being very, very careful with his innings and pitches. I mean, you guys can go back and cite that. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but it's obvious how careful they were doing it, keeping him to a minimum every time out there, basically once a week for 6 weeks, so that they could allow him to go deep into the season and maybe pitch him, hopefully, knock on wood, into the postseason. The Jared Jones situation, I said from the outset, I'm sure we talked about this, when people wonder about the Pirates, if they care about winning, the fact that Jared Jones started this season in the big leagues, I don't think got enough attention about how enormous that was. They are basically, when you start a guy for the first time in the big leagues, they're essentially taking 1 year free agency away from Jared Jones.
We've given them credit for that. I agree with you on that.
Applaud them. So I'm the exact opposite. I think they're and to show you how I think important these games are, look at what they did on Saturday when they knew Bednar couldn't pitch.
They threw him an extra inning.
Exactly. 4-2 game. If Bednar's healthy, Jones doesn't pitch that seventh inning, no chance. And yet they go back there because they're short in the bullpen. He goes 7. They let Skeens go 7. I mean, they're in it to win it as far as I'm concerned.
But then the next day they sat some of their better hitters again,
Nick
Greg,
Gonzalez.
and pissed people off. So, yes, that is true about the pitchers, but then the lineup infuriated people the next day.
Yeah, we talked about that. I still don't get that one. That doesn't make sense.
Well, don't you think that sends a mixed message? Hey, you're sending these pitchers out there for an extra inning trying to win, but then you punt on a game the next day with your lineup.
Yeah, I don't know if they punted the lineup. The only one that I really would take issue with was Nick Gonzalez. And as I think I said to you, Andrew, last week, the one thing that I think we always have to be careful of is, sometimes these guys, some little minor ache or pain, something crops up, and managers protect these guys, so they're not going to throw them under the bus. Just maybe. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's what happened, but that's always a possibility. When it comes to the other guys, I get for the most part, because it's not like you're resting, Dave Parker or Barry Bonds. Let's face it. This offense has been terrible. So.
Brownie, speaking of the offense being terrible, the owner acknowledged that, I think, to his credit, said what a lot of fans feel, this isn't good enough. At what point is the offensive struggle that they have been on pretty much since the first 2 weeks of the season were in the books enough to warrant a hot seat, to say nothing of termination for Andy Haynes? Like, at what point do actions or lack of production in this case have any consequences for anybody whose job is concerned with hitting?
Well, yeah, I don't know the answer to that either, and those discussions that go on internally we'll never be privy to. I think you have to take each year differently. Personnel is different. Charrington's certainly different than Huntington. Huntington was different than Littlefield. Littlefield was different than Bonifay. The managers are different. I think Hurdle is way different than Shelton. It seemed to me that Hurdle changed coaches more. Shelton seems to be an extremely loyal guy, and with his hitting coaching background, I think he really wants to give Andy Haynes every possible opportunity. And so I don't know when. I think that they were showing signs of life a couple of weeks ago for a good stretch. And
well, they trust their process. I mean, that part I can say is just overall true. And with the starting pitching, you can understand it. But they're trusting their process with the hitting, Brownie. And I don't know if I'm speaking for a lot of fans. I know I'm speaking for myself. It's frustrating to hear variations on that theme when the process more often than not is just bad. And I can look at the stats or I can use the eye test or both to tell me that. They're just not a good offensive team, and I can only hear about hard-hit balls for so long.
No, I mean, I'm with you on that. Heck, we mentioned that to Rowdy Tellez a few weeks ago. I mean, when he was in that horrific slump to start the year, somebody mentioned about hard-hit balls. He said the same thing. Don't give me that. I mean, we talked about this before. Look at Luis Arraez, back-to-back batting titles, and I think he's probably in the bottom half of hard-hit balls in baseball. So, yeah, I'm with you on that, Chris. It's frustrating, and I do believe that there is got to be real soon. And I mentioned this to Ben on Sunday, and he agreed. You don't want to get buried. It's one thing you can keep talking about being a game and a half or a half game or within a couple games. Well, you don't want to find yourself a week down the road, all of a sudden you're 4 or 5 out. So, I think they feel these frustrations as much as we do, even though I think oftentimes we as fans want, someone to speak publicly, outwardly. Maybe frustrations boiled over with Bob Nutting. Maybe that's as close as we're going to get from somebody within the organization publicly coming out there and raising a fist and saying, I'm tired of it and I'm not going to take it anymore. I mean, it looks like it in terms of Bob Nutting, he feels the same way. So maybe, and I'm not saying it's Andy Haynes, but something has to happen. Whether I was surprised that G1 Bay was optioned yesterday, for example.
Well, he really can't hit. I mean, he's not really a.
Well, we don't know that. We talked about this before. I'm not saying he's the answer, but Nick Gonzalez wasn't the answer. But he sure as heck sparked the offense for a month, and I don't think he's done with that either. By the way, I think he's still going to be fine. But it can't just be Nick Gonzalez. It can't be just one. It can't be just Brian Reynolds. It's got to be a handful of guys. And I still believe that G1 Bay should be given that opportunity. And I think, that it's likely going to happen soon, I would think. But something has to give. Something,
Would the owner step in the same way that we think it happened with the Steelers, where the owner said the offensive coordinator has to go? Sorry, Mike.
No, I don't. I mean, maybe. I doubt. I don't know that. I doubt it. I don't know that he would.
Well, maybe it wouldn't be that, Brownie, that he wouldn't do that, but wouldn't his displeasure publicly expressed the way it has been now with their hitting and his acknowledgement be almost – if I were Ben Cherington or Derek Shelton or anybody else who works for Bob Nutting, hearing him say what he did about the hitting would be a large blinking green light telling me I have the owner's blessing to do something about this, whatever it is I choose to do, basically, whether it's firing somebody, doing anything different, trying to aggressively, get new personnel here, whatever that might be. That would be a green light to me from the owner.
Well, and I would agree with you, Chris, and who's to say that isn't the case? Like I said,
if they keep running the same lineups out there and they keep Andy Haynes, it's not going to feel like they're doing anything different.
Well, let's see. When did he make those comments?
Friday.
Okay, we're not even a week into that. What's the line? Have you seen the lineup tonight?
I've not seen it yet. Have you?
I think I saw that. Not that it's major shakeup, but I see that I don't think Hayes is in there. I don't believe.
Is Jack
I'm not saying that's a major shakeup. I don't think
McCutcheon, Reynolds,
in there.
Cruz, Tellez, Olivares, Gonzalez, Triolo, Grandal, Taylor.
Okay. Well, I know I feel the same way about Taylor. He's got to show something too soon, I'm sure. Just like a bunch of these guys, because as Chris just said, with the owner saying what he said publicly, that would seem to indicate, however you want to put it, a green light, certainly frustrations that we've got to. He said it again. We expect, in so many words. I don't have the direct quote, but it sounded like to me, expecting to win.
Well, he said make the playoffs 100% was this quote.
Okay, yep. That's the goal, to make the playoffs 100%. Well, yep. Then that's all that needs to be said. Whatever goes on now in that clubhouse and in the office, they're the ones that have to figure that out. If the owner just said our goal is to make the playoffs, and let's go make the playoffs, how are we going to do it?
Do you feel like they're prioritizing winning this year, that this isn't part of a larger plan, like they have this year circled as a year that they have to win?
Well, it feels to me like they from all that I've seen and heard and said and has been said publicly, it seems to me that, and again, going back to what the owner just said, that, yeah, they know it is. I don't think Bob Nutting would have said what he said publicly. I think he just would have been quiet, no comment, maybe not available.
Yep.
But for him to come out there and say that, I don't. What else needs to be said? Our goal is to make the playoffs. The owner said that. When was the last time you heard Bob Nutting say that?
Well, he also said, like, hey, you don't have to wait until the deadline to make these moves, and I'm giving you, quote, I think he said broader horizons and alternative resources to do what you need to do, is what he said about Ben. So that's another, like, cattle prod to the general manager.
Yeah, call it a green light, call whatever you want. Yeah, I mean, it's out there. We don't have to speculate.
Hey, let me get you one that's actually not on hitting, Greg, that we get asked about this constantly on social media, and when Falter has a game like that, the bullpen game doesn't work, it still pops up from people. Why do you think the Pirates decided to not sign Trevor Bauer?
I don't know. Why did every team in baseball decide not to sign him? I don't know. I don't have an answer. I've never asked anybody internally, why did you not sign Trevor Bauer? I think Ben was asked that on a show early this year. I think Joe was on it and mentioned it. And I don't know you'd have to go back and search what he said, but I'm not sure that there was the exact reason behind it. But it seems to me every team in baseball has decided not to sign Trevor Bauer.
Is that a collusionary thing?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you think he'd help them?
Would he help the Pirates?
Yes.
I don't know that either. I don't know. I mean, I think he struck out 19 batters in Mexico the other day in like eight and a third innings. Did I see?
Yes.
He's a different cat now. That's the other thing too. I guess anybody that
It's also just frustrating that we see Brules and Santanas and Jeffries and Jose Hernandez is pitching well with the Dodgers, and Contreras has done the same thing with the Angels. Greg, that does irritate me. I don't get that. I don't understand that. I don't know if you've asked Ben about that, but why did you let those arms go? And I got to watch Justin Brule.
Yeah, I think Joe was on the show last week and asked that. I think he even mentioned Hernandez or Contreras or both. And I don't exactly know what Ben's answer was, but they make those calls, Andrew. Those people in there, they've got internally, they've got the numbers, the resources that I don't. So they've got their reasons, and I keep going back to this. As frustrating as it is, it's just as much as frustrating for me as it is you or any fan. Believe me, these people that run this organization, they want to win. You don't think Ben Cherington or Derck Shelton or anybody, any hitting coach, assistant hitting coach, analytics person, they want to win more than anybody because their jobs are on the line. So I don't think they're just doing things willy-nilly by letting people go. I think they firmly believe that they have better options internally. They had to take Contreras off the roster. I don't know exactly what the reasoning was, but they needed a spot at the big league level. He had to come off the roster. He was DFA'd. Angels pick him up. They make some kind of a minor deal. Same thing, I think, with the Dodgers. So they've got their reasoning. And as frustrating as that can be during tough times, I think for me, I've got to trust it. I've got to trust that they want to win as more than anybody.
Greg, thanks for coming out with us. Enjoy the game in Cincinnati, and let's see if Mitch Keller can turn this thing around tonight. He's been very good lately.
Let's see if tonight maybe the bats just go to life for like about a 2-week stretch.
Against Hunter Green.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something?
That would be. Thank you, Greg.
All right, guys. See ya.
Greg Brown brought to you by Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Shape your future in Gutter Helmet. Don't overlook your home's gutter system. 8885 Helmet. All right, you boys are off to the Awaken Open House. That's 5 to 7. Where again?
At the Adams Shops in Cranberry, or in Mars, technically, right off the Cranberry 79 exit. We'll see you there.
Nelly with me from here on out. We're going until 6. We're going to react to what Greg said next. 412-928-9370. If you'd like to join me, text on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
The Florida Panthers are your Stanley Cup champions. They beat Edmonton 2-1 in Game 7. Connor McDavid, the Conn Smythe winner in a losing effort. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Regenesis. Man boobs, blubber, flab, jowls, double chin. You hate the way you look and feel. You really don't like what you see when you stare back and look at that reflection in the mirror. Do something about it today. Let's get in touch with Regenesis. Free physician consult and free blood work right now with Regenesis. They believe they can get you feeling better than you ever have. They can turn back the clock, get you feeling like you did in your 20s. So what are you waiting for? 724-510-0024. Go to freebloodwork.com today. It's Regenesis.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Big Machine Records and Petty Country, a country celebration of Tom Petty. Mike McCarthy and that viral quote that's going around, originally reported by Ty Dunn. It says that Big Mike is getting, quote, fed up, end of quote, with Chera undermining him. Big Mike is, quote, fed up, end of quote, with Jerry Jones? What, that's some huge bombshell? I'm Jim Rome.
Petty Country, a country music celebration of Tom Petty, bringing the top talent in country and Americana music together to create a 20-song tribute to Petty's dynamic musical legacy, including Chris Stapleton, Luke Combs, Thomas Rhett, Dierks Bentley, George Strait, Carly Pierce, Dolly Parton, Willie Nelson, Lainey Wilson, Winona, and more. Petty Country, out now, sponsored by Big Machine Records.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Cloudy tonight with a late thunderstorm, the low 71.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
We're seeing a couple different spots of congestion on the inbound side of the Parkway West. First one is from Robinson to Settlers Ridge, and then again from Carnegie all the way down the hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, you just heard Greg Brown, and I want to open up the phone lines and give you a chance to react to what you heard from him, and what you heard from Derck Shelton and some of the clips we played. And I want to have a conversation about Shelton and where the Pirates are going between now and the end of the show. And we have tickets to give away for the best caller. 2 tickets to see Third Eye Blind at Star Lake on July 9th. So that is your incentive. That is your motivation to call in here. Greg's last point to me about how these moves that the Pirates have made that drive us nuts, these mistakes they've made, these potential blunders, okay, the management of some of their arms, they just dump Contreras. They don't get anything back for him. Jose Hernandez is a lefty with good stuff. He's not pitching well here. He's going back and forth between the majors and AAA, but he's better than the tomato cans we've seen the last month out of the Pirates bullpen. And he's now with the Dodgers, the best team in the National League talent-wise, not record-wise, but talent-wise, and he's carved out a niche for himself. And Greg saying back to me, well, these guys want to win. It's not like Derck Shelton doesn't want to win. It's not like Ben Cherington doesn't want to win. It's not like Andy Haynes doesn't want to win. You know, when I and Nelly can relate to this, when I make a bet, I want to win the bet, Nelly. I don't make a bet to lose it. I didn't bet on these 2 stupid soccer games in studio right now because I wanted to lose $100 today. I bet on them because I wanted to win $100. But you know what? I don't win a lot of my bets. If I did, I'd probably do it for a living. It would be a career. It would be a way of making money on the side, like an investment strategy. It's not any of those things. I have to treat it like a hobby or entertainment because I'm not great at it. I'm not good at it. I try to win every one. I don't. I'm sure when Malsey gets on the tee box, he wants to birdie every hole. When he played Oakmont, he shot 101. Just because you want to win doesn't mean you're good at it. Just because Derck Shelton wants to win doesn't mean he's a good manager. Just because Ben Cherington wants to win doesn't mean he's a good GM. Of all the things, of all the possible things you could say about Derck Shelton and Ben Cherington and what they're doing for the Pirates or what they're failing to do, the direction they're taking this team in, etc., the two things that fall on the deafest of ears for me, I mean, I usually turn my headphones up all the way here so I can hear you guys loud and clear. The two things that do absolutely nothing for me are when I hear a guy wants to win or that a guy works hard. I could care less about those two things. I could care less. You love it when someone is uber talented and also an ultra hard worker. That's when you get Sidney Crosby and Tom Brady and those types of elites in the game. You also have guys like Ben Roethlisberger. No offense, Ben. Not the hardest worker in the world, but immensely talented. And those guys can win too. So, a desire to win from those guys, I don't really care about that. And the other thing is about, where you prioritize winning. There are people out there that want to win so badly, they would take their poor mother and they would look at traffic on the Parkway or on 79 or on 28 or on 50, and they would take said mother and throw that mother into traffic, sorry for that morbid thought, if it meant that they were going to win. You sacrifice someone you love or someone you know or someone you care about to win. I don't sense that at all with Derck Shelton and Andy Haynes. If your hitting coach is not doing a good job and you need to sacrifice him, you need to make him the fall guy in order to attempt, not even guarantee, it doesn't do that, but at least try to win, you do it. If you value relationships more and loyalty more, that's fine too. But I don't want to hear that someone is addicted to winning or obsessed with winning or doing everything they can to win if they continue to entrust the keys to their offense to this guy. And look, I tried to stick up for Haynes as long as I could because it's not like the Pirates have all-stars up and down their lineup. It's not like they went out in free agency and bought a big free agent hitter. It's not like they made a big splash trade. I do understand. I get that. I don't grade Andy Haynes like I would Todd Reardon with the Penguins coaching a power play that consists of Erik Karlsson, Evgeny Malkin, Sidney Crosby, Brian Rust, Jake Gensel when he was here, you name it. That is an embarrassment of riches. I get that this is not. But my expectations are better than having the 28th OPS in baseball and leading the National League in strikeouts, even with the players that they have. So this is what I get sick of. Instead of telling me that you want to win, show me that you want to win. Make the tough decisions. Make the hard calls. Bench a guy. Demote a guy. DFA a guy. Fire a guy. And I don't see that from Charrington and Shelton right now. I love Greg. He's a Hall of Fame broadcaster for my money. And he says these guys badly want to win. When I hear the manager come on our station and say, let's not blame it on one person, it's really hard to hit in the major leagues this year, that sounds like excuse making to me. Bill Belichick's a horrible quote. He's got 6 rings. I can't imagine him saying something like that. Well, guys, the reason why our offense is abysmal and stinks is because in football in 2024, it's tough to score touchdowns. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. I told you the best call this segment coming up is going to win tickets to see Third Eye Blind at the Pavilion at Star Lake. If you don't want the tickets, but you just want to talk to me about the Pirates, I would also appreciate that at 412-928-9370. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Let's get to a Nelly headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates and Reds tonight, Game 2 of their Series 7-10 from Cincinnati. Coverage right here on the Fan. 6 o'clock, presented by Pella Windows. Really good pitching matchup. Mitch Keller will take on Hunter Green. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan, The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
That's a fair argument. But this whole Arthur Smith doesn't use wide receiver 2 thing is poppycock.
Yeah.
What? Poppycock? The definition is empty talk or writing. Nonsense.
Where did you why did that word pop up in your mind? You've never used that before.
Poppycock.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV, and price subject to change.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thanks for hanging out with me today. Donnie and Mulsey are off to do this big Awaken 180 event. I'm proud of them. Both of those guys lost a lot of weight. And Awaken 180 was the biggest part of that. And so they have an excellent relationship with Awaken, and they are a big sponsor and contributor to the show. So when they had this open house set up tonight, I thought it made sense. We all thought it made sense for them to go be a part of that. And fans can stop by there and learn more about their weight loss program and learn how they can change their lives with Awaken from 5 to 7. Mulsey and Donnie have the information up, I think, on their social media pages, too. Derck Shelton, you hear him every Tuesday on The Fan, and the way he defended Andy Haynes today, even though John Parado, who's covered baseball in Pittsburgh for almost 40 years, and said, look, I'm saying this is a guy that has been fired before. It's never easy when you lose your job. It's painful. But I'm coming out and I'm saying the Pirates need to fire this hitting coach. And we've had Jason Mackey come on our airwaves and say it's probably not going to happen. And we just heard Greg Brown say that he doesn't think that the owner would step in and fire the hitting coach the way that we all think Art Rooney stepped in to fire Matt Canada this past season. 412-928-9370 is how you get into the show. Here is Dan in McKeesport. Hello, Dan.
Hey, what's going on, bro? How you doing?
Dan, always good to talk to you.
Yeah. So, you are what your record is, right?
In this case, 4 games under 500.
Well, I'm not even talking. Yeah, right. I'm not even talking about this year. Shelton's been the coach a long time. Nutting's owned the team a long time. Charrington's been the general manager for some time. It is a terrible wins and loss record. You can say, these guys want to win, and I agree with everything you're saying there. I want six-pack abs. But am I out there knocking out sit-ups nonstop trying to accomplish that? No, not really. These guys aren't making any steps, taking any steps to do anything. They never have, to show us that they're serious about what they're doing and that this is anything more than just a money-making scheme for the guy on top. And here's the thing with Greg Brown. This dude is wild. He comes on there, and he tells you, and the question is very simple. Will Trevor Bauer, would he help this team win? And he says, I don't know. They're running, he was healthy, Quinn Priester out there. They're running bullpen games twice in 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. And they're saying that this guy who's, a couple years removed from winning a Cy Young isn't better than what they already have.
Well,
Come on, man.
A couple things on that. I do think that it is hard to explain now that the criminal charges and the criminal aspects of that have gone away. It still is shocking that no team has signed the guy. The Steelers couldn't wait to sign Cam Sutton back. No one has signed Bauer. It's my understanding that that is more of a baseball decision than it is an ownership decision with the Pirates. That's my understanding, unless things have changed on that. That's the last I heard on that. To defend the owner a little bit, when they were in the mix for the playoffs in 2018, they went out and they traded for Chris Archer. So they do have at least an example of the last time they were in the running for a playoff spot of going out there and doing something big. They made the biggest trade. They traded prospects. They got rid of Glasnow and Meadows, and they went out there and they got Archer. To defend Charrington a little bit, he won a World Series with the Red Sox. He's proven, although not here, that he's capable of being the steward or being the person that is steering the ship for a championship team. There is none of that with Shelton. Yeah, you can find things in the owner's resume since he became the principal owner of the team, where they had 3 years of winning baseball, and the payroll did go up in a couple of those years. We know what happened afterwards in 2016 that ticked everybody off, and then the McCutchen and Cole trades. I get all that. But at least you can pick and choose. Okay, at this point, he signed Brian Reynolds and Mitch Keller. You can point to those things. With Charrington, now it's all in Boston, but hey, they got to the top. He has a ring on his finger. He can say for the rest of his life that he's a world champion. You can't do any of that with Shelton. None of that. Anything with Shelton about him being a good manager or being the right guy to manage this team is complete speculation. It's all subjective. You've nothing objective to go by. He's 100 games under 500. So the only thing positive you can say about him is, well, if he were given a better team, if he were put in a better situation. We have no proof that he's a good manager. None. 412-928-9370. Here is Sean on the Fan. Hello, Sean.
Hey, Bernie. When it boils down to it, I think a lot of the anxiousness that comes within Pirate fans is the sheer fact that it always takes so long for something to happen, something to be done, and then nothing ever comes about for the majority of the time. I mean, everything anxious-wise goes back to the beginning of the year when the Pirates gave you this look and this formula that we want our starters to go 5-6 innings, and we're going to beef up this bullpen that we hope can sustain for 162 games, and that's going to pull us out some victories. And then we all seem to fall into this this subconscious that because the offense was clicking during spring training, that it was going to continue on during the season. But the thing with the Pirates, though, is, and what people are failing to forget, is the trade deadline is still a month away.
Yeah, that's a long time.
It doesn't mean a trade can't be made now, but it's not only a trade that could be made now, it's also moves within the organization to give a different look and give different guys the opportunity, such as a Peguero, such as a Josh Palacios, who are sitting down in AAA. Well, there's 3-4 guys in the lineup that are batting just above or below the Mendoza line. It's things like that that get people so irritated with this organization, because there's so many different routes of change that can be made, but they stick with the status quo. It's kind of like the Steelers in a way. We're not making move after move after move to get better and better. We're trying to just stick where we are and compete in battle and hope that something is going to fall our way in terms of the chips in the basket.
Well, the Steelers did do aggressive things. I mean, they got rid of Kenny Pickett, who they drafted in the first round 2 years ago, and replaced him with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. So I think that used to be true about them. It's not anymore. They've adapted. They've evolved. I give Omar Khan credit for that. We don't know if it's going to work, but at least they're trying. At least they're throwing excrement against the wall, and they're seeing if it's going to stick. So I hear you on that. I understand where you're coming from on it. Shelton gave this excuse today about how AAA pitching is so bad, you can't count on or expect guys to come up from the minor leagues and really hit, because the chasm between the minor leagues and the major leagues is, as he put it, bigger than it's ever been. They have Paul Skeens and they have Mitch Keller pitching tonight. 2/5 of their rotation are elite. And I agree with Sean on this. This would make me question Ben Cherington if I was the owner of the team. They clearly did have a blueprint for how they wanted to win games this year. It was, we think our lineup's going to be better because we'll have internal improvements from Henry Davis, and O'Neal Cruz is coming back, and we have young guys that are ready to take another step. Triolo finished last year well. He's a good player. Look at what Hayes did in the last 2 months. Our lineup is getting better because our young guys are ready to step into their prime years. And we spent money in our bullpen. We're going to shorten games. We're going to win games that way. And none of that has worked. They're winning in spite of those things. That would be like if the Steelers' plan was, we've invested so much money on defense. We have Mike Tomlin. We signed Patrick Queen. We have T.J. Watt. We have Cam Hayward. And then they got to win every game 42-39. When you lay out a plan for your boss for how you're going to get results and have success, and it doesn't work, in most lines of work and in most businesses, that gets you in trouble. That puts you on notice. Especially when this year was apparently circled as a big year for the Pirates. 412-928-9370. What are your thoughts on Derck Shelton? What is your take on Ben Cherington? Both have talked on the station in the last couple days. Shelton today. Your take on the men that are running the Pirates right now. 412-928-9370. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 70 degrees. Is Derck Shelton the issue? Is Cherington the issue? You tell me next. We'll hear more from Shelton talking exclusively on the station. He was asked straight up by Starkey today, does he feel like he's on the hot seat? You will hear that answer coming back. You're listening to the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11, tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Summer is here, and it's time to kick it off in style with a brand new Hyundai from Bowser Hyundai. The Hyundai Tucson is your perfect summer companion with its sleek design, advanced technology, and top-of-the-line safety features. And right now, you can lease the new 2024 Tucson SE AWD from Bowser Hyundai for just $289 a month. And remember, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Before you buy anywhere else, get to BowserHyundai.com. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing with approved credit and financing through HMFC. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $464 applies. See Bowser for complete details. Offer ends June 30th. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Dead battery on America's birthday? America's #1 battery destination is here to help. AutoZone has free battery testing and charging at every store, and batteries starting at just $79.99. With our 4th of July sale, we have savings to help you red, white, and do any other jobs you've been putting off. It's everything you need to get back on the road at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Enjoy your summer even more by switching to Total by Verizon. Now you can get 50% off any unlimited data phone plan. That's one line for only $25 a month, and you keep the phone you love. Hurry, this is a limited time offer, so find a store or switch at TotalByVerizon.com. Offer ends 7/31/24. Promo subject to cancellation after 12 months. Available exclusively online and in Total by Verizon stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. See TotalByVerizon.com for device compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300. 800-786-9300.
Don't be overwhelmed with unexpected plumbing problems. Go to plumbers911.com for 24/7 emergency service. Plumbers 911 are local, licensed, and insured Pittsburgh plumbers that can fix any plumbing emergency, including broken or burst pipes, drain cleaning, sewer inspections, and lawn sprinkler repairs. The Plumbers 911's team has over 10,000 hours of training, are background checked, and union certified. Go to plumbers911.com or call 412-226-4299 for great service and fair pricing. Plumbers 911, your Pittsburgh plumbing experts.
Here's some important information from businesses that support 93.7 The Fan. Summertime savings is always hot at Salem's Market on Center in the Hill District. From fresh produce, halal meats, deli, and special treats. Stop by and see for yourself. 1850 Center Avenue. Salem's is your passport to global cuisine. Get in the swing of things this golf season with these going low sponsors. Slippery Rock Golf Club in Slippery Rock and Chestnut Ridge Golf Course in Blairsville. Then watch golf or wash away a bad round at Pope's Place. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing and now serving the McKeesport community. Find their new branch on 36th Street in McKeesport. Learn about all the benefits of a credit union and how you can join for just $5 at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. For more information, go to 937thefan.com.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team.
LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Did you know that the tubs and showers installed by most bathroom remodelers aren't waterproof? I'm not kidding. They're not waterproof. That's because the other guys cheap out and put acrylic caulk directly on acrylic tub and shower panels. You can't do that. Water will seep through, and then you've got mold, mildew, and rot. To do it right, you have to first prime the surfaces, then apply the caulk, then you have to seal the caulk. It's a 3-step process. Prime, apply, seal. If you've ever seen shower seams with mold growing on them, well, now you know why. Some cheapskate decided to save $25 in materials and 20 minutes of labor, and now you have a mold and mildew problem. Call Baths R Us instead. We never cut corners. We always take our time to do it right for a 100% waterproof installation every single time. Call now and get $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Our number is 412-435-4683 or online at bathsrus.com. That's bathsrus.com.
Another day is here and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Joey Fatone from NSYNC and AJ McLean from Backstreet Boys. A legendary night. Joey Fatone and AJ McLean together, live on stage, performing all their hits. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, August 23rd at 7 p.m. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino.
At Spitzer Acura, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price. The Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Petty Country, a country music celebration of Tom Petty, bringing the top talent in country and Americana music together to create a 20-song tribute to Petty's dynamic musical legacy, including Chris Stapleton, Luke Combs, Thomas Rhett, Dierks Bentley, George Strait, Carly Pearce, Dolly Parton, Willie Nelson, Lainey Wilson, Winona, and more.
With a
Petty Country, out now. Sponsored by Big Machine Records.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right
right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. N76, visit staples.com/print for details.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. All kinds of beers and thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low. It just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Where two rivers converge, a third emerges. Stronger and more united than ever before. And a community, hard as steel, built over generations, rises for the new day ahead. Vibrant, dedicated, innovative. Today, we have a chance for a brighter future right here in Pennsylvania. U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel coming together as one. U.S. Steel's partnership with Nippon Steel means no layoffs, means no plant closures, means $1.4 billion in new investments for the future. And best of all, it means U.S. Steel's headquarters will stay right here in Pennsylvania. Built for innovation, built for Pennsylvania, built for generations to come. The U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel partnership is the future of American steel.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Some people just know the more you protect, the more you save with Allstate, because they know insurance math. Like if you protect your home and auto, Allstate can save you up to 25%. So it's like losing money if you don't bundle. Save more when you protect more. Bundle home and auto with Allstate today.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Looking for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $289 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Outbound traffic on the Parkway is moving slowly. Outbound side of the Parkway East is backed up to Technology Drive through the tunnels. Outbound on the Parkway West, you're moving slowly from 2nd Avenue to the Fort Pitt Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, in about an hour's time, the leadoff show comes your way for the Pirates and Reds. Mitch Keller on the mound for the Bucks, taking on Hunter Green, just like last week at PNC Park. The Pirates won that game 1-0, looking for more offense and looking to even the series. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
How much